After the ultimate destruction and emptiness, a dizziness that tore through time and space. In the fourth great ninja war, Uchiha Madara, bearing the power of the Six Paths and the Rinnegan hidden in his eyes. At the peak of his power and in endless solitude, an invisible force tore apart the space-time around him, and the brutal battlefield faded away, replaced by the forest battlefield deeply etched in his memory. The wind carried the roar of ninjutsu clashes, chakra surged wildly, and Madara abruptly opened his eyes. His aura instantly contracted, suppressing the vast Six Paths power deep within his meridians and deliberately hiding the Rinnegan that should have appeared, retaining only his usual Sharingan state without leaving any trace of abnormality. Before his eyes, the younger version of himself and Hashirama Senju were locked in combat, while not far away, his only weakness in life, his younger brother Uchiha Izuna, was fighting desperately against Tobirama Senju. Izuna's blade barely held off Tobirama's flying thunder god Kunai's chakra, already exhausted, blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. Breathing rapidly yet stubbornly resisting with the tenacity of the Uchiha, while Tobirama's gaze was icy cold, his blade already brimming with a fatal kill ready to pierce Izuna's heart in the next second. This was a nightmare. He could never erase the beginning of his fall into endless darkness, the root of his complete rift with Hashirama. Without time to think, Madara's chakra flowed almost imperceptibly, his body turning into a residual shadow through extreme physical speed, far surpassing the peak of this age, yet deliberately suppressing all the pressure of the Six Paths power without letting anyone detect the anomaly. The moment Tobirama's blade was about to reach Izuna's neck, he reached out and firmly grasped Izuna's wrist, pulling his younger brother behind him with steady force. Using his body to shield him, he raised his blade to lightly block and effortlessly deflected Tobirama's attack. "Brother." Izuna looked up in astonishment, feeling that Madara today was exceptionally different. His aura was frighteningly calm, without the usual brutality of battle, but with an unshakable resolve, yet his eyes were still the familiar Sharingan, revealing no peculiarity. Madara did not look back, his fingertips tightening slightly, feeling the real warmth of his brother behind him, suppressing the surging regret and lingering fear in his heart. The loneliness of the fourth war, the pain of losing everything, the absurdity of being manipulated, all turned into a single obsession to protect in this moment. This time he would never let Izuna die before his eyes, and no clan enmity, no victory or defeat could compare to his brother's life. He did not speak another word, nor did he look again at Tobirama Senju opposite him. He just firmly guarded Izuna, turned around, and walked towards the Uchiha clan grounds, directly interrupting the fight with Hashirama Senju without a trace of reluctance. Hashirama Senju, who had been fiercely fighting Madara, froze instantly on the spot, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes full of deep suspicion and solemnity. He knew Uchiha Madara too well. Madara's pride was etched in his bones. Even in a tough battle, he would never give up midway and leave rashly, especially at a critical moment of their duel. Stop without warning and withdraw. This was simply not something Madara would do. In the moment just now when Madara saved Izuna, Hashirama clearly detected an extremely subtle, but vast and so shaking chakra that flickered and disappeared, a power that did not belong to this era, deep, vast, carrying an indescribable pressure. But it was completely hidden in an instant, leaving no trace. The Madara before him no longer had the deep-seated hatred for the Senju clan nor the stubborn competitiveness, but instead showed a tiredness and relief after experiencing vicissitudes, and an unprecedented extreme desire to protect Izuna. It was Madara, truly Uchiha Madara, no difference in bloodline, aura, or physical appearance. But it was not the Madara he knew, the stubborn, hate-filled Uchiha Madara, as if he had undergone something unimaginable and had completely changed. Hashirama stood still, did not pursue, just stared fixedly at Madara's departing back, a strong premonition rising in his heart. The future of the ninja world, the entangled fate between him and Madara, seemed about to undergo a completely different twist. Madara protected Izuna all the way, silently returning to the Uchiha clan grounds. Only when they stepped into safe territory did he release his grip on Izuna's hand, turned around to carefully examine his younger brother's injuries, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming there was no danger to his life. He walked to his own residence, sat down alone, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the Six Paths power dormant within him and the Rinnegan hidden deep in his eyes. This time he did not reveal any power beyond the era, he just guarded the person most precious to him. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. Izuna's death clan conflicts, the rift with Hashirama, the founding of Konoha, only to destroy it himself, the endless battles of the Fourth War. The obsession and hatred of a lifetime completely loosened at the moment he saw Izuna safe and sound. In the past, he believed Hashirama's pursuit of peace was an illusory fantasy, that only absolute power and the rule of the Uchiha could protect the clan and avenge Izuna's soul. But after losing everything at the end of the Fourth War, he finally saw the vanity of endless conflict, saw that his entire life was trapped in a cage of hatred. Now Izuna is alive, none of the tragedies have happened. He possesses the power to rewrite everything, but no longer needs to show it hastily. He sat there for the first time, truly calming his mind, earnestly pondering the ideal that Hashirama had always upheld. Founding Konoha, uniting the Uchiha and Senju, stopping the war in the ninja world, letting children no longer experience the suffering of war. Perhaps Hashirama's ideal was never wrong. What was wrong was the past self, blinded by Izuna's death, clouded by hatred, stubbornly denying everything and walking a completely opposite path, only to end up with nothing. This time he would not let Izuna suffer the slightest harm, nor let the Uchiha fall into despair. He would hide all his secrets as the Uchiha clan head, face Hashirama anew, face the disputes between the two clans. Founding Konoha might indeed be the best way to protect his loved ones and his clan. The wind outside gently blew through the window. Madara slowly opened his eyes, his Sharingan spinning calmly, without the usual aggression, only a resolute will to protect. His story with Hashirama and the future with Izuna would finally forge a new path in this time. In the clan's wooden house, sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling on Madara's shoulders, dispelling some of the years-long chill. He gently rubbed the hilt of his blade with his fingertips, his mind still echoing with the trembling breaths of his younger brother Izuna, whom he had just saved. The Six Paths power within him lay dormant like a slumbering dragon, firmly suppressed by a will far surpassing this era. Only the ordinary chakra of the Uchiha clan flowed through his meridians, peaceful and without a trace of turmoil. When Izuna, having treated his wounds, pushed open the door and entered, what he saw was this unusually composed elder brother. In the past, even when Madara sat still, an intimidating aura repelling others would surround him, his eyes full of obsessive warfare and hatred for the Senju clan. But now the sharpness between his brows had entirely receded, leaving only a settled tranquility. Even the hand gripping his sword had loosened a little. "Brother, what exactly happened to you just now?" Izuna walked up to Madara, his tone still carrying lingering astonishment. "You suddenly stopped your duel with Hashirama and protected me so urgently. You've never been like this before." Madara looked up at his younger brother. The young man's features were still sharp, his eyes full of trust and dependence upon his elder brother, yet to experience that fatal calamity, never having been shrouded by the shadow of death. His heart softened and his tone became gentle in a way he himself had not noticed. "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that some victories and defeats are far less important than the people by your side." Izuna was taken aback, clearly unable to fully comprehend these words. In his understanding, his elder brother Uchiha Madara was the pride of the clan, the undefeated war god on the battlefield, who valued clan honor and decisive victory above all else, and had never spoken so lightly of battle. But looking at his brother's calm eyes, he ultimately did not ask further, and simply nodded firmly. "Whatever decision you make, brother, I will follow you." Seeing Izuna's resolute expression, the will to protect in Madara's heart grew even stronger. He understood that the war between the two clans would not cease because of one premature withdrawal. The grudges between Senju and Uchiha had tangled for generations, deeply rooted. Ending the conflict entirely would not be easy. But this time he was no longer a revenger consumed by hatred, but a clan leader who held the power to rewrite fate with a heart devoted to protection. In the following days, Madara changed his usual aggressive tactics and ordered the Uchiha clan to tighten their defenses, no longer actively engaging the Senju clan in frontal combat. This decision caused an uproar within the clan. The elders came to remonstrate, their words full of bewilderment and urgency. In their view, the Uchiha were powerful, and only by pressing forward relentlessly could they completely suppress the Senju and win final victory. Clan leader: "Our clan's morale is at its peak. If we retreat, it will only embolden the Senju. Lord Izuna has been injured. We should seize the moment to strike and demand justice for him." Faced with the crowd's doubts, Madara did not waver at all. He sat upright in the clan leader's seat, his eyes steady and imposing without using even a trace of the Six Paths power. With the absolute prestige of the Uchiha clan and an indisputable tone, he silenced all opposition. From today onward, all combat operations are subject to my orders. Anyone who attacks rashly will be dealt with according to clan rules. Protecting every member of the Uchiha clan is the highest priority, far more important than pointless slaughter. His words were calm yet carried an irresistible force. The clan members looked at the completely different leader before them. Though full of doubt, in the end they dared not defy him. Only Izuna, standing by Madara's side, silently supported his brother's decision. He could feel that every choice Madara made was to protect the Uchiha, to protect him. In the Senju clan's camp, Hashirama Senju remained unsettled by doubts. Since Madara's abrupt departure that day, the Uchiha clan had acted uncharacteristically, avoiding battle everywhere, as if they had entirely sheathed their blades. He sent many scouts yet found nothing unusual. Madara was still the same Uchiha Madara, steady in action, commanding the clan, but the profound change within him made Hashirama increasingly uneasy. Tobirama, what do you think is wrong with Madara? Hashirama sat in the tent, brow furrowed, looking at his brother. The faint chakra I felt when he saved Izuna that day, I still cannot forget it. It was too vast a power that shouldn't exist in this era. And his sudden avoidance of battle is completely unlike him. Tobirama tapped the table with his fingertips, his eyes cold, still wary of the Uchiha. Whatever his scheme, the Uchiha avoiding battle is not a bad thing for us. But Madara's mind is hard to fathom. We must be on our guard. He is surely plotting something. I don't think he's plotting anything sinister. Hashirama shook his head, recalling the back figure of Madara when he left. The exhaustion and relief were not feigned. I can feel he has changed, as if he has let go of something. Hashirama had always believed that both he and Madara yearned to end the chaotic times and bring peace to the ninja world. But Madara in the past was blinded by hatred and refused to accept his ideals. They crossed blades time and again, eventually breaking apart. Now Madara's transformation rekindled a long-dormant hope in his heart. A few days later, the two clans met again at the border. The Senju army was lined up in formation. Hashirama walked out slowly, his gaze fixed directly on Madara opposite him. Madara, holding Izuna's hand, walked slowly to the front of the formation. Unlike before, he did not immediately activate his chakra and ignite the will to fight. Instead, he looked calmly at Hashirama and spoke, his voice clear across the entire battlefield. Hashirama, let's talk. These words caused an uproar across the entire field. Both Uchiha and Senju clansmen were shocked, and no one had expected Madara, who had always been irreconcilable with the Senju, to propose a peace talk voluntarily. Izuna was startled, instinctively tightened his grip on Madara's hand, his eyes full of confusion. In his understanding, peace talks were impossible. The hatred between the two clans had sunk deep into their bones. Only combat could settle the score. Madara gently patted his brother's hand, giving him a reassuring look, then stepped forward alone toward the center of the battlefield. Hashirama's heart trembled, then light kindled in his eyes. He followed without hesitation, walking alone toward Madara. The two stood facing each other, the respective clans behind them and a lifelong destiny before them. Madara, what do you want to talk about? Hashirama's tone carried both expectation and Madara looked up at him, his gaze clear with no trace of hatred or obsession. Let's talk about ending this war. Talk about the true peace we have always wanted. Hashirama was shaken to the core, looking at Madara in disbelief. Are you finally willing to accept my ideal? I was trapped by Izuna's death, blinded by hatred, and thought your ideal was nothing but an illusion. Madara spoke slowly, his voice calm but powerful. But now I understand. Madara continued, his voice calm and resolute. In this chaotic world, only when the two clans join hands can conflicts truly cease. To build a village where the Uchiha and Senju no longer fight, where all clansmen can live in peace, that is no fantasy. He paused, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. The Six Paths power within him still lay dormant, but the insight gained through life and death gave his words extraordinary weight. In this life, I do not want absolute domination, nor victory or defeat. I only want to protect Izuna, protect the Uchiha clan, and see what the peace you speak of truly looks like. Looking at Madara before him, Hashirama's eyes grew slightly warm. He had waited for these words for so many years, from their youthful companionship to battlefield opposition. He had never given up trying to pull Madara out of the cage of hatred and build peace together. Now it had finally arrived. Good. Good. Hashirama exclaimed twice, his voice shaking with emotion. Madara, together let's build Konoha, a home for all ninja where there will be no more war, no more partings by life and death. Sunlight bathed both of them, dispelling the smoke and chill of the battlefield. The former arch-rivals who had been locked in confrontation for a lifetime in this reverse timeline finally laid down the past grudges and stood side by side toward the same goal. Izuna stood at the front of the clan formation, watching his brother conversing with Hashirama. His initial confusion gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. He suddenly understood that all his brother's changes, all his unusual actions were for the sake of protection. Protecting him, protecting the clan, protecting a peace they had never known. In the center of the formation, Madara felt his brother's calm gaze. Behind him, felt the Six Paths' power lying peacefully dormant within him, and the faintest hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The power of the Rinnegan, the peak of the Six Paths, was no longer a weapon to conquer the ninja world. On this journey back in time, he had abandoned ultimate destruction and empty obsessions, using this transcendent power as a shield to steadfastly protect his loved ones and all tragedies yet to happen. The prelude to the peace talks between the two clans had thus begun. Without the fierce slaughter of the past, without the undying hatred, Madara, as the Uchiha clan leader, negotiated step by step with Hashirama, resolving generations of animosity and bridging their differences. Occasionally in secret, he would use a barely perceptible trace of chakra to soothe conflicts and dissolve lurking killing intent, yet never revealed this heaven-defying power. He was still the majestic Uchiha clan leader, but with no more ferocity in his eyes, only tenderness for his family and firm devotion to peace. Under his protection, Izuna grew up safely, no longer suffering life-and-death crises, and together they worked for the future of the Uchiha and the peace of both clans. A few months later, the foundation ceremony of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, was formally held. Hashirama stood on the high platform, declaring the birth of Konoha and the beginning of peace in the ninja world with great enthusiasm. Madara stood beside him, his brother Izuna unharmed by his side. Watching the cheering clansmen below, seeing faces no longer overshadowed by war, his heart was clear as a mirror. The wind swept over the land of Konoha, carrying the breath of new life. Madara raised his hand, gently brushing the calm-flowing Sharingan in his eyes, feeling the Six Paths' power sleeping peacefully in his meridians. His heart was profoundly certain. This time there was no grief of losing a loved one, no illusion of a lifelong obsession, no manipulated tragedy. With the experience of returning through time and the hidden Six Paths power, he had guarded the most precious person in this life, rewritten a doomed destiny, and joined hands with his former arch-rival to embark on a true journey toward peace. In the years to come, he would no longer be the avenger shrouded in darkness. He was merely the elder brother of Uchiha Izuna, one of the founders of Konoha and a guardian of this hard-won peace. As the foundations of Konoha were gradually stabilized, Madara restrained the powers of the Six Paths and worked alongside Hashirama as the head of the Uchiha clan. Yet lately a lingering doubt had settled deep in his heart. The way Hashirama looked at him was far too unusual. In the past, their gazes had carried either the fervor of youthful camaraderie, the sharp intensity of battlefield opposition, or the stubborn earnestness of persuasion, always open and straightforward. But now Hashirama's gaze was often wrapped in an inexplicable tenderness, lingering upon him without shifting, no trace of battle intent, no hint of estrangement. Instead, it held a nearly tender focus. Every time their eyes met, a faint unease crept over him, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He deliberately avoided solitude, but Hashirama's uninvited familiarity left him no escape. That day, after handling some trivial matters of village infrastructure, Hashirama dragged him without explanation toward the hot springs in the rear mountains, laughing heartily. "Madara, we've been busy for days. Let's soak together and relax. We used to do this all the time back then." Madara initially intended to decline, but considering the fragile peace between their clans, he ultimately agreed, unwilling to create discord over needless distance. The steam rose thickly as the scalding water reached his chest, dispelling the day's fatigue. He deliberately chose a spot far from Hashirama, leaning against the rock wall with eyes closed, merely wishing to end the solitude as soon as possible. Before long, however, the water rippled softly and Hashirama moved directly toward him, closing the distance of several meters in an instant, so near that the faint scent of grass and trees from the other man reached him. Madara's eyes snapped open, a subtle rotation of his Sharingan barely visible. His chakra instinctively tensed, fingers curling slightly as his body subconsciously shifted back a little, though he remained silent. He merely lifted his gaze toward Hashirama, his brow tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with undisguised confusion. Madara, your whole body is tense. Is the water too hot? Without waiting for an answer, Hashirama reached out his palm, pressing directly against Madara's forearm. The rough fingertips accidentally brushed across warm skin, an uninvited touch that seemed to brook no refusal. A shiver ran up Madara's spine, instantly shooting to the top of his head. His entire body stiffened, and he jerked his arm back, avoiding the touch without a sound, his frown deepening. He did not reprimand Hashirama, only silently shifted back another half step, re-establishing the distance between them, his hand clenched tightly underwater, suppressing the inexplicable irritation and vigilance in his heart. He had always been proud and aloof, disliking others coming too close or touching him. Even in his youth with Hashirama, there had never been such an invasive intimacy. And now Hashirama's gaze, bluntly soft, his physical contact with no sense of boundaries, made him deeply uncomfortable. Yet this odd feeling was hard to articulate, so he could only express resistance through silence and distance. But Hashirama seemed oblivious to his rejection. Seeing a tiny maple leaf on Madara's shoulder, he reached out again to brush it away. You've got a leaf on you. Let me get it. Madara sidestepped once more, his movement crisp and decisive, his gaze still heavy with confusion, though now tinged with coldness. Yet he still refrained from speaking a harsh word. He merely stared fixedly at Hashirama, his eyes scanning the other man's unconcealed warmth, his bewilderment deepening. The Hashirama before him was still the head of the Senju clan, wholly dedicated to Konoha's peace. Yet this excessive concern, this blatant lack of boundaries, felt like a different person from the one he had known. Having lived through 2 lifetimes and witnessed the brutality of war and the pain of losing loved ones, he had never encountered such a situation. He could not fathom Hashirama's intentions, only a strange discomfort clinging to him. Amid the swirling steam, Madara could no longer bear to stay. He slowly rose, reaching for the robe nearby and draping it over himself with movements that were both swift and distant. Without looking at Hashirama, he spoke flatly, his tone calm and emotionless, yet carrying a clear sense of withdrawal. I'm leaving first. Before Hashirama could respond, he stepped out of the hot spring, his back straight and his stride steady, only the tightly clenched fingers betraying the unease within. Behind him, Hashirama called out, but he did not turn back. The confusion in his heart only grew stronger. What exactly lay behind these strange actions of Hashirama Senju? He lowered his head, glancing at the spot on his forearm that had been touched. The strange sensation remained vivid. Suppressing all bewilderment, he resolved silently to keep his distance from this man from now on. The village, hidden in leaves, had just taken root amidst the smoke of war, with everything left to rebuild. The reconciliation between the Uchiha and Senju clans finally brought a semblance of stability to this land. Yet for Uchiha Izuna, this peace always felt like a blade hanging overhead, pointing squarely at Senju Hashirama and at his older brother Uchiha Madara, who trusted Hashirama without reservation. Madara had always cherished Izuna above all else. Orphaned together since childhood, his younger brother was his sole vulnerability in the chaotic world, and he indulged him unconditionally, showering him with affection. But now, with the village newly founded and countless urgent matters pressing upon him as the Uchiha clan head and Hashirama's partner in building Konoha, he had no choice but to meet with Hashirama frequently to discuss the village's structure, the integration of the 2 clans, and the resettlement of villagers, each matter crucial to the village's survival, leaving no room for error. This busyness took on a different meaning in Izuna's eyes. Deep down, he resented Senju Hashirama even after the ceasefire. The bloody vendetta of the past had never truly faded, and he always believed Hashirama's amiability to be a mere facade. If his brother kept fraternizing with him, he would inevitably fall into a trap, plunging the entire Uchiha clan into danger. Watching Madara adjust his robes once more, clearly heading to see Hashirama, Izuna could no longer contain himself. He hurried forward and tugged at Madara's sleeve. Looking up, his face streaked with grievance and discontent, his Sharingan tinged with a faint scarlet. "Brother, can you stop going to see Senju Hashirama all the time? Can't the village affairs wait for a while?" Madara looked down at his brother's sulking face, his tense features instantly softening. He gently ruffled Izuna's hair, his voice brimming with indulgent affection and coaxing helplessness. "Izuna, be good. The village has just been established, and there are too many matters Hashirama and I must decide. Once this busy period is over, I'll spend time with you, all right?" "No." Izuna shook his head, stubbornly clutching his brother's sleeve even tighter, his tone filled with urgent obstinacy. "Senju Hashirama is not worthy of your trust. Brother, you're too carefree around him. I'm worried about you." Madara let out a soft sigh, gently smoothing the furrowed brow on Izuna's forehead, explaining patiently, "I know what you're concerned about, but my pact with Hashirama is for the Uchiha, so we never have to live through the chaos and slaughter again. Rest assured your brother has it under control. I won't let you or the clan suffer." His voice remained gentle, full of indulgence, without a hint of reproach, even though Izuna was being unreasonable. But the affairs were too urgent now, so he could only pat Izuna's hand lightly and say softly, "Wait for me to come back. I'll bring you your favorite pastries. Be good and wait." With that, he turned and left. Even though he noticed Izuna's displeasure, he dismissed it as a temporary tantrum, never imagining that Izuna would do something extreme. Madara was gone for most of the day and did not return until late at night, dragging his exhausted. The days of overwork had drained him both physically and mentally. Thinking of how he had neglected Izuna during the day, a pang of guilt gnawed at him. After a brief wash, he lay down and sank into deep sleep, completely off guard. In the dead of night, the door was pushed open softly. Izuna tiptoed to the bedside. He stared at his brother's sleeping profile, his eyes torn with conflict, but as soon as he thought of Madara constantly hovering around Hashirama, his anxiety overpowered everything. He clenched his fist, retrieved the chain he had prepared in advance, wrapped in soft cloth, lest the metal chafe his brother, and carefully wound it around Madara's wrist, gently locking it to the wooden post at the head of the bed. The click of the lock was so faint it did not wake the sleeping Madara. Izuna crouched by the bed, touching his brother's bound wrist lightly with his fingertips, murmuring under his breath, "Brother, don't blame me. I just don't want you to keep going to him. When you promise me, I'll unlock it." He stayed by the bedside, his heart filled with unease, afraid Madara would be angry, yet convinced his action was right. He did not close his eyes all night. At dawn, Madara slowly opened his eyes. As he tried to lift his hand, a soft restraint wrapped around his wrist. He paused for a moment, looking down at his wrist locked to the bedpost, yet he did not grow angry. His drowsy gaze instantly sharpened, but his first move was to look toward the side of the bed, where he saw Izuna with red-rimmed eyes and a flustered expression. Madara showed no sign of anger. He merely sighed helplessly, his voice still bursting with indulgence, tinged with bitter amusement. "Izuna, did you really lock me up just to keep me from seeing Hashirama?" Izuna felt a pang of guilt under his brother's gaze, but he still stuck out his neck and looked up with a determined glare. "Yes. Brother, if you don't promise me, I won't unlock it." Madara looked at his brother's stubborn expression, feeling no anger at all, only helplessness and indulgence. He gently shook his bound wrist, his voice so soft it could melt, completely devoid of the clan head's authority, filled only with brotherly indulgence. "You really are my little darling. First unlock it, then we can talk everything over slowly, all right?" Sunlight streamed through the window lattice onto the two of them. Madara showed no reproach, his eyes brimming with affection and accommodation for his younger brother, while Izuna basked in this favoritism. Chiunai pressed his lips together, refusing to relent, his fingertips tightly clutching the hem of his garment. His Sharingan eyes fixed unwaveringly on Ban, carrying a stubborn defiance, tinged with a hint of unease that his elder brother might truly grow angry. He knew his brother had always doted on him, yet confining him to the bed like this was undeniably an overstep. But the mere thought of Ban going to meet Qianshouzhu Jian made him unable to feel at ease. After all, last time Qianshouzhu Jian had almost. Ban gazed at his younger brother's taut face, the helplessness deepening in his eyes. Instead of resisting, he softened his tone and coaxed gently, "All right, stop throwing a tantrum. Your wrists are chafed like this. Don't you feel sorry for yourself?" He deliberately shifted his wrist slightly. The soft cloth wrapped around the chains had not abraded his skin, but being bound in such a way was nonetheless uncomfortable. Chuenai heard this and instinctively looked at Ban's wrists, catching a glimpse of the skin beneath the soft cloth. His heart instantly softened halfway, yet his words remained stubborn. "Then promise me, brother, that you won't go to see Qianshouju Jian every day." "It's not every day I go to him, it's village affairs that need to be discussed properly," Ban explained, patiently reaching out to touch Kwanai's face, but could only move half an inch, hindered by the chains. "Chuenai, the reason I founded Muyu was to let you and the Uzibo clan never again live a life on the edge of a blade, to never again endure the terror of endless battle. Only by joining hands with Zhu Jian can we safeguard this peace. Do you understand?" Chuenai lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. In his heart, he did not entirely fail to grasp Ban's intent, but his ingrained wariness toward the Qianshou clan had long taken root. He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with grievance. "I know you want to protect the clan, but Qianshouju Jian doesn't deserve your complete trust. I'm afraid you'll be taken advantage of, afraid you'll get hurt." From childhood to now, his elder brother had always shielded him, standing in front of him in this chaotic world, deflecting every danger. Now it was his turn to worry about his brother. He only wanted to keep him where he could see him, never letting him step into any unknown peril. Ban looked at his younger brother's reddened eyes, and his heart instantly melted into a pool of tenderness, all trace of temper gone. Whether in this life or the past, Chuenai was always so delicate. He sighed softly, his voice brimming with gentleness. "I swear to you, in everything I will put Uzibo and you first. I will never let myself fall into danger, nor will I let the clan suffer any injustice. How about this?" He had never made such humble promises to anyone else. Only for Chuenai was he willing to lower all his pride and give every ounce of accommodation. Chuenai stared into Ban's eyes, seeing the unreserved tenderness and sincerity in his brother's gaze. After holding out for a long time, he slowly released his tension. He pulled the key from his bosom, walked reluctantly to the bedside, crouched down, and unlocked Ban's chains while muttering under his breath, "Then big brother must not lie to me. If you go see him behind my back again, I'll lock you up next time." "All right, whatever you say." Ban laughed and agreed. The moment his wrists were free, he reached out and pulled the young man into his embrace. He patted his back gently, his tone overflowing with indulgence. "I neglected your feelings. From now on, no matter what I do, I'll tell you in advance and never let you worry." "Okay." Nestled in Ban's arms, listening to his brother's steady heartbeat, all of Kwanai's unease and stubbornness dissolved instantly. He leaned obediently against Ban's chest, hugging him back tightly, and said in a muffled voice, I only want my brother to be well." Sunlight gradually filled the room, dispelling the chill of the night. Ban gently stroked Kwanai's hair, his heart full of indulgence for his younger brother. He naturally understood Kwanai's feelings. This stubborn protectiveness stemmed entirely from dependence and care. As for the discussions with Zhu Jian, he had his own measure. He would maintain the peace of the village while firmly guarding his younger brother and the Uzibo clan. Though it was strange that Zhu Jian had come. As the dust settled, Ban leaned against the shattered stone pillar, his consciousness slowly drifting, and he couldn't help but recall the peculiar and abnormal behavior of Qianshouju Jian since his rebirth. He had thought that returning from rebirth, everything would revert to its original state. He would still be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, locked in a rivalrous and ambiguous relationship with Zhu Jian, both enemy and friend. The two would continue to argue as before, clashing over the ideals of their clan and village, just like in the past. Yet from the moment he returned from the Pure Land and laid eyes on Zhu Jian again, Ban had vaguely sensed that something was amiss with him. The first thing that struck him as off was the look in Zhu Jian's eyes. In the past, when Zhu Jian looked at him, there was the fervor of meeting his match, the earnest desire to stand shoulder to shoulder, the stubbornness during disputes, and the chagrin at defeat. But after rebirth, Zhu Jian's gaze at Ban was always wrapped in an indescribable tenderness and caution. It seemed to harbor too many unspoken emotions, lingering affection, guilt, and a hint of panic at the thought of losing him. On the day Ban first arrived, Zhu Jian rushed to him immediately, his hands trembling, and blurted out, "Ban, I finally waited for you." At that time, Ban simply thought he was too excited to see him reborn and didn't dwell on it, only coldly scolding him for losing composure. Now that he reflects, those words were not the sentiment of rivals reuniting, but clearly an obsession accumulated over too long. In the days that followed, the anomalies gradually surfaced. In the past, when the two debated, they would argue until red-faced, and Zhu Jian would at most scratch his head, refute stubbornly, or playfully seek reconciliation. But after rebirth, whenever a dispute arose, the moment Ban's expression darkened, Zhu Jian would immediately retract his sharpness, stop arguing, and only coax him softly, all right, I'll listen to you. Don't be angry, okay? Even in the bets they used to make, Zhu Jian would always yield to him. Though their strength was evenly matched, he would deliberately leave openings for Ban to win. At first, Ban thought Zhu Jian was being considerate out of gratitude for his rebirth, but after many instances, he found it bizarrely deliberate. There were also those untimely, overly familiar gestures. In the past, although Zhu Jian was casual, he knew his boundaries, at most patting Ban's shoulder or dragging him to drink and chat. But after rebirth, Zhu Jian would instinctively try to touch him, casually brushing dust off his shoulder or letting his fingertips deliberately graze the back of Ban's hand when handing him tea. During walks, he would unconsciously slow his pace to match Ban's rhythm. Even that time at the Daming Mansion when Ban angrily said, "You can be my dog," which was meant as a sarcastic remark, Zhu Jian agreed without a second thought. Now thinking back, it wasn't just sheer straightforwardness, it was as if no matter what Ban said, Zhu Jian would comply and accommodate. What was even stranger was that Zhu Jian always seemed to know things no one else could possibly know. He would occasionally mention the sights he had seen in the Pure Land or the obsessions from his past life before death. Others couldn't understand, but Zhu Jian's eyes would darken as he softly echoed, even speaking of the unspoken thoughts Ban had at that time. And when Ban's hidden ailment flared up, something he never mentioned to anyone, Zhu Jian would always detect it, immediately prepare the medicine in advance, and urge him to rest with a meticulousness that went beyond the ordinary. Ban also recalled the reactions of Chuanai and Feijian. In the past, the two were merely wary of each other's clans, but after rebirth, Chuanai would guardedly watch Zhu Jian and privately warn Ban, "Brother, the way Zhu Jian looks at you is not right." Feijian also repeatedly admonished Zhu Jian to mind his boundaries and not cross the line. At the time, Ban dismissed them as overthinking, but now he finally understood. The evening breeze swept by, scattering some of his thoughts. Ban clenched his palm, a doubt stirring in his heart. What had happened to Zhu Jian? Could it be that Zhu Jian had also been reborn? Or perhaps, having witnessed everything after his death, he was now burdened with guilt and longing, becoming so cautious and accommodating. Countless questions tangled in his mind, stirring in the ever-proud Ban a flicker of emotion he could not fathom. Konoha assigned Uchiha Madara to the daimyo's residence on a confidential mission, publicly described as a security detail. In truth, it was the daimyo's deliberate arrangement to have the aloof Madara accompany the princess for a few days of amusement as a means to ease relations between Konoha and the daimyo's residence. Madara was reluctant to accept, but since it was a village-ordered mission, he could only comply with a cold expression. The daimyo's residence was richly adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, its courtyard elegantly landscaped. The princess was lively by nature, having long heard of Uchiha Madara's reputation, and now seeing his cold, noble appearance. A mischievous idea arose in her heart, so she pulled Madara and Hashirama Senju, who happened to be visiting the daimyo's residence on official business, to play truth or dare. Nearby, Tobarama, who had come to verify official documents, and Izuna, who had come specifically to find Madara, worried that his elder brother might be taken advantage of, sat quietly under the corridor watching the two. After several rounds of the game, the unlucky Madara eventually fell behind and drew a dare. The princess' eyes lit up, and with a sly smile, she casually issued the challenge. "The punishment for the dare is to say to your closest friend, 'Can you be my dog?'" As her words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted slightly. Madara's face darkened, his aura instantly turning icy. Subconsciously, he wanted to refuse, but with the game rules in place and the face of the daimyo's residence to consider, he could only steel himself. Awkwardly looking at Hashirama, who was laughing heartily beside him, Madara gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words, Can you be my dog?" He was forced into this, his tone full of impatience, wanting only to end this absurd punishment quickly. But Hashirama was always carefree and straightforward, completely failing to notice Madara's embarrassment. He took it as a joke between friends and without a second thought slapped his thigh. Grinning, he said, "Sure. Madara, not just a dog, I'd be anything for you." As soon as these words left his mouth, the courtyard fell silent. Madara froze entirely, his ears suddenly turning red. Furious and embarrassed, he wished he could activate Susanoo on the spot. He had only been forced to complete the punishment, never expecting Hashirama to agree. Yet this man had answered without hesitation, as if publicly mocking him. Madara clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and said coldly, "Hashirama Senju, do you know what you're saying?" Meanwhile, Izuna, under the corridor, instantly erupted in fury upon hearing this. He abruptly stood up, his crimson Sharingan flashing open, and a murderous aura surged around him. In Izuna's heart, his elder brother was the pride of the Uchiha, an indomitable powerhouse of utmost nobility. Now he had spoken such words, and Hashirama had agreed without any restraint. It was an utter humiliation to his brother. "Hashirama Senju, how dare you?" Izuna strode forward, glaring at Hashirama with icy eyes. "My brother's status is such that how can you just like this? You are utterly disrespectful, daring to belittle my elder brother like this." He was so angry that his fingertips trembled. If not for the constraints of the daimyo's residence, he would have already attacked. On the other side, Tobirama's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and a fierce chill radiated from him. He valued the dignity of the Senju clan above all else. Hashirama, disregarding the occasion, and without any restraint, had agreed to this absurd request, completely shaming the Senju clan. Tobirama stepped forward slowly, his eyes behind the lenses filled with coldness, his tone icy. "Elder brother, you have overstepped your bounds. How could you casually agree to such an insulting joke, disregarding the honor of the Senju clan?" At once the courtyard's atmosphere became tense and hostile. Izuna glared at Hashirama, defending his elder brother's dignity. Tobirama reprimanded Hashirama, dissatisfied with his disregard for the clan's honor. Madara, caught in the middle, was both ashamed and angry, torn between retreat and advance. Meanwhile, the princess, the instigator, also sensed the shifting mood and awkwardly restrained her smile. Only then did Hashirama belatedly realize he had misspoken. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I was just joking with Madara. I didn't expect you all to get angry. How can such a joke be made carelessly?" Izuna snorted coldly, still fuming. Madara took a deep breath, suppressing his shame and anger, and said coldly, "Let this matter rest. The game ends here." He truly didn't want to dwell on this absurd farce any longer, wishing only to finish the mission and leave the daimyo's residence. The daimyo, upon hearing the news, hurried over and quickly smoothed things over, laughing and mediating among them, finally easing the tense atmosphere. In the following days, Izuna kept a close watch on Hashirama, afraid he would tease Madara again. Tobirama also repeatedly reminded Hashirama to mind his manners. And whenever Madara saw Hashirama, he would recall this farce, and his expression would grow several degrees colder. Why in his past life hadn't he realized that Hashirama Senju was so fond of joking? Within the Uchiha clan's estate, the atmosphere was more stifling than the biting winter wind. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sat side by side on the tatami, both wearing expressions of utter despair, synchronously tidying their disheveled robes. The fierce struggle moments ago had drained their strength, and their fingers moved with a hint of impatience. They smoothed the crumpled collars forced open during the scuffle, then raised their hands to brush the scattered bangs, thoroughly swept aside back into place, one strand at a time. Concealing the Sharingan that glimmered with faint bloodshot veins beneath their eyes, they attempted to salvage the last shred of dignity. Half an hour ago, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had set foot in the Uchiha residence. Without warning, coming straight to the point, they demanded to examine the brothers' eyes. Madara was the first to erupt in fury and refuse. His scarlet Sharingan unfurled instantly, 3 tomo spinning rapidly as his chakra surged abruptly. He barked at them to get out. Izuna followed closely behind his elder brother, his gaze icy and his hand already resting on his ninja tool pouch, showing no sign of backing down. In their eyes, the Uchiha's ocular power was a clan secret and their ultimate trump card. There was no way they would allow the Senju brothers, born from their arch-rivals, to probe into it, especially with such an overbearing attitude. But Hashirama, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, was exceptionally resolute. He firmly pinned down the enraged Madara. His strength was so immense that the ever-defiant Madara couldn't break free. His tone carried an unyielding seriousness. "Madara, I know you're angry, but you and Izuna have been using the Sharingan far too frequently lately. Your ocular power is overconsumed. If this continues, your eyes will suffer severe damage. Tobirama and I must examine you." Tobirama on the other side calmly restrained Izuna, who had tried to assist. His movements were crisp and efficient, with no extra struggle, yet rendered Izuna completely immobile. He lifted his gaze, sweeping over the undisguised fatigue and bloodshot veins in their eyes. His tone was flat, but struck home. The Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan inherently harbors the risk of ocular backlash and damage to the optic nerves. You two have been frequently activating your ocular power recently. The redness in the whites of your eyes, the blurring of your vision, haven't you noticed it yourselves? Resisting blindly will only worsen the situation. Madara and Izuna had never endured such suppression. They struggled with all their might, but ultimately could not overcome Hashirama's monstrous strength and Tobirama's precise restraint. Both were firmly pressed down on the edge of the tatami, their forehead bangs entirely swept back, exposed to the Senju brothers' line of sight. Their originally sharp eyes were now marked by bloodshot whites and a barely perceptible dullness in the pupils. Even the rotation of the Sharingan's tomo had become sluggish, a clear sign of exhaustion from overuse of ocular power. Hashirama crouched down, his expression grave. Tendrils of gentle would-release chakra gathered at his fingertips as he carefully approached Madara's eyes, probing the underlying veins with delicate care, fearful that excessive force might worsen the damage. The chakra flow is severely obstructed, and there's already minor damage to the optic nerves. If you force the Sharingan further, the consequences would be dire. Hashirama's voice was filled with concern, devoid of his usual cheerfulness. "Madara, we want to protect Konoha, not harm you." Beside them, Tobirama produced a chakra detection device of his own invention, precisely measuring the ocular power depletion in Izuna's eyes. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He spoke no superfluous words, yet his movements were exceptionally meticulous, avoiding all sensitive nerve pathways. He recorded the ocular power depletion in Izuna's eyes one by one. Between his cool brows lay the professionalism and rigor unique to a physician, completely setting aside the enmity between clans. The entire examination was brief, yet it felt unbearably long to Madara and Izuna. The proud Uchiha brothers held down and unable to move while allowing others to inspect their eyes. It was a humiliation in itself. Only when Hashirama and Tobirama released their grips did the two abruptly sit up, their first act being to tidy their disheveled appearances. Madara pressed his thin lips together, his face dark enough to drip with gloom, forcefully smoothing the wrinkles on his collar. He flicked his bangs back over his forehead, concealing those Sharingan still blazing with anger, yet he could not refute the Senju brothers' words. He could clearly feel the growing soreness and stinging in his eyes, the true pain brought by the ocular backlash. Izuna's expression was equally grim. His fingers repeatedly rubbed the twisted collar, his gaze coldly fixed on Tobirama, who was packing away the detection device. But he no longer shouted as he had before. He turned his head aside, avoiding Tobirama's eyes, and raised a hand to smooth his disheveled bangs. Yet the tips of his ears flushed faintly, a picture of helpless resignation. Seeing the brothers' awkward demeanor, Hashirama scratched his head, trying to ease the tension. "Madara, Izuna, the examination shows that your ocular power depletion is serious. You'll need to reduce Sharingan usage going forward. I'll have Tobirama prepare some soothing eye drops. Use them daily, and you'll gradually recover." Tobirama looked up, handing over a note he had written. His tone remained flat: apply twice daily, morning and evening, to the outer corners of the eyes. Refrain from activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you disobey, you'll lose your sight in the future, and no one can save you. Madara took the note, his fingers clenching tightly. He raised his head to meet Hashirama's sincere gaze, then glanced at Tobirama's composed expression. The reprimand that had been on the tip of his tongue ultimately died away. Sunlight streamed through the lattice window, casting light upon the four of them. The former mortal enemies on the battlefield now coexisted in this awkward yet peaceful manner, bound by a shared ocular affliction. After tidying the last trace of disarray, Madara and Izuna resumed their haughty, cold demeanor. Yet deep within, a subtle, unfamiliar emotion stirred. They still harbored enmity toward the Senju brothers, but could not deny that the forceful concern just now was genuinely for the sake of their eyes. The warm sunlight of Konoha streamed through the carved window lattice, scattering finely onto the bedside inside the room. The atmosphere appeared tense and strained, but beneath it lurked an undercurrent known only to Uchiha Madara. On the bed, Madara leisurely raised his hand, smoothing out the rumpled collar that had been twisted during his struggle, then adjusted the bangs that had been pushed back from his forehead, veiling the expression in his eyes. His face bore the look of a man forced to submit to an examination, utterly resigned, yet his eyes hid a hint of amusement and a barely suppressed anger. He had been reborn with the power of the Six Paths and the full strength of his dojutsu lying dormant within him, his chakra reserves abundant and profound. The so-called depletion of his dojutsu and hidden ocular ailments were utterly insignificant to him. From beginning to end, they were nothing but a carefully fabricated illusion. He himself was perfectly fine. What truly concerned him was his younger brother beside him, Uchiha Izuna. Izuna had been frequently activating his Sharingan in battle over the past days, exhausting his dojutsu to the point that his eyes stung and his vision blurred. These were genuine afflictions. Yet Izuna was proud and stubborn by nature, with a deep-seated enmity toward the Senju clan. If Madara flatly refused the examinations by Hashirama and Tobirama, Izuna would surely follow suit and resist, ultimately delaying the treatment for his eye condition. Left with no choice, Madara went along with the situation, feigning fury and pretending to struggle, acting out this charade solely to ensure that Tobirama and Hashirama could safely examine Izuna's eyes. But at this moment, Madara's mind was replaying the scenes from the examination, and the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Originally, he had only intended to let Hashirama probe his eyes with gentle would-release chakra, and he had quietly adjusted the chakra within himself, deliberately creating the illusion of ocular chakra disorder and optic nerve damage, easily fooling the simple-minded Hashirama. Who would have thought that Hashirama's hands would be so restless? One hand reached near his eyes to examine the condition, while the other stealthily slipped around his waist. The pressure was neither too firm nor too light, firmly securing him to the bed under the pretext of preventing him from struggling and disrupting the examination, but in reality it was clearly an excuse to take advantage. At the memory of that warm touch on his waist, Madara's brows furrowed sharply, the aura around him plummeting, his fingertips gripping the collar turning white. Earlier he had to hold back his anger, feigning a few struggles without losing his temper, all for the sake of Izuna's treatment. But now, recalling it, he felt it was utterly unforgivable. Beside him, Izuna remained utterly unaware of his brother's thoughts. He lowered his head, meticulously smoothing the creases in his clothing and carefully combing his disheveled bangs back into place, his expression one of grievance and helplessness. Just moments ago, he had genuinely resisted Tobirama's examination, struggling with all his might, only to be swiftly subdued. His appearance was disheveled, and he had been forced to let his archenemy probe the secrets of his eyes, leaving him filled with humiliation and chagrin. On the other side, Tobirama was recording Izuna's real dojutsu depletion data, with his head bowed, his cold, sharp brows and eyes exuding the professional rigor of a physician. He had seen through neither Madara's disguise nor the simmering rage within Madara. Checking the nerve damage and chakra stagnation in Izuna's eyes one by one, his expression was focused, his whole demeanor cold and aloof. After a short while, Tobirama finished writing his medical instructions and handed over 2 neatly separated prescriptions, saying in a flat tone, "Apply the medicine morning and night, rest well, and strictly refrain from activating the Mangekyo Sharingan in the near future. Izuna's dojutsu depletion is more severe. There is already minor, irreversible damage to his optic nerves, so he requires particularly strict recuperation." Madara reached out to take the prescriptions. His gaze first fell on Izuna's, confirming that the dosage and proportions were appropriate and the treatment plan was sound, allowing a slight sigh of relief. Then, recalling the sudden touch at his waist, he swept a cold glare toward Hashirama, who stood nearby with a clueless and honest expression, and sneered coldly, "I understand." Hashirama, thinking that Madara was still upset about being forced into the examination, scratched his head and smiled, trying to ease the atmosphere. He had no idea that Madara was already plotting to settle the score later. Acting for Izuna's sake was one thing, but taking advantage of him was not something that could be forgiven easily. The charade staged solely to secure Izuna's treatment quietly came to an end. No one knew that beneath Madara's feigned coldness lay a deep concern for his younger brother, along with the awkwardness and fury of being taken advantage of by Hashirama. When Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, the familiar eaves of Konoha greeted his sight, and sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom trees of the Uchiha clan grounds, spilling into his palm with an unreal warmth. The Uchiha clan had settled securely, yet the recent tidings from the Senju and Uzumaki clans left a knot of suspicion weighing persistently on Madara's mind. The betrothal between Senju Hashirama, the man who had built Konoha alongside him, and Uzumaki Mito had been dissolved without a whisper. In his past life, Hashirama had married Mito to cement the alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, all for the so-called greater good of the village. Madara had observed with cold detachment, seeing it as yet another testament to Hashirama's willingness to sacrifice everything for peace, leaving only a frigid estrangement in his heart. But in this life nothing had yet come to that pass. The betrothal had been annulled without warning, leaving him unable to fathom Hashirama's intentions. What surprised him even more was that at dusk Hashirama personally sent someone to invite him, claiming he had prepared sake and wished to share a quiet drink alone. Madara's fingers traced the hilt of the blade at his waist. Reborn, he was no longer the impulsive leader of the Uchiha, blinded by hatred and obsession. He saw through Hashirama's deep-seated stubbornness and rigidity, and understood that this seemingly gentle man, once set on something, would act with reckless abandon. This invitation reeked of ulterior motives. Yet he went. First, to learn what Hashirama was plotting, a second, a lingering obsession buried deep in his own heart, one he refused to acknowledge, drove him closer. In their past lives they had stood shoulder to shoulder, only to become bitter enemies, ending in mutual ruin. Reborn, he wished to see, without clan strife or conflicting ideals, what Hashirama truly felt for him. The meeting place was Hashirama's residence, vacant of others save for a stone table with a flask of sake, 2 porcelain cups, and a kettle heating water on the stove, an atmosphere deliberately still. Hashirama was already there, clad in a simple bathrobe. His usual hearty smile was subdued, and his gaze fell upon Madara, deep and complex, carrying a hint of barely concealed tension. "Madara, you came." Madara responded with a faint nod, seated himself across from him, and scanned the wine flask. A slight sniff caught the extremely faint scent of knockout drops mixed into the sake. The dose was light, the technique clumsy. With the Uchiha's keen perception, Madara detected it almost instantly. Seeing him motionless, Hashirama poured himself a cup, then reached for the other. His voice forced its rare to find a quiet moment. "I wanted to share a drink and talk about the village." Madara sneered inwardly at his clumsy cover-up, but did not expose him. He would see exactly what Senju Hashirama was scheming with this carefully laid trap. Before Hashirama could act, Madara took the empty cup himself, lifted the flask, and slowly poured the drugged sake into it. The liquid was clear, indistinguishable from ordinary sake. He raised the cup, met Hashirama's flustered yet eager eyes, and without a moment's hesitation threw back his head and drained it in one gulp. The fiery sake slid down his throat, carrying the faint bitterness of the drug. He set down the cup with an impassive expression, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, feigning unconcern as he looked at Hashirama. "Just say what you have to say." Hashirama, clearly not expecting such directness, froze on the spot, his mouth opening and closing without a word. The drug took effect swiftly. In moments, a heavy wave of drowsiness washed over him, his limbs grew weak, and his vision began to blur. Madara deliberately lowered his eyelids, swayed slightly, and relaxed his body, completely feigning unconsciousness as he slumped slowly onto the stone table. He could clearly sense the person beside him rise abruptly, stride to his side, and move with a care utterly unlike his usual boisterous manner. Hashirama reached out, gently supporting his shoulders. His fingers trembled as they brushed against Madara's cheek, confirming his unconscious state before carefully lifting him into a bridal carry. Hashirama's embrace was warm, his grip tender, as though afraid to cause pain. He walked with feather-light steps, carrying Madara into the inner bedroom. Madara kept his eyes shut, his body fully relaxed, pretending to be utterly unresisting, allowing himself to be handled. He felt himself lowered softly onto a plush bed, followed by a series of faint rustling sounds. Cool ropes coiled gently around his wrists, looped over the headboard, tied not too tightly, but enough to restrict his movements, preventing easy escape. Then came a delicate sensation at his ankles. Metal anklets, it seemed, clicked softly around his bones, not constrictive, but firmly locked, imparting an inescapable sense of confinement. Finally, a soft red silk was draped over his eyes, blocking out all light, plunging him into a darkness, tinged with crimson. Deprived of sight, his other senses amplified dramatically. He could hear Hashirama's slightly ragged breathing, feel him standing by the bed, his gaze burning upon Madara laden with an intensity that was almost palpable, greed, obsession, and long-suppressed tenderness. Madara's heart involuntarily contracted. He had always known Hashirama valued him, but never imagined that this man wholly devoted to the village would resort to such extreme means to trap him by his side. He maintained the facade of unconsciousness, motionless, allowing himself to be bound and restrained. Reborn, he had planned for clan and peace, but never for this entanglement with Hashirama. Now, with red silk blindfolding his eyes, his hands and feet bound, lying in Hashirama's bedchamber, surrounded by the scent of his presence, Madara felt no anger, only a complex stillness. He would wait and see exactly what Senju Hashirama intended to do now that he had gone to such lengths to bind him here. Uchiha Madara was bound to the bed, his eyes covered by a red rope isolating him from the surrounding light and shadow, yet unable to block the familiar yet irksome aura. His entire body was tense, his chakra suppressed to the point he could not move, unable even to turn over. He could only maintain a cold expression, exuding an aura of defiance, without uttering a single word. Senju Hashirama sat by the bedside, gently touching his trembling eyelashes with his fingertips, his voice soft and laced with stubborn tenderness. Madara, I know you are awake, but you must listen to what I have to say next. Madara let out a muffled grunt from his throat, filled with disdain, yet he remained silent, as if in silent resistance. Hashirama, however, paid no mind to his attitude, his fingertips slowly moving down to brush over the shallow marks left by the ropes, his movements gentle to the point of being cautious. I know you hate being bound, and you dislike my way of keeping you here, but I truly have no other choice. Since the day we met by the river in our youth, you stood on that stone, your gaze brighter than the sun itself, and at that moment I thought that as long as I could stand by your side in this life, it would be enough. Later we dreamed together, wanting to build a village, wishing for everyone to live in peace back then. I thought we would always walk together. But then our positions became opposed, family conflicts arose, and we faced each other with blades drawn time and again. With every punch thrown, I feared to hurt you, and each time I saw you wounded, it pained me more than if I had been stabbed myself. Everyone says I fight for the peace of the ninja world, for the Senju clan, but only I know that in the end my struggle for this world and to safeguard this peace is simply to have you standing safely beside me. Hashirama leaned closer, his warm breath enveloping Madara, carrying the fragrance of grass. And would I like you, Madara? It's not the mutual respect between rivals nor the concern of close friends, it's a desire to keep you by my side, to possess your gaze, and to spend a lifetime together. I admire your pride, your strength, the way you never bow your head, and I also cherish the softness hidden beneath your indifference. I have seen you decisively slay foes on the battlefield, witnessed your selflessness for the Uchiha, and caught glimpses of your occasional vulnerability. I like every facet of you. I know you are proud, unwilling to bow your head, dismissive of such romantic sentiments, but I can't help it. Watching you turn away time and again, meeting me with cold eyes, pushing me away over and over again, drives me nearly mad. I fear I will never be able to hold you again, that this lifetime will forever see us as opposites, and that in the end I may not even have the chance to say I like you. He gently grasped Madara's wrist with his fingers, the pressure light yet filled with an unyielding obsession. I don't care if you call me obsessive, or if you hate me, I just want to say all of this to you. I have liked you for decades, from the innocence of youth to now leading a clan, and this sentiment has never changed. I would forsake everything, give up the title of Hokage, abandon the glory of the Senju, as long as you would just look back at me for a moment and choose to stay by my side. Madara, stop running away, stop pretending not to care, and stop pushing me away with your indifference. I like you deeply and profoundly, etched into my bones and soul, in this life, the next, and the life after that. I only want to be with you. The room fell silent, leaving only the two of them breathing. Madara's eyelashes quivered violently, and beneath the red rope covering his eyes, emotions surged that he had never felt before. His typically hardened defenses gradually cracked under this fervent and obsessive confession, unable to be completely ignored any longer. He remained silent, yet he no longer struggled, allowing Hashirama to hold his wrist, listening to the feelings concealed for half a lifetime quietly leave their mark in the stillness. Bound by red silk around his eyes, Ban was restrained upon the bed, listening to Zujian's fervent confession that struck him like a searing torrent, his entire body frozen stiff. He had been reborn. In his past life he had lost too much, severed ties with Zujian, lost Chuenai, and plunged himself into an abyss of darkness ending in devastation and ruin. In this life he had moved with calculated precision, joined forces with Senju Zujian to establish secured the Uchiha's foothold, kept Chuenai alive, and still faced the sharp vigilance of Senju Feijian. Everything was unfolding toward a stability he had never known, yet the one thing he had never anticipated was the truth of Zujian's feelings for him. The memories of his past life surged forth, the misunderstandings, suspicions, regrets, all converging with the tenderness whispered at this moment, constricting his chest until his breath faltered and his heartbeat lost its rhythm. He had lived 2 lifetimes, a paragon of pride, and never once imagined that the man who stood beside him to build harbored such a deep and obsessive affection. But reason snapped back in an instant. They were no longer boys playing by the riverbank. They were the founders of the clan heads of the Uchiha and the Senju. The 4 great clans had just submitted, and the village's foundation was fragile. Any tremor could ignite war anew. Ban forced down his panic and barked harshly, his voice trembling faintly. "How dare you?" He stiffened his spine, his tone icy. "What are our positions now? At the dawn of the Senju and Uchiha have just ceased hostilities. I am the Uchiha clan head, you are the master of How can you entertain such absurd notions?" He deliberately invoked their identities and the greater good, each word a line drawn between them. Beneath the red silk his eyes concealed all turmoil, leaving only defiance. If Chuenai or Feijian were to know, they would never let this rest. Then conflict will reignite between our clans, the village will crumble, and can you bear that consequence? He spoke of noble principles, but inside chaos reigned. He feared Kwanai's impulsive loyalty, feared Feijian's piercing gaze, seeing through everything and raising endless storms. He had been reborn seeking only peace, yet Zujian's declaration of love shattered all tranquility. Zujian was silent for only a moment, then the aura of plants and earth pressed in. Before Ban could speak again, a hand gently settled on his shoulder, and a warm mouth, without warning, covered his, silencing all reprimands and doubts. This kiss carried years of suppressed urgency and tenderness, neither forceful nor gentle, just an unwavering obsession that smashed into Ban's soul, splitting it open. Ban's whole body went rigid. His bound hands clenched, chakra stirred, but was suppressed, his struggles feeble. The warmth between lips was both familiar and foreign. The regrets of a past life, the stirrings of this one, the clan loyalties, his brother's safety, the village's future, all tangled into a chaotic knot in his mind. He should have raged, should have broken free, should have lashed out with the most scathing words, but his body inexplicably froze. Zujian pulled back, slightly breathing heavily, his lips brushing against Ban's, his voice low and resolute. "I can bear it. I built so that I could stand beside you in peace. I care nothing for positions, consequences, or clan opposition. Whether Feijian objects or Chuenai blocks me, even if the entire ninja world refuses to accept it, I will never let you go." His fingers gently traced the marks left by the red silk on Ban's skin, his voice both tender and possessive. "In this life, I finally stand with you, finally keep you safe. I will never let go again." Beneath the red silk, Ban's eyelashes quivered violently, the surge of emotion in his heart threatening to shatter the armor of his pride. He had returned from rebirth hoping to mend every regret, yet the first blow that struck him was the concealed, lifetime-long devotion of Senju Zujian. The lingering heat of that kiss seared his lips, every word at his ear pierced straight into his heart. Outside the window, faint sounds of Chuenai and Feijian arguing in the courtyard drifted in, familiar and reassuring, while here on the bed a silent, raging calamity of passion consumed them both. Ban opened his mouth to curse again at the absurdity, but when the words reached his lips, only a barely audible breath escaped. This time he did not struggle. Perhaps even he did not realize that the heart frozen for 2 lifetimes had already begun quietly to thaw within this tender yet domineering cage. Chinsho Zujian's confession and kiss shattered all his composure completely. Ban had never been so flustered. He had never feared the blood-soaked battles on the battlefield, never retreated from the desperate struggle against the Qianzhou clan, and even in the face of death he remained proud. But at this moment, tied to the bed listening to the other's blazing affection, and feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, he was at a loss for the first time. He was the patriarch of the Uzebo clan, one of the founders of Mai. His status was such that no personal feelings could be allowed. Juenai was still alive, his most beloved younger brother. If he were to learn of such entanglement with Qianzhou Zhujian, he would surely fight Zhujian recklessly, even igniting the flames of war between the two clans again. Qianzhou Feijian need not be mentioned. That man had always been wary of the Uzebo clan, and even more on guard against him. Once discovered, he would seize the leverage and push the Uzebo to the forefront of the storm. Mai had just been established, with everything in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. The grudges between the two clans had not yet dissipated. With the slightest mistake, all previous efforts would be in vain, leading to rivers of blood. Ban understood these consequences better than anyone. But compared to these, what unsettled him more was the wavering in his own heart. The regrets of his past life, the warmth of this life, the bonds of youth, and the flutter of this moment, all churned together, choking his chest. He desperately tried to maintain the pride of a patriarch, to scold with a cold face, to push all this away, but his body would not obey, and he could not even utter a complete reprimand. "You." Ban's voice carried a noticeable tremor for the first time, no longer the cold harshness of before, but a hint of barely perceptible panic. "Let me go." Yujian stopped fooling around. Even he didn't realize that his tone had already lost its conviction, leaving only flustered capitulation. He didn't even dare to think whether deep inside he was resisting or anticipating. Zhujian felt the stiffness and trembling in his body, his fingertips gently brushing his cheek with a tenderness that scarcely seemed real. "Ban, am not fooling around. I know what you're afraid of. You fear Chuenai will be heartbroken, Feijian will make trouble, the two clans will clash again, and Mai will be destroyed. But I promise you I will protect you, protect the Uzebo clan, protect Mai. I'll bear all the consequences and shield you from all the criticism." Ban's heart contracted sharply. Under the red cord his eyelashes trembled violently, fluster nearly overflowing. What he feared was never these things. He feared he would sink into it, that he would abandon all pride and position, that this improper affection would destroy the peace he had fought so hard to obtain. He feared even more that, even after reincarnating, he would still fall into the hands of the same person. "Don't say anything more." Ban struggled fiercely, red marks forming on his bound wrists, his voice full of panic. "We're brothers, comrades in arms, patriarchs of two clans. Between us it's impossible. Absolutely impossible." The more he emphasized, the more he revealed his inner panic. The usually calm and aloof Uzebo Ban now resembled a bewildered youth, barely able to maintain his facade. But Zhujian did not stop. He simply leaned down and kissed his lips again, gentle yet resolute, swallowing all his panic and resistance. "Nothing is impossible." Zhujian pressed against his lips, his voice low and persistent. "Ban, stop running. You clearly have me in your heart, don't you?" That single sentence struck precisely the most secret corner of Ban's heart. He froze instantly, his struggles ceased abruptly, and he was completely stunned. Panic, helplessness, palpitation, struggle, all emotions intertwined, suffocating him. Outside the window, faint voices of Chuenai and Feijian could be heard not far away, and they might enter at any moment. If discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yet on the bed the temperature between lips was scorching, and the sincerity in his ears was passionate and ardent. Ban was utterly panicked. He had been proud for 2 lifetimes, powerful for 2 lifetimes, in control for 2 lifetimes, yet at this moment Qianzhou Zhujian's love forced him to abandon all his armor, leaving him without even a shred of strength to resist. He closed his eyes, the red cord tightly covering his eyes, concealing all the panic and wavering within, but unable to stop his heart, already out of control and pounding wildly. In this life he thought he could rewrite fate, but he didn't expect that the first to lose control was the moment his chakra was completely sealed. Madara Uchiha knew he had been caught. Not on the battlefield, not through scheming, but by the very person he should never have fallen for, Hashirama Senju. His wrists were tightly bound behind his back with a coarse yet harmless red rope, the touch warm, and not painfully tight, yet it rendered him utterly immobile. His usually dignified and cold robe was rumpled, his aura that once intimidated the entire ninja world now completely suppressed. Forced into someone's embrace, pressed against a tree trunk with no room to turn away. Madara tilted his head slightly, jaw clenched, eyelids trembling violently as he squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to open them. He dared not look. The moment he opened his eyes, he would meet Hashirama Senju's blazing, unguarded gaze. Those eyes held emotions he dared not probe too deeply, determination, burning passion, and unwavering resolve, and an intensity of concern so thick it made his heart race. He was afraid that if he took just one look he would lose control. He would soften, compromise, and cast aside all the principles, pride, and convictions he had upheld for half a lifetime, letting this man lead him by the nose. Hashirama Senju, stop messing around and let me go. Madara's voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. His usual cold, magnetic tone now tinged with panic, the trailing syllables tightening. He struggled to maintain the composure of the Uchiha clan head, but the faint flush on the tips of his ears betrayed the turmoil within. But the man behind him did not release him as he wished. Instead, he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Madara's neck, carrying a heat that made the nape of his neck prickle. Hashirama Senju's voice was deep and gentle, laced with a hint of grievance and stubbornness, each word striking Madara's heart. But I don't believe that when you open your eyes there will be nothing in them, not a trace of me. Madara Uchiha. Help. All he wanted now was to break free, leap up, and pound this Hashirama Senju into the ground. Does this man even know what he's saying? Such words, such a tone, such a gaze, how could they come from the towering, world-embracing god of shinobi? How could they come from the rival he had fought for half a lifetime? He was nothing but a shameless scoundrel, deliberately stirring up feelings. Madara raged inwardly, but on the surface, he could only keep his cold expression firm, clenching his teeth to suppress the storm of anger and confusion within. In all his years, battling across battlefields, dominating the world, never had he felt so utterly shattered. His chakra sealed, his body restrained, unable to escape, unable to break free, unable to curse, unable to strike. And yet the other man kept piercing his hard shell with gentle, obsessive words, unsettling everything within him. In his mind he raged, almost certain this bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Claiming he accidentally sealed Madara's chakra, claiming he mistakenly bound him with the red rope. All excuses. With Hashirama Senju's power, how could he make such a low-level mistake? It was clearly premeditated to trap him by his side and pester him in this way. The more Madara thought, the more furious and tangled he became. An even more unsettling truth flashed involuntarily through his mind. After Konoha was founded, Hashirama Senju had a wife, though now he didn't. She was the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan, Midou Uzumaki. Gentle, strong, dignified, and steady, Hashirama Senju's lawfully wedded wife, the recognized first Hokage lady of Konoha. And now, trapped in Hashirama's arms, bound with a red rope, treated with such intimate affection, what was he? An absurd and stinging word surfaced uncontrollably, mistress. The moment this thought emerged, Madara Uchiha stiffened, his face turning even darker, a surge of intense resistance and shame rising within him. Who was he? He was Madara Uchiha, the pride of the Uchiha clan, a powerhouse who dominated the ninja world, a man who would rather die than compromise. All his life he had been proud and arrogant, standing tall. Even if he competed with Hashirama Senju, fought him, and clashed to the death, he had never imagined he would fall to such a state, becoming someone who destroyed another's marriage. Absolutely not. He couldn't even think about it. No matter how mad, how obsessive, how bound to Hashirama Senju he would never do something so dishonorable. A thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. What if he eliminated Midou Uzumaki first? The idea had barely emerged when Madara himself was startled, frozen in place. What was he thinking? Eliminate Midou Uzumaki. Why would such a thought arise? Just because he couldn't bear Hashirama Senju belonging to someone else. Just because he couldn't stand seeing them as a harmonious couple. Just because of that possessive desire deep inside he refused to acknowledge. Madara's heart tightened, a wave of overwhelming complex emotions washing over him, panic, shame, anger, and a bitterness he couldn't admit. He should hate the situation, should break free immediately, should rebuke Hashirama Senju for overstepping bounds, should draw a line and never interact again. But his body was more honest than his mind. He didn't truly struggle with all his might, didn't utter the cruelest words, didn't sever this bond completely. His wrists bound by the red rope twitched slightly, a tiny movement more like a feigned resistance. His closed eyes still dared not open. He feared that if he opened them he would see Hashirama Senju's face, see those eyes filled with his reflection, and then all his resolve, pride, and principles would crumble completely. Hashirama Senju seemed to sense his stiffness, sighed softly, and moved even more gently, his warm fingertips carefully brushing over the faint red marks left on Madara's wrists by the rope, his voice dripping with tenderness. "Madara, don't run from me. I know you have feelings for me. Don't trap yourself with those rules and titles." Madara bit his lip, his heart a mess of anger and confusion, so overwhelmed he wished he could disappear on the spot. He hated himself for not being decisive enough, for not being able to let go, for knowing he shouldn't yet retreat step by step under this man's gentle assault. The red rope bound his body, the seal locked his strength, but what truly trapped him was never these. It was Hashirama Senju himself, this bond that had tangled for half a lifetime, and the deepest, most unwillingly admitted truth in his heart, the inability to let go. With his eyes closed, ears burning, red body taut, he dared neither to open his eyes nor to respond, only roaring in his mind over and over. "Hashirama Senju, you bastard. Do you have any idea that you're pushing me to the point of no return? And I've long been at the point of no return. Now Izuna is still alive. Maybe I should. Don't even think about it." The collapse of reason felt like two nooses tightening around Uchiha Obito's nerves, each inch screaming madly, threatening to break apart every second. Not long after the founding of Konoha, with everything in disarray, the clan's affairs, the balance of the ninja world and future plans weighed heavily on his shoulders. His already tumultuous emotions were now thrown into utter chaos. His wrists were tightly bound by a red string, and his chakra was completely sealed by Senju Hashirama, using a special technique, leaving him utterly powerless, unable to even summon the shadow of Susanoo. The Uchiha clan leader, who once looked down upon the ninja world, now felt like a feral beast with its neck held down, unable to move, unable to escape, unable to even utter a complete harsh word. The earlier scene replayed in his mind, scorching his ears, making even his breath feel heated. Senju Hashirama had lowered his head and kissed him once more. It wasn't a mere accidental injury from the battlefield, nor a casual touch between brothers, and certainly not an unexpected moment of urgency. It was a genuine kiss filled with warmth and force, unmistakably intimate and possessive, gently landing at the corner of his lips. Soft, warm, carrying the unique scent of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Obito froze, forgetting even the rhythm of his breath, his mind blank, only that lingering warmth remained, refusing to dissipate, repeatedly scorching him. "Senju Hashirama, have you gone mad?" His voice was hoarse, trembling in a way he didn't even notice, still tightly turning his head away, eyes shut, unwilling to look, to think, much less to admit the panic and heartache that had exploded in his heart at that moment. "I'm not crazy." Senju Hashirama's voice was right beside him, low and certain, tinged with a gentle satisfaction and a hint of subtle seriousness, very clear-headed, clearer than ever. "Clear-headed? Nonsense." Uchiha Obito internally roared in frustration, nearly unable to suppress his urge to curse aloud. "Oh, I can't take this anymore. Does this person not realize what he is doing?" The words, "your eyes are hollow, and there's not a trace of me in them," were already lethal enough, and now he directly kissed him. Was he not satisfied with how broken, how chaotic, how miserable he was? He was Uchiha Obito, proud to the core, standing tall and decisive throughout his life. When had he ever been trapped like this, so close, so entangled, thrown into disarray by someone else? The red string binding his wrist was not painful, even leaving some slack, without drawing blood, yet the feeling of being restrained constantly reminded him he was utterly incapable of resistance, at the mercy of this person. What drove him to the brink was that he felt a deep-seated resistance within him, yet his body did not truly struggle. There was even a moment of distraction, a slight loosening that he despised within himself. Reality slapped him hard, leaving him dizzy. Konoha had just been established, and the news of the marriage between the Senju and Uzumaki clans had already spread. A Senju Hashirama was set to marry the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido. This was almost a foregone conclusion. The entire ninja world was waiting for this wedding that would stabilize the situation, and Uchiha Obito was no exception. In his eyes, the engagement between Hashirama and Mito was an established fact and necessity for the greater good, an arrangement that could not be altered. What was he now? At the dawn of Konoha's establishment, trapped in the embrace of the future Hokage, kissed, entangled in this almost confessional tone. By the harshest definition, he was the one intruding on someone else's engagement. A homewrecker. The moment those two words surfaced, Obito felt a wave of discomfort in his chest, a mix of shame and anger. His pride shattered into pieces. Logically, he understood very well. Senju Hashirama belonged to the Senju clan, bearing the heavy responsibilities of Konoha, and marrying into the Uzumaki was the trend of the times. He should not interfere, should not overstep, should not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. He should push him away forcefully, should harshly awaken the other party, should turn and leave, henceforth maintaining boundaries, discussing only the village, not personal feelings. He should coldly laugh and sever all unnecessary ties, maintaining distance and propriety as he would with his own clansmen. Yet emotionally, he was thrown into turmoil by that one kiss, all his calmness, composure, and principles collapsing in an instant. That kiss just now was too light, too hot, too piercing to the heart. Light like a probe, heavy like a brand, smashing directly into the softest, most untouchable part of his heart, where he had hidden for decades. He didn't even dare to recall that touch of the moment. He did everything, felt wrong, his heart racing chaotically, even the part where his chakra was sealed, faintly burning. Let go of me. Obito gritted his teeth, his tone weakened, significantly devoid of his usual coldness, only barely suppressing the chaos. This cannot just be overlooked. If it cannot be overlooked, then I will take full responsibility. Senju Hashirama stepped even closer, his warm breath brushing against Obito's neck, tinged with a hint of low laughter. Who asked you to take responsibility? Obito snapped back, his ears turning red as if they could bleed, feeling a mix of anger and confusion, on the verge of madness. His mind was filled with that engagement with Uzumaki Mito, with the reality of Senju Hashirama's impending marriage. The more he thought, the more chaotic it became, the more suffocating it felt, a surge of nameless anger mixed with bitterness. He truly wanted to jump up right then and there to pin this shameless Senju Hashirama down and beat him senseless. To wake him up and to wake himself up. Reason told him repeatedly that they were partners who jointly established Konoha, that they were clan leaders, that they were the pillars of the village, and they absolutely could not let personal feelings disrupt the greater situation, much less entangle themselves right before a wedding. Reality constantly reminded him of the engagement that lay ahead, of the responsibilities at hand, that the entire ninja world was watching. Their actions would only make them a laughingstock, only creating new tensions in the already fragile peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Yet deep within, the emotions stirred by that kiss were screaming madly. Screaming in defiance, screaming in concern, screaming that all the struggles and ties built over the years were never false. He should hate, should be angry, should cut off everything completely, yet at that moment of being embraced and kissed, all the sharp thorns softened. He even despairingly discovered that his greatest anger was not about being bound, sealed, or kissed, but rather, he was not as resistant as he had imagined. Deep down there was a small part of him that quietly softened, quietly reveling in this long-lost, heated closeness. Don't come any closer. Obito's voice tightened, even the threat sounding weak. Don't forget your engagement with Uzumaki Mito is still in place. What are we doing here? He deliberately mentioned the engagement both to remind Hashirama and to forcibly pull back his crumbling sanity. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama chuckled softly, his tone filled with understanding and certainty as his fingertips lightly brushed against Obito's flushed ears. Engagement. Obito, do you really think I would accept that marriage? Obito was taken aback, his heart leaping. Yet he still dared not open his eyes nor look at Hashirama's expression, telling himself that the other was just babbling nonsense, intentionally provoking him. His mind was still filled with the established perceptions, the marriage recognized by the entire ninja world, the shackles of reality he could not escape. Reason continued to collapse, reality continued to pull. He knew nothing, dared not trust anything, only knew that kiss had burned through all his disguises and defenses. Uchiha Obito kept his eyes closed, his body tense, his ears burning red, his mind echoing with a single shouted outcry. Senju Hashirama, you bastard. Do you even realize that with this kiss you've shattered my entire pride, reason, and bottom line? The private message was reported and banned for 7 days. The sensation on his lips still felt hot and trembling, as if Uchiha Madara was being pressed into fire. That brief kiss had shattered the reason he had held onto for half his life. He was bound with a red rope between the pillars, his chakra completely sealed. The cold and aloof demeanor he usually maintained had vanished, leaving only an unmistakable sense of panic. He had always dominated the ninja world, never having been in a position where he was trapped in someone's embrace, let alone being stirred by a series of heated, straightforward words that made his heart race uncontrollably. He could almost be certain that this guy was doing it on purpose. Intentionally sealing his chakra, intentionally binding him with a red rope, dragging him to this secluded place, kissing him, and deliberately watching him fall apart. What drove him mad was that he should have been enraged and retaliating, should have turned against him outright, yet his body was shamefully honest. He didn't struggle desperately, didn't have the heart to tear everything apart, just stiffly dodged and awkwardly fled, even lacking the strength to utter a harsh word. With the establishment of Konoha, the situation was still unstable, and everyone outside was spreading rumors that Senju Hashirama would definitely marry the eldest daughter of the Whirlpool clan, Uzumaki Mido, to solidify the alliance. This matter had almost become a foregone conclusion, and even Uchiha Madara had tacitly acknowledged it. Just thinking about it made his heart feel stifled and bitter. He was Uchiha Madara, the clan leader, a man too proud to break. How could he entangle himself like this with someone who was already betrothed? As soon as the term "the other man" crossed his mind, Madara felt a shiver of shame run down his spine, wishing he could slap himself on the spot. He even uncontrollably entertained a wild thought: why not simply eliminate Uzumaki Mido and cut off this engagement? Just as he thought of this, he froze, cursing himself for being reckless. What was he thinking? How had it come to this? All because he didn't want Senju Hashirama to belong to someone else. This secret yet domineering thought clashed violently with his reason, torturing his nerves to the brink of breaking. Reality and his bottom line crumbled layer by layer, leaving only chaos in his heart and eyes. But at that moment, two clear voices burst in from outside, instantly freezing Uchiha Madara's. "Brother, where are you? There are matters in the clan that need to be discussed with you." It was Uchiha Izuna, his voice tinged with urgency growing closer. "Elder brother, there are numerous affairs in the village awaiting your decision. Where are you hiding to slack off?" Senju Tobarama's cold voice followed, filled with his usual impatience, the sound of footsteps growing nearer. The two were clearly nearby, and with just a few more steps they would reach the door. Uchiha Madara stood frozen like a stone, his ears turning crimson, his heart pounding violently, almost shattering his ribs. The momentary panic and collapse were 10 times more intense than when he had been kissed. It's over. It's really going to be over. If Izuna pushes the door open and sees him bound with red ropes held in Hashirama's arms, with lingering traces of the kiss on his lips, what would he think? The brother he had always respected and trusted, the pillar of the Uchiha clan, entangled in such a ridiculous and boundary-crossing situation with Senju Hashirama. Izuna had always been wary of the Senju clan, fearful of Hashirama. If he saw the scene, he would likely draw his sword on the spot and fight Hashirama to the death. And would Izuna's gaze towards him be filled with disappointment, confusion, or even disdain? There was no need to mention Tobarama. That man who had always looked down on him and regarded the Uchiha as the greatest threat, upon stumbling into the scene, would only conclude that he had deliberately seduced Hashirama, that he was the one undermining Konoha's stability, that he was shameless. At that time, suspicion, criticism, and rumors would instantly drown the entire Konoha. The hard-won peace between the Uchiha and Senju would shatter in an instant. He and Hashirama would become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Bound by red ropes, clothes disheveled in an ambiguous position, with kiss marks still fresh. All of this would be impossible to hide once a door was opened. "Senju Hashirama." Madara's voice changed pitch in his urgency, lowering it as he shouted, struggling more violently than ever before. "Izuna and Tobarama are coming. Let me go. If they see this, it's all over." He could no longer care about pride, position, or engagement. All he thought about was escaping this life-threatening scene and preserving the last shred of his dignity. Yet Senju Hashirama chuckled, lightly tightening his embrace without a hint of panic. "It doesn't matter if they see it. I never intended to hide it forever." "You don't care, but I do." Madara was both anxious and angry, his eyes slightly red. The engagement with Uzumaki Mito is right there. What does this make of us? If this gets out, do I still want to live? Mentioning the engagement deepened the smile on Senju Hashirama's face. He leaned closer, his voice low and clear, each word sinking into Madara's mind. That engagement I rejected a long time ago. From the very beginning, the person I wanted to protect Konoha and spend my life with was only you. Madara was taken aback, his whole being instantly frozen, forgetting even to struggle. Rejected. That engagement everyone believed in, he rejected it. Before he could digest the shocking news, the sound of Izuna's slightly confused voice came from outside. Brother should be inside, let me take a look. Senju Tobarama's cold voice followed, filled with impatience. Elder brother is definitely slacking off inside again. I want to see what he is up to. The next moment the doorknob turned gently. Uchiha Madara felt a chill throughout his body, despair and shame instantly drowning him. The only thought left in his mind was, if the fire is to burn, let it burn, even more fiercely, burn this place to ashes. Anything is better than having this scene exposed. The moment the door was fully pushed open, time seemed to be abruptly severed. Uchiha Madara was tense to the point of pain, his wrists bound by red strings, turning slightly pale, his entire being curled up in Senju Hashirama's embrace, afraid to breathe too heavily. The lingering warmth at the corner of his lips was still burning, every inch of his skin screamed with shame, and he tightly shut his eyes. His ears were flushed crimson, feeling as if all the pride he had in this life was trampled underfoot today. Yet Senju Hashirama remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, he raised a hand to smooth Madara's disheveled hair, his movements natural and affectionate, so open that it made Madara want to bite him right then and there. At the door, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama stood frozen in place like two stone statues struck by lightning. The document in Izuna's hand thudded to the ground, his normally gentle and protective eyes widened in shock, trembling slightly from brow to lip. He had grown accustomed to seeing his brother cold, strong, and unassailable. He had never witnessed Uchiha Madara in such a disheveled state, bound by red strings. Enclosed in another's embrace, with his eyes reddening and his voice laced with an inescapable panic, that person was still Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama, on the other hand, had a face that was usually calm now entirely split open. His cold, calculating eyes that were always vigilant of the Uchiha showed a clear blankness for the first time. He had anticipated that his brother might slack off, show mercy, or compromise for Konoha, but he had never imagined that he would pin Uchiha Madara in his arms and kiss him into a daze, sealing his chakra and binding him with red strings, causing such an audacious scene. The two stood there, the worldview collapsing in silence, shattered so completely that it couldn't be pieced back together. Madara felt his scalp tingle under the scrutiny of two gazes, and finally couldn't help but roar, "What are you staring at? Get out!" His roar finally called Izuna's soul back. In the next moment, the last shred of composure on Uchiha Izuna's face completely shattered, plunging from a brief clarity into collapse. He suddenly looked up, glancing at Senju Tobarama, who was also not fully back to himself, his voice trembling with urgency and anger, and he yelled out loud, "Senju Tobarama, look at what your brother has done." Izuna was so furious that he trembled all over, pointing a finger at Tobarama, his eyes slightly reddening, both anxious and chaotic. "He has bound my brother like this. It's also said that he wants to marry Uzumaki Kushina. Now he does such a thing. Are you going to manage your brother or not? Is he insane?" The more he thought about it, the more he broke down, the more he felt heartache. That was his most respected brother, the pillar of the Uchiha clan, the unyielding Madara. How could he be trapped like this by Senju Hashirama, so intimate and so full of flaws? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the more he yelled at Senju Tobarama, throwing all his panic, grievance, and anger at the person before him. Senju Tobarama was startled by his shout, his mind, which had been frantically reconstructing his worldview, calculating the overall situation, and analyzing the pros and cons, was abruptly interrupted by this series of questions. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging shock in his eyes, calmly adjusted his clothes, and looked at the furious Uchiha Izuna with a voice that was oddly steady, even carrying a hint of reckless indifference. "How about we also do one?" As soon as the words fell, the entire scene fell into silence. Uchiha Madara abruptly opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Senju Tobarama, forgetting even to struggle. Senju Hashirama was first taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle softly, tightening his embrace around Madara. Uchiha Izuna stood frozen in place, his voice, which had been shouting, suddenly cut off. He glared at Senju Tobirama, his eyes still carrying the remnants of red. His lips moved as his mind went blank, completely losing track. Just a second ago he had been in a breakdown, roaring in anger, accusing the other of ruining his brother, and the next moment the other casually said, "How about we also do one?" which lodged all his emotions in his throat, stuck in between. Izuna was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. He had initially anticipated that Senju Tobirama would apologize, would argue coldly with him, would immediately separate Senju Hashirama, would say for the greater good, but he never expected it to be the sentence. How about we also do one? What kind of answer is this? Is Senju Tobirama also infected by his brother's madness? What are you talking about? Izuna's face turned bright red, shifting from anger and collapse to humiliation and fury, his tone chaotic. Who wants to do one with you? Are you out of your mind? Senju Tobirama remained calm, even slightly raising his chin, his gaze casually sweeping over Madara, who was being embraced, before returning to Izuna's flushed ears, his tone deadpan. "Since your brother has taken the lead, is it not allowed for me to bind you? Anyway, if this gets out, both pairs will be embarrassed together, which is better than you Uchiha suffering alone." He spoke with clarity and logic, as if discussing village affairs, but the content was shocking enough. Izuna was left speechless, filled with anger, shame, and confusion, his mind completely unable to process. Just a moment ago he was heartbroken over his brother roaring in anger, and the next second he was drawn into it, his worldview just having collapsed, now forcibly being reshaped in such a ridiculous way. Madara listened on the side, dumbfounded. The emotions that had originally made him want to disappear on the spot were wiped away by the sudden dialogue between these two. He looked at the furious yet speechless Izuna, and then at the absurdly calm Senju Tobirama, suddenly unsure whether to be angry or to laugh. Senju Hashirama chuckled softly, resting his chin against Madara's shoulder, his voice gentle yet triumphant. "Tobirama has finally come to his senses." "Shut up." Madara ground his teeth at him, but the panic in his eyes had lessened considerably, and even the redness in his ears had taken on a hint of helplessness. The gentle wind outside blew in, stirring the chaotic atmosphere within. The atmosphere, which had just been tense to the point of solidification, was completely stirred into another mess by Senju Tobirama's absurdly calm proposal. Uchiha Izuna stood there, both ashamed and angry, pointing at Senju Tobirama, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while, finally forcing out, "You are unreasonable." Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow, slightly advancing instead of retreating, taking a step closer, leaning slightly to look at him. "Being angry is useless. After all, your brother has already gone all out. Rather than being pointed at in the future, we might as well settle it ourselves. At least the Uchiha and Senju will truly become one family in the future." His tone was calm, his logic rigorous, as if he were discussing the most reasonable thing. Izuna's heart raced under his gaze, and he abruptly turned his head away, still stubbornly saying, "Who wants to become one family with you? Whether you want to or not, it has already happened." Senju Tobirama said lightly, "Your brother bound your brother, and I bind you, which is just equal." Madara watched the scene, finally coming back to his senses from the extreme shame and collapse, letting out a helpless sigh. He had originally thought that being caught would cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack, that Izuna would draw his sword, that Tobirama would turn against him, that the Uchiha and Senju would once again stand against each other, and that he would never be able to hold his head high. But reality was rushing towards an absurd and ridiculous direction. The fierce fire indeed came more fiercely, yet what was burned was not his pride, but all the rules, boundaries, identities, and positions that everyone had held on to, as well as that layer of feelings that had been hidden for too long, of which no one dared to break the silence. Senju Hashirama lowered his head, gently pecking at the corner of Madara's lips, and laughed softly. "This is good. In the future no one has to hide anymore." Madara closed his eyes, no longer struggling, allowing him to hold him, the last bit of collapsing and rebuilding rationality in his heart, finally conceding completely. "So be it. If the fierce fire is to burn, let it burn thoroughly. After all, the rules of this world cannot bind Uchiha Madara, nor can they bind Senju Hashirama. I wrote this chapter with great pleasure. The fragmented gasps lingered on his lips as Uchiha Madara lay in the embrace of Senju Hashirama, his body burning with heat, shame nearly consuming him entirely. This shame exceeded the reluctance he felt before his death in his previous life, the despair he faced before plunging into the abyss 1,000 times more intense. In his past life he bore the glory of the Uchiha clan, obsessed with power and domination, severing ties with Senju Hashirama and personally sowing the seeds of chaos. Ultimately it ended in solitude and darkness. He thought that by being reborn he could grasp every opportunity, protect his kin, and maintain his pride. He sought to be unbound by any person or circumstance. He wanted to be the calm master, the unflappable strategist, the Uchiha Madara who transcended all. Yet he never anticipated that fate would drag him back to the dust in such an absurd manner. He had deliberately avoided all vulnerabilities, distanced himself from Senju Hashirama, suppressed any emotions that should not exist, feigning indifference and aloofness. He believed he had seen through human hearts, through bonds, through the emotions that could render one weak, thinking he could firmly control everything. But in the end he still fell into the hands of Senju Hashirama. He fell so completely, so embarrassingly, so shamefully. What suffocated him more was that this most disgraceful, most uncontrollable, most uncharacteristic scene was witnessed by two individuals. One was his beloved, the one he most wished not to disappoint, Uzumaki Kurama. In his past life, he failed to protect Kurama, watching his brother leave a pain he could never atone for. After being reborn, he fought desperately to keep Kurama behind him, to maintain the image of a strong and reliable older brother before him, to make Kurama believe that following him would never lead to the same mistakes. But now Kurama stood at the doorway, watching him bound by the red string, encircled in the arms of Senju Hashirama, with remnants of a kiss lingering on his lips. Even his breathing was frantic. The calm strength and authority he prided himself on shattered completely in that moment. The shock and confusion in Kurama's eyes pricked at his heart like a myriad of fine needles. He could not bear to imagine how the brother who was omnipotent and always stood tall in Kurama's heart had transformed before his eyes. The other individual was Senju Tobirama. The one who in his previous life stood against him, schemed against him, the one who held the deepest disdain for him, the one most wary of the Uchiha. Madara had never wanted to show weakness before him. In his past life he fought fiercely, never once succumbing. He had never allowed Tobirama to see even a hint of his vulnerability. After being reborn he was even more vigilant, treading carefully, afraid to give his opponent any leverage. Yet now all his disguises had been torn away. Calm, prideful, ruthless, powerful. All labels lost their meaning in that instant. Under Senju Tobirama's cold and sharp gaze it was as if all his facades were stripped away. Even the embers of concern deep within him, the uncontrollable wavering, the weakness he despised, were laid bare. Tobirama needed say nothing. Just by looking he could make Madara feel an overwhelming sense of shame. He was a reborn individual, one who carried the memories of his past life, meant to control, but now he resembled a lost child, having lost all composure, all face in front of the one person he should never have faltered before. The pain, regrets, and remorse of his past life intertwined with the shame, panic, and helplessness of this moment pressing down on him so tightly that he could hardly breathe. He had clearly lived another life, had warned himself countless times not to let his heart sway, not to show weakness, not to be bound by Senju Hashirama. Yet the warmth of the body, the entangled breaths, the sensation of the red string on his wrist, and the comforting embrace of Hashirama relentlessly reminded him he had still lost. He lost to the person who entangled him across two lives, lost to the feelings he refused to acknowledge, and more so to this unexpected absurdity exposed beneath the bright daylight. Madara tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, not allowing a single breath to escape. No one knew he was reborn. No one knew that his current shame was not only due to his momentary loss of control, but also because, having lived another life, he still could not escape fate, still unable to withstand the same person. The breath of Senju Hashirama brushed against his neck, bearing a comforting warmth, but this warmth only deepened Madara's shame. He slightly turned his head, his voice low and hoarse, almost inaudible, carrying a vulnerability he despised. "Don't look at me. Don't use that kind of gaze on him. Don't remind him of the pain of his past life and this life's loss of control. Don't let this reborn individual lose even the last shred of his pride. Uchiha Izuna trembled with rage, his jaw clenched so tight that the muscles along his cheeks stood rigid. Never in his life had he been this furious nor this panicked. That towering, invincible elder brother who never lost and always shielded him, Uchiha Madara, was now trapped in Senju Hashirama's embrace. Bound with a red cord, his robes slightly disheveled, his gaze evasive, too ashamed to meet anyone's eyes. That was the brother he revered as a deity, the one he would stake his very life to protect. And now that brother had been reduced to such a wretched state, and Izuna had walked in on it. It was all Senju Hashirama's fault. All of it, the fault of the entire Senju clan. Flames blazed in Izuna's eyes as he whipped around, his glare honed to a razor's edge, and fixed on the Senju Tobirama standing nearby. Through gnashed teeth he spat out words laden with unsuppressed fury and menace. "Since your brother committed this offense, you shall answer for it. Bear the weight of my wrath, Senju Tobirama." Before the sentence fully left his lips, chakra had already gathered at his fingertips, his entire aura turning bitingly cold. He was ready to charge forward recklessly to settle the score with a fight first. He cared nothing for the greater good of Konoha, and nothing for the peace between their clans. Today he would demand justice for his brother and thoroughly thrash this preposterous pair of Senju siblings. Inside the room, Madara's heart tightened. He wanted to call out and stop Izuna, but the red cord around his wrist held him fast, leaving him helplessly frowning in agitation. Senju Hashirama, however, looked like he was enjoying the spectacle. He loosened his grip on Madara's shoulders a little, peering toward the doorway with keen interest, as if watching entertainment that had nothing to do with him. Senju Tobirama remained standing where he was, aloof and composed, his expression unruffled, as though he hadn't felt the killing intent radiating from Izuna. He observed Izuna's red-rimmed eyes, his taut jaw, his trembling shoulders, saw how this man was unmistakably panicked, yet forced himself to feign savagery to stand up for his brother. A barely perceptible flicker of emotion passed through the depths of Tobirama's eyes, so fleeting it was almost impossible to catch. Izuna had already closed in, his blade-like aura thrusting at Tobirama's face, ready to strike in the next second. No one foresaw that Senju Tobirama would deviate so completely from expectations. He neither dodged nor drew his blade nor assumed a defensive stance. The moment Uchiha Izuna charged, Tobirama suddenly reached out, cupped the back of Izuna's neck, pulled him forward with slight force, bent down, and without any preamble pressed his lips directly onto Izuna's. For an instant the whole world fell silent. Time seemed to be brutally severed. Izuna froze entirely, his forward momentum abruptly cut off, the chakra gathered at his fingertips dissipated in a flash. He even forgot to breathe. His eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. Rage, malice, killing intent, all of it shattered into nothingness against that sudden warmth on his lips, crumbling without a trace. A soft touch carrying a faint coolness gently landed on his lips, shallow, brief, yet like a thunderbolt blasting his mind into a complete blank. Did the people of the Senju clan enjoy kissing Uchiha and teasing Uchiha this much? Senju Tobirama let go, stepped back half a pace, and resumed his usual cool and detached demeanor, as if that action had been as ordinary as brushing off a speck of dust. He looked at Izuna's thoroughly stunned face and spoke flatly, his voice steady, betraying not a trace of fluster. "Does this count as bearing it?" Izuna remained frozen, his lips slightly numb, his whole body as if under a paralysis. Just 1 second ago he was in a violent rage, ready to fight Senju Tobirama to the death. The next second he had been kissed by the very man, and all his fury was instantly lodged in his chest, suffocating him, flushing his cheeks a fiery red from the roots of his ears down to his neck, even his fingertips burning hot. Shame, shock, bewilderment, indignation, countless emotions churned together, completely overwhelming him. He wanted to curse, to roar, to hurl himself into another fight, but the lingering sensation on his lips was all too clear, a stark reminder of what had just happened. Senju Tobirama's cool, sharp eyes simply looked at him, not teasing, not mocking, only a straightforward earnestness that made his heart race in panic. Inside the room, Uchiha Madara watched dumbfounded. For a moment he even forgot his own embarrassment and found himself at a loss for words. In all his 2 lifetimes of conflict with the Senju brothers, he had never witnessed such an absurd turn of events. Senju Hashirama let out a low chuckle, holding Madara's shoulder, his tone light. "It seems Tobirama is even more straightforward than I am." "Shut up." Madara snapped through gritted teeth, but his eyes were filled with complexity. At the doorway, Izuna finally found his voice, but it trembled uncontrollably, a mix of anger and shame making his speech halting. Senju Tobirama. You insolent. What would I dare not do? Tobirama cut him off, his gaze unwavering. My brother touched your brother, I touched you. That's fair. Who asked for your fairness? Izuna was so furious, he could have wept not from pain, but from that sudden kiss that had shattered his entire worldview. He had come here to demand an explanation, to stand up for his brother. But instead his anger went unspent. The fight never happened, and he himself had been dragged into this absurd conflagration. Senju Tobirama watched his bristling, flustered state, and for an imperceptible moment a trace of softness flickered in the depths of his eyes, so fleeting that no one caught it. Some words need not be spoken. Some feelings need no logical explanation. Since his brother had already stirred up chaos, Tobirama would go along with the turmoil and lay bare the thoughts he had concealed for so many years all at once. Uchiha Izuna stood there trembling with rage, yet could no longer muster the will to fight. His fury had shattered into pieces, leaving only overwhelming shame and a pounding heart. He glanced at his equally disheveled brother inside the room, then at the eerily calm Senju Tobirama, and suddenly understood. This day's ordeal could not be resolved through combat. In the end, his brother's mess would have to be shouldered by both of them in such an absurd way. Others perceive Uchiha Madara as weak, helpless, and utterly constrained, struggling with a sense of futility, even his breath betraying a hint of panic, as if he were truly caught in the grip of Senju Hashirama, unable to fight back. Only Madara himself knows that this is merely a facade. He is Uchiha Madara Reborn, having long awakened the Six Paths, body possessing power far beyond the imagination of anyone in this era. In terms of strength, even the formidable Senju Hashirama is not truly his match. In terms of strategy, Madara harbors an intricately devised plan, advancing step by step, calculating human hearts and the prevailing situation, even seeking to grasp his own fate. If he truly wished to break free, the red string binding him could be severed with a snap of his fingers. If he truly wanted to resist, a mere tremor of his chakra could send Senju Hashirama flying. If he truly hardened his heart, none of this absurd intimacy before him would ever occur. But he does not. It is not that he cannot, but that he is unwilling. It is not that he cannot fight, but that he does not wish to. Throughout his life, he has forged a path through thorns, decisive in battle, an unyielding clan leader in front of his kin, and a fearsome Asura before his enemies. Before Izuna, he is the ever-reliable elder brother. Before Tobirama, he is an unyielding opponent. He has grown accustomed to being tough, to being indifferent, to hiding all his vulnerabilities deep within, and to shouldering everything alone. Only before Senju Hashirama does he willingly shed all pretense, revealing that sliver of softness he himself is reluctant to acknowledge. Only in front of Senju Hashirama does he not need to put on a brave face, to calculate, to be on constant alert, to advance cautiously, to bear the honor of the Uchiha, or to carry the weight of a chaotic world. Only here can he cease to be the omnipotent Uchiha Madara, temporarily laying down the power of the Six Paths body. He can let go of the cunning of a reborn individual, abandon all plans and ambitions, and simply be an ordinary person who is embraced, cherished, and held dear. This weakness is both a facade and a reality. It is a pretense of powerless resistance, a guise of being passively constrained, a disguise of frantic shame. Yet the emotions drowning within him are genuine. In his past life, he resented Hashirama for not loving him enough, loathed fate for its cruelty, and detested a world that could not accommodate them. In this second life, he could have avoided all pain, could have remained indifferent, could have followed his own plan step by step toward a predetermined conclusion. But when Senju Hashirama's embrace once again envelopes him, and that familiar warmth and scent wash over him, all defenses, all hatred, all rationality crumble in an instant. He is not incapable of fighting back, he simply does not wish to break free. He is not powerless to resist, he willingly sinks into it. Having the power to control everything, possessing the ability to rewrite fate, yet before this person he willingly shows weakness, willingly embraces vulnerability, and willingly reveals his most pitiful and tender side without reservation. Izuna's anger, Tobirama's calm, the gazes around him, the positions of the two clans, the broader conflict of the world. All of it is temporarily cast aside. He is simply tired. Tired of holding on for a lifetime, tired of calculating ceaselessly, tired of moving forward with hatred and obsession. Here with Senju Hashirama, he no longer needs to be the invincible Uchiha Madara, no longer needs to be the reborn individual who holds all the cards, and no longer needs to be the terrifying Izuna. He can be weak, he can be flustered, he can indulge, he can be embraced and loved without guilt. This vulnerability is his only retreat, the only tenderness he dares to indulge in across 2 lifetimes. The red string around his wrist loosened the warmth on his lips. Still lingering, Madara closed his eyes, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath. Senju Hashirama, you should know that I act this way because I like you so much. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't even give you a glance. No one knows that the seemingly weak and constrained person before them harbors the power to annihilate the world and conceals plans to upend the ninja realm. Nor does anyone realize that he is not incapable of resisting, he simply does not wish to wake up. He willingly sinks, willingly indulges, happy to lay down all pride and power in this fleeting warmth, solely belonging to Senju Hashirama. In the grand scheme of this world, amidst the conflicts of the ninja realm and the enmities of 2 lives, nothing can compare to the authenticity of a single embrace at this moment. He has triumphed over everyone, yet willingly, he is lost to Senju Hashirama. When Konoha was first established, affairs piled up like a mountain. Senju Hashirama patted his chest in assurance, vowing to sit and handle them, but the moment he settled onto the cushion, his mind had already wandered far away. Sure enough, after reviewing only 2 pages of documents, his gaze began to drift toward the window. He pricked up his ears, and the moment he caught movement from the Uchiha clan grounds, he immediately threw down his brush, found an excuse, and slipped away to find Madara. Leaving behind a mountain of troubles, all left for Senju Tobirama to shoulder alone. Standing before a desk piled high with scrolls, his face was dark enough to drip water. Facing the 2 before him, one being Uchiha Madara, who had just been rendered speechless by his own elder brother, and the other being Uchiha Izuna, gnashing his teeth in fury. He rarely took the initiative to speak. We must find a way to keep him in line. Izuna nodded immediately. We have to fix him. He leaves his duties undone all day, throwing the affairs of both clans into chaos. Madara also frowned, his face full of disdain, cursing idiot under his breath. But in his heart he knew better than anyone that once Senju Hashirama got caught up in play, he would toss aside the title of Hokage and the bigger picture completely out the window. The 3 gathered together, each carrying their own worries. Senju Tobirama rubbed his brow, analyzing calmly. My brother has weak willpower. Rules, pressure from tasks, persuasion from the clan, none of it works. He is impervious to all except one thing. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly a flash of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Tobirama looked up, his gaze fixed directly on Uchiha Madara, his tone as calm as if he were stating the most ordinary thing. Only you can keep him in line. Madara raised an eyebrow. Me. I don't have the time to manage him. You don't have to manage him, Senju Tobirama said bluntly. Just lower yourself, say a few soft words to him, coax him to sit still, and then he won't run off. Madara hadn't caught on. What do you mean? Senju Tobirama spoke each word deliberately, crystal clear. He responds to softness, not hardness. All you need to do is sweetly call him Lord Hokage, go along with him for a few sentences, and he'll sit obediently for an entire day. The air instantly froze. The next second, Uchiha Madara completely exploded. Those already sharp pupils suddenly contracted, rage surging to his head, his voice growing heavy with fury. What did you say? Let me, Uchiha Madara, lower myself and sweetly call him Lord Hokage. Each word carried barely suppressed rage. He was the reborn Uchiha Madara, wielding the power of the 6 paths, respected by all in the ninja world. In this life it was only others who bowed to him, only he who spoke coldly to others. Since when did he need to coax anyone? And with that soft syrupy tone, calling Senju Hashirama Lord Hokage. Absolutely absurd. Senju Tobirama, has your brain been scorched by fire? Release. The chakra around Madara began to fluctuate, his Sharingan starting to spin faintly. Let me grovel to him. Impossible. He would rather go out and fight 100 battles than ever do such a humiliating thing. Uchiha Izuna, standing beside him, reacted even more violently. On hearing this, he exploded on the spot. His elder brother was so proud. Even when facing Senju Hashirama, he was hard as rock, tough in speech, but soft at heart. Since when did he need to lower himself like this to coax someone? Moreover, to indulge that idiot Senju Hashirama who runs off all day using such an almost ingratiating method. Izuna burned with rage. Without a second thought, he slammed a punch hard into Senju Tobarama's cheek. A dull thud sounded. What on earth were you thinking? Izuna's eyes were fierce, his voice furious. Let my elder brother coax yours. And sweetly call him Lord Hokage. Are you crazy or stupid? Senju Tobarama was knocked aside, his mouth slightly numb, but his expression remained unchanged. He coldly wiped his mouth, still calm. Apart from this, there is no other way. My brother responds to this approach. I don't care what he responds to. Izuna shook with rage. My elder brother absolutely should not do such a thing. Find another way. Madara stood to the side, his face iron blue, his anger still smoldering. Having him sweetly call Senju Hashirama Lord Hokage, better to just cut him down with a single blade. He could let himself sink in private, could be soft in solitude, could drop his disguise only in front of Hashirama, but that was a secret meant only for the two of them, never to be used as a tool of control, and spoken so blatantly by Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama, Madara's voice was as cold as ice. Mention it again, and I'll tear down this Hokage office of yours right now. Tobarama looked up, meeting his gaze calmly. Tear it down, and your brother still helps clean up the mess with you. You. Izuna was about to lunge again, but Madara grabbed him. Madara took a deep breath, suppressing the surging rage, and gritted his teeth, speaking each word distinctly. Don't even think about it. Let me Uchiha. Madara, speak soft and sweet to that Senju Hashirama and call him Lord Hokage. Impossible in this lifetime. He could like him, could fall for him, could willingly be caught in that man's hands. But that absolutely did not mean he would abandon all his pride to do such a humiliating thing. Let Senju Hashirama run off as he pleases. Let the mess be a mess. It's still better than condescending to coax him. At worst, he would personally drag that runaway idiot back. Fighting is fine, bowing. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara was so infuriated by Tobarama Senju's absurd proposal that the veins on his forehead bulged and his entire aura plummeted to a terrifying low, his Sharingan faintly glimmering with a cold light. To sweetly and softly call Hashirama Senju Hokage-sama. It was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. He, Uchiha Madara, reborn into this life, wielded the power of the Six Paths and looked down upon the entire shinobi world. No matter how deep his affection ran, he would never lower himself in front of others to coax that irresponsible fool. Tobarama Senju, if you say another word, I'll burn down your office right now, Madara said coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Izuna, still fuming beside him, glared at Tobarama, unsatisfied with that single punch and itching to land a few more. His elder brother was far too proud to be arranged by others and forced to grovel like that. Tobarama Senju rubbed his sore cheek, still maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Apart from this, there is no other way to make him sit properly and handle official duties. If you don't care about Konoha falling into chaos, feel free to ignore my words. At this, Madara was momentarily speechless. He instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. Not far away, Hashirama Senju was crouching under a large tree in the courtyard, alternately playing with little birds and touching flowers and grass, utterly devoid of any semblance of a Hokage. Documents piled higher than mountains sat on his desk. Clan affairs awaited handling, yet he simply slipped away to slack off. He laughed carefreely, as if the troubles of the entire shinobi world had nothing to do with him. Sunlight fell upon his black hair, making him still appear like a boy who had never grown up, pure and passionate, with no scheming in his eyes, no hatred, only simple joy. Watching him, the anger in Madara's heart inexplicably softened. He understood Hashirama Senju better than anyone. Seemingly strong and reliable, yet at heart he was naive, with terrible willpower, unable to endure tedious tasks. His head ached at the mere sight of boring documents, and only when facing Madara did he become exceptionally attentive and obedient. In the previous life, this man was just the same, always speaking of justice and the village, yet unconsciously directing all his tenderness toward Madara. Reborn into this life, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes, didn't want to end up on opposite sides again because of misunderstandings and estrangement. If he truly let Hashirama continue like this, government affairs would accumulate, rumors would spread, Tobarama would be under too much pressure, relations between the two clans would suffer, and in the end everyone would be burdened. Madara silently withdrew his gaze, his face still icy cold, but in his heart he had already quietly relented. Coaxing him wasn't impossible. But definitely not now, and certainly not in front of others sweetly calling out Hokage. Uchiha Madara would only yield, if at all, in the dead of night only to Hashirama Senju alone and in secret. By day he could be stern, refuse to admit defeat, argue and quarrel with him, pretend not to care, or even forcibly drag him back to his desk. But at night, when no one was around and only the two of them remained, saying a few gentle words, coaxing him according to his wishes, that seemed acceptable. After all, only Hashirama Senju could see it, only he could hear it, no third person would ever know. It wouldn't disgrace the Uchiha clan's honor nor his own pride. At the end of the day, it was all because of love. If he didn't care, he wouldn't bother whether this man ran or jumped, worked or slacked off. He wouldn't even spare him a glance if he stood right in front of him. Izuna, seeing his elder brother remain silent for so long, only with his face alternating between pale and red, worriedly tugged at his sleeve. "Rinnegan, don't listen to his nonsense, Izuna." Madara interrupted him flatly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. He no longer looked at Tobirama Senju nor paid attention to the bristling Izuna. Instead, he gazed at the carefree figure in the courtyard and let out a soft sigh from the depths of his heart. Enough. In this life he was utterly ensnared by Hashirama Senju. He cursed him for a fool, fumed at his irresponsibility, and resented his lack of resolve, but when it came time to make a choice, he himself was always the first to compromise. Tobirama Senju was right, only he could manage Hashirama Senju. And he was willing to be bound by that man. "I'll bring him back tonight," Madara said softly, lowering his voice, so only the two beside him could hear. "As for the rest, don't meddle." Izuna was stunned. "Rinnegan, are you really going to?" "Izuna, I know what I'm doing." Madara gave him a cold glance, masking the faint heat creeping up to the tips of his ears. He would never, as Tobirama Senju suggested, call him Hokage in a sweet and syrupy manner. At most at night, he would whisper softly into his ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Go finish the documents obediently." That was all. Tobirama Senju, seeing Madara's evident pretense of denial, instantly understood. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly before quickly returning to indifference. "I hope you'll keep your word." Madara did not reply, only gazed into the distance at the still playing figure, his heart both tender and burning. He could keep his pride, uphold his bottom line, and maintain his dignity. But when it came to someone he loved, bowing his head once in a while didn't count as losing. After all, in the deep silence of the night, no one would know. For this life, let him make an exception for this man just once. In the dead of night, the Hokage residence stood dimly lit, with Uchiha Obito sitting alone in the corridor, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of his clothing. Tangled in thoughts for half the night, he finally clenched his teeth. During the day, Senju Hashirama was buried beneath a mountain of documents, yet he could not sit still. The moment he touched the pen, drowsiness overtook him, and he found himself wanting to cling to him. Senju Tobirama wore a cold expression all day, muttering about his brother's lack of willpower, how his brother had run off again, and how his brother had once again left the administrative duties to him. Obito's ears nearly developed calluses from listening. He needed to make that indecisive guy work properly, while also ensuring that the meddlesome Tobirama would completely shut his mouth. After thinking it over, a wild, yet highly feasible idea suddenly sprang to Obito's mind. Seduction technique. He remembered that Naruto had used this trick to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki last time. He had lived two lives, always understanding only the brute force of direct confrontation. When had he ever resorted to such a shameful and underhanded method? Furthermore, using such a tactic on Senju Hashirama would be disgraceful. If word got out, Uchiha Obito's reputation would be thrown into the sea of the shinobi world. But the moment he thought of Tobirama's expression of "only you can handle him," recalling how that person remained unfazed even after being punched by Izuna during the day, each word striking at his sore spots, Obito felt a surge of anger. He wanted to solve the problem once and for all, completely driving away this bothersome and annoying guy who was always watching them. Taking a deep breath, Obito rummaged through the bottom of the cabinet to find a set of clothes he had never worn. The fabric clung closely, the lines sharp, unlike the usual loose garments that concealed his figure. This outfit accentuated every contour clearly. Standing in front of the mirror, his ears felt uncontrollably warm, and even his fingertips grew somewhat stiff. With this appearance, not only could he not let others see him, but just a glance at himself made him want to burn it on the spot. Just this once, Obito murmured to himself, his tone fierce yet forced, as if trying to comfort himself. Only this once it's done, it's over. He planned to follow Tobirama's nonsensical idea. Since Tobirama had said that as long as he coaxed and softened his tone, Hashirama would behave for an entire day, he might as well do it thoroughly, using the most direct, effective method that would leave Tobirama unable to intervene, keeping Hashirama firmly at his desk. Not only would this cure Hashirama's laziness, but it would also silence Senju Tobirama, ensuring that he would never dare to meddle again or come up with such embarrassing ideas. With chakra gently flowing, maintaining his form and breath, Obito suppressed the surge of shame within him and tried to appear calm and natural. Pride ran deep in his bones. Accustomed to being strong, even if he had to lower his head willingly, he had to choose a method that no one could criticize. Seduction or coaxing, it was all aimed at Senju Hashirama alone. As for Senju Tobirama, he wanted that person to understand that some matters were not for outsiders to meddle in. The night grew deeper and the shadows in the corridor flickered, highlighting the taut lines of Obito's profile, his ears blushing noticeably. In this life, he had been driven mad by hatred in his past life, and now he was sinking into love in this one, having broken countless norms before. One more time seemed nothing he couldn't accept. After all, it would only be this once. After all, it was just for this night. After all, only Senju Hashirama could see it. Obito raised his hand and gently pushed open the study door. Inside, Senju Hashirama was indeed propping his head drowsy and on the verge of sleep, the documents in front of him untouched, looking like he was ready to slip away at any moment. Upon seeing him enter, Hashirama's eyes instantly lit up, shaking off his fatigue, smiling foolishly. Obito stood at the door, his throat rolling, slightly forcing himself to appear calm as he stepped closer. He repeatedly chanted in his heart, just this once. Coax him into behaving. Completely drive away that troublesome Senju Tobirama. As for that unwillingness to admit that desire to draw close within his heart, he chose to ignore it for now. A midnight breeze swept across the eaves, stirring faint rustles. Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha each concealed themselves in the shadows, holding their breath, their gazes locked on the half-open door of the study in the distance. Izuna was genuinely unable to set his mind at ease about his elder brother. During the day, Tobirama's proposal had enraged him so much that he threw a punch at the man. Yet tonight, seeing Madara rise alone. With an odd expression, Madara rose. Unable to rest easy, Izuna stealthily followed. Tobirama Senju, convinced that no one but Madara could manage his elder brother and eager to see if the scheme would work, likewise concealed himself in the shadows. The two were hardly on good terms, yet now they stood close without exchanging a single quarrel, both staring at the study. The next moment, Madara Uchiha's figure appeared in the lamplight. He usually wore loose battle armor and robes exuding a chilling aura. Others knew only of his imposing stature and formidable presence, but never what lay beneath his garments. Tonight's form-fitting attire outlined every contour of his shoulders, back, waist, and abdomen. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, clean and taut lines. Every inch concealed the strength forged by years of warfare. He appeared neither thin nor frail, but radiated tension and allure, sharp yet captivating. Izuna Uchiha's pupils contracted, and he instinctively gasped, unable to hold back a whispered cry. Wow, Big Brother looks absolutely incredible. Almost drooling. He had grown up by Madara's side, accustomed to seeing his elder brother in combat armor with robes billowing, but never like this. He was so startled that he nearly forgot he was hiding. If Tobirama hadn't reached out and stopped him, he might have rushed straight out of the shadows. Izuna's cheeks instantly burned. He quickly covered his mouth, his heart pounding wildly, both shocked and embarrassed. Only one thought remained in his mind: this is just too outrageous. Tobirama Senju remained utterly expressionless, his gaze lightly sweeping over Madara in the room. His demeanor stayed calm and indifferent. Hearing Izuna's exclamation, he merely uttered a single word, his tone carrying no hint of emotion. Oh. Izuna immediately turned to glare at him, lowering his voice as he snapped, "Is that all the reaction you can manage? That is my elder brother. Can't you show even a hint of feeling?" Tobirama glanced at him, tone flat. "What else?" Exclaim. Gasp. Or lose composure like you did. He was naturally meticulous and restrained in character. Having studied forbidden techniques and handled administrative affairs for years, such matters simply never caught his attention. Moreover, Madara was a battle-hardened powerhouse. His formidable physique was only to be expected at Tobirama. There was nothing astonishing about it. Izuna was left speechless, both angry and embarrassed. He could only continue staring into the room, meanwhile feeling that his brother's appearance was far too alluring. At the same time, he silently cursed that bastard Hashirama Senju for being incredibly lucky. He also kept a wary eye on Tobirama nearby, terrified that the man might steal a glance at his brother and gain an unfair advantage. Inside the study, Madara had already walked up to Hashirama Senju. His posture was undeniably enticing, yet his face remained taut, the tips of his ears flushed, forcing calm. Hashirama had been drowsy, but at the sight of Madara, he instantly snapped awake. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he rose from his seat, voice brimming with surprise. "Madara, you tonight." Madara didn't let him finish. He reached out and gently pressed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, pushing him back into the seat. His voice was very low, tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. "Sit still and finish the documents." Though it was clearly a commanding tone paired with this outfit and their current proximity, there was an indescribable sense of indulgence and coaxing in it. Hashirama Senju dared not utter a single word of dissent. He nodded, hurriedly grabbed a brush, and began flipping through documents with astonishing speed. All laziness and drowsiness vanished. He wished he could finish everything at once. Tobirama Senju watched from the shadows and finally gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, "It truly works." Izuna meanwhile felt his cheeks burn. He turned away, but couldn't resist stealing another glance. A mix of emotions churned within him. That his brother would go this far just to get that fool to work properly was both embarrassing and frustrating. Yet he had to admit this trick was indeed effective. Tobirama Senju withdrew his gaze, his expression still cold, and simply said flatly, "Goal achieved. Let's go." Izuna gave him a fierce glare, then cast one last look at his brother inside. Knowing it was unwise to linger, he followed Tobirama as they silently retreated. But before leaving, Izuna couldn't help roaring inwardly, "Big brother's physique is way too impressive." And that Tobirama just said, "Oh, he's so utterly clueless." Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju walked in the darkness, his fingers slightly curling. The scene from moments ago flashed unbidden through his mind. His face still betrayed no emotion, but deep down he silently repeated a thought he hadn't even realized he had. Izuna Uchiha is so cute. The candlelight flickered within the room, casting the shadows of the two figures long against the walls. Hashirama Senju had been nodding off from exhaustion, barely lifting his eyes at the sound of the door opening, but the moment he saw Madara enter, his spirit instantly soared. He instinctively wanted to drop his brush and rush over, as was his habit, yet the instant he took in Madara's attire, his entire body froze, his gaze locked in place. On ordinary days, Madara always wore loose clan robes, covering himself thoroughly, revealing only a tall, cold, and hard demeanor. But tonight's outfit was entirely different. The fabric clung to his body, the lines sharp and clean, his shoulders and waist laid bare, every contour usually hidden beneath wide sleeves now fully exposed. His entire aura seemed to soften, yet carried an undeniable commanding pressure. The candlelight fell upon his profile, tinging the tips of his ears a faint red, though his eyes stubbornly maintained their cold hardness. He had walked closer of his own accord, yet each step betrayed a certain unease. "And Madara?" Hashirama stammered, his brush clattering to the floor, jolting him fully awake. "Why are you dressed like this tonight?" Madara's entire body felt uncomfortable under his gaze, his cheeks burning, yet he forced himself to step forward, gritting his teeth and saying coldly, "What, is there a problem?" No, absolutely not." Hashirama nodded rapidly, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on him, his grin stretching almost to his ears. "It's just, you look a little too good." That straightforward compliment made the tips of Madara's ears even hotter, nearly burning. He had never felt so awkward in his life. He had deliberately used this method to keep him here, yet now he was so ashamed he wanted to turn and flee. But when he recalled Tobirama's smug expression from that afternoon, the endless piles of documents, and his own promise that this is only once, he forced himself to suppress the urge to retreat. He could not lose. He could not show weakness in front of Hashirama Senju. and above all he could not let them laugh at him. Madara walked to the desk, placed his hands on its edge, leaned forward slightly, and deliberately lowered his voice a hint of huskiness he himself had not noticed creeping in. Stopped staring. Finish the documents. He did not call out Hokage with sickly sweetness as Tobirama had suggested. Just that single sentence, the tone not exactly soft, even carrying a hint of command, yet to Hashirama's ears it was far more effective than any sweet words. The person before him was so close, his breath distinct, his attire utterly different from usual, and even his eyes hid a trace of uneasy tenderness. How could Hashirama resist? His mind went blank, and he nodded fervently. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. I'll finish it immediately. He grabbed his brush in a flash, unrolled the scroll, but his gaze was nowhere near the paper. He kept stealing glances at Madara, losing focus every time, breaking into a foolish grin that made Madara stiffen, pretending to be calm as he stood nearby with his hands behind his back, his fingertips clenched tight. Focus, Madara scolded in a low voice. Yes. Hashirama immediately sat upright, but his brush tip lingered on the paper for a long time without writing a single word. Madara, with you standing here, I can't concentrate. Madara ground his teeth. Then you'd better finish quickly. He knew very well how absurd this outfit was, how utterly out of character. He was Madara Uchiha, reborn, wielding the power of the Six Paths. The ninja world dared not cross him. Yet now he stood here in form-fitting clothes, using this almost ingratiating method to keep his beloved at his desk. Who would believe it? But he did it willingly. Only for Hashirama Senju. Footsteps sounded from outside the window. Madara's eyes turned cold, instantly alert. He absolutely could not let Tobirama see this, or else he would be blackmailed by that guy for the rest of his life. On instinct, Madara stepped forward, pressed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, exerted slight force to pull him closer, and simultaneously turned his body to block the view from the window. The motion was natural, yet carried an unyielding dominance. Hashirama froze, then his heartbeat raced. He simply thought Madara was approaching him, his whole being soaring, his smile even goofier. Madara, shut up and finish your documents. Madara lowered his voice, his cheeks hot, yet he deliberately leaned in, whispering only for the two of them, finish them, and I'm yours. Those 5 short words were more potent than any talisman. Hashirama Senju's eyes lit up alarmingly, his concentration skyrocketing, his grip on the brush steady. He no longer daydreamed, no longer stole glances, buried himself in furious document processing at an astonishing speed. Outside the window, Tobirama stood for a moment. Inside, the only sound was the rustle of the brush across paper, quiet and efficient, none of the usual laziness or slacking. Tobirama's brow relaxed slightly. Satisfied that his elder brother was finally behaving, he turned and walked away, his footsteps fading into the distance. The obstacle was finally gone. Madara let out a breath, his tense shoulders loosening fractionally as the shame and panic surged back. That move earlier had been his last resort. Seduction or coaxing, it was all for this man. The candlelight flickered, the room grew quiet, leaving only Hashirama's earnest figure as he occasionally glanced up, his eyes filled with undisguised joy and reverence. Madara stood nearby, watching his focused profile, the awkwardness slowly dissolving, replaced by a serenity he had never known in either lifetime. He did not need cloying endearments, he did not need to discard all his pride, he did not need to love in someone else's way. He only needed to stand here, and this man would willingly calm his heart, be at ease, and bear everything for him. The regrets and resentments of the past life were gradually filled in this moment. As the last scroll was sealed, Hashirama Senju immediately put down his brush, reached out to hold him firmly, his voice soft and gentle, brimming with contentment. Madara, you are wonderful. Madara leaned in his embrace, the tips of his ears still hot, but he did not pull away. He only muttered through gritted teeth stubbornly, don't overthink it. Just this once. Just this once, coaxing him to work, driving away Tobirama just for one night. But the man in his arms smiled with certainty, tightening his arms and whispering in his ear, I know. Yet he also knew that some things once begun could never stop. The night was deep, the room warm. 2 lifetimes of entanglement finally on this night sank into utter surrender. As dawn broke, the urgent sound of alarms shattered the tranquility of Konoha. The frontline scout burst into the Hokage's office, pale-faced and hoarse. Hokage-sama. It's bad. The united armies of the Land of Earth and the Land of Water have crossed the borders, coming in full force, with enemy troops numbering in the hundreds of thousands, heading straight for Konoha. In an instant, Konoha was thrown into chaos. The newly established village had a shaky foundation, and the hearts of its various clans were not fully united. Senju Tobarama hurriedly mobilized troops with documents and military orders piling up like mountains, his expression grim. Senju Hashirama had just put down his pen and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the news. His demeanor changed instantly, the air around him turning icy as all traces of his previous nonchalance vanished. He was preparing to don his armor and head into battle personally. No need for that. A calm and steady voice came from the doorway as Uchiha Madara strode in, fully clad in battle armor, his red robes, like blood-black hair, tied up, the softness and shyness from last night completely gone. Standing before them was the Reborn Uchiha clan leader, wielding the power of the Six Paths and renowned throughout the ninja world. Last night he had lowered himself to appease others, but this morning, facing an external threat, he instantly regained the posture of someone who looked down upon the world unmatched by anyone. A mere clown dares to invade my borders. Madara's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't hear the hundreds of thousands of troops approaching, but merely a few pesky mosquitoes. Izuna followed closely behind, his eyes brimming with battle intent. "Knees and I will fight alongside you." "No need," Madara raised a hand to stop him, his tone resolute. "This minor nuisance is enough for me alone." Before his words even finished, his figure turned into a blur and charged out of the Hokage's office, soaring into the air. On the battlefield, the allied enemy forces were arrogant, thinking victory was assured. They looked at Konoha's hastily assembled troops, unleashing waves of mockery and laughter. Ninjas from the Land of Earth unleashed heavy earth-style barriers, while ninjas from the Land of Water gathered torrents of water. The ninjutsu from various countries intertwined, creating a grand spectacle, as if they were about to flatten Konoha at any moment. But the next moment the sky suddenly darkened. Uchiha Madara hovered in midair, his red robes fluttering, the Sharingan turning coldly in the morning light as he formed hand seals, with one hand flames igniting at his fingertips. Without further ado, he uttered a cold command: "Great Fire Annihilation." A roaring inferno burst forth from his mouth, not an ordinary fire technique, but a hellish sea of flames infused with Six Paths chakra, terrifyingly vast. The flames swept across the land, overwhelming the enemy forces. Wherever they passed, the air distorted, the ground charred black, and even the moisture was instantly vaporized. The enemy's proud earth-style barriers crumpled like paper before the flames, collapsing at a touch. The water-style torrents that surged forth were evaporated into mist by the extreme heat. Screams, gasps, and desperate cries merged into one. The formation of the hundreds of thousands of allied troops crumbled in an instant. Where the sea of flames reached, not a blade of grass survived. The enemy camps near the front lines and outer strongholds were completely burned to ashes, taking with them half of the border towns of the enemy nations, which crumbled into dust. The surviving enemy troops were terrified, their fighting spirit gone, as they turned to flee, crying out "devil" and "monster," only focused on escaping. Madara hovered high above, coldly surveying the devastation below, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. To him, these people were merely ants. Even if they united to invade, they were unworthy of him exerting his full strength. Seeing that there were still remnants of the enemy attempting to resist, Madara spoke no more. He slightly spread his hands. "Susanoo." Crimson chakra surged violently, and a massive phantom of a battle god roared into existence, behind him clad in armor, and wielding a sharp blade, its might overshadowing the heavens and casting pressure across the entire battlefield. Every inch of chakra carried absolute power. The mere release of its presence made the earth tremble and mountains roar, leaving the remaining enemy troops bleeding from their orifices, unable to move. In an overwhelming display of might, there was no stalemate, no arduous battle, no schemes to contend with. A single great fire annihilation consumed half of the enemy's elite and border towns. A single Susanoo intimidated all, instilling fear in every enemy nation. In a brief moment, the once menacing coalition of multiple nations was utterly defeated, suffering countless casualties, with no ability to resist left. The borders fell into a dead silence. The Konoha defenders watched in stunned silence, the tension in their hearts easing, instantly followed by a thunderous cheer. Senju Hashirama stood at the village entrance, gazing at the red figure standing between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with pride and heartache. He knew Madara was strong, but he had never realized he was this powerful. Senju Tobirama standing beside him slowly relaxed his clenched fists, his previously tense expression finally easing, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. He had to admit that in terms of battlefield intimidation and absolute strength, Uchiha Madara was indeed a top-tier existence in the ninja world. Uchiha Izuna looked at his brother's back filled with pride. This was his brother, the invincible Uchiha Madara, who could uphold everything at any time. High in the sky, Madara slowly dispersed Susanoo, his red robes untouched by dust, as he coldly surveyed the enemy nation, speaking in a voice that reverberated through the air. If you dare invade again next time, it won't just be the destruction of a city. I will raze your entire country to the ground. No one dared to rebut, no one dared to engage in battle. The remnants of the enemy forces fled in panic, leaving behind chaos and endless fear. In the chaotic morning, with danger lurking at the borders, Uchiha Madara, relying solely on his own power and two techniques, completely ended the war and stabilized Konoha's foundation. He returned to Konoha, landing in front of Hashirama, his aura gradually fading as he regained some semblance of his usual self. Senju Hashirama hurried forward, his tone laced with concern and heartache. Madara, are you all right? Madara glanced at him, his tone casual yet with a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. It's a trivial matter. As for you, focus on your duties, and don't let Tobirama bother us every day. As for the earth-shattering power displayed earlier, it was merely a casual effort for him. To Uchiha Madara, this level of external threat was not worthy of him unleashing his full strength. The only person who could truly make him lower his guard, conceal his brilliance, and willingly show weakness was from start to finish just one person. OS Hashirama and Madara are amazing. The enemy army crumbled, the smoke not yet dissipated as Uchiha Madara descended from the sky, his crimson attire untouched by even a speck of dust. The one who had just looked down upon the world and shattered the battlefield with a single step upon landing slightly retracted his fierce aura, casting a faint glance at Senju Hashirama, devoid of murderous intent, but filled with a familiar awkwardness. Senju Hashirama approached a few steps, reaching out to support him, yet hesitant to offend, his fingertips hovering in midair, his eyes filled with undeniable concern. Madara, with so many people, just now you alone. Before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Madara. Only the useless need to worry. Senju Izuna watched with a twitching mouth, internally criticizing. Clearly, he was just worried to death moments ago, yet, in front of his brother, he had to pretend as if nothing happened. Senju Tobirama stood at the back with his arms crossed, his expression still cold, yet he couldn't help but admit, if it weren't for Uchiha Madara's sudden intervention, Konoha would have surely suffered heavy casualties today. Even if he and Hashirama joined forces, it would have been impossible to achieve such a light touch, settling the outcome in an instant. But Senju Hashirama would never truly believe his nothing's wrong. He knew better than anyone that the harder Madara acted, the softer his heart was, the harsher his actions, the more he was protecting him and Konoha. This person could clearly watch coldly from the sidelines, could clearly choose to remain uninvolved according to his own plan, yet every time he stood up at the most critical moments, blocking in front of everyone. Hashirama looked at Madara, his gaze serious, yet gentle, suddenly lifting his hand to gently press on Madara's shoulder. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I know you are strong, but I still worry for you. Madara's ears slightly warmed, he turned his head away, feigning impatience. Stop rambling. Yet Hashirama smiled, his expression open and proud, his voice slightly raised so that the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha clan members, and Senju clan members, still tidying up the aftermath, could all hear clearly. But remember this. He looked at Madara's back, the possessiveness and tenderness in his gaze intertwined, each word spoken with utmost seriousness. My wife is not weak. It's not Konoha that needs him, it is he who willingly stands up to protect me and everything we wish to safeguard. The word wife immediately silenced the entire scene. Uchiha Izuna's pupils trembled, nearly cracking on the spot. Huh. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched, rarely breaking composure, his cold expression cracking open a small seam, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. His life had been one of calm restraint and meticulous thought, yet this bluntly brutal declaration left him momentarily speechless. Madara himself abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with shock, which was soon replaced by overwhelming embarrassment, his chakra surging violently, his Sharingan slightly trembling. Senju Hashirama. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your wife? He had just been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, invincible in the world, and the next moment he was left with a flushed face from this declaration, both angry and embarrassed, nearly unleashing his Susanoo to burn this fool in front of him. Yet Hashirama smiled unabashedly, completely unafraid of death, reaching out to grasp his hand, firmly refusing to let go. It is exactly so. You have lowered yourself for me, appeased others for me, faced the battlefield alone, blocking the advance of hundreds of thousands of troops burning through enemy cities in one strike. Who dares say you are weak? Only I dare to place you at the pinnacle of my heart and cherish you. The surrounding ninjas held their breaths, wanting to laugh, yet afraid to make a sound, wanting to look, yet scared to gaze too long, only able to lower their heads and pretend to be busy, while their ears perked up high. Members of the Uchiha clan stifled their laughter, while those from the Senju clan had wandering gazes, and Izuna was so embarrassed, he wished he could dig a hole and hide. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, coldly turning away. I will go handle the post-battle report. Staying any longer, he feared he would lose control and throw these two embarrassing individuals out of Konoha. Madara felt his hand being held, both angry and embarrassed, yet unable to break free, nor did he truly want to. The pride of 2 lifetimes, the toughness of 2 lifetimes, the pretense of 2 lifetimes, all completely shattered by this single declaration: my wife is not weak. He could face thousands of troops without batting an eye, annihilate cities without flinching, remain cold and harsh to the entire world, yet he could not withstand Senju Hashirama's straightforward and proud proclamation. Shut up. Madara gritted his teeth, yet his voice lacked any murderous intent, only holding awkward softness. If you keep talking nonsense, I will return to the Uchiha clanland right now and never speak to you again. All right, I won't say anything. Hashirama immediately capitulated, yet held on even tighter. But what I said is true. You are not weak at all. You are simply willing to be a bit softer in front of me. Madara fell silent, no longer struggling, allowing him to hold on. Just moments ago on the battlefield, he was an invincible war god, the terror of the ninja world, capable of overturning everything with a mere wave of his hand, yet in front of Senju Hashirama, he didn't have to put on a strong front, didn't need to be invincible, didn't have to be fearless forever. Someone understood his strength and someone understood his softness. Some revered his might while others felt pity for his sacrifices. The sunlight gradually dispelled the smoke, illuminating the hands clasped together. Madara let out a soft humph, yet a trace of warmth quietly surfaced in his eyes. He could concede this once. For now, he would let it go. After all, the whole world should know he, Uchiha Madara, was strong enough to defy the heavens, not a subordinate of anyone nor anyone's weakness. In my life, I have been awake, restrained, calculating, and thorough. From a young age, I knew that my brother was light, the hope of the Senju, and the future of the ninja world. He is kind-hearted, soft, and weak-willed, so I act ruthlessly for him, strategizing and safeguarding all those he cannot attend to. The world says I, Senju Tobirama, am calm and rational, cold-hearted and unapproachable. I have always demanded this of myself, not to indulge, not to be weak, and not to be swayed by personal feelings. Until I met Uchiha Izuna. He is the blade of the Uchiha, the beloved younger brother of Madara, proud, sharp, and hot-tempered, easily riled, ready to draw his blade at the slightest disagreement. In the past on the battlefield, we were mortal enemies, sparing no effort. In each encounter, blades clashing, chakra colliding, with only victory and the survival of our clans in our eyes. At that time, I considered him a formidable opponent, a rival to be wary of, and I often thought that if one day our armies clashed, I would not hesitate to strike him down. But Konoha was established, the war ended, and former enemies became kin. Swords were exchanged for documents, and slaughter turned into negotiation. I thought all emotions would dissipate with the smoke of battle, yet I did not expect that the tension forged on the battlefield would quietly change its flavor. I buried myself in paperwork daily, handling affairs, cleaning up the mess left by my brother, accustomed to calmness, silence, and shouldering everything alone. But the moment Izuna appears, my tranquility is shattered. He glares at me for Madara, argues with me for the interests of the Uchiha, and strikes me if I say something he finds disagreeable. With the fiery temper of a youth. In the past, I would retaliate coldly countering him, but later I began to grow accustomed to that collision. He is not as naive as my brother nor as profound as Madara. His emotions are written all over his face. His likes and dislikes are straightforward, protective yet stubborn, and he gets riled up like a cat. Yet he possesses the most genuine heart. He protects Madara, guards the Uchiha, and upholds his own principles, pure and passionate. Often while handling affairs late at night, I recall his flustered expressions in the daytime, the profile of his face when he throws a punch, his steadfastness when defending my brother, and his worry when he sees Madara showing weakness. He is clearly such a volatile person, yet he harbors the most delicate thoughts. He always stands in opposition to me, yet never truly strikes with lethal intent. Rationally, I tell myself that personal feelings are useless, that emotions cloud judgment. I am Senju Tobirama, the pillar of Konoha, and I cannot be entangled by anyone. But every time I see him, my heart beats uncontrollably, skipping a beat. He yells at me, and I am not angry. He argues with me, and I am willing to concede. When he punches me in the face, I even feel it's far more vivid than facing a pile of mundane paperwork. I have never had such feelings for anyone. It is not akin to reverence, nor enmity, nor responsibility, but a secret unspoken concern. I watch him worry for Madara, blush for Madara, and get angry for Madara, and I find a tinge of bitterness rising in my heart that I even despise. I know our identities were oppositional, our stances different, our personalities clashing, and the world would never accept my feelings for Uchiha Izuna. Thus I hide it while using indifference as a shell, rationality as a cover, and bureaucratic formalities to mask all that is unusual. Others think I am equally indifferent to everyone, but only I know that my patience, my concessions, and my occasional indulgence are all given solely to him. My brother can freely show kindness to Madara, openly declare his feelings, and let everything go to pursue tenderness. But I cannot. I am Senju Tobirama, and I must not reveal, must not indulge, and must not let personal feelings affect me in the slightest. So I can only watch him from afar as he argues, as he causes a ruckus, as he protects his brother, and in unseen corners I quietly remember all his expressions. His surprise when he exclaims about Madara's physique, his anger when defending Madara, his fluster when worrying for Madara, every single expression is etched in my heart. I merely respond with a faint "oh," yet inside 1,000 waves surge. In my life, I have calculated the situation, the hearts of men, the rules and interests, yet I never predicted that I would fall for Uchiha Izuna. He is the only unexpected element in my calm life, the warmth I dare not touch beneath my restrained exterior, and the yearning I cannot suppress with all my rationality. I dare not say it, cannot say it, and will not say it. I can only hide it in my heart, in the daily affairs, in the confrontational routines, and in the midnight monologues known to no one. As long as he is safe, as long as he is well, and as long as he can still bicker in front of me, that is enough. As for this feeling, let it remain buried in my heart forever alongside all the tenderness I have left unspoken, rotting away with time. I am Senju Tobirama, awake my entire life, restrained my entire life, devoted to the greater good. Yet to Uchiha Izuna, I am willing to preserve this one unspoken exception of my life. Actually, I might be a damp male ghost. Don't blame him for only daring to say "I love you" in his dreams. Throughout his life, Hashirama Senju was hailed as the god of shinobi before the world, the hope of the ninja realm, the leader who always bore everything with a smile, ever cheerful and magnanimous. He cherished the world in his heart, dreaming of building a village free from war and strife where every soul could find peace. He yearned to end the bloodshed between the Senju and the Uchiha, to grant all clans a tranquil existence. The world saw only his openness, his might, his idealism, but never the struggles, the hesitations, the unspoken yearnings that tormented him in the dead of night. What he dreaded most was never an enemy, never war, never life or death. It was Madara Uchiha. From their first encounter in youth, Madara had become the most extraordinary presence in his life. Together they dreamed of the future, together they pledged to build a village, together they fought back to back on countless battlefields, and together they stood side by side through endless days and nights. Hashirama understood Madara's pride, his loneliness, his pain, more clearly than anyone else. And he understood with equal clarity that his feelings for Madara had long surpassed brotherhood, alliance, or comradeship, morphing into a love so profound he dared not speak it aloud. But he was Hashirama Senju, the Hokage of Konoha, the trusted leader of all clans. He could not love, dared not love, and could never confess that love. Centuries of enmity between Uchiha and Senju, the world's gaze was like a blade, and the stability of the clans outweighed all else. If he bared his heart, it would not only ruin Madara's reputation and undermine the Uchiha's position, it would shake the very foundation of Konoha. So he could only pretend, covering his heart with boisterousness, burying his deep affection under brotherly camaraderie, using "let's build the village together" and "let's protect Konoha" as excuses to stay by Madara's side. By day he laughed with ease, spoke in a light tone, clapped Madara on the shoulder, and called his name, as if he were merely a lifelong friend. But only he knew that every time he drew near, every time their eyes met, every time he saw Madara standing alone under the moonlight, his heart ached uncontrollably. He saw Madara's strength, his tenderness, and the fragility hidden beneath his cold exterior. Madara would lower himself for him, would coax and comfort him, would single-handedly withstand an army of hundreds of thousands, and could incinerate foes with a great fire annihilation. He could summon Susanoo to shake heaven and earth. All reverenced Madara's invincibility, only Hashirama ached for his stubborn pretense of strength. Others said Madara was domineering, ruthless, unapproachable. Only Hashirama knew that Madara habitually wrapped himself in a hard shell, accustomed to bearing everything alone. He wanted to protect Madara, to cherish him, to keep him openly by his side. But the shackles of reality were too heavy: clan duty, reputation, righteousness. Each one crushed his breath. He dared not speak of love, dared not embrace, dared not cross even the slightest boundary. Only in the dead of night, unseen by anyone, in dreams undisturbed, could he shed all identities and restraints. In his dreams there was no Konoha, and no clans, no war, no weight of being Hokage, no judgment of the world. He was no longer the god of shinobi, just an ordinary man. Madara was no longer the proud Uchiha clan head, just the one he longed to treasure. In his dreams he dared to hold Madara tightly, to lower his head and kiss his brows, to pour out all the tenderness and longing he had suppressed for a lifetime, and whisper in his ear over and over again, "I love you." The words he dared not say while awake, the acts he dared not perform, the feelings he dared not admit, all were unleashed freely in his dreams. He feared that once he spoke he would destroy everything they had painstakingly built. He feared that once he drew too close he would push Madara into an even deeper abyss of solitude. He feared that this forbidden love would become the doom of them both. So he could only hide his love and his smile in the silhouette of them standing together, in the promises of "I believe in you" and "I'll be with you," in every instinctive protection and retreat. Don't blame him for only daring to say "I love you" in his dreams. It's not that he doesn't love, it's that his love is too heavy, outweighing even ideals and life itself. It's not that he doesn't dare, it's that he cannot. Once spoken, it would bring irrevocable ruin. It's not that he doesn't want to draw near, it's that he cherishes too much, so he chooses restraint to protect the other's safety. In reality, he was Hashirama Senju, a man who lived in the sun with integrity, dedicating his whole life to the world. Yet deep in his heart and dreams known to none, he was merely someone who loved Madara Uchiha with all his soul, yet could only guard him for a lifetime, never daring to confess. Those unspoken confessions, that tenderness, he dared not touch those deep feelings buried in the depths of his heart. After all, they could only be whispered softly to you in dreams. Uchiha Madara once again provoked Senju Hashirama into a towering rage. Just moments ago in the Hokage's office, he had deliberately knocked over the tea Hashirama had just brewed, scalding the other man's pant leg with the blisteringly hot liquid. Yet he laughed with unrestrained arrogance, his tone dripping with provocation. "Senju Hashirama, you're nothing special." At that moment Hashirama simply looked at him, a deep gloom churning in his eyes, a look Madara had never seen before. He spoke not a single word, but after the meeting concluded he gripped Madara's wrist and dragged him all the way back to their dwelling. The door clicked shut, locking with a decisive sound. Madara was pressed against the chilly floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the myriad lights of Konoha outside, while before him loomed Hashirama, suffused with simmering fury. Seeing the other's darkened expression, Madara rarely softened his tone, though a stubborn edge of defiance remained. In a low voice he said, "I'm sorry, Hashirama. I was wrong." He thought such a concession would make Hashirama relent, but unexpectedly the other's gaze still bore heavily upon him. Fingers traced the red marks on his wrist where Hashirama had gripped him. After a long pause, Hashirama slowly uttered several words: floor-to-ceiling window, mirror, kitchen, bathroom, bed. Madara's heart tightened, his breath caught in an instant, and his voice trembled uncontrollably as he hesitated, murmuring, I choose the bed. Hashirama raised an eyebrow at that, a note of teasing yet undeniable authority coloring his tone. He spoke flatly, who said you get to choose? That's the order. As the words fell, Hashirama's kiss descended, a punishing force biting into the curve of his neck, leaving a deep purple mark. Madara let out a pained grunt, instinctively trying to push him away, but Hashirama pinned his wrists against the glass, rendering him immobile. Senju Hashirama, let me go. Madara's voice was laced with exasperation, though the end of his sentence uncontrollably wavered. Have you lost your mind? This is our home. Hashirama's lips pressed against the shell of Madara's ear, his scorching breath sweeping across the skin, sending tremors through him. Madara, when you provoke me, you should have anticipated the consequences. Moonlight streamed through the glass, casting their intertwined shadows upon the floor. Hashirama lifted the hem of Madara's garment, the cool air grazing his skin, making him shiver. But in the next moment, Hashirama's searing palm pressed against his waist, kneading the side with an unyielding intensity. Madara's body convulsed violently, his breath instantly disordered. The strength he had mustered for resistance ebbed away, leaving him helpless, as Hashirama did as he pleased. He turned his head away, unwilling to let Hashirama see his flushed cheeks and moistened eyes, but Hashirama caught his chin, forcing him to look back. Look at me. Hashirama's voice was hoarse, almost hypnotic, his eyes swirling with an unfathomable possessiveness. Madara, don't look away. Madara was forced to meet his gaze, staring into those usually gentle eyes that now ran deep as the sea, reflecting his own disheveled and feverish image. His heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to speak, but Hashirama's sudden kiss silenced him. The kiss bore a punishing quality, yet in an unguarded moment softened its force. Their tongues tangled and teased, carrying a familiar crisp scent gradually eroding his reason. Madara's arms unconsciously wound around Hashirama's neck, his fingers clutching at the collar, allowing himself to sink into the kiss. After an indeterminate time, Hashirama finally pulled back. Gazing at Madara's swollen lips and glistening eyes, he let out a low laugh and bit his earlobe. Madara, you said you chose the bed. Madara's face burned scarlet. He averted his gaze, but Hashirama tightened his grip. It seems you haven't understood. Hashirama lifted him in his arms, strode toward the mirror in the living room, and set him down on the dressing table. Behind him, the mirror clearly reflected both their figures. It's not your choice, I take you through them. Hashirama's kisses traced down his collarbone, coming to rest upon his chest, eliciting a tremor from Madara propped his hands against the icy mirror, watching Hashirama's face buried in his neck, his own flushed skin and disheveled hair as shame washed over him in waves. He tried to close his eyes, but Hashirama pressed his head still. Look. Hashirama's voice carried a hint of a sigh. Madara, see what you've become. Madara's breathing grew ever quicker, his body slackening, leaving him no choice but to let Hashirama lead him into the abyss. The image in the mirror made him want to sink into the ground, yet he could not tear his gaze away. He bit his lip, suppressing any sound. Seeing him like this, the amusement in Hashirama's eyes deepened, but his actions grew more forceful, an undeniable aggression that dismantled Madara's every last defense. Madara's fingers instinctively clenched Hashirama's clothes nails, digging deep into his back, leaving red welts. Senju. Hashirama. His voice carried a sob, yet also a faint, ineffable pleasure. You. Be a man. Hashirama let out a low laugh, biting into the hollow of his shoulder. Scared now? Weren't you quite the arrogant one when you challenged me in the office just now? Madara turned his face away, refusing to answer, but Hashirama's movements shattered him completely. He could only let his own ragged breaths and Hashirama's murmurs meld together in the still night. From the living room mirror to the kitchen counter, then to the bathroom tiles, and finally Hashirama carried him to the grand bed in the bedroom. The bedding wrinkled deeply under their weight. Moonlight filtered through the curtain gaps, spilling over their entangled forms. Madara's hand pressed against Hashirama's chest, not in refusal, but as a futile support, his fingertips trembling. Hashirama leaned over him, raining kisses from his forehead downward, each one tender yet commanding, enveloping him entirely within his embrace. Madara, Hashirama's voice was a hot whisper against his ear, "Don't provoke me again. Otherwise I can't promise what I might do." Madara's eyes were glistening. Looking at Hashirama, he gave a slight nod, his voice raspy, "I understand." Hashirama. Hashirama let out a low laugh, sealed his lips with a kiss, drowning all unspoken words in that tender, possessive embrace. Outside, the lights of Konoha still burned bright, but inside the air had grown searing hot from their breaths alone. Uchiha Madara felt he could barely keep his composure. He had merely intentionally tipped the freshly brewed hot tea in the Hokage's office, spilling it onto Senju Hashirama's trouser leg, watching the other's expression freeze instantly. He raised his chin and added a few provocative remarks, his heart filled with the thrill of seeing this man lose his temper. He had anticipated that Hashirama would frown, feel helpless, or even quarrel with him, but he never expected that this man would without a word seize his wrist. He dragged him all the way back to their residence with unyielding force, then turned and locked the door behind them. The indoor light dimmed, and before Madara could open his mouth to snap, Hashirama pressed him against the cold wall, his scorching breath instantly enveloping him. Before he could struggle, a kiss, tinged with restrained anger, fell heavily upon him. Not the gentle touch of usual days, but a grinding with a punitive intent, the lips and teeth filled with an unyielding dominance. Madara instinctively turned his head to evade, but Hashirama held his nape firmly in place, forcing him to passively endure this overwhelming intimacy. From the initial defiance and desire to resist, he gradually lost his strength, his breathing becoming ragged and disordered. His lips were numbed by the kisses, his whole body wrapped in Hashirama's aura. The feeling of being completely controlled made him flustered, yet inexplicably stirred a trace of indescribable heat. He wanted to push the man away, to curse with harsh words, but all sounds were blocked between their lips, leaving only fragmented, muffled groans that even he found embarrassingly soft. Madara had always been proud, never before so disgraced, even in front of Senju Hashirama. He could wield his war fan to dominate the battlefield, could cast cold words upon the entire ninja world, yet, in such intimacy, he crumbled utterly. His nose tinged with sourness, his eyes reddened uncontrollably, and physiological tears slid down unbidden, landing on their intertwined hands, burning hot. He thought this entanglement would have an end, that once Hashirama had his fill he would let go. But precisely at the critical moment when he had gone limp and his consciousness began to blur, the man above abruptly stopped. All sensations ceased abruptly, leaving only the unfinished panic and emotions pent up inside with no place to settle. Madara shuddered violently, and his already strained emotions shattered, tears falling even more fiercely. It was not pain nor simple grievance, but the helplessness of being suspended midway, unable to advance or retreat, mixed with the panic from the fierce kiss earlier, all surging up at once, making him unable to control his sobs. He bit his lip, unwilling to show such vulnerability before Senju Hashirama, but his shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and his voice carried a heavy crying tone, broken and full of collapse. "Senju Hashirama. What? What exactly do you want?" He turned his head away, his long hair scattered against his neck, tears soaking his cheeks. His usually sharp brows and eyes were now filled with mist. There was no trace left of the cold, hard Uchiha clan leader, only the discomposure of being cornered. He could not understand how a mere spilled cup of tea and a few provoking words had led to such a situation. It was this man who had initiated the action, who had kissed him without explanation, who had thrown him into chaos, yet precisely when he had gone limp, Hashirama had come to an abrupt halt. Hashirama looked at his reddened, tear-stained eyes and trembling lashes, gently brushing the traces of tears from his face with his fingertips. The gesture was not particularly gentle, yet carried a restrained force. He did not speak immediately, but lowered his head, pressing against Madara's burning earlobe, his voice low, with an unquestionable dominance, mixed with a hint of helplessness. "Madara, when you provoked me, you should have known that the consequences are not yours to decide." Madara cried even more violently, his whole body trembling, lacking even the strength to retort. He only felt a suffocating distress, not physical, but a panic of being completely manipulated with nowhere to hide, shattering his proud shell piece by piece. He wanted to curse, to break free, but whenever Hashirama drew near he would uncontrollably go limp, his struggles reduced to futile pushes. Tears blurred his vision, he could only bury his head, letting his sobs be suppressed in his throat, yet still spilling out uncontrollably. It was he who had provoked first, he who wanted to gain the upper hand, yet in the end Senju Hashirama had reduced him to such collapse, unable to stop crying. And the man above only watched him quietly, letting him vent, yet his fingers remained firmly clasped around his wrist, not allowing him to escape an inch. The room was filled only with Madara's intermittent cries and the intertwined, slightly hurried breaths of the two. Madara felt he had never been so disgraced. His pride shattered, his toughness dissolved, leaving only a heart full of helplessness and bitterness, mixed with the resignation towards the man before him, all surging up with the tears. Inner thought, this time I've got Madara-sama, a Senju Hashirama eats, but also makes him suffer. Over here Uchiha Madara had been rendered speechless by Senju Hashirama's antics, while over on Uchiha Izuna's side chaos had already erupted. His quarrel with Senju Tobirama was a tempestuous affair ranging from tactical philosophies to clan customs, from past grudges to present trivialities, with neither willing to yield first. Yet as the argument wore on, it almost became addictive. The moment before they were at daggers drawn with icy tones, the next their gazes would lock, inexplicably frozen in a stalemate, unwilling to look away. Izuna's words remained sharp on the surface, but deep down he knew he had grown accustomed to Tobirama's composed and acerbic demeanor, even secretly anticipating their next confrontation. As they bickered, the fire faded, replaced by an awkward tension that clung to him. Even he could not tell whether it was hatred or something more chaotic and searing. A few days later Konoha held a banquet to celebrate the village's tranquility. Clan elders and elite ninjas gathered under blazing lights, clinking cups in merriment. The usual taut atmosphere loosened considerably. After several rounds of sake, someone initiated a game of truth or dare, drawing everyone in. The circle was small but lively. The bottle spun on the ground, wobbled to a halt, and pointed directly at Uchiha Izuna. Amid the clamor, Izuna arched an eyebrow, his inherent pride evident, as he spoke coolly, "Either choice is fine, just don't bore me." "Then truth," someone shouted with a laugh. "Among everyone here, who is the one you care about most and can't let go of?" The moment the words left the surroundings fell into a brief hush, and many glances stealthily drifted towards Senju Tobirama, who stood not far away. Izuna's cheeks grew warm, his eyes instinctively avoiding contact, but his mouth remained stubborn. "Naturally, my brother. Who else could it be?" The crowd naturally didn't believe him, yet dared not press further, letting him off with a laugh. The bottle spun again, this time pointing at Senju Tobirama. Eyes lit up, and they immediately urged truth. "Same question. Who is the most special person in your heart, the one you can't let go?" Tobirama's expression remained cold, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered toward Izuna, his Adam's apple moving almost imperceptibly. He paused for a moment, evading a direct answer, and merely replied indifferently, "Those I must protect." The vague response only fueled more speculation. Izuna felt his heart tighten, his fingertips curling slightly as he turned his face away, yet the tips of his ears reddened imperceptibly. After a few rounds, the bottle stopped before Izuna once more. This time the crowd gave him no chance to dodge, shouting outright, "Dare. Go kiss the person closest to you across from you." Izuna's head shot up, meeting Senju Tobirama's gaze directly. Unaware of how it happened, the two had ended up standing opposite each other, close enough to touch with an outstretched hand. The air froze instantly, the clamor turned suggestive, and countless eyes darted between the two. Izuna's face flushed crimson, caught between embarrassment and indignation. He clenched his teeth, wanting to refuse, but was pushed by the crowd, leaving no room to retreat. He steeled himself and stepped forward, lifting his eyes to meet Tobirama's deep gaze. His heart suddenly lost its rhythm. He wanted to push away, sneer, and call it ridiculous, but his body refused to obey. Tobirama, noticing his reddened eyes, tense jawline, and the eyes that were flustered yet defiant, lowered his head slightly first. It was no excessive gesture, only a gentle brush, like a feather grazing a lip corner, fleeting. Izuna stiffened, utterly stunned, his cheeks blazing and his breath forgotten. He jerked back, eyes darting away, his tone flustered yet lacking conviction. "Senju Tobirama. You." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter around him. Not far away, Madara watched his younger brother in such unprecedented disarray, then glanced at Senju Tobirama, who appeared calm but harbored a hint of amusement in his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to glare at Senju Hashirama, who looked entirely unapologetic. "All learned from you," Madara muttered coldly. Hashirama chuckled softly, reaching out to quietly hold Madara's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. His tone was indulgent and affectionate, tit for tat. Uchiha Madara watched Izuna, whose ears were nearly bleeding from redness, despite his stubborn words, then glanced at Senju Tobirama, who pretended to be composed, but whose fingers had subtly tightened. A vein throbbed on Madara's forehead, his tone filled with exasperation. "They pick up the bad faster than the good," he muttered coldly, his voice low, but precise enough to reach the ears beside him. Senju Hashirama tightened his grip, slightly chuckling softly, his breath brushing against Madara's ear with indulgence, and teasing, "How can this be considered bad? It's clearly mutual affection." Madara's cheek grew warm. He abruptly withdrew his hand, shooting a glare at Hashirama, but there was no real anger in it. Still, the thought that he himself had been ensnared by this man, and now his own younger brother had followed suit, and in public no less being teased, left him with a deep sense of awkwardness. The banquet's revelry continued as the bottle spun round after round, truths carrying hidden probes, dares wrapped in unspoken intentions. Izuna's face turned red and pale by turns from the teasing. Several times he tried to erupt, only to be quietly deflected by Tobirama's subtle moves. Just days ago they had argued fiercely, neither willing to concede, yet now under the crowd's taunts even their exchanged glances carried an indescribable ambiguity. Madara observed this with furrowed brows, his heart full of the exasperated thought the Uchiha clan's face is being completely lost. The Uchiha had always been proud and unyielding. When had they ever been so openly teased, unable to even muster a strong rebuttal? Yet Izuna, for all his sharp tongue, had already lost his composure in action. Even his glare at Tobirama lacked its usual edge, replaced instead by a flustered indignation. "It's all you're doing," Madara turned, laying all the blame on Senju Hashirama. Hashirama didn't defend himself, only smiling as he took Madara's hand again, this time with a firmer grip that didn't let go. "I didn't teach them this," he said softly, his eyes full of tenderness. "It's just that some feelings can't be hidden." The flickering lantern light softened Madara's profile. He turned his face away, no longer watching the commotion between Izuna and Tobirama, but he didn't pull his hand free from Hashirama's. After all, wasn't he himself the same? He had been the one to provoke first, yet ended up firmly caught, his pride shattered by the other's tenderness and strength. Now watching his younger brother tread the same path, he scolded him for lacking discipline, but deep down he knew that some entanglements were destined from the very beginning. Yet he still refused to admit defeat, lowering his voice with a hint of irritation. "If you ever dare do this again, I won't let you off easily." Hashirama chuckled softly, his fingers gently stroking Madara's palm, his tone firm and doting. "All right, as you say." But both knew that some things once started could never be stopped. Just like Izuna and Tobirama, arguing and bickering, yet already addicted forever, Hashirama Senju stood at the brightest point of the banquet, his Hokage cloak still draped over his shoulders. In one hand he held a half-full cup of wine that had not yet gone cold, but his face had long lost its usual confident composure, revealing instead a profound sense of helplessness. The world called him the god of shinobi, saying he had pacified the warring era with his own hands, founded Konoha, and that nothing under heaven could ever trouble him. But only he knew that between Madara Uchiha and his own younger brother Tobirama Senju, he was the one trapped in an impossible dilemma. The banquet was held to celebrate the stabilization of the border, and the entire village was filled with joy. After several rounds of drinks, the crowd began playing Truth or Dare with boisterous enthusiasm. What started as a lively gathering soon became his personal battlefield. His gaze first fell upon Madara. That man was still dressed in his usual ostentatious attire, his long hair casually tied back, his brows carrying the familiar arrogance. Even amidst the clamor, he was too dazzling to be ignored. But at this moment Madara's ears were slightly reddened, and the look he cast toward Hashirama held a trace of awkwardness and lingering languor. Just a few days ago he had been thoroughly disciplined by Hashirama at home. Though his words remained defiant, his actions had already softened. Now whenever the crowd occasionally cast ambiguous glances his way, he would glare at Hashirama, flushed with embarrassment but devoid of real anger. Hashirama's heart softened. Madara was his one and only best friend, the comrade, who stood beside him at the peak, the origin of his willingness to set aside hatred and build the village together. He could not bear to let Madara suffer the slightest grievance, nor could he endure seeing him unhappy. Usually, he could not even bring himself to speak harshly, always yielding and pampering, afraid that this person would turn and leave in a fit of pique. But on the other side, Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha had already stirred up a commotion that was beyond control. His younger brother, ordinarily calm and meticulous, a man of precision in all things, lost all composure whenever Izuna Uchiha was involved. Just a few days ago, the two had locked themselves in a room, arguing fiercely, from tactics to old clan grudges, from dawn to dusk, neither willing to be the first to yield. Hashirama had worried they might come to blows and quietly went to check, only to find an oddly tense atmosphere. Their words were icy, yet their eyes lingered, and in the end, instead of growing angrier, they seemed almost addicted. If a day passed without seeing each other, they would find excuses to meet. When they met, they would argue. After arguing, they would both sulk, neither willing to relent first. At the banquet, the wine bottles spun again and again, yet each time it pointed precisely at the two of them. Forced by the crowd to choose a dare, Izuna's cheeks flushed crimson, his Sharingan nearly bulging out. He cursed the game as boring, but his body remained frozen in place, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Tobirama. And Tobirama, normally as cold as ice, stepped forward voluntarily. Amid the cheers, he leaned down and gently brushed his lips against the corner of Izuna's mouth. The motion was fleeting, yet it ignited an explosion of excitement throughout the banquet. Izuna stiffened, staggering backward, his voice trembling with shame and fury. Tobirama Senju, how dare you? But in his tone half was anger and half was fluster, leaving no trace of his usual lethality toward enemies. Tobirama merely cast him a faint glance, then moved to shield him from the crowd's taunts. Seeming cold, he was in fact guarding him completely. This scene set Madara off like a powder keg. He turned to Hashirama, brows furrowed, his voice laced with obvious displeasure. Hashirama Senju, look at what your brother has done to my brother. Where is his usual calm and reason? To be so frivolous in public, it's outrageous. Hashirama's head began to ache. On one side was the beloved friend whose temper flared into cold fierceness, ready to storm off at the slightest misstep. On the other side was his cherished younger brother, who had finally fallen for someone, Izuna Uchiha. Though he said nothing, his actions left no room for compromise, and he would not tolerate his brother's interference. He wanted to soothe Madara, to say that Izuna and Tobirama were just young and playful, but seeing Madara's tense profile, he knew Izuna was his only brother, the Uchiha's bottom line. He could not disregard Madara's feelings. Yet when he turned to Tobirama, his younger brother shot him a cold glance that clearly said, mind your own business, making it plain he would protect both Izuna and the feelings he refused to confess. Tobirama was stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, even 10 oxen could not pull him back. Now that he was so devoted to Izuna, how could Hashirama, as his elder brother, forcefully tear them apart? Izuna, aggrieved and flustered, glared at Tobirama, but dared not actually lash out. He could only stand there with reddened ears, looking utterly wronged. Madara saw this, felt pained for his brother, and his anger flared even more. The look he gave Hashirama grew increasingly displeased. Hashirama stood between them, caught in a dilemma. He could not persuade Tobirama, nor could he calm Madara down. On one side was his beloved friend, on the other his dear brother. One could not be scolded, the other could not be controlled. One was heartbroken for his brother's grievance, the other clung to his own feelings and refused to yield. He forced a bitter smile and rubbed his temples. The world envied his status as the god of shinobi, his power, his companionship, his harmonious family. But who knew he also faced such helpless moments? Pacifying the warring era, subjugating the clans founding Konoha, every one of those tasks was simpler than this. No matter how dangerous the battlefield, he could handle it with ease, but in this matter of emotions, he was trapped, unable to satisfy anyone. Madara, don't be angry, Hashirama said softly, reaching out to gently clasp Madara's wrist, lowering his voice in a coaxing tone. They're young with simple hearts. It's just a close friendship and nothing will happen. Close friendship. Madara raised an eyebrow, his tone dangerous. Close enough to be intimate in public. Izuna is a member of the Uchiha clan. How can he be treated so recklessly by your brother? No sooner had Hashirama soothed a few words than Tobirama spoke coolly. Brother, this has nothing to do with you. No need to say more. One sentence left Hashirama speechless. He looked at the four of them, himself and Madara, Tobirama and Izuna, entangled in pairs bound by ties. One was awkward, the other indulgent, one was tough-mouthed, the other protective. They were all his dearest loved ones, yet he was caught in the middle, becoming the most troubled of all. Under the flickering lantern light his helplessness was stark. What god of shinobi? What first Hokage? Between his best friend and his brother, he was just an ordinary man. He feared upsetting his friend. Feared wronging his brother, feared a rift reopening between the Senju and Uchiha, and even more feared that the hard-won peace might be disturbed by these personal affairs. Hashirama sighed softly and drained his cup. Ah well. As long as they were all here, all well, all staying by his side, what did this little predicament matter? He tightened his grip on Madara's hand, his eyes full of tenderness and compromise. At worst, he would coax Madara a little more, keep a closer eye on Tobirama, and protect Izuna a little more. As long as the four of them were safe and sound and Konoha remained stable, he would welcome this dilemma with open arms. Uchiha Madara felt as if he were about to ignite. Senju Hashirama's kiss landed on his neck, bringing a searing warmth that trailed down his collarbone, causing a shiver to run through him. Just a moment ago, he had been sulking with Hashirama, declaring, "Who wants to be with you like this?" Yet his body betrayed him, yielding to softness devoid of any strength to resist. Leaning against the headboard, his clothes had long been pushed aside by Hashirama, the cool air brushing against his skin, only to be heated by Hashirama's body temperature. Madara's hand pressed against Hashirama's chest, attempting to push him away, but even his fingertips trembled, leaving him to submit to the caress of Hashirama's lips, which left deep purple marks on his skin. Hashirama. His voice was heavy with gasps, the end of his words trailing off, sounding foreign even to himself. Don't do it here. Hashirama only chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to meet Madara's, his eyes swirling with an overwhelming possessiveness, a hint of mockery in his tone. Madara, weren't you just provoking me with such enthusiasm? Why are you afraid now? Madara's face instantly burned with heat, turning away in an attempt to avoid him, only to have Hashirama grasp his chin, forcing him to turn back. Meeting those eyes, usually gentle yet now heavy as the sea, Madara's heart skipped a beat and his breathing became erratic. Look at me. Hashirama's voice was low and seductive, his fingertips grazing Madara's flushed cheek. Madara, don't hide. Madara was compelled to meet his gaze, watching the reflection of his own flustered and heated self in those eyes. A wave of shame washed over him. He wanted to close his eyes, but Hashirama held his head in place, forcing him to watch as Hashirama's kiss descended again, landing on his chest, eliciting another shudder. Why is this happening? Madara's voice quivered with a hint of tears, feeling helpless. It feels so full. His hands unconsciously tangled in Hashirama's hair, his nails digging into the scalp, but Hashirama seemed oblivious to it. The movements grew increasingly gentle yet unmistakably aggressive, slowly dismantling all his defenses. Madara's body became softer, his breaths growing frantic. Even his struggles turned into futile pushes, leaving him to intertwine his gasps with Hashirama's murmurs in the stillness of the night. Madara. Hashirama's lips brushed against his ear, the heat of his breath caressing Madara's skin, causing him to tremble. Do you know? Every time you smile at me, I can't control myself. Madara's heart clenched violently, tears slipping uncontrollably down his cheeks, landing on the backs of their hands pressed together, burning hot. He understood Hashirama's feelings for him, just as his bond with Hashirama had deeply penetrated his bones, making it impossible to sever. Yet he stubbornly resisted, unwilling to yield, choosing to provoke Hashirama, repeatedly watching as he lost control for him, showed him tenderness, and compromised for him. I didn't. Madara's voice was heavy with tears, broken and intermittent. I didn't mean to provoke you. Is that so? Hashirama raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tracing Madara's side, causing him to shiver. Then what were you thinking when you smiled at me on the battlefield last time? Madara's face flared with heat, once more turning away, unable to meet his gaze. Of course he remembered on that battlefield, despite having the upper hand, he had smiled at Hashirama, feeling an inexplicable satisfaction at seeing Hashirama's momentary daze. But he also knew that it was from that moment on that Senju Hashirama's gaze towards him changed, growing increasingly heavy, increasingly heated, and increasingly unsettling. Madara opened his mouth wanting to say something, but was abruptly silenced by Hashirama's kiss, one filled with the weight of punishment. Yet, unexpectedly, the intensity softened, tongues dancing together, carrying a familiar crispness that gradually eroded his reason. Madara's hands instinctively wrapped around Hashirama's neck, his fingers grasping at his clothing, surrendering to the kiss, allowing all previous awkwardness and resentment to be completely dissolved by this tenderness. After an indeterminate time, Hashirama finally released him, looking at his flushed lips and glistening eyes, chuckling softly as he nibbled at Madara's earlobe. Madara, do you know? I have long since lost control of myself. Madara's body jolted, gazing at Hashirama, tears falling even more fiercely. He understood that Hashirama's obsession with him was just as uncontrollable as his own bond with Hashirama. Yet he was still afraid that this burning affection would turn to ashes in the fires of war, just like their past peace agreement, afraid that he ultimately couldn't hold on to this person. Hashirama. Madara's voice trembled with unease. Will you always be there? Hashirama paused, looking down at him, his eyes filled with an unshakable tenderness. His tone was exceptionally serious. Madara, I will always be here. Whether in war or peace, whether in the past or the future, I will always be by your side, never leaving you. Madara's heart clenched tightly, tears streaming even more fiercely. He looked at Hashirama, at those eyes that were usually gentle yet now utterly serious, and all his anxiety and fear instantly evaporated. Hashirama's kiss descended once more, gentle yet unyielding, completely enclosing him in his embrace. The moonlight outside seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the intertwined figures of the two, casting a glow on Madara's flushed cheeks and Hashirama's gentle gaze. Madara leaned against Hashirama, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling his gentle touch, the unease and fear in his heart gradually dissipating, leaving only warmth and stability. He lifted his head, gazing at Hashirama's gentle brows and eyes, unable to resist leaning forward to softly kiss his lips. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, reaching to hold the back of Madara's neck, deepening the kiss. Madara closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into Hashirama's tenderness, his tears long since dried, leaving only warmth and satisfaction in his heart. It turns out that being cherished like this by Senju Hashirama felt like this. It turns out that all his pride and defiance crumbled under Hashirama's tenderness. It turns out that once a bond like this begins, it can never be stopped. Senju Hashirama, you rascal. But it is also you who has made me willing to lower all my defenses for the first time, showing my softest side. And it is also you who has made me for the first time no longer fear the future, no longer fear loss, because I know you will always be there. I have no chance to resist simply because it is you. As the dusk of my enveloped the streets, the casino remained a cacophony of noise, the sounds of dice clashing and chips stacking mingling with the raucous voices spreading freely throughout the confined space. Senju Hashirama sat at the gambling table with his head bowed, his usually cheerful brows tightly knit together, his large hands scratching his head in frustration. The chips in front of him had long been lost completely, even the last bit of his private funds had vanished. Lost again. He muttered under his breath, his tone filled with dejection, shoulders slumped, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, utterly devoid of the imposing presence of the god of shinobi. He had originally thought to sneak into the casino while Uchiha Madara wasn't paying attention, hoping to test his luck, perhaps win some money, and buy something delicious to take home. But his luck had plummeted to the depths, so from day to dusk he lost everything, and he couldn't even think of an excuse to return. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Madara finished his administrative duties and waited for a long time without seeing Senju Hashirama return, initially attributing it to him being caught up with village matters. However, as he waited, his heart grew heavier, and the more he thought about it, the more he sensed something was amiss. He knew Hashirama too well, who often appeared carefree. In reality, he was always looking for opportunities to slack off, especially lately, as Hashirama had been acting mysteriously, coming and going at odd hours, always carrying a faint scent of smoke and chips. Uchiha Madara's gaze darkened, an icy aura radiating from him, his chakra subtly surging, and the very air around him seemed to solidify. He no longer hesitated, following the faint sounds of ruckus, striding directly towards the direction of At that moment in the casino, the previously boisterous crowd suddenly seemed to hit the pause button soon after someone shouted, "Uchiha Madara is here." And the once crowded crowd immediately erupted in panic, hurriedly parting to the sides, creating an unexpectedly wide passage in the center of the gambling hall. Senju Hashirama, feeling dejected, suddenly noticed the surrounding noise had come to an abrupt halt, with even the gamblers beside him fleeing in an instant. Left alone at the gambling table, he looked up in confusion, wondering, where did everyone go? Why did they all run away? What happened? Just as he finished speaking, a chilling figure radiating immense fury appeared at the end of the passage. Uchiha Madara approached slowly, his crimson Sharingan coldly locking onto him, the pressure emanating from him causing the entire casino to tremble, the air thick with oppressive anger. Seeing the approaching figure, Hashirama's pupils constricted sharply, the confusion on his face instantly transformed into terror. He instinctively tried to get up and flee, but before he could move, a powerful hand tightly grasped the back of his collar. In the next moment, a crisp slap echoed throughout the casino as Hashirama was viciously struck across the face, the force turning half of his cheek red, his head snapping to the side, a buzzing ringing in his ears. "Senju Hashirama." Uchiha Madara's voice was icy and piercing, carrying a long-held anger, each word seeming to be spat out through clenched teeth. "As Hokage, neglecting your duties, daring to sneak off to gamble in a place like this, you have quite the audacity." Senju Hashirama covered his stinging cheek, momentarily dazed by the blow, staring at the furious Uchiha Madara before him. His lips quivered, wanting to explain, but he couldn't utter a word, only hanging his head like a child who had made a mistake. "Bear my wrath, Senju Hashirama." Uchiha Madara offered him no chance for defense, tightening his grip on Hashirama's collar, dragging him half-pushed, half-pulled towards the exit. Hashirama stumbled behind him, not daring to resist, only lowering his head and allowing himself to be dragged along. Along the way, those around were so frightened they dared not look up, even holding their breath. Uchiha Madara's fury showed no signs of abating as he dragged Senju Hashirama towards their residence, his steps steady, each one carrying an undeniable authority. He glanced back at the dejected Hashirama, whose head was lowered, his eyes darkening, his tone cold, yet tinged with disappointment. "It seems I must properly teach you a lesson." As the evening breeze brushed by, Hashirama shrank his neck, feeling the warmth in his palm, and the anger radiating from Madara. A fear and regret filled his heart, but he also knew he had truly angered Madara this time, and the days to come would not be easy. The night was like a heavy ink cloth tightly shrouding the roof of Konoha, and even the cicadas outside the window carried a hint of lazy weariness. Their residence was so quiet that only the crackling of the candle flames could be heard. Qianshou Zhujian sat at the table holding half a piece of uneaten mochi in his hand, yet his gaze was involuntarily glued to the figure in the center of the living room. Yuzhibo Ban had changed clothes. The bathrobe he usually wore only on the battlefield had been replaced by a black maid dress adorned with lace trimmings. The hem barely passed his knees, making his already long legs appear even more slender. A white apron was tied around his waist with a lovely bow, and the lace collar curled slightly, creating an extreme contrast with his usual cold and tough demeanor. Qianshou Zhujian stared wide-eyed. The mochi in his hand fell with a thud onto the table, and even the blush on his face forgot to fade. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time, his heart pounding like a caged rabbit. Why would Ban suddenly wear this? Yuzhibo Ban obviously had no intention of giving him much time to react. He walked slowly to the sofa, raised a hand to smooth his skirt, and his scarlet Sharingan swept over lightly. With a hint of playful smile and an undeniable forcefulness, he spoke, his voice a few tones deeper than usual. Wrapped in the languor of the night had enough staring. Or perhaps, Zhujian, you like this outfit very much. Qianshou Zhujian snapped back to reality, his cheeks burning even hotter. He waved his hands hastily. "No, it's not that I like it. It's just a bit surprising." His words tumbled out incoherently, the commanding presence he displayed on the battlefield completely gone, making him look like a schoolboy caught red-handed. Yuzhibo Ban said nothing more, but turned and walked to the window, standing with his back to him. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice onto him, gilding the lace of the maid dress with a silver edge. His silhouette appeared extraordinarily slender, yet it carried an aloofness that warned others to stay away. Qianshou Zhujian swallowed hard, cautiously rose to his feet, his steps as light as a cat's band. Why are you suddenly wearing this? Could it be that I angered you during the day, and you want to change your look to cheer me up? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, and his panic gradually gave way to a flicker of joy. Maybe Ban wasn't truly angry, just wanted to throw a little tantrum. But just as he reached 2 steps away from Yuzhibo Ban, a cold voice stopped him. Stop. Qianshou Zhujian's footsteps halted, the smile on his face stiffening. Yuzhibo Ban slowly turned around, the light in his Sharingan cooling. He raised a hand to lightly adjust his skirt, his tone carrying an unmistakable distance. I just thought that wearing this might help you learn a lesson. But remember, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Qianshou Zhujian's restless hand, then enunciated each word. Today, you won't touch me. Qianshou Zhujian's hand froze in midair, the joy in his heart instantly doused like a bucket of cold water. He leaned forward, his voice laced with a pleading softness. Ban, I was wrong, okay? I won't go to the gambling house anymore, I won't sneak off again. Please don't be like this, alright? He reached out to grab Ban's wrist, but just as his fingertips were about to make contact, an invisible chakra force pushed him back. Yuzhibo Ban sidestepped, slightly avoiding his touch, and a faint, barely noticeable smugness flashed in his eyes, quickly veiled by coldness. He walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs as the skirt spread out like a blooming black mandala. So you know you were wrong. He raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't have gone to the gambling house behind your back, lost all the money, made you worry. Qianshou Zhujian hung his head, his voice growing softer, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothes like a child waiting to be scolded. Seeing him like this, Yuzhibo Ban's anger had already dissipated for the most part, leaving only a trace of resigned indulgence. Yet he insisted on maintaining his stern facade, determined to teach this troublemaking monkey a lesson. Is that all? He pressed, his tone still icy. Qianshou Zhujian suddenly looked up, his eyes glistening with grievance. I shouldn't have made you angry, shouldn't have made you think I'm unreliable. Ban, from now on I'll do whatever you say. Please don't ignore me, don't stop me from touching you. As he spoke, he tentatively leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently on Yuzhibo Ban. Yuzhibo Ban turned his face away, avoiding his watery eyes, but a subtle ripple stirred in his heart. He was silent for a moment, then finally spoke slowly. Remember what you said today. He stood up and walked toward the bedroom. At the doorway he paused and looked back at Qianshou Zhujian, who was still standing in place. Moonlight fell upon him, the lace of the maid dress shimmering faintly in the night. His voice came through the darkness, tinged with a husky gentleness. Come in. Don't stand out in the night breeze. Qianshou Zhujian's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. But at the bedroom door, Yuzhibo Ban raised a hand to block him. No fooling around before bed, Ban said, his tone still firm, though a barely perceptible smile hid in his eyes. If you dare slack off tomorrow, I'll deal with you. He finished speaking, stepped aside to let him in, yet still denied him any chance of contact. Qianshou Zhujian pouted, feeling a pang of regret, but he knew Ban had relented. He entered the bedroom, looked at the bedding laid out on the bed, then glanced at Yuzhibo Ban standing by the bedside. Unable to help himself, he murmured softly, Ban, you actually look really good in that maid dress. Before he could finish, Yuzhibo Ban raised his hand as if to strike, and Qianshou Zhujian immediately shrank, his neck obediently slipping into the futon, though he still peeked up at him. The candlelight gradually died out and the night grew deeper. The bedroom was silent, with only the rhythmic breathing of the two intertwining. Qianshou Zhujian closed his eyes, replaying in his mind the image of Ban in that maid dress from the day. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift secretly. He thought even if he couldn't touch Ban today, just being able to accompany him quietly like this was enough. And Yuzhibo Ban, standing by the bed, looked down at the half-face peeking out from the futon. The coldness in his eyes gradually melted into tender affection. He gently reached out and tucked the corner of the blanket for Qianshou Zhujian, his voice as light as a feather. Idiot. The Lantern Festival of Konoha arrived as promised. As dusk just settled, the entire main street was illuminated by countless lanterns. Various lotus-shaped and rabbit-shaped lanterns hung from eaves and corners. Layers of warm golden light dyed the night sky gentle and tender. Senju Hashirama held Uchiha Madara's hand, strolling leisurely through the crowd. His usual cold and stern expression softened under the warm glow of the lanterns. Madara was uncharacteristically relaxed, wearing a light-colored kimono, his fingertips enveloped in Hashirama's warm palm. He occasionally paused to admire the exquisite lanterns by the roadside. All his usual aggression dissipated, leaving only a rare sense of ease. The two walked side by side, surrounded by the lively noise of the crowd, children's laughter, vendors' shouts, all blending into a bustling symphony. Hashirama was enthusiastically pointing at the giant dragon lantern in the distance, about to drag Madara over for a closer look, when suddenly a very faint muffled sound reached his ears. It was a suppressed, somewhat soft sound, instantly swallowed by the surrounding clamor, yet it pierced clearly through Uchiha Madara's hearing. Madara's originally gentle gaze abruptly hardened. His footsteps halted and his grip on Hashirama's fingers unconsciously tightened. He tilted his ear, concentrating, his brows deeply furrowed. That voice sounded exactly like the brother he had cherished his entire life, Uchiha Izuna. Senju Hashirama hadn't registered it yet, still smiling and trying to step forward, but Madara pulled him back sharply. He turned to look at the person beside him, only to see Madara's scarlet eyes flickering with a hint of alarm. His demeanor instantly turned cold. The originally gentle side of his face tensed up and his voice carried uncertainty, yet unwavering conviction. Hashirama, I think I heard Izuna's voice. That single sentence exploded like a thunderbolt over Senju Hashirama's head. The smile on his face froze instantly, all the blood in his body seemed to congeal, and a cold sweat broke out on his back, soaking his clothes. Sweat poured down his entire body. He turned his head stiffly, his eyes dodging in panic, his palms instantly becoming clammy. Stammering, he tried to calm things down. No way, sweetheart. You must have misheard. Why would Izuna be here? And making such a sound? Hashirama's heart pounded wildly. The first figure that flashed through his mind was his own younger brother Senju Tobirama. Those two little rascals had never gotten along. They kept entangling in secret, always hiding it deeply. If Madara ever found out that Tobirama was touching Izuna, given Madara's protective nature toward his brother, today's Lantern Festival would likely turn into a battlefield on the spot, and the entire Konoha would be turned upside down. Forcing calmness, he raised a hand to rub Madara's forehead, trying to divert his attention. His voice trembled almost imperceptibly. The street is so noisy, full of people and chaotic sounds. Izuna must be at home right now. Why would he come here? You're just missing him too much, hearing things. But Uchiha Madara didn't listen to his excuse at all. His brows knitted even tighter, his gaze fixed straight toward the direction of the sound, a back alley separated by a narrow street. The wall was mottled, obscured by the lantern light and shadows, making it impossible to see what was inside. He instinctively took a step to check, but Hashirama held him tightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lively street, beneath the wall of that back alley, a completely different clandestine scene unfolded. In the dim alley, away from all pedestrians' eyes, Senju Tobirama pinned Uchiha Izuna firmly against the mottled earthen wall, his arms braced on either side of Izuna, completely trapping him between his embrace and the wall without leaving a single gap. Izuna's cheeks flushed crimson, a tantalizing rosy hue spreading from his earlobes to his neck. His usually sharp eyes were now misty with dampness. With a mix of indignation and panic, he tried to struggle, but Tobirama held him down, immobile. Just as he opened his mouth to scold, Tobirama ruthlessly pressed his lips against Izuna's, a scorching kiss raining down with irresistible force. The earlier suppressed sound had been Izuna's instinctive response, caught off guard by the kiss. Tobirama's movements carried a possessive dominance. His fingertips tightened, slightly pressing Izuna's wrists, lowering his head to deepen the kiss, cutting off all the noise from the alley entrance and shielding them from the outside lights. He lowered his eyes, his gaze dark and deep, filled with obsession and tenderness for the person before him, yet his grip never loosened until the man in his arms gradually went limp. Only then did he relent slightly. Izuna gasped heavily, his cheeks burning, his eyes dazed as he glared at Senju Tobirama. His lips were red from the kiss, all his usual fierceness gone, leaving only overwhelming fluster and shame. He wanted to curse, but after the kiss his voice was hoarse, unable to form complete words. He could only let Tobirama trap him in his arms, hiding in this deserted corner of the alley, concealing all their entanglement and emotions. Outside the alley, the lanterns still shone brilliantly, the crowd still bustled noisily. Uchiha Madara remained stubbornly determined to walk toward the back alley, his suspicion not diminishing in the slightest. He knew Izuna's voice too well. Even the faintest sound could never be mistaken. Behind him, Senju Hashirama was already drenched in sweat from anxiety, holding Madara's wrist tight, trying every possible way to divert his attention, silently praying. He must not let Madara discover the two in the alley, otherwise today would surely erupt into an uncontrollable chaos. The warm yellow lantern light cast interwoven shadows, illuminating Hashirama's flustered face and Madara's puzzled, tense profile. And just a wall away inside the alley, lingering breaths and a tender intimacy faced each other. A secret accident beneath the bustling night of lanterns quietly tugged at them. Uchiha Madara's steps never faltered, his wrist firmly in Hashirama's grasp. The doubt in his eyes had long turned into a sharp icy glare, his Sharingan rotating subtly. The pressure emanating from him made passers-by instinctively steer clear. "I didn't mishear." Each word was deliberate, his tone resolute. He shook off Hashirama's hand and strode toward the alley entrance. That was Izuna's voice. I could never mistake it. Hashirama's heart leaped into his throat, cold sweat soaking through his undershirt. He lunged forward again, wrapping his arms around Madara's waist, holding him tight. Inside his mind, he's going to be knocked out by the scent. Pulling the man closer, he plastered on a flustered, placating smile. His voice trembled. Madara, calm down. You really did mishear. Look how crowded the street is, so many voices mixing together. It might just be some child whose voice sounds similar. While desperately holding him back, Hashirama cursed his younger brother 1,000 times in his mind. Damn you, Tobirama. Out of all people to pick, you had to choose the Lantern Festival and a spot so close to the main street. If Madara catches you, this Hokage will be torn apart by his own wife and brother on the spot. Uchiha Madara struggled, but couldn't break free. His brows furrowed deeper as he whipped his head around to glare at him, crimson eyes blazing with fury. Senju Hashirama, let go of me. Are you hiding something from me? Hashirama's heart raced. He was even more afraid to let go. He held Madara tighter, burying his face in the crook of his neck. He fumbled for excuses. No, how could I ever hide anything from you? I just don't want you to get jostled. We've finally come to enjoy the Lantern Festival together. Don't let a little thing spoil the fun. As the two stalled on the street, the tension in the alley had also reached a breaking point. Izuna finally managed to twist out of Tobirama's grip, raising a hand to strike his face, only to have his wrist caught and pinned. Against the wall, he panted heavily, the flush on his cheeks yet to fade. His eyes burned with humiliation and rage, his voice barely a whisper, dripping with venom. Senju, Tobirama, have you lost your mind? This is a street in Konoha. What if someone finds us? Especially his brother. He dared not imagine the consequences. If Uchiha Madara ever discovered him entangled with his archenemy's younger brother, he would tear Tobirama apart on the spot, and likely sever ties with Hashirama. Senju Tobirama lowered his gaze, watching the redness at the corner of the man's eyes and the trembling of his lips. His pupils darkened, but he showed no sign of releasing him. Instead, he leaned in slightly, bringing his lips close to Izuna's ear, his voice low and stubborn. So what if someone finds out? I don't want to sneak around anymore. That muffled yelp earlier, he had heard it too, and he knew Madara, not far away, had likely sensed something. Yet he felt no panic. He simply tightened his arms, shielding Izuna even more protectively, his gaze sweeping toward the alley entrance. After confirming no one had wandered in, he relaxed his hold slightly, but still kept Izuna within his reach. Calm down first. Don't go out. Tobirama's voice carried an unyielding command as his fingertips gently traced Izuna's reddened wrist. My brother is already holding Madara back. Outside the alley, Hashirama was still frantically placating Madara, hurriedly picking up a rabbit-shaped lantern from a nearby vendor and shoving it in front of Madara. He forced the most innocent grin onto his face. Look, Madara, isn't this rabbit lantern lovely? You've always liked these delicate trinkets. Let's buy one, then go watch the fireworks ahead, okay? He was using every trick in the book to redirect Madara's attention, his palms slick with cold sweat. He dreaded Madara insisting on entering the alley and everything spiraling out of control. Uchiha Madara stared at his face, raw with panic, then at the wobbling rabbit lantern. Instead of being distracted, his suspicion only deepened. Hashirama's reaction was too abnormal. Never before had he been this nervous, this incoherent. He was clearly hiding something. Madara slowly turned his head back toward the dim alley, the cold glare in his eyes intensifying. He abruptly shoved Hashirama away, no longer hesitating. A flicker of chakra stirred around him as he was about to use a jutsu to investigate. Madara, don't go. Hashirama, terrified out of his wits, lunged forward to embrace him again, his voice almost begging. Please, I'm begging you, don't go back there. It really isn't Izuna. Just as the two tensed up once more, a faint rustle came from the alley. Senju Tobirama, holding the hand of Izuna, who had straightened his collar, but whose face was still crimson, slipped out from the other end of the alley, deliberately avoiding the direction of Madara and Hashirama. They quickly vanished into the crowd. Only when he sensed the two familiar yet covert chakras had completely faded away did Senju Hashirama finally let out a long sigh of relief, all strength draining from his body. His arms around Madara went limp. Uchiha Madara looked at the now empty alley entrance, then turned to the limp, sweat-drenched Hashirama beside him. His brows remained tightly knit. Though still suspicious, he chose not to press further. He ultimately trusted Hashirama, or perhaps he simply couldn't bear to believe his own brother would be entangled with the wrong person in such a place. He shot Hashirama a cold glance, shook off his hand, and said with hostility, "It had better be that I misheard." Hashirama nodded frantically like a pecking bird. He quickly grabbed the rabbit lantern and shoved it into Madara's hands, then put on a smile and pulled him deeper into the crowd. He deliberately led them away from that alley, but in his heart he was already resolved to give Tobirama a severe beating when they got home. Next time his brother dared to be so audacious, he definitely wouldn't stop Madara from dealing with him. Countless lanterns still shone brilliantly, fireworks burst across the night sky, illuminating the two figures. Yet beneath the seemingly peaceful atmosphere lay Hashirama's lingering terror and Madara's unresolved doubt. At a street corner in the distance, two figures walked side by side, hidden in the crowd, one with a cold face masking his panic, the other with somber eyes holding his companion's hand in a firm grip. "I want to take a bath when we get back." "Yes, dear. I'll have a shadow clone prepare it." Senju Hashirama leaned against the edge of his desk, watching Uchiha Madara's profile as he bent over documents, unable to suppress the slight unease churning in his chest. After hesitating for a long while, he finally gave in, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance and cautious inquiry, "Madara, do you not like me?" Madara paused mid-stroke, looking up with a raised brow, clearly taken aback by such a sudden question. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling upon Madara's sharp yet elegant features, softening the usual intensity, lending them a gentler hue. He slowly set down his papers, rose to his feet, and walked toward Hashirama step by step. "How could I?" The tone was flat, betraying little emotion. But in the next moment he leaned in slightly, and his cool lips brushed lightly against the corner of Hashirama's mouth. It was only the faintest, briefest touch, so fleeting it might have been an illusion. Senju Hashirama stood, frozen pupils dilating as a visible blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears, burning hot. He was stunned for a long moment before snapping back to reality. Seeing Madara's composed expression, as if nothing had happened, his heart suddenly pounded out of control, thundering against his ribs. His throat moved as he swallowed, and the earlier grievance and unease were instantly replaced by a far more intense emotion. A flicker of triumphant mischief and possessive desire gleamed in his eyes. His voice carried a dangerous edge. "Madara, you asked for this." Before Madara could react, Hashirama reached out and grasped his wrist, exerting a gentle force to draw him closer, then spun him around and pressed him down onto the broad Hokage's desk. Papers scattered to the floor, a pen rolled away with a soft clatter. None of it mattered. Hashirama leaned in, his warm breath whispering against Madara's ear, carrying his unique scent. Madara, usually cool and aloof, now pinned against the desk, looked up into Hashirama's fervent, earnest eyes. A faint blush crept to the tips of his ears. The office fell silent, broken only by their intermingled breaths and the occasional whisper of wind outside. In this confined space, the two, who had once been at odds, now shared a tenderness and unspoken affection that filled the room. Hashirama gazed at Madara's flushed eyes, brushed his fingertips gently across his cheek, and murmured in a low, tender voice, "From now on, don't let me worry." Madara turned his face away, but didn't push him off. He only gave a soft hum, but the faint curve at the corner of his lips betrayed his true feelings. The edge of the desk pressed against his lower back. Madara frowned instinctively, yet made no move to struggle. He gazed up at the Senju Hashirama leaning over him, his usually fierce and proud eyes stripped of all sharpness. Only a trace of surprise and mild fluster remained, the crimson on his ears deepening, spreading even to his neck. Senju Hashirama's palm rested firmly on his waist, the pressure neither too hard nor too soft, effectively pinning him between the desk and himself. The eyes that had earlier held grievance and uncertainty now brimmed with blazing delight and unmistakable devotion, locked onto Madara's face. From his slightly pursed lips to the flushed corners of his eyes, Hashirama traced every inch as if to engrave the image deep within his heart. Madara Hashirama's voice dropped low, husky and magnetic, his warm breath completely washing over the corner of Madara's mouth, carrying a crisp woodsy scent. That kiss just now, it doesn't count. At those words, Madara's eyebrows lifted slightly, still bearing his characteristic pride, but now devoid of its former edge, replaced by a hint of playful reproach. Senju Hashirama, you're pushing your luck. Though his words were defiant, his body remained rooted, making no move to push him away. His fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of a sheet of shien paper on the desk, knuckles whitening, betraying his inner tension. He had never imagined that the usually carefree village-focused Hashirama could be so assertively direct, nor had he expected to find himself so willingly trapped within his aura. Hashirama let out a low laugh, the vibration of his chest transmitting through their touching bodies, carrying a reassuring warmth. He lowered his head slightly, resting his forehead gently against Madara's, his eyes deep and full of a tenderness meant only for him. You started this. The moment you kissed me, Madara, you can't escape now. With that, he gave Madara no chance to retort, leaning down to gently press his lips against those cool. Unlike the fleeting touch moments ago, this kiss was tender and solemn, carrying decades of unspoken feelings slowly overwhelming each other's senses. Madara's eyelashes fluttered slightly. At first he was stiff, but gradually he relaxed, and almost unconsciously his arms rose to circle Hashirama's neck, responding with passive yet yielding acceptance. Scattered papers still lay on the floor. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, stirring the corners of documents on the desk, but could not blow away the lingering intimacy in the room. Hashirama carefully tightened his arms, pulling Madara close into a secure embrace, as if afraid of hurting him. His movements were impossibly tender, a stark contrast to his usual rough demeanor. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted, both breathing somewhat raggedly. Hashirama rested his forehead against Madara's, his eyes holding an unfathomable tenderness, his fingertips gently stroking Madara's flushed cheek. His voice carried a mix of affection and sincerity. I never stopped liking you, Madara. From the day we met in our youth to this moment, building Konoha together, you have always been the only one in my heart. Madara turned his face away, avoiding his scorching gaze, but could not hide the slight upward curl of his lips. His voice was muted, but unmistakably moved. I know you're so talkative. Yet his flushed cheeks and slightly uneven breathing had already betrayed every thought. Hashirama chuckled softly at his stubborn yet adorable reaction, pulled him back into a tight embrace, and nestled his chin gently on top of Madara's head, filled with peace and contentment. Sunlight poured softly through the window, casting a warm glow over the two entwined figures, their silhouettes melting into one. Without giving Ban time to react, Zhu Jian leaned forward, slightly reached out to grip the back of his neck, and kissed him without a word of explanation. Ban stiffened, his hand tightening around the brush, ink dripping onto the scroll and spreading into a dark blot. At first he resisted, instinctively wanting to push him away, but Zhu Jian's touch was both gentle and firm, the heat between their lips scorching. Carrying the long-suppressed longing, it gradually dismantled all his defenses. After all, this was the person he could never let go, the bond forged through establishing my together and countless life-and-death struggles. Ban gradually relaxed, tilting his head back, passively responding. The Uchiha clan leader, once decisive in battle and coldly arrogant, now shed all his sharpness, leaving only a heart full of tenderness. The study was utterly silent save for the sound of their intertwined breaths. Sunlight lazily spilled over the two, rendering the scene exceptionally tender. Neither noticed the faint sound of footsteps approaching outside the door. Yuzhibo and I, carrying a stack of border patrol reports, walked shoulder to shoulder with Qianshou Feijian. Both wore serious expressions, one with ink-black hair falling to his shoulders and a cold, sharp gaze, the other with neat silver hair and a composed face. They were the most trusted deputies of their respective clans, arriving daily to report on important matters. Elder brother must be discussing matters with Lord Jujian, Chuenai said in a low voice, his tone flat, without the slightest suspicion. Feijian nodded, slightly raising his hand to knock, when he noticed the door was not fully closed, a gap left open. With due caution, he gave it a gentle push, intending to announce their presence first. But that push caused the door to swing slowly open, revealing the scene inside, without any concealment to both of them. Before the desk, Qianshou Zhujian leaned over, embracing Yuzhibo Ban. The two locked in a deep kiss, their posture intimate and unrestrained. In the past, one was majestic and domineering, the other cold and proud, two powerful figures. Now they were entirely immersed in each other's tenderness, with not a trace of their usual sternness. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The scrolls in Kuanai's hand fell to the floor with a clatter. A crimson Xialunian manifested uncontrollably, and his entire body froze in place, his mind blank. He had grown up relying on Ban, accustomed to his elder brother's strength and protectiveness, but he had never seen him like this, tender, indulgent. Completely defenseless, and the object of such intimacy was none other than Qianshou Zhujian, a man from their sworn enemy clan. An overwhelming shock and embarrassment washed over him, making his breath catch. Qianshou Feijian's face also turned pale, his golden eyes widening sharply, his fingertips nearly crushing the confidential report in his hand. He had always been calm and composed, meticulous in his thoughts, but now he felt nothing but a prickling on his scalp. Shock, anger, and speechlessness mingled, leaving him torn and wishing he could vanish on the spot. The noise finally startled the two inside. Zhujian and Ban broke apart abruptly, both turning to look at the door. Zhujian paused for a moment, then recovered. Instead of showing any embarrassment, he scratched the back of his head and gave a simple, honest smile, as calm as if he had been handling ordinary official business. Yuzhibo Ban, however, flushed from his cheeks to the tips of his ears, even a hint of red spreading to his neck. He shoved Zhujian away abruptly, hurriedly adjusting his collar, his eyes filled with shame and anger, his aura dropping to its lowest. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. To be discovered in such an intimate act by his most beloved younger brother, and with Qianshou Zhujian of all people, even though he was usually overbearing and strong-willed. He completely lost his composure, glaring fiercely at the door, then shooting a resentful glance at the oblivious Qianshou Zhujian beside him. "Who allowed you to come in?" Ban demanded sharply, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor, the usual authority lacking its former conviction. Only then did Chuenai barely gather his wits, bending down to hurriedly pick up the scrolls from the floor, his cheeks burning. He dared not look up at the two inside again, his voice stiff. "Elder brother Feijian and I came to report on the patrol matters." Qianshou Feijian quickly composed his expression, forcing calmness, and placed the secret report on the small table by the door. His eyes were evasive, avoiding direct eye contact with both Zhujian and Ban. His tone was cold and awkward. "The affairs have been delivered. The remaining matters can be discussed another day." With that, he didn't wait for Chuenai to react, reached out and grabbed the other's wrist, and nearly fled, quickly stepping out of the study, pulling the door shut heavily behind them. Only when they were far down the corridor did the two stop in their tracks. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the same embarrassment and helplessness in each other's eyes. After a long moment, they turned away in silent agreement, neither willing to speak of the breathtaking scene they had just witnessed. Inside the study, Ban listened to the footsteps receding outside. Shame and anger surged to his head. He raised a hand and punched Zhujian in the chest, though the force was not heavy. "Qianshou Zhujian, this is all your fault. Now that Chuenai and the others have seen this, how can I show my face?" Zhujian promptly took his hand, smiling with a doting expression, showing no guilt at all. "So they found out. Ban, we have an open understanding, and there was never a need to hide it." He paused, then leaned closer to Ban's ear and added in a low voice, "Besides, Chuenai and Feijian might have already figured it out." Ban gave a cold snort and turned his face away, refusing to look at him, but the red tint on his ears lingered for a long time. Outside the door, Chuenai and Feijian stood side by side in silence, feeling that this encounter today would likely become an unforgettable, awkward memory for both of them. Hashirama Senju, clutching a wooden box lined with soft velvet, burst excitedly into the Hokage office, building the tips of his sandals, still damp with morning dew. When he pushed open the door to Madara's office, the latter was holding a brush and approving documents. Madara raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze sweeping across the swaying wooden box. Look, Madara. Hashirama placed the box on the desk and lifted the cloth with his fingertips. A small ball of orange and white fur immediately rolled out. It was a newly weaned tabby kitten, its claws no bigger than his thumbnail. It nuzzled softly against Hashirama's palm and let out a tender mew. Uchiha Madara frowned, a trace of disgust flickering in his golden eyes. The tip of his brush left an ink blot on the scroll. He had always cherished cleanliness. He detested cat hair clinging to his clothes, loathed the kitten's noisy mewing, and above all found this fragile little creature utterly lacking in intimidation, completely incompatible with his aura. Senju Hashirama, have you nothing better to do? Madara said, coldly tapping his fingers on the desk, his tone dripping with impatience. Throw this thing out. Don't dirty my study. Hashirama's smile stiffened slightly. He gently scooped the kitten back into the wooden box, his eyes carrying a hint of coaxing. Come on, Madara. It's just been weaned, it's pitiful. I saw it getting rained on at the village entrance, so I brought it back. Why don't you try keeping it for a few days? I'm sure it'll be very well behaved. Madara turned his face away, refusing to look at the ball of fur, his voice still cold. I won't keep it. Hashirama, if you can't bear to part with it, take it back yourself. Hashirama was about to say something softer when voices came from outside the door. Brother, we're here to report on the border defense arrangements. It was Tobirama and Izuna. He had no choice but to set the wooden box aside for the moment and stand up to greet the two who pushed the door open. Izuna entered with a scroll in his arms. His gaze swept over the wooden box on the desk. His crimson Sharingan eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing, merely placing the scroll on the corner of the desk. Tobirama, on the other hand, gave a faint glance at the kitten huddled in the box, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly he didn't like it much either. After the four finished discussing business, Hashirama pretended he was going to take the kitten to his own quarters, hugging the wooden box as he left the office. Madara remained seated, seemingly continuing to review documents, but in truth his ears were perked up and the corner of his eye kept darting toward the door. No one saw that as soon as Hashirama's footsteps faded, he immediately rose, walked to the desk, crouched down, and stared at the tabby kitten inside the wooden box. The little furball seemed to sense he meant no harm, extended a tiny paw over the edge of the box, and let out another tender mew. Madara's throat moved. His face remained expressionless, but after a moment's hesitation his fingertips gently opened the wooden lid. The next second the tabby kitten darted out and scrambled up his pant leg. Madara stiffened all over, instinctively wanting to shake it off, but the soft little body pressed against his leg, the furry touch softening his heart. His movement froze. He slowly crouched down and carefully scooped the kitten into his arms. The little tabby immediately curled into a ball, burying its head in his robe, purring contentedly. Its warm little belly pressed against his palm, soft as cotton. Madara's fingertips lightly stroked the orange and white fur on the kitten's back. His movements were awkward yet extraordinarily gentle. His usually sharp brows softened, the hard line of his jaw relaxed, and even the murderous aura around him dissipated by half. He sat in his chair, cradling the kitten, his chin gently resting on its tiny head. In his eyes was a tenderness no one had ever seen before. His fingertips stroked the fur in a rhythm so slow it was almost unreal. He might have spoken with such disdain, but in his arms he held the kitten tightly, afraid it might fall or get hurt. Once in a while when the kitten scratched him he merely frowned. Instead of pushing it away, he gently patted its back and muttered softly, "Clumsy cat. Take it easy." But he had no idea that three figures were quietly lurking behind the back door of the Hokage office building, having witnessed everything. Hashirama Senju leaned against the doorframe, a smile he couldn't contain spreading across his lips. His eyes were full of affection. He secretly made a V sign, looking smug, as if to say, "I knew Madara would soften." Uchiha Izuna leaned close to Senju Tobirama, his ink-black hair falling over his shoulders. His crimson Sharingan eyes curved into crescent moons as he suppressed a laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. Watching his usually domineering and aloof elder brother now cradling a kitten with such gentle tenderness, he found it both novel and amusing. He whispered to Tobirama, who would have thought Madara can be this soft sometimes. Senju Tobirama stood at the farthest edge, his silver hair stirred lightly by the morning breeze. Even his usually cold golden eyes held a reluctant hint of amusement. He glanced at the two beside him, cleared his throat softly, and lowered his voice. Don't make a sound. Let him hold it. The three of them stood quietly at the back door, watching Uchiha Madara inside, holding the tabby kitten, earnestly grooming its fur. Occasionally, he would lower his head to nuzzle the kitten's tiny head, his movements clumsy yet sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves of the backyard trees, sprinkling onto the crown of Madara's head, casting a warm edge on his cold silhouette, a stark contrast to his decisive killing on the battlefield in peacetime. After some time, Madara seemed to sense movement outside the door. He suddenly lifted his head and looked toward the back entrance. The three of them immediately panicked. Hashirama hurriedly stepped back. Tobirama reached out to cover Izuna's mouth just as he was about to burst out laughing. They all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Madara frowned, stood up, walked to the back door, and pulled the latch. Outside there was no one, only the rustling of wind through leaves. He glanced around in confusion, found no one, and turned back into the study. He continued holding the kitten, but now there was a barely perceptible warmth in his eyes. The three behind the door exchanged smiles. Hashirama patted Tobirama's and Izuna's shoulders, lowering his voice. See, I told you Madara wouldn't throw it away. Izuna nodded, his eyes brimming with laughter. I never expected Madara to be so tough on the outside yet so soft inside. That tabby kitten has definitely found the right person. Tobirama shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't make a fuss. Let him keep this gentleness to himself. The sunlight continued to pour down. The tabby kitten in Madara's arms slept soundly, while Uchiha Madara, holding the little ball of fur, gently stroked its fur with his fingertips. For the first time, a softness that was not feigned appeared on his face. He didn't know that his tenderness had been discovered. He only felt that the warm little ball in his arms seemed to dispel the exhaustion from days of handling administrative affairs. And the three outside, their hearts full of laughter, quietly slipped away, all knowing that from now on there would likely be an amusing tale in Konoha. The first Hokage finds a cat, the Uchiha clan leader hides it away. Uchiha Madara had lived for so long, yet he had never thought that the phrase great adventure could be so disgusting. The cause was a group of young clansmen who gathered together to drink and revel all night. Senju Hashirama, with flushed cheeks from drinking, patted his shoulder and laughed, saying, Madara, let's have some fun, as a crowd of people excitedly pulled the two into the game. Initially he looked down upon it, but he couldn't withstand the sparkling eyes of Hashirama, and that light-hearted teasing. Madara wouldn't be scared, would he? Madara, who couldn't tolerate provocation, immediately slammed the table in agreement. Who would have thought he would fall for a mere drock? The loser must wear the outfit specified by the winner and do one task for them. Senju Tobirama recited the rules with a hint of glee, the paper in his hand nearly crumpled by his chakra. Senju Hashirama smiled, innocently shaking the draw in his hand. Madara, a bet is a bet. You must accept the outcome. Then he was pushed into a side room of the Senju clan and stuffed into a set of soft, overly clingy fabric. As he awkwardly walked out of the room in a white dress, with an apron tied around him and white socks on his feet, the lively noise in the courtyard instantly vanished. Uchiha Izuna's face turned beet red as he turned away. Senju Tobirama held his forehead, looking as if he couldn't bear to watch. Only Senju Hashirama had eyes sparkling with excitement. Even his breath became lighter. Madara. Hashirama's voice trembled slightly as he stood in the corridor, watching the boy awkwardly clutching the hem of his skirt, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, making the pure white-made outfit all the more glaring. Madara's brows knitted tightly, yet his ears turned an unnatural shade of red. His Sharingan rotated in its socket, but he forcefully suppressed it, clearly trying to control the urge to unleash a fire release. What are you looking at? Uchiha Madara glared fiercely at him, but in Hashirama's eyes it resembled an angry cat. Even the impatience in his tone softened a bit. If you keep staring at me. Before he could finish, Hashirama reached out and grabbed his wrist. The warmth from the boy's palm, accustomed to wielding, would release, made Madara's fingertips tremble. He almost pulled away, but Hashirama held him tightly. Madara, you look really good. Hashirama's voice was low, slightly husky from the alcohol, yet filled with undeniable joy. You look better than ever. Madara's face flushed instantly, the redness creeping from his ears down to his neck. He struggled to break free, but the skirt got in the way, making his movements appear particularly awkward, like an eagle with its wings bound, losing all its usual sharpness. Hashirama chuckled softly, tightening his embrace, resting his chin on Madara's head, his voice filled with playful tenderness. I won't let go. Madara, a bet is a bet, you have to listen to me. The people in the courtyard had already taken the hint to disperse, leaving only the lantern in the corridor casting long shadows of the two. Uchiha Madara was enveloped in Hashirama's embrace, most of his strength drained away. He could only mutter a dummy, yet the redness in his ears showed no signs of fading. Later, no one knew what task Senju Hashirama had made Uchiha Madara do. All that was known was that the lights in the side room of the Senju clan remained on that night. The next day, Uchiha Madara beat Senju Hashirama into a bruised mess, yet the usual hostility in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an inexplicable softness. As for Senju Hashirama, looking at his swollen face from the beating, he smiled contentedly, secretly stashing away a piece of the fabric from the maid outfit that Madara had changed out of. When Tobirama found out, he scratched his head and laughed. This was the first time Madara wore this for me. Of course, I have to keep it. If Uchiha Madara had known, he would probably have unleashed a fire release on the spot, burning down the Senju household. When Uchiha Madara returned to his own courtyard, the sky had already passed noon. The half-night of commotion at the Senju residence, compounded by being squeezed stiff by Hashirama, made his temples throb painfully. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw his younger brother sitting obediently on the veranda, holding a scroll of documents, waiting for him. Izuna heard the sound, immediately looked up, his dark bright eyes reflecting Madara's figure, and his tone carried a hint of concern. Brother, you're back. Why do you look so pale? Madara's steps faltered, and his originally tense shoulders unconsciously relaxed. He didn't answer, only hummed faintly, walked over, and bent down to ruffle Izuna's hair, his fingertips gently brushing through his soft locks, the movement natural and familiar, carrying a gentleness never seen by others. Have you been waiting long? He asked, his voice devoid of the cold harshness from the Senju household, now carrying a warmth unique to an elder brother. Izuna shook his head, handed him the scroll of documents. Not long. It's just clan affairs, I wanted you to look them over. Also, he paused, his eyes falling on the faint dark circles under Madara's eyes, and couldn't help adding, brother, didn't you sleep well last night? Madara took the scroll, flipped through a couple of pages. At these words, the tips of his ears burned almost imperceptibly, yet he still maintained a stern face, masking his reply. Nothing, just a few trifles. He placed the scroll on the low table by the veranda, reached out and patted Izuna's shoulder. I'll go wash up first, I'll look at it later. All right. Izuna obediently replied, watching his brother's back as he turned and walked into the room, a smile tugging irresistibly at the corners of his mouth. His elder brother had always been this way, harsh and cold as iron to outsiders, capable of leaving even Senju Hashirama speechless, yet all his edges would quietly soften when faced with him. When Madara came out after washing up, Izuna had already brought a bowl of warm herbal medicine and a plate of his favorite glutinous rice cakes. Brother, you've been using a lot of chakra lately. I made you some calming medicine and also your favorite inari sushi. Madara looked at the dark murky medicine in the bowl, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. He had never liked drinking these bitter concoctions since childhood, always having to pinch his nose and gulp them down with a grimace. Izuna, long accustomed to this reaction, immediately picked up a piece of glutinous rice cake and held it to his lips, smiling. Drink up quickly. After you finish, eat a cake, and it won't be bitter anymore. Madara said nothing but obediently raised the bowl and drained it in one go. The bitterness of the medicine spread across his tongue. He frowned instinctively. Izuna immediately stuffed the rice cake into his mouth, the sweet and sticky flavor instantly washing away the acrid taste. Eat slowly, no one's fighting you for it. Izuna watched him with puffed cheeks like a cat sneaking food, unable to suppress a laugh. Madara chewed the pastry, looking at his brother's curved eyebrows and smiling eyes. The irritation and fatigue in his heart suddenly dissipated by half. He raised his hand to wipe a bit of pastry crumb from the corner of Izuna's mouth, his fingertip gently brushing the soft skin, his tone carrying an indulgence never shown to anyone else. How old are you now, still getting food all over your face? Izuna stuck out his tongue, didn't argue, but instead leaned and reached out to straighten Madara's collar that had been ruffled by the wind and whispered, brother, don't push yourself too hard. I'm here to help you oversee the clan affairs. You should get more rest. Madara's movements paused as he looked at his brother's earnest eyes, his throat slightly hoarse. I understand. He paused, then added, come to me directly if anything comes up, don't bear it alone. Izuna nodded vigorously then, as he had in childhood, wrapped his arms around Madara's arm and rested his head on his shoulder. Brother, you're the best. Madara's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, then relaxed, letting him hold on. Sunlight filtered through the leaves along the veranda, spilling down on them warm and soft. He recalled when they were young how Izuna would always cling to him, following behind, calling brother, brother. Whether he was practicing swordsmanship or handling clan affairs, whenever he turned around, he would always see his younger brother's sparkling eyes. Back then, he had sworn to protect Izuna for life, to ensure he would never have to fight through the flames of war or struggle in hatred as he himself had. Even later, when he stood in opposition to Senju Hashirama, even when the entire shinobi world regarded the Uchiha as monsters and floods, he never once thought of letting Izuna suffer the slightest grievance. By the way, brother, Izuna suddenly remembered something, looked up, eyes shining brightly at him. You promised me last time that once you're done with this busy period, you'd come with me to practice Shuoken by the river. Does that still count? Madara looked at his expectant eyes, felt his heart soften, and even if exhausted, nodded. It counts. Tomorrow morning I'll go with you. Great. Izuna's eyes crinkled into crescents, then he couldn't help but urge, brother, you must rest well tonight, no more staying up late dealing with clan affairs. Madara gave a helpless smile, reached out and ruffled his hair. I know, Izuna. Izuna swatted his hand away with feigned displeasure, but still dutifully tidied up the documents on the low table, then prepared his bed, and as in childhood sat beside it, watching him lie down. Madara watched his younger brother's busy figure, and suddenly felt that if Izuna had still been by his side in his past life, he would have had a reason to keep living. Brother, good night. Izuna tucked the blanket around him, whispered, good night. Madara watched him tiptoe out of the room and close the door, finally let out a breath and shut his eyes. His world held war, hatred, and the eternal rival Senju Hashirama, but also Izuna, the younger brother, who needed his protection. To outsiders, he was the cold, unyielding Uchiha clan head, but to Izuna, he was forever the elder brother who would indulge all his caprices and shield him from harm. All the tenderness and patience in this world he was willing to reserve for his little brother, including that simpleton. The figure of Senju Hashirama was hunched over the desk, his fingertips gripping the pen as he furrowed his brows, yet a hidden smile lingered in his eyes as he earnestly planned the outing for himself and Uchiha Madara. After much contemplation, he decided to take Madara to the border valley adorned with cherry blossoms, a serene place with few people, perfect for the two of them to be alone, free from the trivial matters of their clan and the burdens of a ninja, simply enjoying each other's company. The tip of the pen glided across the paper as he began to secretly ponder another shy plan, how to naturally steal a kiss from Madara. Madara had always been proud and assertive, even the slightest affectionate gesture felt awkward in his presence. If Hashirama were to approach him recklessly, he would surely be pushed away or worse, receive a punch. Hashirama propped his chin in thought, mulling over whether to stealthily draw closer, while Madara was lost in the scenery, or to find a gentle opportunity to act. His mind was filled with images of Madara's cool demeanor, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation for their time alone. So engrossed was he in his plans on paper that he failed to notice the soft footsteps approaching the study. He only vaguely sensed the familiar aura drawing near, Madara's unique cool presence. Hashirama's heart leaped in joy, thinking Madara had come to ask him something. Just as he was about to raise his head to speak, he didn't detect any hint of alcohol. Madara was drinking a special tasteless wine, which was refreshing on the palate and emitted no scent. Typically composed, Madara was not one to indulge in alcohol, so Hashirama never considered that he might be drunk. In the next moment, a warm body suddenly leaned against him, a pair of arms with a gentle warmth wrapped stubbornly around Hashirama's neck. Hashirama froze, his hand holding the pen suspended in midair. He didn't even notice the paper and pen slipping from his fingers, and then the warm breath brushed past his ear, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. Madara's voice was soft and slightly dazed, completely shedding his usual cool intensity, and with a whiny tone he murmured, Hashirama, I feel so unwell. In that instant, Hashirama's mind was like thunder striking, leaving him momentarily blank. His ears reddened at a visible rate, followed by his cheeks and neck all flushed with heat as he stood frozen in place. Even his breathing turned rapid, feeling too shy to move for fear of disturbing the person in his arms. He had never seen this side of Madara, stripped of all pride and sharpness, resembling a little cat that had lowered its defenses, dependently clinging to his neck, the warmth of breath brushing against his ear causing his skin to tingle with a delightful sensation. Madara usually wore an aloof and distant demeanor, his eyes filled with the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, speaking with an undeniable assertiveness. Never had he displayed such a soft and vulnerable expression, nor had he ever approached Hashirama so proactively. Hashirama's heart raced, as if it would leap from his chest, frozen, and at a loss, unable to raise his hands to embrace Madara, or even to shift an inch, his ears filled with the pounding of his own heartbeat. Only then did he belatedly realize that Madara was drunk. The usually composed Madara, who preferred his tea light, had surprisingly indulged in alcohol, and had become this way. Madara, Madara. Hashirama's voice was hoarse, stuttering even as he spoke, the warm touch pressed against him. Madara's cheek gently rubbed against his neck, carrying the languor of intoxication, and the distressed murmurs returned, tugging at Hashirama's heart. All of his meticulously planned outings and kiss strategies were cast aside, his mind and gaze filled only with the soft and dependent Madara before him. The countless attempts he had plotted to get closer paled in comparison to Madara's sudden embrace and soft whispers. Hashirama's tense body slowly relaxed as he cautiously raised a hand, gently supporting Madara's waist to prevent him from stumbling, his eyes filled with flustered tenderness, the flush on his cheeks lingering. Even his ears felt hot. Senju Hashirama, usually so steady and decisive, was completely thrown off balance in the face of this proactive and soft Madara, his heart filled with concern and undeniable affection for him. No longer could he think of any plans, only wishing to comfort the distressed Madara at this moment, firmly holding on to this rare tenderness that belonged solely to him. Zujian's hand, which supported Ban's waist, trembled slightly, fearing that too much force would cause him discomfort, yet too little would fail to hold up his languid form. But Ban seemed boneless, leaning his entire weight against him, his cheek buried in the crook of Zujian's neck. His warm breath swept over Zujian's delicate skin again and again, bringing an unbearable ticklish sensation that made Zujian's whole body tense. "Where does it hurt? Is it a headache?" Zhu Jian lowered his voice. His usually resounding and cheerful tone had become extraordinarily gentle, even carrying a hint of doting he himself did not perceive. He tried to tilt his head slightly, able to see Ban's flushed ears. The usually sharp phoenix eyes were now half-lidded, with lashes quivering gently, devoid of any past sharpness, a picture of fragility and dependence. Ban did not answer, only tightened his arms around Zujian's neck a little more. The tip of his nose rubbed softly against Zujian's neck, carrying a hint of coyness, and he repeated in a muffled tone, "It hurts. I feel unwell all over." He was naturally extraordinarily handsome. With the coldness in his brows softened by intoxication, he gained a gentle allure. His proud and aloof nature, suppressed by alcohol, vanished without a trace, leaving only defenseless tenderness. Seeing Ban like this, Zujian's heart raced even more uncontrollably. The faint blush that had just faded instantly crept back across his cheeks, burning even to the back of his ears. The kiss he had meticulously planned was now utterly forgotten, his heart filled only with tenderness. He rose cautiously, his movements gentle as he lifted Ban horizontally, fearing to disturb. Ban nestled obediently in his arms, his hands still encircling Zujian's neck, his head lightly resting against his chest. Listening to the steady yet rapid heartbeat, he actually calmed down considerably. Zhu Jian carried him toward the soft couch in the study, his steps exceptionally light. The faint scent lingering around Ban filled his nostrils. No trace of alcohol, only the cool grassy fragrance unique to the Uchiha mingled with warm body heat, bringing a special comfort. After laying Ban gently on the soft couch, Zhu Jian was about to rise and fetch a glass of warm water to ease his discomfort when Ban suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Ban frowned, his eyes filled with drunken confusion and reluctance. He clutched Zujian's clothes tightly, his tone carrying a hint of aggrieved defiance. "Don't go." Zhu Jian froze instantly. Seeing Ban's reddened eyes and stubborn expression, his heart melted into a pool of water. How could he bear to move an inch? He quickly soothed him in not leaving. "I'll just get you some water. I'll be right back." But Ban seemed not to understand, still clutching him stubbornly. He pulled forcefully without explanation, and Zhu Jian, caught off guard, was yanked down. The distance between them suddenly shrank so close they could see the reflections in each other's eyes. Ban's breath scattered over Zhu Jian's lips, warm and soft. Zhu Jian's pupils contracted sharply. His entire body stiffened, his cheeks flaring crimson, and even his breath seemed to halt. Before him was the person he had longed for day and night, Ban, usually distant, proud, and strong, now looking at him with drunken, hazy eyes, lips slightly parted, completely defenseless. He could feel the warmth of Ban's palms, smell the scent on him. His heart pounded wildly, almost bursting through his chest. The kiss he had so meticulously planned now seemed within reach in this unexpected moment. Zhu Jian's gaze unconsciously fell on Ban's lips, his throat tightening slightly. He instinctively leaned in a little, but seeing Ban's dazed and innocent expression, he forcibly suppressed the agitation in his heart and pulled back reluctantly. He dared not cross the line while Ban was drunk. Forcing down the surge of infatuation and panic, he reached out and gently smoothed Ban's furrowed brows. His voice was tender enough to drip water. "Don't be difficult. Lie down nicely. I'll stay right here with you, not going anywhere." Ban seemed to understand his words. The grip on his sleeve gradually loosened, but he still refused to let him leave. He reached out and lightly grasped Zhu Jian's wrist, then closed his eyes, leaning against the soft couch. His brows slowly relaxed, and his breathing grew steady, carrying the drowsy languor of intoxication. And so Zhu Jian half knelt beside the soft couch, allowing Ban to hold his wrist. He remained motionless, watching Ban's sleeping face, his eyes brimming with unconcealed tenderness and adoration. The flush on his cheeks never faded. Recalling Ban's proactive embrace and soft murmurs, his heart still fluttered wildly. The carefully planned May Day outing and intimate schemes had become insignificant in the face of this unexpected drunken episode. At this moment, for him, simply being quietly by Ban's side, guarding this rare tenderness, was already pure bliss. Feijian always says I devote my mind to trivial matters. He doesn't understand that my notebook from beginning to end has always been filled with only one person, Uchiha Ban. Flipping through the entire notebook, 9 out of 10 pages bear Ban's name, and the remaining page holds Feijian's grumbles about my obsession with Ban and neglect of clan affairs casually scribbled in a corner. I always love writing down everything about Ban, his brows and eyes, his arrogance, his contradictory demeanor, and that infuriating yet endearing obtuseness of his. Every stroke hides an unmistakable affection. Ban has always been proud and sharp-tongued. Though his heart thinks otherwise, his mouth always utters the most hurtful words, and he is particularly dense, never grasping my veiled or overt feelings, always mistaking my sincerity for deliberate teasing or even unwelcome intrusion. Every time I watch him put on his indifferent facade, I can only pen my helplessness in the notebook. How can my beloved be so blind to true feelings? I recall one late night after all clan affairs were settled. In the dead silence, gazing at the moonlight outside the window, my mind was filled with Ban's image. Unable to suppress the longing in my heart, I picked up the communicator and earnestly typed a line to Ban. "Ban, I miss you so much." After sending it, I gripped the communicator, eagerly awaiting his reply, my fingertips involuntarily. Before long, the communicator buzzed. I hurriedly opened it, only to see Ban's icy response, every word dripping with distance. "You send it as a mass message, Hashirama Senju. Don't drag me into it." Staring at those words, I laughed in exasperation and helplessness. I swiftly typed back, each word meticulously deliberate. "I didn't mass send it. This message I sent only to you." I thought such a frank explanation would make him understand my feelings. But to my utter surprise, Ban's next message left me frozen in place. The hope in my heart felt as if lightly doused with lukewarm water, not scorching, but leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. He replied, "Oh, then you're only disgusting me. Don't give me that." I stared at the words on the communicator screen, remaining silent for a long time. I could only rub my temples in resignation, then turn to write this conversation into my notebook verbatim. As the pen tip fell, it was filled with a mixture of laughter and tears. "Ban, oh Ban, how can you be so dense? I have never thought of deliberately pleasing anyone, let alone using such words to disgust someone. This full-hearted longing has always belonged only to you. You always use your pride and indifference to wrap my sincerity outside, never willing to take a serious look. My feelings for you were never a joke nor a deliberate intrusion. The notebook also records many small things about him. He verbally scorns the rice balls I make as unpalatable, yet silently finishes every single one I hand him. He says he doesn't want to patrol the clan with me, yet always silently follows behind when I set out. He always claims that being with me irritates him, yet whenever I encounter trouble, he is always the first to appear. These contradictory acts of tenderness, he never notices them himself. But I see them all, remember them in my heart, and inscribe them stroke by stroke in my notebook. Feijian occasionally passes by, sees my notebook filled with ban, and always frowns, scolding me for neglecting my duties, claiming that Uchiha ban is not worth my devotion. But he doesn't understand that feeling when one's heart and eyes are filled with a single person, that sentiment of watching the other's proud stubbornness and obliviousness, yet still being unable to resist drawing closer. The ban in my writing, proud, powerful, and exceptionally dense, he will never comprehend my straightforward feelings. He always mistakes my deep affection for deliberate mockery, my longing for unwelcome interruption. I fill notebook after notebook with my thoughts, all of them bearing witness to my care for him, and all of them a gentle helplessness in the face of his obtuseness. Closing the notebook, the moonlight outside the window remains as tender as ever. I look at the conversation with Ban on the communicator, still filled with helplessness. When will my proud and dense beloved finally understand that all my initiatives, all my longing, all my directness have always been directed at only him? It is not a mass message, not a disgust, just simply I miss you. Just me, only you. And this deep affection hidden within the notebook, I am willing to wait until the day he finally reads it through. Tobirama Senju stared at the dent left by the flying thunder god kunai on the wall, the chakra at his fingertips nearly solidifying. He tried 3 times. The high-pressure water jet of the water release struck the wall without raising a single splash. The freshly formed flying thunder god marked the moment it touched the wall was absorbed, leaving not even a trace of spatial fluctuation. Beside him, Izuna had long grown impatient. The characteristic crimson eyes of the Uchiha clan roiled with murderous intent, the flame chakra at his fingertips nearly scorching his robe. Tobirama, if your ninjutsu were of any use, would have gotten out by now. Tobirama paused, retracting the kunai into his pouch. The metallic clink echoed sharply in the deathly still space. He swept his gaze across the bare walls, not a single crevice to be found. This place felt like a deliberately isolated prison. Every chakra attack was silently devoured, and even the prototype of his newly developed forbidden technique failed to leave a single scratch on the wall. The two had been trapped here for 3 days. Food and water had run out the day before, their lips were cracked and dry, their throats parched and aching. And that door, which legend said would only open when conditions were met, remained a cold slab of wall without the slightest sign of yielding. It seems we have no choice but to follow its rules. Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze falling on Izuna with a complicated look. He had sensed an ancient curse mark left in the space when they entered, not to be broken by force, but requiring a resonance of bonds, a forcibly bound bond between the two of them. Izuna froze for a moment, then flushed crimson as if scorched by flames. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would want any bond with you? Don't pretend, Tobirama said, his lips curling into a sneer, his tone laced with undisguised impatience. You think I want this? If we keep wasting time, we'll both die here without even the chance to face your brother and my brother. Do you want the Uchiha to live forever in the shadow of the Senju? Or do you want your brother to fight alone on the battlefield? Izuna's fists clenched with audible cracks, his nails nearly digging into his palms. He stared at Tobirama's emotionless eyes, his heart a mix of anger and panic. He knew Tobirama was speaking the truth, but the thought of completing some bond resonance with this lifelong enemy made him deeply uncomfortable. The Senju and the Uchiha, sworn enemies who had fought for generations, how could there possibly be a bond between them? I won't do it. Izuna stiffened his neck and turned away, but Tobirama grabbed his wrist. Tobirama's grip was astonishingly strong, flinging him onto the single bed in the center of the room, a hard wooden bed covered in coarse linen, the only furniture in the entire prison. You don't have a choice. Tobirama suppressed his surging emotions, his voice flat. Either we do it now or we die here together. Pick one. Izuna struggled to get up, but Tobirama pinned his shoulders firmly. He gazed at Tobarama's face so close now. Those usually calm and sharp eyes now held an emotion he couldn't read, something between struggle and helplessness. "Tobarama, you bastard." Izuna gritted his teeth, but when he caught the flicker of exhaustion in Tobarama's eyes, his resistance drained away. He knew Tobarama was holding on too. Both of them were at their limits. If they stalled any longer, they would only die here together. Tobarama said nothing more, simply leaning in. His movements were clumsy, and the moment his fingertips touched Izuna's collar, both of them froze. Izuna's ears reddened as if they would bleed, yet he stubbornly turned his face away, refusing to show weakness, as if sulking with someone. "Don't dawdle," he snarled, but his voice trembled uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking slightly. Tobarama paused for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gripped his chin, forcing him to look at him. The coolness of his fingertips sent a jolt through Izuna, making his body stiffen. "Izuna, don't make that face." Tobarama's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of barely perceptible resignation. "We're just breaking the deadlock." Izuna's heart skipped a beat. He was about to retort when Tobarama's lips covered his. It wasn't a rough plunder nor a perfunctory gesture, just a tentative, gentle touch, yet it shot through both their bodies like an electric current. Izuna's breathing instantly became chaotic, his struggling weakened, and he let Tobarama's tongue part his teeth, exploring, cautiously moving within his mouth. "Relax," Tobarama murmured, his voice husky, with an unfamiliar roughness, his fingers gently rubbing the back of Izuna's neck, as if calming a spitting cat. Izuna's body tensed instantly, shame flooding him like a tide. He wanted to pull away, but Tobarama's grip on his shoulders held him fast. He could clearly feel Tobarama's breath, as rapid as his own, and the warmth of his fingertips spreading slowly across his skin. After an unknown length of time, when both their breaths had grown hot, a faint click came from the wall. The door that had been sealed for 3 days slowly swung open. Blinding light poured in. Izuna squinted instinctively, turning his head away from Tobarama's gaze, his ears still flushed. He turned his back to Tobarama, straightening his clothes, his fingers trembling slightly. His voice was muffled. "Don't tell my brother, and don't tell your brother." Tobarama watched the flush on his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he said nothing, only nodding. He too didn't want anyone to know that he and Izuna Uchiha had shared such an unbearable past in this prison. Izuna sighed in relief and turned to leave, but just as he reached the doorway, Tobarama grabbed his wrist. He looked back in confusion, meeting Tobarama's unfathomable eyes, which held a trace of playful amusement that made his heart skip. "Don't be in such a hurry." Tobarama's lips curled into a teasing grin, and he reached back to close the newly opened door. With a click, the lock engaged again. "Izuna, your reaction just now said otherwise." Izuna's pupils shrank as he stared at the resealed door, trembling with fury. "Senju Tobarama, you tricked me." Tobarama advanced step by step, cornering him against the wall. His warm breath brushed Izuna's ear, laced with danger. "Who told you to be so cooperative? You want to leave?" "Only when I'm satisfied." Izuna looked at Tobarama's face so close now, his crimson eyes swirling with shame and panic, only to be silenced as Tobarama leaned down and kissed him again. This time there was none of the earlier awkwardness or hesitation. Only an aggressive, unrefusable tenderness that trapped him completely in this prison called sworn enemy. There was no escape. He heard Tobarama's low laugh in his ear, laced with a hint of triumph. Outside the prison, the ninja world was still ablaze with the war between Senju and Uchiha, but inside the prison there was only their secret, searing bond. The moment the door closed, Izuna's pupils suddenly constricted. Just moments ago, Senju Tobarama, who had shown him no kindness, now approached with an aggressive aura, as if he had transformed into a different person. Izuna found himself trapped between the cold wall and Tobarama's searing chest, his crimson eyes swirling with shame and panic. Just as he intended to push him away, his wrist was seized and pressed against his head. "Senju Tobarama, have you lost your mind?" Izuna's voice was still hoarse, trembling at the end, yet he maintained the pride of the Uchiha. "The door is already open. Oh, what else do you want?" Tobarama lowered his head, warm breath brushing against Izuna's reddened ear tips, his voice low and laced with mockery. "What do I want?" "Izuna, you weren't saying that just now." He deliberately slowed his speech, mimicking Izuna's broken whimper. "Deeper, don't stop." Izuna's face flushed instantly, even his ears turning crimson. A wave of shame surged over him, nearly drowning him. He turned his face away, unwilling to meet Tobirama's unfathomable gaze, but his chin was grasped, forcing him to face the other man again. "Look at me." Tobirama's fingertips gently grazed Izuna's lower lip, where a red mark from their earlier kiss still lingered. Who was it that held onto my back and wouldn't let go? And who was it that cried out so loudly, forgetting even to use ninjutsu? Shut up. Izuna jerked his head to the side, evading his touch, but Tobirama took the opportunity to bite down on the soft flesh of his neck. A sharp pain surged through him, mingled with an unfamiliar tingling sensation, causing him to tremble all over, nearly losing his balance. "It hurts." His voice carried a sob devoid of his usual dominance. Tobirama paused momentarily, but did not relent. Instead, he gently licked the spot, leaving an ambiguous red mark. "Now you know it hurts." It wasn't like this before. Izuna's body gradually softened, leaning against the wall, allowing Tobirama to kiss his neck and collarbone without even the strength to struggle. He could feel Tobirama's hand sliding over his waist, sending a shiver through him, a strange yet dangerous feeling that only Tobirama could evoke. "Tobirama, don't." His voice grew lower, infused with a dependency he didn't even realize. Tobirama looked up, observing the redness in Izuna's eyes and the moisture on his lips. The mockery in his gaze gradually faded, replaced by a complex emotion. He knew they were sworn enemies, an irreconcilable conflict between the Senju and Uchiha, yet at this moment, gazing at Izuna, who had let down all defenses, he didn't want to let go. "Izuna," his voice was deep and serious, "don't think about escaping." Izuna froze for a moment, looking up to meet his eyes. Those usually calm and sharp eyes now reflected his image, carrying a seriousness he had never seen before. "What do you mean, huh?" Izuna's heart skipped a beat, struggling to believe his own ears. Tobirama didn't answer. He simply leaned down again to kiss his lips. This time there was no roughness, no mockery, only a gentle and firm kiss, as if he wanted to meld Izuna into his very being. Izuna's struggles gradually ceased, allowing Tobirama to kiss him. Even the rhythm of his breathing became disordered. He didn't know how long it lasted before they finally parted. Izuna leaned against Tobirama's embrace, gasping for air, his cheeks still flushed, yet he no longer pushed him away. Once we're out, Tobirama's voice whispered in his ear, carrying an almost imperceptible tenderness, "Don't think about opposing me again." Izuna's body stiffened for a moment, looking up at him, his crimson eyes filled with complex emotions. He wanted to say they were enemies, that it was impossible, but looking at Tobirama's earnest gaze, he found himself unable to speak. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from the wall, and the door that had vanished slowly reappeared. Tobirama looked at Izuna, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he released the grip on Izuna's wrist. "Let's go. This time I'll let you go." Izuna hesitated, glancing at the open door, and then at Tobirama, feeling an unexpected reluctance in his heart. He bit his lip, turned to leave, but paused at the threshold to look back at Tobirama. "Senju Tobirama," his voice carried a hint of embarrassment, "you must not tell anyone about what happened just now." Tobirama looked at his reddened ears and couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I'll only tell one person." "Who?" Izuna's heart tightened. Tobirama stepped closer, leaning into his ear, whispering, "My elder brother." "You dare." Izuna instantly exploded with anger, his face flushed as he prepared to confront him, but Tobirama seized him, pulling him into his embrace, once more kissing him again. Sunlight streamed through the crack of the door, illuminating the two figures entwined together, quietly concealing the entanglement between these sworn enemies in the shadows of the secret room. The atmosphere in the council chamber of the Five Kage summit was heavy. On either side of the long table, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, sat in the seat of honor, his face still bearing that gentle and simple-minded smile. Senju Tobirama stood beside him, his brows tight and his demeanor radiating an icy aloofness that warned others to keep their distance, ever vigilant against any provocations from the other four Kage. At that time, Konoha had just been established, and the Senju and Uchiha had only recently ended a century of war. Although the other four great hidden villages were compelled to attend the summit by Hashirama's power, each harbored ulterior motives, plotting to extract benefits from Konoha. The Raikage was the first to slam his hand on the table and rise, his fiery temper evident as he declared, "Senju Hashirama Kumogakure demands 3 iron mines on the border of Konoha and also requires Konoha to supply us with 30% of your soldier pills every year. Do you agree?" Everyone assumed that Hashirama would deliberate at length, for the 3 iron mines were vital resources for Konoha, and an annual supply of 30% of soldier pills was no small burden. Yet without a moment's thought, Hashirama waved his hand and smiled with utter naivety. All right. As long as we can live in peace, these are no problem at all." Tobirama abruptly turned to look at his elder brother, disbelief flooding his eyes and his chakra wavered. Grinding his teeth, he whispered a warning, "Big brother. Those 3 iron mines are crucial to Konoha's military provisions. You cannot give them away." Hashirama, however, waved his hand, utterly unconcerned. It's fine, these are trivial matters. Peace is most important." At those words, the other 4 Kages' eyes lit up instantly. They had never expected the god of shinobi to be so easy to deal with, almost like he would grant any request. The Tsuchikage then stroked his beard and spoke, "Iwabakure demands half of Konoha's tailed beast distribution rights and also requires Konoha to assist us in constructing defensive fortifications. You must not refuse." "No problem." Hashirama agreed without hesitation, without even furrowing his brow. The Mizukage calmly added, "Kirigakure desires Konoha's medical ninjutsu scrolls, and also the training methods for elite shinobi. Surely you won't be stingy." "Of course not. We're all one family, mutual help is only right." Hashirama agreed readily, his mind solely focused on maintaining peace in the ninja world, completely unaware that he was giving away Konoha's assets. The Kazekage, not to be outdone, promptly put forward 4 or 5 excessive demands ranging from resources and territory to ninjutsu inheritance, each one targeting Konoha's core interests. Yet Hashirama never hesitated throughout. No matter what the other said, he responded with a string of, "Okay, no problem, I'll go along with everyone," accepting everything without refusal. In just a short while, Konoha's territory, resources, ninjutsu, and military supplies had been largely carved up by the 4 Kage. The atmosphere in the council chamber shifted from initial confrontation to silent glee among the 4 Kage. Only Senju Tobirama's face was as dark as a pot bottom, his chest heaving violently, trembling with fury. He had painstakingly planned for Konoha, calculating every step to protect the clan's interests. But his elder brother, on the contrary, agreed to everything others said, practically pushing Konoha into the fire. "Big brother, snap out of it. They're taking advantage of your soft nature to squeeze Konoha." Tobirama clenched his fists, his voice suppressing a roaring fury, and his sharp gaze swept over the smug 4 Kage opposite him, longing to teach these insolent bastards a lesson. Hashirama, however, still looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. "But isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? These things are nothing." "Nothing." Tobirama was rendered speechless by sheer anger. Looking at his brother's utterly naive expression, he was both furious and anxious, yet had no way to deal with him. Seeing that the 4 Kage were about to make more unreasonable demands, Tobirama could no longer bear it. He abruptly turned his head and roared toward the outside of the hall, "Close the doors. Release Madara." As the words fell, the doors of the council chamber slammed shut. Uchiha Madara, who had been waiting outside, strode in with a fierce killing intent enshrouding him. His crimson Sharingan slowly opened, and an icy killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. The 4 Kage, who had been smug just moments before, turned pale, instantly, instinctively holding their breath and tensing up. Madara cast a cold glance at the simple-looking Hashirama, then looked at the trembling 4 Kage opposite him. His hostility surged, and he gritted his teeth in fury, his voice icy and piercing, filled with earth-shattering rage. "Senju Hashirama, have you lost your mind? These scum are taking an inch, you would even agree to the dead." He had been unable to tolerate it any longer, having heard everything clearly from outside. These people, relying on Hashirama's soft heart and easygoing nature, were squeezing Konoha even more relentlessly. Only that fool Hashirama was still bent on peace, giving away the family fortune. Tobirama, watching Madara appear, eased his expression slightly and coldly looked at the 4 Kage. "My big brother is just too easygoing, which is why you dare to act so insolently. Since he is too soft-hearted, let Uchiha Madara negotiate with you." Hashirama watched the suddenly enraged Madara, then looked at the instantly reversed situation in the chamber. He scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss. Just as he was about to smooth things over, Madara shot him an icy glare that shut him up. The four Kage, looking at Uchiha Madara, whose killing intent radiated everywhere, lost all their previous arrogance. Each one fell silent as a cicada in winter. They knew well that the Uchiha Madara before them, compared to the soft-hearted Senju Hashirama, was the true Izuna. If they provoked him, the entire summit site would be razed to the ground. The benefits they had extorted just now, forget receiving them. They might not even keep their lives. The situation, which had been relentlessly pressed by the four Kage, was completely reversed by Madara's entrance. Tobirama finally breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at his still bewildered elder brother, he felt both angry and helpless. Only Hashirama, still looking at the enraged Madara, mumbled under his breath, "But isn't peace very important?" Yet under Madara's even colder gaze, he silently shut his mouth, completely unaware that his earlier mindless agreements had nearly given away Konoha's very foundation. The entire council chamber was left with only Uchiha Madara's chilling, killing intent and the terrified expressions of the four Kage. This originally one-sided five Kage summit was ultimately thoroughly reversed by Madara's fury, and it also made Senju Tobirama realize once again that his elder brother's soft-hearted and easygoing nature could be controlled by no one but Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha stood at the center of the council chamber, his crimson Sharingan sweeping across the hall. An oppressive chakra palpable as substance weighed down on every breath, suffocating the atmosphere. The four Kage, who had been smug moments before, turned deathly pale, sitting on their seats as if on pins and needles, not daring to exhale. The Reikage, who had first spoken, aggressively clenched his fists, which trembled slightly, yet he had lost his former fiery temper. He forced himself to speak. "Madara Uchiha, we were merely discussing the peace of the ninja world with Hashirama Senju. There is no need for such intimidation." "Peace?" Madara let out a cold laugh, his voice as chilling as ice. He paced slowly before the four Kage, his killing intent growing ever more intense. "You think you're worthy of discussing peace? Taking advantage of Hashirama's soft heart and benevolence, you push for more, making excessive demands, trying to encroach on Konoha's interests. Do you truly believe the Senju and Uchiha are so easily bullied?" He raised his hand, and a faint trace of chakra gathered at his fingertips, instantly filling the air with a destructive aura. "All the conditions you just raised are hereby nullified. Konoha is willing to maintain peace in the ninja world out of magnanimity, not out of subservience. If there is a next time, I will not care about any five Kage summit. I will raze your hidden villages to the ground." His icy words struck the hearts of the four Kage like hammers. Seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Madara's eyes, they knew well that this king of the Uchiha meant every word. The fearsome reputation Madara had earned when he swept through the ninja world before the Valley of the End still echoed in every hidden village. Compared to the gentle peace-seeking Hashirama, Madara was the one who truly made the ninja world tremble. The Tsuchikage's face turned ashen, but he dared not retort, swallowing his pride bitterly. The Mizukage and Kazekage lowered their heads, no longer daring to utter any excessive demands. The Reikage let out a muffled snort, but ultimately held back his rage. In just a brief moment, the situation where the four Kage had been unilaterally demanding benefits was completely reversed by a single sentence from Madara Uchiha. Hashirama stood nearby, watching Madara unleash his full authority, scratching his head with a look of helplessness. He gently urged, "Madara, don't be so harsh. Let's all talk nicely." "Shut up." Madara turned to glare at him, his eyes filled with disappointment and frustration. "If not for you, a fool who agrees to everything anyone says, Konoha would almost have been drained dry. What else is in that head of yours besides peace? Those territories, resources, and jutsu were all earned through the blood and sweat of our clansmen. On what grounds do you just give them away? Senju Hashirama and you." Even in their usual arguments, Madara had never been so furious. This time, Hashirama's mindless compromises had truly angered him. He and Hashirama had built Konoha together. Protecting the clan and the village was the bottom line. But Hashirama, in his pursuit of an illusory peace, was pushing away Konoha's very foundation. Hashirama was left speechless by his scolding, hanging his head like a child who had done wrong, nervously twisting the hem of his robe. He had completely shed the dignity of the god of shinobi, obediently listening to the reprimand, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Senju Tobirama stood aside, watching the four Kage's humiliated expressions, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Though his face remained grim as he saw his elder brother being so thoroughly disciplined by Madara, he knew in his heart that Madara was right. He stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the four Kage, his tone unyielding. All the clauses just discussed are hereby voided. Konoha can coexist peacefully with all hidden villages on equal terms, but it will never compromise or cede core interests. If you lack the sincerity for peaceful negotiations, then this 5 Kage summit need not continue. Konoha is ready to stand its ground. With Madara present to hold the ground, Tobirama spoke with newfound confidence, completely free from the helplessness he had felt earlier when facing his brother's mindless concessions. He understood too well that his elder brother's soft heart was a weakness. Only Madara's iron will could reign in these greedy individuals and also restrain Hashirama from endlessly yielding. The four Kage exchanged glances, staring at the murderous Madara and the uncompromising Tobirama. They abandoned any further schemes, nodding in agreement to negotiate on equal terms, no longer daring to propose any excessive demands. The rest of the meeting took a completely different turn. Hashirama sat obediently on the side, not daring to casually agree to anything. Whenever one of the four Kage voiced even a slight objection, a cold glare from Madara silenced them instantly. Tobirama methodically articulated Konoha's stance, fairly dividing interests, while firmly safeguarding all of Konoha's bottom lines to maintain peace. The 5 Kage summit, which had been fraught with danger and nearly cost Konoha dearly, ultimately concluded successfully under Madara's forceful suppression. As the 4 Kage slunk out of the council chamber, only the 3 of them remained. Tobirama could no longer hold back. He strode up to Hashirama, his voice filled with anger and exasperation. "Brother, when will you ever learn to be more careful? They saw right through your easygoing nature and deliberately took advantage of you. You agreed to everything without thinking. If I hadn't called Madara here today, who would bear the loss to Konoha? I just wanted everyone to be well to stop the wars." Hashirama muttered in weak defense, but he couldn't meet Tobirama's eyes. His cheeks flushed with a deep sense of guilt. "War is better than handing over our village on a silver platter." Tobirama's chest ached with frustration. Too weary to reason with this obtuse blockhead, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a final command. "From now on, Madara must accompany you to every 5 Kage summit. Otherwise, I will never allow you to attend alone." The chamber fell silent, with only Hashirama and Madara left. Hashirama slowly sidled up to Madara, gently tugging at his sleeve, his face wearing a placating smile and his voice soft and coaxing. "Madara, I know I was wrong. I won't agree to everything so easily next time. Please don't be angry, okay?" Madara, seeing him in this penitent state, felt half his anger dissipate. But he kept his face cold, shaking off Hashirama's hand and snorting, "Senju Hashirama, if there is a next time, I will never help you again." Despite the harsh words, he didn't actually turn and leave. Hashirama immediately broke into a smile, firmly grasping Madara's wrist, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I knew you were the best, Madara. Next time, I'll ask you first. If you say yes, I'll agree. If you say no, I won't say a single word." Looking at Hashirama's carefree demeanor, Madara let out a resigned sigh and ultimately refrained from scolding further. He supposed he was fated to be stuck with this blockhead for life. Hashirama always drove him up the wall with anger, yet he could never truly abandon him. Time and again, he had to clean up his mess, guarding both him and the Konoha they had built together, watching over this fool whose heart was filled only with peace. Returning to Konoha, the afternoon sunlight gently cascaded down as Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna walked side by side through the streets and alleys, creating a scene of unspeakable incongruity. Yet amidst the harmonious atmosphere of Konoha, it appeared remarkably ordinary. Since the two clans ceased hostilities and jointly established Konoha, these former adversaries, who had once clashed with unbridled ferocity at every encounter, now frequently traversed the village together on official business. At this moment, Tobirama wore a simple deep blue ninja garb, his silver hair neatly tied back. His countenance was stern, his brows and eyes still carrying their usual cold aloofness. His fingertips clutched freshly organized village construction documents, and his entire demeanor exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He remained entirely silent, walking straight ahead. Beside him, Uchiha Izuna donned a black Uchiha clan outfit, his long hair flowing down his brows, sharp and fierce, bearing the inherent pride of the Uchiha clan. He occasionally cast sidelong glances at Senju Tobirama, beside him, remnants of vigilance toward his archenemy still lingering in his eyes, yet he refrained from directly drawing his blade as he would have in the past. The two exchanged no words throughout the entire journey, their oppressive aura so potent that none dared approach. Passing villagers and shinobi instinctively gave them a wide berth, fully aware that although these two were heroes of the village, they were notoriously incompatible, fearing to be drawn into their silent confrontation. They had been ordered to inspect the progress of the new residential district on the eastern side of the village. Uchiha Izuna remained wordless throughout, eager only to finish the task and go their separate ways. No one anticipated that an unforeseen accident would shatter this tense equilibrium. At a street corner, two little girls with pigtails chased each other with pinwheels, their laughter crisp and joyful. The younger girl ran too hastily, her short legs unable to keep pace, her pinwheel teetering precariously. Focused solely on pursuing her companion ahead, she failed to notice the two approaching figures. By the time the girl realized, she had already crashed straight into Senju Tobirama, her small body striking his leg with force. The sudden collision caught Tobirama off guard. He had been absorbed in his documents, and his footing faltered, causing his body to lurch violently to one side. His years of shinobi instinct immediately compelled him to steady himself by grasping something nearby. In his fluster, he instinctively reached out to brace against the nearest object, which happened to be Uchiha Izuna standing beside him. Izuna, startled by the unexpected turn, furrowed his brows tightly. Before he could react, Tobirama's tilting body pulled him off balance. Tobirama tried to leverage himself to stand steady, but his body uncontrollably fell toward Izuna. Izuna instinctively raised his hand to push him away, yet was a fraction too slow. The next second, a soft sensation pressed against his lips, carrying a faint cool aura intermingling with the subtle scent of smoke from his own body. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Senju Tobirama stood utterly rigid, his cold eyes widening abruptly, his usually taut expression shattering, filled with sheer disbelief. His lips were firmly pressed against Uchiha Izuna's, the soft contact unmistakable. His mind went blank, all thoughts ceasing entirely, and he failed to notice even the documents slipping from his grasp. Uchiha Izuna too became completely stiff, his sharp eyes bulging in shock. The vigilance in his gaze was instantly replaced by astonishment as a flush spread visibly across his face, from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. He even forgot to push the person off him. The unfamiliar sensation on his lips left his whole body frozen, his breath unconsciously held, plunging him into an extreme state of panic and bewilderment. Inner thought, they've done it before, so why the embarrassment now? The little girl who had collided with them stared at the bizarre and awkward scene, her eyes reddening with fear. She dropped her pinwheel and stood rooted to the spot, trembling, not daring to utter a word, terrified of angering these two intimidating adults. The bustling street around them fell into a deathly silence. Passers-by and shinobi alike halted their activities, gaping in disbelief at the two embracing in a kiss, their expressions reflecting utter cognitive dissonance. Everyone knew that Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna represented the sharpest conflict between their clans. They had clashed countless times, each eager to eliminate the other. Such intimate contact was unthinkable, even standing close carried lethal intent. Yet now they were kissing publicly, a scene more unbelievable than a tailed beast rampage in the shinobi world. After an unknown interval, Tobirama reacted first, as if touching scorching embers. He abruptly pushed Izuna away and took 2 quick steps back. A rare blush tinged his cold face, his eyes darted in panic, avoiding Izuna's gaze. His fingertips quivered faintly and his voice betrayed an unmistakable awkwardness. He opened his mouth to explain, but found his mind blank, utterly at a loss for words. This accident was too sudden, he had no defense, only overwhelming embarrassment and incredulity. Izuna also snapped back to reality, fiercely wiping his own lips. His face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and fury. His sharp eyes brimmed with panic and anger as he glared at Tobirama, grinding his teeth and speaking in a trembling voice. Senju Tobirama, did you do that on purpose? Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation, and with his archenemy as the perpetrator now surrounded by onlookers. Shame and rage surged within him, causing his chakra to roil violently, nearly provoking him to attack. It wasn't intentional, that child collided with me, Tobirama said, rapidly regaining composure, yet still unable to meet Izuna's eyes. He bent to pick up the fallen documents, his fingertips whitening from the grip, his cool voice carrying a trace of barely perceptible unease. Just an accident. Don't dwell on it. This line has no content, merging with previous. An accident. Izuna's chest heaved with anger. Glancing at the increasingly strange stares from the crowd, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Furious and humiliated, yet knowing it was indeed an accident, he couldn't bring himself to attack Tobirama. The little girl beside them began to sob softly, snapping the two out of their awkward standoff. Tobirama furrowed his brow, reining in his aura. He looked at the girl and softened his tone. It's all right. Next time don't run and play in the streets. Izuna also suppressed the turmoil within him, turning his face away, coldly refusing to look at Tobirama again. Yet the crimson at the base of his ears lingered, refusing to fade. Observing the pair's tense and embarrassed demeanor, the bystanders tactfully averted their eyes and pretended nothing had happened as they left. But inside a storm was raging. This accidental kiss was destined to become the most shocking gossip in Konoha. Tobirama clutched his documents, his gaze shifting. He spoke first, his voice stiff. Let this matter rest. Mention it no more. With that, without waiting for Izuna's reply, he turned and walked away swiftly. His steps were hurried, entirely devoid of his usual calm composure, as he sought only to escape this unbearably awkward place. Izuna stood there watching his retreating, flustered back. He touched his still warm lips, his face cycling through shades of pale and red. With a muttered curse, he also turned and strode away rapidly, though his frantic footsteps betrayed an unprecedented agitation and unease. The sunlight continued to bathe the lively streets. The stunning scene just moments ago was deeply etched into the minds of the onlookers. And this sudden accidental kiss left an indelible, awkward, and panicked mark on the hearts of both Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, subtly transforming the once fiery relationship between them. Hashirama Senju stood outside the Uchiha compound, his fingers twisting the hem of his robe like a child caught in wrongdoing, his face etched with embarrassment and regret. The memory of yesterday lingered relentlessly in his mind. In a moment of uncontrollable emotion, he had embraced the sulking Madara Uchiha and pressed a kiss upon his lips. He had intended only to soothe the anxiety and reluctance festering in his heart, yet the proud and sharp-tempered Madara Uchiha, taken aback by the sudden act, had reddened at the eyes and ultimately wept. In that instant when Madara's tears fell, Hashirama was utterly stunned. His heart felt as if seized by an invisible hand, squeezing tight with panic and helplessness. Never had he seen Madara so vulnerable, the formidable Uchiha leader who swept all before him on the battlefield, forever cloaked in arrogance, readied and tearful because of his kiss. Hashirama's heart churned with distress and remorse. He could have slapped himself on the spot. He knew he had overstepped, crossing the boundary between them and provoking Madara to the extreme. All night Hashirama tossed and turned, his mind filled with the image of Madara's tearful eyes, his heart heavy with guilt. At the first light of dawn, he could no longer remain still. Clutching a heart full of trepidation, he rushed straight to the Uchiha compound, determined to apologize and make amends at once, fearing that any further delay would cause Madara to completely ignore him. Familiar with the compound, he skirted the Uchiha guards and headed directly to Madara's dwelling, rehearsing his apology over and over in his mind, his palms sweating with nervousness. He knew Madara's temperament too well, proud and stubborn. This time he had gone too far, and winning forgiveness would cost him much effort. Yet he never imagined that before he could even utter a word of apology, he would stumble into the most disconcerting scene of his life. The door to Madara's room was not fully closed, leaving a narrow gap. Steam and faint mist drifted out from the crack, carrying a subtle scent of fresh plants mingled with the aroma of fire. Hashirama paused, thinking it too rude to push the door open directly, so he raised his hand to knock. But as his fingertips brushed the wooden door, he instinctively exerted a little force, and the already loose door gap widened. The next second the scene inside burst into his view without reservation. In the spacious bathtub, warm water lapped above his chest. His long black hair hung wetly over his shoulders, water droplets trailing down the smooth lines of his shoulders and taut waist rippling into the bath with tiny circles. Madara Uchiha had his eyes closed, his brows still carrying a hint of lingering languor and resentment, clearly still brooding over the previous day's incident as he soaked quietly in the bath. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Hashirama Senju stood frozen on the spot, as if struck by a paralysis spell, unable to move. His mind went blank, his eyes stared straight into the room, his pupils slightly contracting. His cheeks flushed crimson at a visible pace spreading from his face to his ears, even coloring his neck with a deep red. The intention to apologize that had been clutched in his hand vanished into thin air. His entire being was filled with nothing but this disconcerting yet heart-racing sight. To go forward was not an option. If he pushed the door open, he would surely offend Madara again. Given Madara's personality, he would fly into a rage and likely attack, directly ruining any chance of apology and reconciliation, making their relationship even worse. To retreat was not an option either. Having gathered his courage to come and make peace, sneaking away like a coward would not only betray his deep guilt, but also infuriate Madara further, who would see him as someone daring to act, but not to own up, lacking even the courage to apologize. Hashirama remained frozen in the pushing posture, his body rigid as a wooden block, unsure where to place his hands or feet. His breathing suddenly grew rapid, his heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if trying to burst through. All he could hear was the thumping of his own heart, drowning out every other sound. He could clearly see Madara's thick eyelashes quivering in the warm steam, his usually sharp features now softened, yet the innate pride was still etched into his very bones. Images of their days fighting side by side or conflicting on the battlefield flashed through his mind. He had seen Madara clad in armor, holding his fan with an aura that looked down upon the world, seen him with brows raised in challenge during their sparring, seen him cold-faced in heated debate about ideals, but never had he witnessed this defenseless, languidly relaxed version of Madara. The guilt in his heart had not yet dissipated when a surge of indescribable panic and throbbing arose. The two emotions intertwined, trapping the fearless god of shinobi in an agonizing dilemma. He dared not make the slightest sound, afraid of disturbing the person in the bathtub and incurring his fiery wrath. So he remained rooted in place, cheeks burning, gaze flustered, caught between advance and retreat. Only one thought circled madly in his mind: Hashirama Senju, this time you have truly gone too far. Amid the mist, Madara Uchiha in the bathtub seemed to sense the disturbance outside. His long lashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The moment those scarlet Sharingan eyes opened, they locked precisely onto the frozen figure outside the door. In the split second of eye contact, the air solidified, completely leaving only the thick awkwardness and a spark of fury ready to ignite. Hashirama's heart leaped into his throat, every hair on his body standing on end. He wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. It's over, this time I'm truly doomed. The instant Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan abruptly contracted. The languor in his gaze instantly vanished, replaced by overwhelming fury and humiliation. The very air around him seemed to ignite, and an icy killing intent mingled with steam surged forward. Senju Hashirama. The words were ground out through clenched teeth, carrying extreme wrath. Madara's hand slammed onto the edge of the bathtub, sending water splashing in all directions. His chakra roiled violently, the aura of fire release already coalescing, ready to erupt in the next instant. Hashirama was terrified out of his wits, his body frozen stiff until now finally reacted. He stepped back, almost reflexively, his back slamming heavily against the corridor pillar with a dull thud. He raised his hands in panic, squeezed his eyes tightly shut, not daring to cast even a sidelong glance into the room. His cheeks burned fiercely, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Madara. Calm down. I didn't mean it. I truly didn't mean to barge in. He stammered in panic, his heart filled with dismay. The apology he had rehearsed was utterly forgotten. His only thought now was to appease the enraged Madara before a fire release blast reduced him to ashes. The steam inside the room continued to rise. Madara stared at the man outside the door, eyes shut and flustered. His chest heaved violently, his entire body trembling with rage. Yesterday, that sudden kiss had made him lose control and shed tears, piling up shame and resentment. He had not settled his mind all night, and now while trying to soak in a bath to calm down he had been caught in this intimate state once again. The doubled humiliation made him want to rush out and tear Senju Hashirama to pieces. The sound of water splashing suddenly reached Hashirama's ears as Madara rose. Hashirama felt his heart stop, squeezed his eyes even tighter, and muttered repeatedly, "I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. Madara, don't be rash. I came to apologize. Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have acted recklessly. I was wrong." The usually composed and steady leader of the Senju, the strategist of the battlefield, now resembled a panicked youth caught red-handed, full of fear and remorse. He had known his abrupt visit would be improper, but he had never imagined stumbling into such a scene. This was not a peace offering, but adding fuel to the fire. From inside came the faint rustle of clothes, and shortly after a cold, sharp chakra approached. Hashirama could clearly sense Madara standing before him, the anger radiating from him, almost consuming him. He clenched his fists, still not daring to open his eyes, and forced himself to continue apologizing. "Madara, yesterday, I was too impulsive and crossed the line. Making you sad was my fault. I truly know I was wrong. You can punish me however you want, just stop being angry, okay?" He was terrified that Madara would truly ignore him. From their youth to their battles side by side, they were rivals, friends, each other's only kindred spirits. He could not lose Madara. After a long moment, no attack came from before him, only a cold voice tinged with lingering anger. "Senju Hashirama, how long do you intend to keep your eyes shut?" At this, Hashirama cautiously cracked open an eye and met Madara's crimson, fury-filled gaze. Madara was now fully dressed. His deep blue robes accentuated his tall figure. His wet long hair hung down his back, water droplets falling from the tips. His brows were tightly knitted in anger, yet the tips of his ears bore a faint trace of lingering blush. Seeing him both angry and embarrassed, Hashirama's guilt deepened. He unconsciously stepped half a step closer, his voice softening to the utmost. "Madara, I really know I was wrong. Yesterday I lost control." "Shut up." Madara cut him off sharply, his fingertips turning white from clenching. Recalling the kiss yesterday and the scene just now, panic mingled with anger in his eyes. "Who wants to hear your apology?" "Senju Hashirama, you dare to trespass into the Uchiha compound and dare to look where you shouldn't. You're courting death." As he spoke, he raised his hand to gather chakra, but Hashirama caught his wrist. Hashirama's palm was warm and firm, holding him tightly. His gaze was earnest, full of guilt and sincerity. "Madara, I didn't mean to. I was just too worried about you. I couldn't sleep all night, so I came to apologize. I know I went too far yesterday. You have every right to be angry. But don't shut me out completely because of this, please." His eyes were so sincere, his panic and regret laid bare. Madara looked at his reddened ears and tense expression. The fury in his heart inexplicably stalled, and his struggling paused. Before him was the one who had joined him in dreaming of building a shinobi village and safeguarding peace, his rival for 2 lifetimes, and the only person who had ever entered his heart. Yesterday's kiss had been too abrupt, throwing him into disarray. The intrusion just now had infuriated him to the extreme. Yet seeing Hashirama so helpless and terrified, the anger in his heart slowly began to dissipate. Madara turned his face away, avoiding his gaze. His voice remained cold but carried less killing intent. "Let go. No. Until you forgive me, I won't let go." Hashirama for once was stubborn, holding his wrist and refusing to release, like a child insisting on forgiveness. "Madara, forgive me this once. I will never cross the line again. Let's go back to how we were, okay?" Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting light on both of them. The steam had dissipated, leaving only the awkwardness and unspoken emotions in the room. Madara was silent for a long time, feeling the warmth on his wrist, listening to the anxious words. Finally, he slowly turned his head, met Hashirama's tense eyes, and gritted out a sentence. "Senju Hashirama, if there is a next time, I will not spare you." Hearing this, Hashirama sighed in relief, his eyes instantly brightening. The panic on his face vanished, replaced by joyful smiles. "Madara, does that mean you forgive me?" Seeing his silly expression, the blush on Madara's ears deepened. He yanked his wrist free sharply, turned his face away, and said with a sulky tone, "Don't get cocky. I just don't want to bicker with you anymore. And about just now, if you dare breathe a single word, I'll raise the Senju compound." Hashirama nodded like a bobblehead, his face utterly serious, as he vowed, "I won't tell. I won't say a single word." Seeing him so docile, the last shred of anger in Madara's heart evaporated. But recalling the scene just now still made his cheeks burn. He gave him a fierce glare, turned, and walked into the room, leaving a cold remark. "What are you standing there for? Get in here. We'll settle this slowly." Hashirama gazed at his back, touched his own still burning cheeks, and laughed bitterly to himself. This reckless move had won him temporary forgiveness, but it seemed the aftermath would not be easy to settle. Yet as long as Madara was willing to talk to him, no matter how heavy the price, he would accept it. The flowing water of Zhangma Valley murmured year-round, carrying the crisp chill of the mountains as it slowly lapped against the blue stones on the bank. The setting sun bathed the entire world in a gentle orange glow. Clouds lingered languidly, and the evening breeze lightly stirred the black hair flowing behind the two figures. The icy edge of their sword-wielding confrontation on the battlefield had faded, leaving only the tranquility and peace that belonged solely to this moment. This valley was where they had secretly met in their youth, a hidden corner they had to keep from everyone, even against the deep blood feud of their clans. Senju Hashirama sat on the blue stone, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Uchiha Madara beside him. Madara leaned slightly to the side, his slender fingertips idly brushing the drooping blades of grass beside him. His brows and eyes were cold and noble, the innate Uchiha pride etched into his very bones. Even while sitting quietly, he exuded an aura that kept others at a distance, too aloof to approach. Yet only Hashirama knew that beneath this coldness lay a heart so soft yet stubbornly sincere. Gazing at his beautiful profile with long lashes casting faint shadows under his eyes, Hashirama's heart melted with tenderness. From their first meeting by the river in their youth to the destined opposition where they met as enemies on the battlefield to building Konoha together, through the long years his heart had never yearned for anyone else but this one person. He gently shifted closer to Madara, his shoulders nearly touching the others, and spoke with a soft, almost tentative tenderness, as if afraid to startle him. "Madara." Uchiha Madara did not turn around, only responded indifferently, his voice cool and low. "What is it?" Hashirama's eyes curved, brimming with straightforward and fervent joy as he gazed directly at him and asked softly, "Madara, would you like a kiss?" As his words fell, even the evening breeze seemed to still. Uchiha Madara's body stiffened slightly, a faint blush rising almost imperceptibly to the tips of his ears, though hidden in the twilight it was not obvious. He abruptly turned his head, his cold eyes sweeping over the expectant Senju Hashirama, his brows knitted in a mix of disdain and awkwardness. Deliberately drawing out his tone, he pretended to be indifferent. "Who would want a kiss from you?" "Senju Hashirama, you are far too casual." His voice was stiff-laced with his usual tsundere air, every word seeming like a refusal. But only he knew that his heart was now beating wildly out of rhythm. The smile on Hashirama's face gradually faded, the light in his eyes slowly extinguishing. He said nothing more, only quietly watched Madara and slowly drew back his close posture. All the joy and anticipation of moments ago were gently scattered by this refusal. He lowered his eyes, his long lashes hiding every trace of emotion, and in an instant a layer of silent loneliness enveloped him. No more playful grins, no more eager approach. He just sat quietly, wordless. Only the sound of flowing water remained, and the atmosphere gradually grew heavy and somber. Uchiha Madara caught a glimpse of his sudden silence from the corner of his eye, and his heart tightened abruptly. He had only meant to stubbornly insist out of habit, too embarrassed to agree outright. He had never truly intended to reject Hashirama. But seeing the man instantly become so dejected and silent, not even saying another word, an inexplicable panic seized him. What he feared most was Hashirama no longer being warm to him, no longer spoiling him with endless gentleness. Madara pursed his thin lips awkwardly, his fingers curling slightly, the turmoil in his heart growing more intense. He stole a glance at the silent person beside him and couldn't help wondering, was he angry? Had his words been too harsh and made him sad? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became, and his usual pride and aloofness could no longer hold. Ultimately, he could not overcome the concern in his heart. Uchiha Madara took a soft breath, set aside all his arrogance and awkwardness, and with a tone tinged with helplessness and panic, he awkwardly softened and conceded in a low voice, all right. He turned sideways looking at the still silent Senju Hashirama, the redness at the tips of his ears even more pronounced, and added reluctantly, his voice so soft it could almost be scattered by the wind, "I'll give you the kiss." At these words Hashirama abruptly lifted his eyes, and the dimmed gaze instantly rekindled with scattered starlight. All the previous loneliness vanished in an instant, as he looked at the one before him who spoke one way, but meant another. Madara turned his face away, unable to meet his eyes. The line of his neck taught his whole being radiating embarrassment, yet he still leaned in slightly closer. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon their intertwined figures, transcending the hatred of sworn enemies and overcoming all the conflicts of the world. The world knew that the Uchiha were proud, cold, and unapproachable, but only Senju Hashirama knew that this strongest Uchiha of the ninja world would always lower his head and soften his heart again and again only for him. Fate entangled them, love and hate intertwined, yet only tenderness and kisses belonged to them alone, year after year, never to be parted. The late spring sunlight filtered through the leaves of the forest, scattering into dappled spots of light on the ground. The warm breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees brushed against Uchiha Madara's cold, hard profile. He had originally sought out a secluded spot to rest. The moment his fingertips touched the war fan at his waist, the subtle rustling sounds from not far away caused him to slightly furrow his brow. On the grass a few steps away, a young couple of ninjas nestled together. The young man with a tall and straight figure smiled and let the girl beside him gently touch his firm abdomen, her eyes filled with undisguised intimacy and delight. As the girl's fingertips brushed against him, the young man chuckled softly and wrapped his arm around her waist, the tips of his ears flushing a faint red. The scene was innocent and sweet. Madara's gaze swept over them indifferently, then withdrew. There was no ripple in his eyes, but the pressure around him involuntarily dropped a few degrees. He had never liked such sticky, clinging displays of affection, finding them dull and offensive. He pursed his lips slightly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the handle of his fan, and a chill of aloofness emanated from him. However, this subtle change in his expression was completely noticed by Senju Hashirama, who had been watching him all along. Hashirama was sitting right beside Madara, originally resting with his eyes closed. Sensing Madara's gaze shift elsewhere, he opened his eyes. Following his line of sight to the young couple's actions, then turning to look at Madara's tense jawline, Hashirama's usually straightforward and candid mind instantly jumped to its own conclusion. In Hashirama's eyes, Uchiha Madara had always been contrary. He never said what he truly thought, always appearing cold and distant. But the colder he seemed, the more it hinted at his hidden contradictory feelings. Seeing Madara's brief lingering gaze, Hashirama assumed that this proud Uchiha clan leader was curious, but too proud to look, let alone express his thoughts like an ordinary person. Hashirama scratched his head, a doting smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a hint of mischief shining in his eyes. He leaned in closer, his arm brushing against Madara's sleeve. When Madara turned his head with a look of confusion and coldness, Hashirama suddenly raised his hand and decisively lifted the hem of his own shirt. The fabric slid upward, revealing a smoothly contoured, well-defined abdomen. The muscles, forged through years of battle and cultivation, were compact and powerful, every line exuded strength. His wheat-colored skin glowed faintly in the sunlight, bearing the unique vigor and vitality of Senju Hashirama. Madara, Hashirama said, his eyes curved, his voice carrying a deliberate laziness and teasing. His tone was frank and straightforward, with no sense of impropriety. He even arched his back slightly to give the other a better view. "You were staring at them just now. Were you hoping to see this as well? If you want to see it, that's fine too." His warm breath carried the words to Madara's ear. Madara's pupils abruptly contracted. A flicker of astonishment crossed his originally frigid eyes, quickly replaced by intense bewilderment and indignation. The tips of his ears flushed crimson at a visible speed, and even his neck took on a faint pink hue. He jerked his head away, avoiding Hashirama's gaze, his fingertips clenching. His voice carried the embarrassed anger of being caught out, mingled with a barely perceptible panic. "Senju Hashirama, have you lost your mind? Who would want to see that of yours?" Though it was a formidable reprimand, the faintly reddened tips of his ears diminished its usual sharpness, replacing it with an awkward shyness. Seeing Madara's contradictory manner, Hashirama laughed even more heartily with no intention of lowering his shirt. Instead, he leaned in again. Don't be embarrassed. Since when do we have to hide things from each other? You were clearly staring over there just now. I thought you were curious. I merely found the noise bothersome, not that I was curious about such trivial antics, Madara retorted coldly. But he still dared not turn his head toward Hashirama again. His gaze was fixed stubbornly on the blades of grass beneath him, yet his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. His ears were filled with the chaotic thumping of his own pulse, and even the warm breeze around him seemed to grow stifling. He had never imagined Hashirama would make such a blunt and abrupt gesture. Uchiha Madara, usually decisive and composed on the battlefield, now found himself at a loss. The image his eyes had just caught, Hashirama's firm abdominal muscles, his frank gaze, his teasing words, all intertwined, throwing his thoughts into turmoil. Hashirama, seeing Madara's rigid back, understood that the proud clan leader was genuinely irritated. Not daring to tease him further, he slowly lowered his shirt and returned to his usual demeanor, yet still leaned close to Madara. His voice softened with a hint of appeasement. All right, my mistake. Don't be angry, Madara. But if you really want to see, you can always tell me. No need to be sneaky about it. Shut up. Madara snapped sharply, his coldness intensifying. But the flush on his ears refused to fade. In the depths of his heart it was as if a stone had been cast into still water, sending ripples spreading endlessly. The young couple in the distance continued their affectionate display, yet Madara no longer had any attention to spare for them. His mind was entirely occupied by the image of Hashirama lifting his shirt moments ago and those playful words. He turned his head to look at Hashirama's cheerful, innocent smile. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately uttered no further reproach. Deep down, the stubborn line of his defenses had been subtly breached by Hashirama's bold and passionate gesture, leaving a single crack. The sunlight remained warm, and the forest breeze drifted gently, carrying the unique, subtle, and ambiguous atmosphere between the two men, entwining around them without dissipating. Madara remained cold-faced, yet he did not get up to leave. He simply sat there beside Hashirama, allowing the other's amused gaze to rest upon him. The turmoil and indignation in his heart gradually transformed into a tolerance he himself had not recognized. As soon as the words of Senju Tobirama fell, two hurried footsteps echoed along the forest path. Uchiha Izuna rushed forward, gripping a kunai tightly, followed closely by the indifferent Senju Tobirama. The two had come to check on their respective elder brothers, but little did they expect to stumble upon such an astonishing scene. Izuna was secretly muttering to himself, hoping that his brother and Senju Hashirama wouldn't start arguing again. However, as he approached, his gaze collided with Hashirama, who had just set his clothing right, but still bore traces of his previous actions. Even without witnessing the entire scenario, he could guess what had occurred. In that instant, Uchiha Izuna's mind went blank, his fair cheeks flushed with visible speed, the redness spreading from his face to his ears and neck as if blood could drip from them. He instinctively turned his face away, desperately looking to the side, not daring to glance at Hashirama or Madara for even a moment. In a flurry, he raised his hands to cover his eyes tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly, with a tone both urgent and embarrassed, filled with indignation as he stuttered his words. Senju Tobirama. How can all of you from the Senju clan be so lewd? In broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? Izuna's voice was sharp and hurried, filled with shame and anger, his hands covering his eyes, unwilling to drop them, while his other hand shakily pointed towards Hashirama's direction. He wished he could vanish on the spot. Having grown up in the Uchiha clan, he was accustomed to decorum and could never tolerate such overtly explicit actions. Moreover, the other party was someone from the Senju family whom he loathed the most, making him feel so embarrassed that he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The sudden reprimand instantly made the atmosphere even more bizarre. Senju Hashirama's hand froze midair, his smile abruptly stiffening as he stared blankly at the flustered Izuna, completely unable to comprehend how he had been labeled as lewd. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, having already felt his ears redden from the previous scene, furrowed his brows slightly at his brother's outburst, yet showed no anger. The cold aura around him dissipated, replaced by a hint of helplessness. He raised a hand to rub his temples, turning to his agitated brother with a voice soft and tinged with brotherly affection, completely devoid of his usual sharpness. Izuna, stop making a fuss. These simple 5 words seemed to carry a soothing power, instantly halting Izuna's frantic. Peeking through his fingers, he glanced at Madara, his blush deepening, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Brother, I'm not making a fuss. Their behavior is too improper." Madara looked at his brother's flustered and embarrassed expression, feeling an even greater sense of helplessness, yet he followed Izuna's lead and spoke, his tone imbued with protective indulgence. "Hashirama was just joking, not intentionally causing a ruckus. Just put your hands down, don't hurt your eyes." He said this while turning to Senju Hashirama, his gaze holding a hint of unnoticeable admonition, yet devoid of any reproach. Hashirama immediately understood, hurriedly waving his hands in a dismissive manner, explaining to Izuna, "It's really a misunderstanding. I was just joking around with Madara, nothing else. Izuna, don't take it to heart." However, at that moment Izuna could not absorb any of it, still tightly covering his eyes, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't. On the other hand, Senju Tobirama maintained his calm demeanor, slowly walking to Izuna's side, his gaze calmly sweeping over his older brother and Uchiha Madara. There was no surprise in his expression, instead the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle knowing smile. He looked at Uchiha Izuna, who was covering his face and tensing up, his cool voice ringing out, slowly laced with deliberate teasing. Each word jabbed at Izuna's embarrassment. "Lud. It was merely a casual act by the elder brother, yet your reaction is so intense. Could it be? You want to see it too?" Senju Tobirama's voice was light yet assertive, carrying a hint of cunning insight, and his words sent Izuna's embarrassment soaring to its peak. Izuna tightened his grip over his eyes, his cheeks reddening even more, feeling as if he could barely stand from the embarrassment, his voice rising with a whiny tone as he shouted at Tobirama, "Who wants to see?" Senju Tobirama stopped spouting nonsense. "I don't want to." The more he hurried to refute, the more it seemed to backfire, his already flustered state completely thrown into disarray by Tobirama's teasing. Izuna felt a mix of shame and anger, cursing the Senju brothers 1,000 times in his heart, regretting that he had come upon such a scene at this moment, while also being frustrated with Senju Tobirama's sharp tongue, which always struck at his sore spots. Madara, seeing his brother on the verge of tears, quickly stepped forward and gently patted Izuna's back, his tone growing even softer. "All right, don't be angry. Tobirama was just joking around." With that he turned to Tobirama, his eyes carrying a faint warning. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, the smile on his face unwavering, yet he refrained from further teasing. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama hurriedly stepped in to ease the tension, smiling as he said, all right, it's all my fault for joking around and making Izuna uncomfortable." As he spoke, he scratched his head with an earnest expression. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting down on the group as the gentle breeze in the forest carried the fragrance of grass and trees, dispelling the awkwardness. With Madara's comforting words, Izuna gradually calmed down, but still did not dare to lower his hands, covering his eyes. He could only sneak a peek through his fingers, then quickly retract, his cheeks still burning. Madara looked at his brother's adorable appearance, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he reached out to ruffle Izuna's hair. "All right, don't be shy. Let's go, we won't disturb you any longer here." Only then did Izuna slowly lower his hands, yet he still did not dare to look at Hashirama and Tobirama, keeping his head down as he hurriedly followed behind Madara. Madara walked beside him, occasionally glancing back to ensure his brother wasn't still flustered, the affection in his eyes nearly spilling over. Senju Hashirama, watching Madara's retreating figure, smiled even more brightly, calling out in the direction of Madara, "Madara, just tell me directly next time what you want me to do. There's no need to feel shy." Madara's footsteps faltered, his ears flushing red once more, but he did not turn back, simply coldly tossing out "noisy," before quickly pulling Izuna away. Senju Tobirama, looking at Hashirama's eager expression, shook his head helplessly and said softly, "Brother Madara is already prideful. Your teasing will only make him more shy." Hashirama scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I know, I just find Madara's shy demeanor very cute." The breeze continued to blow through the forest, carrying a unique, subtle, and ambiguous atmosphere among the group wrapping around them. Madara held Izuna's hand, walking briskly, yet deep within he still felt the lingering excitement from Hashirama's earlier actions. The blush on his ears had yet to fade, but he felt no displeasure. Instead, he hid a sweetness even he was unaware of. The warmth of the forest cabin was infused with the bitter fragrance of herbs. Uchiha Madara reclined sideways on the couch, his jet black hair cascading over his shoulders. The cold sharpness of his brows and eyes still bore the faint restraint of an unhealed wound. During the battle on the field just moments ago, a blade had sliced the inner side of his thigh, a wound both concealed and awkwardly positioned, making it impossible for him to apply medicine on his own. In the end, he was forcibly brought back to the cabin by Senju Hashirama. "Don't move. The wound has just scabbed. If you tear it, it will hurt for a long while." Senju Hashirama crouched in front of the couch, his tone carrying a rare sincerity. His fingertips held a cotton cloth soaked in herbal ointment, and as he looked up at Madara, a barely perceptible tenderness hid in the depths of his eyes. Madara frowned slightly, his long legs bent and parted. Constrained by the pain of the wound, he had no choice but to allow Hashirama to act. The skin on the inner thigh was naturally delicate and sensitive, with a faint flush surrounding the wound. The moment Hashirama's cool fingertips touched the skin, Madara's body stiffened abruptly, his fingers gripping the hem of his garment, instantly tightening. "Be gentler," he said in a cold voice. "I know." Hashirama replied, his gaze focused intently on the wound as he gently applied the ointment with his fingertips. Yet whether intentionally or not, the pads of his fingers would softly rub and circle on the skin around the wound. What was supposed to be the act of applying medicine carried a different sensation. Those delicate touches were not forceful, yet they brushed like feathers, stirring every nerve in Madara's body taut. He could clearly feel the warmth of Hashirama's fingertips and the faint ridges of his fingerprints. Each rub gradually tinged the tips of Madara's ears with a thin red, and the rigid line of his jaw tightened slightly. Madara turned his head away, not daring to look at the man crouching before him. He could only stare rigidly at the forest outside the window, yet all his attention was consumed by the touch on his thigh. Hashirama watched the flush creeping up Madara's ears, a glint of slyness flickering in his eyes. Yet his movements remained gentle, the rubbing force always precisely calibrated, neither aggravating the wound nor allowing the other to miss the sensation of each touch. He finished applying the ointment slowly, but his fingertips did not withdraw immediately. Instead, they lightly stroked the intact skin nearby a few times. What had originally been only the dull ache of the wound was now replaced entirely by those delicate, ambiguous sensations. Madara's body grew even more rigid, his cheeks gradually flushing with a burning red, and his breath unconsciously quickened. The sensitivity of the inner thigh was fully aroused, stirring a wave of heat from the depths of his heart. Uncontrollably, an unusual response began to stir. He clenched his fists fiercely, wanting to draw his legs together, but it pulled at the wound, causing him to grunt in pain. His cheeks burned deeper, and even his neck was touched with pale pink. Flustered and indignant, Madara's eyes darted away, too ashamed to meet Hashirama's gaze. His heart was filled with unspeakable embarrassment, and he wished he could jump up and flee. Hashirama happened to look up, taking in all of Madara's flustered, flushed state. His gaze slid downward, catching the subtle change between Madara's legs, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Yet in his eyes he feigned innocence and confusion. He withdrew his hand, lightly pressing his fingertip to his own lips, and spoke in a tone laced with puzzlement and innocence. "Madara, what's wrong? Your face is so red." Hashirama pretended not to understand, his eyes clear as he stared at Madara's burning cheeks. His tone was slow, carrying deliberate, feigned ignorance. Then he leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice to a seductive gentleness. "And here. Does it hurt?" Madara's heart raced wildly. He was almost speechless with shame and anger, his eyes avoiding, his voice trembling with a mix of fury and mortification. "Senju Hashirama, you did that on purpose." "No, I didn't." Hashirama blinked, his innocent expression growing even more convincing. He reached out to gently press down on Madara's leg, preventing him from moving and aggravating the wound. His fingertip brushed lightly against Madara's skin, his voice low and tender, each word piercing Madara's embarrassment. "I just saw you seem to be in pain. If you need it, would you like me to help?" That tender, alluring sentence echoed clearly in the quiet cabin. Madara's cheeks flushed instantly, as if on fire, his entire body frozen. The cold sharpness in his eyes gave way to sheer panic and shyness, all former fierceness gone. He wanted to yell, to push Hashirama away, but the restraint of the wound and the burning heat within him intertwined, making him unable to move. He could only let the man before him use the most innocent expression to speak the words that both stirred his heart and mortified him. The bitter scent of herbs still lingered, but the atmosphere in the cabin was now enveloped in a warm ambiguity. Hashirama remained crouched in front of the couch holding Madara's leg, his gaze gentle yet resolute, quietly waiting for his response. Madara turned his head, his long hair covering his flushed cheeks. His fingers clenched tightly around the hem of his clothes, his breathing rapid. After a long moment, he finally squeezed out from his throat a barely audible grunt filled with utter reluctance and compromise. A dusk wind brushed the eaves of the Uchiha clan grounds, lifting a few scarlet maple leaves. Uchiha Kwanai leaned against a vermilion pillar, his deep blue clan robes only heightened the exquisite sharp contours of his face. His fingertips idly toyed with a kunai as his gaze settled on the approaching Qianshou Fei Jian, a sly provocative smile curling the corner of his mouth. They had been apart for several days, yet the Qianshou chief before him retained the same composed martial bearing. Silver hair was neatly bound at the nape, his features austere and aloof, aura warning strangers to keep their distance. He walked toward him with steady measured steps, each one imbued with the solemn poise unique to the Qianshou clan. A glint of amusement flashed in Quan Nai's eyes. The two of them were usually at one another's throats, trading barbed words and even blades at the slightest provocation. Such a rare solitary encounter was an opportunity he could not possibly squander. As Qianshou Fei Jian drew near, Quan Nai straightened abruptly and stepped forward to block his path, tilting his chin with curved brows and a tone thick with undisguised mockery. Haven't seen you for days, looking so stiff." Quan Nai's voice rang clear, deliberately sarcastic, the cadence of his words rising at the end. He appraised Fei Jian from head to foot, noting the unchanged impassivity in the other's face. Far from angered, Fei Jian's calm only seemed to pique him further, and he leaned half a step closer. In an instant the distance between them diminished until he could distinctly smell the mingled scent of herbs and fur on Fei Jian's person. In the past, such provocation would have instantly escalated them to drawn steel. Quan Nai had already perfected the retorts he expected Fei Jian to shoot back. He had rehearsed his parries of words in his mind. This time, however, Fei Jian's reaction was entirely unexpected. Qianshou Fei Jian halted and lowered his gaze to the boy before him, whose chin was tilted in challenge. The cold clarity in his eyes lingered on Quan Nai's spirited, proud features, and beneath that customary indifference a faint, scarcely perceptible warmth began to bloom, not anger, but a resigned indulgence. Quan Nai, watching his silence, was about to hurl another taunt when Fei Jian suddenly reached out. His long-fingered hand closed lightly on Quan Nai's wrist. The hold was gentle yet immobilizing. Before Quan Nai could wrench free or scold him, Fei Jian inclined his body slightly, and his voice, lowered to a magnetic hush, spoke softly at his ear. "Is that so?" Those two simple words shattered the surrounding stillness and sent an inexplicable flutter through Quan Nai's chest. He was about to frown and demand release, but the next movement rendered him utterly paralyzed. The hand on his wrist tightened just enough to draw him nearer. Before Quan Nai could fully register the motion, Fei Jian leaned in and, cool and deliberate, pressed his lips to the corner of his mouth. The brief, gentle contact passed in an instant, yet it struck like lightning, sweeping through every fiber of Quan Nai's senses. Quan Nai's pupils contracted, his body going rigid, the kunai in his hand froze mid-whirl. The playfulness and provocation that had animated his features vanished without a trace, replaced by a potent mixture of astonishment and fluster. His fair cheeks flushed at a rate visible to the eye, the color spreading to the tips of his ears and down his neck until he was crimson through and through. Even his breath seemed to catch. He stared wide-eyed at the near figure of Qianshou Fei Jian. His mind went blank. He forgot to struggle, forgot to scold. Only the lingering coolness on his lips remained, and the unmistakable gentle smile dawned in Fei Jian's eyes. Fei Jian straightened, still holding Quan Nai's wrist with a lingering touch. Observing the boy's dazed embarrassment, the corners of his stern mouth lifted faintly, a clear, serene smile. His voice, calm and certain, entered Quan Nai's ear once more. "Come here and kiss me." It was not a question nor a jest, but a blunt pronouncement that brooked no refusal. Only then did Quan Nai snap back to himself, flaring like a struck animal as he struggled to pull his hand free. The redness in his cheeks intensified and his tone trembled with both shame and indignation as he began to stammer, "Qianshou Fei Jian. You insolent." Who would ever want to? His words dissolved beneath the pounding of his own heart. His ear-tips burned, and he could not bear to meet Fei Jian's eyes. His thoughts swam with the memory of that unexpected touch. He was equally embarrassed and furious, yet under the other's tender gaze his outrage lost some of its force. He had never imagined that the usually composed, restrained, and prudent Qianshou Fei Jian would commit so abrupt and audacious an act. A barbed jest had been repaid with a response that utterly unmoored him. Fei Jian regarded the flustered, ruffled boy before him and loosened his grip on the wrist by a fraction, though he did not let go. The smile in his eyes deepened as his voice remained calm. "Weren't you the one full of words just now?" "Am not." Quan Nai blurted, his neck stiff, refusing to look up. His voice betrayed him with a stubborn contradiction. "You clearly ambushed me." "That doesn't count." "It doesn't count." The dusk wind stirred again, billowing their garments. The corridor's atmosphere had long since shed its earlier antagonism, leaving only a taut, bashful intimacy between them. Fei Jian watched the boy with reddening ears and a flustered heart, his fingertips lightly tracing Quan Nai's wrist. His tone softened, suffused with a singular indulgence. "Then do it again properly. This time you come forward of your own accord." At Fei Jian's words, Quan Nai's face burned hotter. He wanted nothing more than to turn and run, but the other's gentle hold prevented any escape. He bit his lip, torn between mortification and a strange reluctance to truly withdraw. He yielded to Fei Jian's hold, and beneath the hush of the corridor he endured that disarming tenderness, feeling for the first time a ripple of feeling within his chest he had not known was there. The twilight cast its shadow over the village built by Senju and Uchiha together. The wooden corridors dyed a warm orange by the setting sun. What should have been a moment to admire the newly formed village and discuss the future was instead thick with tense energy. Even the sound of the wind brushing against the wind chimes beneath the corridor felt particularly jarring. The quarrel began in the afternoon, sparked by a trivial matter regarding the village's governance. Madara was insistent on using absolute power to intimidate all around, believing only Uchiha's ocular power and forceful methods could establish a firm footing for the newborn village, eliminating all potential threats. Meanwhile, Hashirama's heart was filled with the desire to protect and embrace. He envisioned a home free from war where everyone could live in peace, unwilling to let slaughter and malice be the foundation of their village. The two were inherently different in temperament. One was stubborn and fierce, never easily compromising on his convictions, while the other seemed gentle, but harbored an unyielding determination, and neither would yield to the other in their dispute. In their verbal sparring, the camaraderie that once existed between them, having fought side by side and understood each other's thoughts, vanished, leaving only a stalemate of stubbornness. Madara's tone grew increasingly cold, his eyes sharp with defiance, every word countering Hashirama's ideas without giving an inch. As the argument escalated, Madara simply fell silent, turning his face away from Hashirama, the oppressive atmosphere around him terrifyingly low, a faint ripple of chakra emanating from him while his Sharingan subtly spun, filled with the anger of being contradicted. He was never one to back down. Even when facing Hashirama, he would not easily relent. The sharpness he had shown during their exchange had now transformed into a silent resistance. Looking at Madara in this state, Hashirama felt an inexplicable reduction of anger in his heart, replaced by a sense of helplessness, mixed with mockery. He took a step closer, the distance suddenly shrinking, his warm breath carrying a hint of the fragrance of grass and wood enveloping Madara. Before Madara could react, Hashirama leaned slightly forward, his gesture imbued with an unavoidable force, instantly shifting the previously tense atmosphere. Madara froze abruptly, his cheeks flushing with a barely noticeable crimson, the tips of his ears warming rapidly. The once cold gaze now held a hint of panic, yet he still forced himself to glare at Hashirama, the patterns of his Sharingan faintly reddening, revealing both embarrassment and reluctance. He wanted to retort, to speak back fiercely as he did before, but the constraints of his own lips prevented him from uttering complete words, resulting in only fragmented, muffled grunts, his entire body rigid. Seeing Madara clearly flustered, yet unable to voice any retort, Hashirama noted how the sharp-tongued and eloquent figure was nowhere to be found. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with deliberate mockery and a low coaxing timbre as he spoke slowly. Aren't you the one who loves to argue? Why are you suddenly silent now? The upward inflection at the end was filled with triumph and teasing, shattering all of Madara's tough facade. Madara's cheeks flushed deeper, even his neck tinged with a light pink. The once fierce gaze was now full of irritation, yet there was nowhere to escape. He could only glare fiercely at Hashirama, his chest rising and falling slightly with emotions, yet he was powerless against the person before him. He struggled with all his might, but Hashirama's grip was firm, leaving him no room to break. Madara's eyes brimmed with heat, the red glow of his Sharingan becoming increasingly pronounced, yet it was not from the desire for battle, but from overwhelming embarrassment and helplessness. He had never felt so flustered before. In front of Hashirama, all his sharp edges and toughness felt as if they had met soft yet resilient cotton, leaving him unable to exert any strength, merely passively enduring. If you have the ability, then remove this first. Finally finding a sliver of space, Madara squeezed out an angry shout, tinged with a tremor, the voice unable to hide his humiliation. He no longer possessed the confidence from their earlier argument, his heart now filled with the desire to escape this awkward and embarrassing situation, leaving no thought for the governance of the village, only wishing for Hashirama to cease this teasing act. Hashirama looked at the flushed corners of Madara's eyes and the tense line of his jaw, clearly embarrassed and furious, yet still unwilling to relent, maintaining that proud and stubborn demeanor. The playful teasing in his heart gradually transformed into a gentle helplessness. He didn't immediately let go, but instead moved a little closer, his warm breath brushing against Madara's cheek. Observing his suddenly tense body, he whispered, "I can let go, but you have to stop arguing with me, okay?" He didn't genuinely want to make things difficult for Madara. He simply couldn't help but want to tease him, finding amusement in watching Madara, who usually feared nothing, now entirely at a loss in this moment, and more than anything he wanted to end this meaningless argument. He never intended to argue with Madara. They had fought through countless hardships to build this village together, and should be walking hand in hand, not standing opposed. Hearing this, Madara's body slightly stiffened, and the anger in his gaze towards Hashirama diminished, replaced by a blend of complex emotions. He naturally understood Hashirama's intentions and recognized that both were fighting for the sake of the village, yet his inherent pride prevented him from easily conceding. However, at this moment, being so firmly held by Hashirama, all his stubbornness gradually crumbled, and he could only turn his face away, letting out a muffled hum, tacitly agreeing to stop the dispute. Seeing him relent, Hashirama slowly loosened his grip, the mockery in his eyes dissipating, leaving only warmth and helplessness. Madara immediately took half a step back, lifting his hand to brush against his lips, the crimson flush on his cheeks lingering. He shot Hashirama a fierce glare, yet the previous anger had vanished, instead resembling a sulky display of embarrassment. "Senju Hashirama, you did that on purpose," Madara exclaimed through gritted teeth, his tone filled with complaint, yet he was not genuinely angry. Hashirama scratched his head, revealing a simple, honest smile as he stepped forward to gently grasp Madara's wrist, speaking sincerely, "I don't want to argue with you. We promised to protect this place together, and regardless of our differences, we should talk it out. Let's not ruin the mood, all right?" The setting sun stretched their shadows long, tightly intertwined, as the previous quarrels and tensions ultimately dissipated in the mutual understanding and connection between them. Looking into Hashirama's sincere eyes, the last remnants of Madara's discomfort faded away. Though he did not verbally respond, he did not pull away from his grasp either, merely turning his face slightly, the blush on his ears still prominent, the red glow of his Sharingan gradually fading, leaving behind only a gentle warmth in his gaze. The past sharp exchanges could not outweigh the years they had walked side by side, nor the unique care each held deep in their hearts for the other. Their noisy bickering was never their norm. The bond of understanding and mutual support was etched in their very bones, just like the afterglow of the sunset, which, despite the arguments, would ultimately return to warmth and companionship. In the years to come, they would still have disagreements and quarrels, but no matter how fiercely they argued, the trust and care that ran deep within their bones would never change. After all, they were each other's only rivals, and also each other's only confidants. When Uchiha Madara awoke, he felt something was deeply wrong. An inexplicable heaviness on his chest made him frown. as he looked down at the distinctly altered contours of his clothing and touched a softness when raising his hand a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown. He staggered to the water's edge, and the face reflected on the surface was still the signature Uchiha black hair and dark eyes, yet it bore an indescribable softness. The jawline was much gentler, and the sharpness between the brows was diluted by a hazy aqueous mist. What the hell is going on? His voice carried a strange clarity. Madara irritably tugged at his hair, accidentally pulling strands longer than usual. He abruptly recalled the bottle of water marked with odd runes he had picked up on the battlefield yesterday. At the time he assumed it was some new trick from the Senju, and in a fit of pique drank it down. Just then familiar footsteps approached, accompanied by Izuna's worried call. "Rinnegan, are you awake? You suddenly collapsed yesterday. You scared me to death." Madara's body instantly froze. How could he face Izuna like this? His younger brother, who had always followed behind him and regarded him as an absolute pillar, what would be his reaction upon seeing him in such a state? Panic coiled around his heart like vines. What made his scalp tingle even more was that right after Izuna's voice fell, another calm yet slightly teasing voice rang out. "Oh my, Madara finally deigns to wake up. I thought you were pretending to be dead to escape yesterday's defeat." It was Tobirama, the second-in-command of the Senju, always at odds with him, whose sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. Then a gentle yet authoritative voice sounded, soothing the agitated Izuna. "Izuna, don't rush. Madara is probably just exhausted. Let's go in and take a look." It was Hashirama, his best friend and greatest rival, the man who had once lain on a hilltop watching clouds with him, vowing to build a ninja utopia. The footsteps of the three drew nearer. Madara could even imagine their expressions: Izuna's worry, Tobirama's scrutiny, Hashirama's gentleness. He instinctively curled up, trying to hide himself. "Rinnegan, are you inside?" Izuna's voice had already reached the cave entrance. Madara took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was Uchiha Madara, the demon of the shinobi world. How could he retreat over something so absurd? Yet, when he thought of facing those three in this female body, the courage he had just mustered instantly deflated by half. How could he explain that he had drunk a strange bottle of water and turned into a woman? Would they believe him? They'd probably just think he had lost his mind from the defeat. Especially that white-haired bastard. He would surely seize this opportunity to mock him mercilessly. The cloth curtain at the cave entrance was gently lifted, and Izuna's worry-laden face was the first to appear. When Izuna's gaze fell upon Madara, he froze completely, his mouth slightly agape, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Tobirama, following closely behind, showed a flicker of astonishment upon seeing Madara, then curled his lips into an amused smile, crossing his arms as if ready to enjoy a show. The last to enter was Hashirama. When he saw Madara's appearance, he looked as if struck by lightning, the gentle smile on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth, but found he could not utter a single word. The atmosphere in the cave instantly became unbearably awkward and bizarre. Madara felt uncomfortable under their stares, and his cheeks began to flush uncontrollably. He instinctively turned his head away from their gaze, a sense of unprecedented humiliation and helplessness surging within him. "You? Who are you? Where is my Rinnegan?" Izuna finally found his voice trembling and uncertain. Madara's heart sank. Even Izuna couldn't recognize him. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. "Izuna, it's me, Madara." The familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached Izuna's ears, and his eyes widened in terror. "Rinnegan, how did you become like this?" Tobirama stepped forward, his sharp eyes carefully scrutinizing Madara, his tone tinged with inquiry. "Uchiha Madara, what's going on here? Don't tell me you used some forbidden technique to beat us Senju." Madara whirled around, glaring at Tobirama. "Nonsense. Uchiha Madara would never stoop to such a despicable means." Yet this rage, paired with his current countenance, carried not his usual intimidation, but a different kind of charm. Tobirama paused briefly, then averted his gaze and coughed lightly. "Humph. Then explain yourself. How did you end up like this?" Madara opened his mouth, but found himself unable to explain. He couldn't tell them head turned this way from drinking some mysterious water, could he? Just then Hashirama, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his voice careful. "Madara, are you all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Hearing Hashirama's concerned words, a warmth filled Madara's heart, only to be instantly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of shame. What good was his current state? Madara abruptly stood up, shoved past Izuna, who was blocking the entrance, and rushed out, "I'm fine. Don't follow me." He needed time alone to think, to figure out what had happened and how he would face Izuna Tobirama and Hashirama from now on. Watching Madara's panicked, retreating figure, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna exchanged glances. The cave fell silent once more, but this time each heart was filled with complex emotions. Uchiha Madara's footsteps were hurried and heavy, echoing on the stone path of the Uchiha clan, each step laden with palpable irritation and anger. The clan members around him bowed their heads respectfully as they saw him, yet they couldn't help but steal glances. They felt that today the clan leader's aura was even more oppressive than usual, and within his crimson Sharingan a tumult of unfathomable rage and confusion surged. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he strode directly back to his private chamber. The moment he shut the door, he could no longer suppress the collapse within his heart, and raised his hand to slam it violently against the table beside him. With a muffled bang, the sturdy, wooden table instantly cracked, but this did nothing to alleviate the frustration in his heart. Madara let out a low growl, his voice filled with unwillingness and fury. He could not understand why, having completely dissipated into the world, he would once again traverse time, opening his eyes, only to find himself back at the moment after his split with Senju Hashirama after his defeat. Once more he found himself in this wretched state after a defeat. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white as the chakra around him stirred restlessly due to his uncontrolled emotions. Fate seemed to be playing the cruelest of jokes on him, repeatedly dragging him back to this most humiliating and suffocating time, forcing him to endure the pain of shattered ideals and betrayal by dear friends. Was this world specifically targeting him, Uchiha Madara? As his emotions surged violently, a fragment of vague memory suddenly surged into his mind. On the brink of complete unconsciousness, as his awareness faded, an emotionless mechanical voice seemed to drift lightly through his consciousness, leaving behind a single clear phrase: 1 month. 1 month. What 1 month? Madara furrowed his brow, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting information, yet he could not comprehend the meaning of that voice, nor did he understand what this so-called 1 month truly entailed. Was it the duration of his stay in this world? Or the limit of this absurd transference? His heart was filled with confusion, entangled like a messy thread, making him increasingly restless, yet utterly clueless. Just as he exerted himself to calm his emotions, attempting to make sense of all these sudden changes, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his abdomen, striking without warning, causing his body to stiffen abruptly and his originally straight back to instinctively bend. Ugh. Madara grunted softly, raising his hand to press against his lower abdomen, his expression darkening instantly. Throughout his life, he had faced countless battles, sustaining innumerable knife wounds, sword wounds, and chakra burns, yet never had any pain made him frown. However, this unfamiliar and bizarre aching sensation from his lower abdomen was completely different from any pain he had ever experienced. What was happening? His body had no external injuries and his chakra was functioning normally. Why was his lower abdomen suddenly in such pain? He forced himself to sit on the bed, his brow furrowed tightly as he struggled to recall past memories, searching for the source of this pain. Fragmented memories slowly surfaced, memories from long ago when he was still young. He had seen his mother sometimes clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. At that time she would always endure alone, and when he occasionally caught her she would vaguely say it was the pain that all women experience, something called menstruation. Menstruation. The moment this thought emerged, Madara's pupils suddenly constricted, his entire being struck, as if by lightning, frozen in place. His expression, once cold and composed, gradually turned pale, followed by an unmistakable shock and embarrassment. He was Uchiha Madara, the proud leader of the Uchiha clan, a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world from birth, decisive in his killings. He had never known a moment of weakness or embarrassment, yet now he was to experience the pain of a physiological period that only women endure. Absurd. Too absurd. Traversing through time was one thing, returning to the moment of defeat was another, but to have him face such an absurd and humiliating situation. The pain in his abdomen intensified the aching sensation spreading, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. Even a strong man like him felt a hint of helplessness at this moment. He had never understood the trivial matters of women, nor did he know how to cope with such pain. He could only grit his teeth, enduring without revealing a hint of abnormality, his fingertips digging deeply into his palm, using the sharp pain to forcibly suppress the discomfort in his lower abdomen. He was Uchiha Madara. Even when confronted with such absurd changes, even in such a humiliating situation, he could not show even a trace of weakness. Yet the anger and frustration within him surged even more fiercely, the reluctance of his transference, the suffocation of his circumstances, the pain of his body, and that mysterious phrase 1 month all weighed heavily upon his heart. Leaning against the edge of the bed, he closed his eyes tightly, emanating an aura of coldness that deterred others from approaching, as endless irritation and rage churned within him. When would this sudden transference, this inexplicable bodily change come to an end? How was he to endure this agonizing month ahead? Uzibo-ban curled up on the tatami inside the room. A persistent dull ache throbbed in his lower abdomen, a soft yet piercing discomfort that was far more torturous than the wounds inflicted by swords on the battlefield. He had always been unyielding, enduring all the excruciating pains in the world, yet this pain unique to women left him utterly helpless. His entire body was tense and rigid, his heart filled with humiliation and irritation. He furrowed his brows, pressing his fingertips firmly against his lower abdomen as his mind uncontrollably recalled fragmented memories of his youth. Back then the clan was still peaceful, and a spoiled female cousin of the Uzibo family always suffered like this during such times. Ban happened to come across her face pale with pain, yet she refused to stay still and spoke arrogantly. That cousin lifted her chin, her tone defiant and overbearing, clearly the same stubbornness as his current self. Why should we let our bodies push us around? We must let the body know who the true master is. The more painful it is, the less we should follow the rules and wrong ourselves. Ban suddenly snapped back to reality, a flicker of stubbornness lighting up in his dark eyes. That's right. He was Uzibo-ban, a powerhouse who towered above the ninja world, a man who never bowed to fate or yielded to pain his entire life. There was no way he would be toyed with by a suddenly transformed female body and a mere menstrual period. Why should this inexplicable pain torment him? Why should he carefully avoid certain foods and endure the suffering? Fate had deliberately targeted him, making him transmigrate again, returning to the humiliating moment of defeat and forcibly turning him into a woman to endure this absurd agony. That mysterious voice had left him only a month's deadline. The road ahead was unknown, embarrassments were endless. He absolutely could not let his body torment him willfully anymore. Since that cousin dared to defy the rules of menstruation back then, Uzibo-ban could naturally do the same. He gritted his teeth, forcibly enduring the surging sour and swollen pain in his abdomen, and slowly supported himself to stand up. His brows and eyes exuded an arrogant refusal to concede, and the stubbornness deep in his bones was thoroughly provoked. Others said that during menstruation one must avoid certain foods, rest gently, not touch cold or spicy things, not eat raw or cold stimulating items, but he refused to believe it. The more forbidden, the more he wanted to taste them all. He walked slowly out of the room. The clan's kitchen was quiet and empty. Ban wore a cold expression on his strikingly beautiful face, his once sharp features now softened, yet still carrying an intimidating presence. He clearly remembered the things others repeatedly warned him never to touch during menstruation. The first thing he picked up was a jar of iced cold spring water. The icy sensation transmitted through the porcelain jar to his palm, and the mere touch made his abdomen twitch with a reflexive pang. Ordinary women would shun it, but Ban didn't hesitate at all. He tilted his head back, letting the bone-chilling cold water slide down his throat into his stomach. In an instant the pain in his lower abdomen intensified sharply, a piercing agony sweeping through his entire body. He grunted but forcibly held back, not a trace of regret in his eyes, only stubborn persistence. Next came a pungent spicy meat sauce, with a strong nose-stinging spiciness that choked his throat tight. Others said eating spicy food during menstruation would worsen abdominal pain and cause excessive bleeding, but he deliberately took big mouthfuls. The scorching heat spread through his mouth, intertwining with the cold pain in his abdomen, tormenting his entire body. There were also raw cold fresh fruits, unheated cold dishes, greasy and heat-inducing roasted meat. Everything that was strictly forbidden, he consumed every single one without exception. With each item he ate, the discomfort in his body grew heavier, the dull ache in his lower abdomen became more intense. He alternated between cold and hot all over, an inexplicable weakness continuously surging up, even his fingertips trembled slightly. Yet from beginning to end, Ban never stopped. There was only one thought in his mind: he would tame this inexplicable body. It was not the body ruling him, but him ruling the body. Why should turning into a woman subject him to these tedious rules? Why should an unwarranted transformation force him to endure and appear pathetic everywhere? He had been forced to transmigrate, forced to change appearance, forced to endure unprecedented humiliation, and now even his own body was turning against him. Just thinking about having to face Kwanai's innocent and confused gaze, Zujian's complicated and indescribable look, and Fei Jian seeing through everything and mocking him freely, Ban's irritation grew even more intense. In his current state, it was already difficult to face the three of them. If he were also tormented by menstruation into weakness and embarrassment, it would be even more humiliating beyond measure. Rather than carefully enduring the torment for an entire month, it was better to simply act recklessly and defy all the rules. Let the body completely remember, no matter what form it takes, no matter what absurd changes befall it, the one who dominates everything will always be Ban. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna rushed in their hurried footsteps, breaking the silence of the room. Following closely behind, Senju Tobarama leaned casually against the door frame, arms crossed with a hint of unmasked amusement in his eyes, scanning the room without any intention of stepping forward. In his view, Uchiha Madara was inherently rebellious in nature, now transformed into a woman, and facing such a predicament it was only fitting. Watching the once mighty Uchiha clan leader in such a sorry state was indeed a rare amusement. The sight inside the room caused both of them to halt in their tracks. Uchiha Madara was curled up on the bed, her normally straight back now bent in a tense arc, hands clutching her abdomen tightly, a thin sheen of cold sweat covering her forehead, her once sharp brows tightly furrowed, and her lips bitten to a pale hue devoid of any of her usual imposing aura, leaving only an unmistakable weakness and discomfort. Having just transformed into a woman's body and indulged in a heap of forbidden foods, the pain of her menstrual cycle was magnified to unbearable levels. No matter how strong she was, she could not withstand such excruciating torment. Nizen. Uchiha Izuna's expression changed instantly as he rushed to the bedside, his eyes filled with uncontainable worry and panic. Since his brother had taken on this appearance, she had been in such poor condition, and now suddenly curled up in pain. He had no idea what had happened, only feeling his heart twist in distress. He wanted to reach out to touch her, but feared it would hurt Madara. He could only stand by helplessly, his voice trembling. Nizen, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Is there something wrong with your body again? He had never seen his brother so vulnerable. The Uchiha clan leader, who always stood tall and protected him, was now in such a pitiful state, leaving Izuna hurt and anxious, yet utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Madara in such a state. The mockery and worry in his eyes vanished, replaced by understanding and concern. Having witnessed the physiological states of the women in his clan, he immediately saw through Madara's predicament. Thinking of Madara's current female body and her inherently rebellious nature, it was evident that she would not willingly rest and would act recklessly, leading to such severe pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Hashirama slowly approached the bed, his movements gentle, unlike his usual boisterous demeanor. Ignoring the alert and panicked Izuna beside him, he gently extended his hand, his warm palm covering the hand Madara had pressed against her abdomen, and began to stroke it slowly and carefully through the fabric, attempting to alleviate her piercing pain with his warmth. Madara was startled by the sudden warmth, her pain-clouded mind clearing slightly. She looked up to glare at Senju Hashirama, her eyes filled with anger and embarrassment, wanting to scold him, but unable to muster the strength, biting her teeth and flushing red. She never expected that her most vulnerable moment would be witnessed by Hashirama Izuna, and that Tobarama, who always seemed to target her. The intertwining feelings of humiliation and pain made her want to escape immediately. Just as Madara was feeling both ashamed and furious, struggling to push Hashirama away, he suddenly leaned down and softly placed a gentle kiss on her forehead while she was unprepared. The soft kiss, infused with warmth, was fleeting, yet it completely froze Madara in place, making her forget the pain and her struggles, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Hashirama straightened up, his eyes still filled with compassion, while his comforting actions did not cease. As Madara regained her senses, the shock in her heart rapidly transformed into overwhelming shame and anger, but more than that, there was an inescapable confusion. Why? Why was it that whether during their youth when they watched clouds together and promised to build a village, or later when they fell out and faced each other on the battlefield, or even now when she had returned in this humiliating female body, Senju Hashirama always kissed her without warning? In every phase, Hashirama loved to break her rebelliousness and defenses with such gestures, plunging her into a state of helpless embarrassment. She was Uchiha Madara, a formidable rival to Senju Hashirama, not someone he could approach at will. Yet at this moment of weakness and helplessness, she lacked even the strength to resist. At the doorframe, Tobirama raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with a hint of disbelief, as he silently scorned his brother's lack of awareness in such intimate moments. Izuna beside him was also stunned, watching Hashirama's actions with wariness, yet unsure how to intervene for her brother's sake. Madara on the bed stood frozen, the pain in her abdomen seeming to fade slightly from the sudden kiss. All that remained was a heart full of confusion, shame, and even a hint of an unfamiliar emotion that she had yet to recognize, entwined within her heart, refusing to dissipate. The atmosphere in the room was suspended at a delicate and tense juncture as Uchiha Obito found himself caught off guard by the sudden kiss from Hashirama, a mix of shock and embarrassment swirling within him. The pain in his lower abdomen was somewhat overshadowed by this intense emotion, leaving him dumbfounded as he gazed at Senju Hashirama, momentarily at a loss for words. Izuna stood frozen at the side, both worried about his brother's condition and wary of Hashirama's close interaction with Obito. His hand instinctively rested on his ninja tools pouch, ready to intervene and separate the two if necessary. Tobirama remained leaning against the doorframe, his sharp gaze scanning the room. He focused on the movements of Obito and Hashirama, a faint smirk of amusement playing on his lips while his body remained coiled with readiness to act at any moment. Hashirama paid no mind to the onlookers, continuing to gently caress Obito's lower abdomen, hoping to alleviate his pain with his warm chakra, the concern in his eyes unmistakable. In this moment of quietude, the previously closed door was suddenly flung open again. It crashed violently against the wall, producing a loud bang that shattered the tense stillness in the room. All eyes turned toward the doorway. Even the usually reserved Uchiha Obito struggled to lift his gaze to the newcomer, a flicker of sharp vigilance flashing in his eyes, instinctively tensing his body. A woman stood at the entrance, her posture upright, her aura fierce and commanding, rivaling any of the powerful figures in the room. As everyone took in her features, an immediate silence fell over the room. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. The woman possessed the same striking features as Uchiha Obito, identical contours. She had the same long jet black hair typical of the Uchiha clan, and an alluring, chilling presence clearly carved from the same mold. The only difference was a small cinnabar mole beneath her left eye, adding a touch of unique beauty and cunning to her otherwise similar visage. Obito's pupils constricted sharply, and his previously pale cheeks, marked by pain, now drained of all color. He stared intensely at the woman in the doorway, a storm of disbelief and confusion raging within him. How could there be someone in this world who looked so much like him? He had grown up in the Uchiha clan with only Izuna as his closest kin. He had never had any sisters. Who on earth was this person? Was she a spy sent by an enemy? Or an illusion from the ninja world? Obito strained to sit up, his chakra subtly stirring, his Sharingan uncontrollably manifesting, the crimson eyes fixated on the newcomer, filled with scrutiny and hostility. Izuna immediately positioned himself in front of the bed, shielding Obito behind him, his chakra knife already materializing in hand, casting a cold glare at the strange woman. He sternly demanded, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Uchiha clan?" Hashirama also withdrew his earlier gentleness, his expression turning serious, as he stepped beside Obito, his warm chakra silently spreading, prepared to respond to any sudden developments. He too was filled with shock and could not comprehend why a stranger with such a striking resemblance to Obito had appeared. Only Tobirama leaning against the doorframe grew increasingly sharp, his gaze darting between the woman and Obito chakra for the flying thunder god gathering at his fingertips. His mind raced, attempting to decipher her identity and intentions, his body tense with vigilance, vowing not to allow any suspicious individuals to threaten his brother nor give the Uchiha clan any opportunity. In the face of everyone's wariness and inquiries, the woman remained unfazed, calmly stepping into the room, her gaze landing directly on Obito on the bed, her eyes warm and affectionate, devoid of any hint of hostility. She looked at Obito, whose face was filled with suspicion and confusion, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her clear and gentle voice resonated in the silent room, akin to a thunderous clap, instantly leaving everyone present in a state of shock. "Nezen, don't be so wary of me. I am your blood relative from another world. To be precise, I am your sister from another world." This statement detonated like an explosion in the room. Uchiha Obito stood frozen in place, the chakra he had been gathering instantly disarrayed, the pain in his abdomen forgotten, his mind blank with sheer astonishment. A sister from another world. He had never heard of such a thing as another world, let alone having a sister. It was utterly preposterous. Uchiha Izuna's hand gripping the chakra knife suddenly halted, turning to look incredulously at his brother before glancing back at the unfamiliar woman, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He had always been his brother's only sibling. He had never heard of his brother having other relatives, much less a sister from another world. What on earth was going on? Hashirama's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Usually carefree, he was now completely stunned, filled with disbelief. He had no idea how to react to the very existence of another world was already inconceivable, let alone the sudden emergence of a sister for Obito. Tobirama's normally calm demeanor finally cracked, his sharp gaze flashing with intense astonishment, quickly turning serious once more. He had always adhered to reason and logic, yet what was happening before him was utterly beyond his comprehension. A visitor from another world, an identical face claiming to be Obito's sister. Each piece of information was bizarre, raising his vigilance to unprecedented heights as he began to calculate her intentions and objectives. The atmosphere in the room turned incredibly eerie, an intermingling of shock, confusion, vigilance, and bewilderment pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Obito and the otherworldly woman. Confronted with the nearly identical faces, they had no choice but to accept this absurd yet astonishing reality. Obito slowly regained his senses, fixating on the woman who claimed to be his sister from another world, his crimson Sharingan quivering slightly, the tumult of confusion and shock within him surging more intensely. Another world. A sister. Was this yet another farce brought on by this absurd crossing, or was there a deeper truth hidden beneath? The shock within the room had yet to dissipate. Uchiha Chinchua stood in place, a smile lingering on her face as she gazed at Uchiha Ban, who lay on the bed with a pallid complexion, his body curled up. Her gaze slowly descended, landing on the abdomen he was clutching tightly. The carefree expression on her face suddenly froze, and a flicker of unmistakable disbelief flashed in her eyes. She stepped closer, her eyes locked onto Ban's abdomen, and a crisp voice escaped her lips, without any regard for the others in the room. "Nezen, is this your menstruation?" This remark struck like a thunderbolt, instantly congealing the already tense atmosphere. Uchiha Ban's face flushed crimson, spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. Already tormented by pain and embarrassment, being so bluntly exposed by his otherworldly sister filled him with such shame and fury that he wished he could find a crack in the earth to disappear into. He abruptly raised his eyes, his scarlet Sharingan glaring at Chinchua. He gritted his teeth, intending to scold her, but the lingering dragging pain in his abdomen choked off his words. All he could do was clench the bedding tightly, his presence radiating a terrifyingly low pressure. Senju Jujian stood nearby, scratching his head at her words, his expression awkward. He instinctively shrank back, for it was he who had been tending to Ban earlier. Though he hadn't administered any medicine, having the embarrassing situation so directly exposed left him at a loss. Uchiha Chuenai stood there utterly bewildered. Though he vaguely understood that his elder brother was unwell, he didn't comprehend the meaning of menstruation. He could only watch Ban state, his heart filled with both concern and confusion. Senju Feijian, lounging against the doorframe, furrowed his brow even deeper. The earlier look of amusement faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. He had some knowledge of feminine matters, and now he finally understood the source of Ban's earlier humiliation. His gaze toward Qingxue grew sharper. Qingxue, however, paid no heed to the reactions of the others. She looked at Ban's flustered and irate appearance, blinked in surprise, then a look of sudden realization dawned in her eyes. With an amused glint, she turned to Senju Zhujian and spoke with a tone of certainty. It must be that Zhujiani fed you something strange again, or did he mess around with you somehow? Otherwise, Nizan, you wouldn't be in such agony. Having said that, without waiting for Ban's response and disregarding the stares of everyone else, she walked straight to the bedside. Gently she pulled away Ban's hand from his abdomen, her voice softening with the tenderness exclusive to a family member. All right, Nizan, don't be stubborn. Let me rub it for you. Once I do, it won't hurt anymore. Her palm radiated a warm heat, unlike Zhujian's rough touch. Qingxue's technique was gentle and practiced. Her fingertips slowly massaged Ban's abdomen as she subtly channeled a stream of mild and compatible chakra, soothing the turbulent flow of energy within his body. The piercing pain that had been tormenting him gradually receded under Qingxue's touch. His tense body slowly relaxed and Ban's rigid expression involuntarily softened somewhat. Though he still felt awkward, he no longer pushed her away. The others in the room were completely stunned, their gazes fixed on the pair by the bed, their hearts filled with an inexpressible shock. Chuenai watched Qingxue, who was both unfamiliar yet familiarly caring for his elder brother, and a medley of emotions stirred within him. This suddenly appearing woman not only bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, but also seemed to know his condition thoroughly, applying a skilled hand to alleviate his pain. That innate intimacy could not be faked. Senju Zhujian's eyes widened as he observed Qingxue's deft movements, and then Ban's rare moment of relaxation. Amazement filled his mind. Senju Feijian, on the other hand, remained taut with vigilance, his eyes locked on Qingxue. His mind raced, trying to piece together this series of absurd information, his entire being radiating wariness. Time trickled by. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun spilled through the lattice, painting the room with a warm amber glow. By the time Qingxue ceased her movements and straightened up, it was already dusk. She rubbed her wrist, then turned her gaze to Uchiha Chuenai, who stood nearby. Her previously cool features instantly softened into a crescent smile, her eyes brimming with indulgence and joy. She reached out toward Chuenai, her voice affectionate and gentle. My dearest Otudo, come here and let your sister hug you. I wonder if you in this other world have missed me. At these words, Uchiha Ban on the bed instantly froze. His slightly eased expression darkened once more, and a powerful sense of being usurped surged deep within him, a feeling of utter chagrin. He was Kwanai's only elder brother, having always protected him since childhood. Kwanai's heart and eyes had been for none other than his Nizan. But this sister from another world had not only usurped his own brotherly status, but was now openly claiming closeness to his little brother, addressing him with Otudo, without restraint, her doting tone unmistakable. She was clearly treating Chuenai as her own brother too. Ban clenched his fists, seething with both anger and frustration. Yet, because Qingxue had just alleviated his pain, he couldn't immediately vent his fury. He could only glower darkly at the two. Senju Feijian, who had been observing in silence, finally seized the crucial point. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he looked at Qingxue. His voice was cold and direct, voicing the doubt in his mind. Do you mean to say that Uchiha Ban is your brother and Uchiha Chuenai is also your brother? He had finally sorted out the relationships. This suddenly appearing otherworldly woman was at the same time a younger sister to both Ban and Chuenai. It was utterly mind-boggling. If it weren't for her candid demeanor and her striking resemblance to Ban, he would never have believed such an absurd statement. Qingxue turned to Feijian at his words and gave a playful wink, her tone light and casual, roughly speaking. That's it. Anyway, they are all my family. It can't be too much to ask for a hug from my adorable tsundere little brother, can it? Saying so, she reached out toward Chuenai again, the adoration in her eyes nearly overflowing. Chuenai stood rooted to the spot, looking at Qingxue, whose face matched his elder brother's, yet whose gaze was infinitely gentle. He then turned to glance at Ban, who was full of suppressed frustration. For a moment he was at a complete loss, feeling both strange and wary, yet inexplicably drawn to a sense of closeness. Uchiha Chinchue tightly embraced Uchiha Izuna, feeling the stiff and helpless body in her arms, her heart filled with joy. Just before releasing her embrace, she couldn't help but tiptoe, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Izuna's soft hair, her fingertips gently pinching his flushed earlobe, her tone playful and full of affection. "Ah, why are you so cute? You must understand, in my world you are clearly a stubborn little tsundere, saying you don't want to be hugged, yet your body is very honest, always obediently coming over for me to hold you." Izuna felt his whole body heat up from her touch, his cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and he instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Uchiha Madara, exposing only his pair of wet and embarrassed eyes glaring at Chinchue. Having grown up, he had never been so close to anyone else apart from his elder brother Madara. This girl from another world, with every gesture and action, exuded an intimacy that left him at a loss, yet she bore the exact same face as his brother, making it impossible for him to harden his heart and distance himself. Seeing his tsundere yet shy appearance, Chinchue couldn't help but chuckle softly, her gaze slowly shifting away from Izuna to rest on Senju Hashirama nearby. The moment her gaze met Hashirama's, the smile in her eyes slightly retracted, replaced by a hint of barely perceptible warmth and familiarity. In her original world, this honest and sincere Senju clan leader, who was at odds with Uchiha Madara, was rightfully her elder brother Madara's loving and devoted husband. Together they quelled the clan's wars and established the Hidden Leaf Village, standing side by side as the village's leaders by day and as lovers embraced by night. Even if they occasionally bickered, the love in their eyes was never hidden. That was the most perfect bond she had ever seen, the very image she had always envied. Thinking of this, her gaze quietly shifted to Senju Tobarama, who was leaning against the door, and a complex warmth rose in her heart. In that world, Senju Tobarama was always the cold-faced, taciturn tsundere, clearly filled with thoughts of her, yet never willing to express them directly, only silently managing everything for her, standing protectively in front of her during danger and quietly preparing hot tea for her when she stayed up late writing. After a long time of circling around, he finally set aside all his reservations, mutually expressing their feelings and ultimately marrying, living in peace together. But looking at the current world, a wave of disappointment surged in her heart. In this world, Hashirama and Madara remained eternal enemies, friends turned foes, clans divided, and the gaze Tobarama cast upon her was only cold scrutiny and vigilance, devoid of any warmth or concern that was exclusively for her. What saddened her even more was that she could clearly perceive that in this world's fate, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna were each other's destined ties, seemingly at odds yet intertwined in ways beyond their control. And she in this world's trajectory had no presence whatsoever. She felt like an accidental intruder, watching her close ones walk toward a life completely different from hers, filled with confusion and bitterness. Chinchue quickly suppressed the surging emotions within her heart, hiding away those thoughts that should not be revealed. There was still a huge secret she could never expose. In her world, she was the one who penned the intimate and explicit tales of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Those intensely affectionate and indecent scenes all came from her hand. If the two main characters before her, especially the meticulous Senju Tobarama, were to discover this, she feared she would face social death on the spot, unable to stay here any longer. Feigning calm, she averted her gaze, but as soon as she looked up, she met Senju Tobarama's deep and sharp eyes. The man still bore that cold and distant demeanor, arms crossed, yet his gaze was like a blade, seemingly able to penetrate all her disguises, seeing through her innermost secrets. In that gaze there was insight, inquiry, and a hint of subtle understanding that made Kingsu's heart tighten, and a thin layer of sweat inexplicably formed on her back. In this world, Senju Tobarama was far too perceptive. Just a brief change in her expression seemed to expose all her hidden concerns. She even suspected that he had already guessed nearly all her secrets about the other world, including her past with Tobarama and the relationship between Hashirama and Madara, as well as the hidden details of her writing. Chinchue forced herself to appear composed, pursed her lips, no longer meeting his gaze, and instead turned her focus back inside the house, deliberately ignoring the confusion and disappointment in her heart. She knew clearly that the outcome of this world had long been predetermined, with fates belonging to Tobarama and Izuna, entanglements for Hashirama and Madara, yet no place for her. She had no need, nor could she disclose everything from the other world to others, especially not to Izuna. In her world, Izuna and Senju Tobirama were the last two lonely souls in the village, one immersed in researching medical ninjutsu, the other steadfastly fulfilling his duty of patrolling and guarding. The two kept each other company, quietly protecting Konoha and living peacefully. Although this ending was not perfect, it was stable, and there was no need for the Izuna of this world to know, adding unnecessary worries. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became delicate. Uchiha Madara looked at Kingsu's changing expressions, filled with confusion and displeasure, while Senju Hashirama remained his naive and oblivious self, completely unaware of the undercurrents among the crowd. Izuna hid behind Madara, secretly observing Qingxue, his vigilance gradually dissipating, while only Senju Tobirama remained motionless, watching Qingxue, fully aware of all her fluster and disguises, having already connected all the secrets in his heart. Qingxue stood there forcing a smile, but a question lingered in her heart. In the same timeline, with similar people, why is it that in this world she does not exist? Qianshou Fujian's originally indifferent and scrutinizing gaze suddenly tightened sharp as a blade locking directly onto Uchiha Kingsu's face, refusing to shift away even a fraction. He slowly straightened himself, immediately radiating an undeniable pressure, an icy aura sweeping through the entire room as if the very air had frozen. "You're sweating." A low, cold voice sounded without a ripple, yet carrying immense oppression, each word striking straight into the heart. "Is there something you're hiding from us?" Qingxue stiffened all over, instinctively raising her hand to touch her forehead. Her fingertips met fine cold sweat, and the icy sensation only deepened her panic. She had been so focused on concealing the secret of another world that her mind was stretched to the limit, not even noticing her own cold sweat, yet he had seen through it at a glance. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly. The other three immediately retracted all emotions, their expressions turning grave, and they cast wary gazes at Qingxue in unison. Yuzhibo-ban propped himself up and sat upright. His former relaxed expression sank again, his scarlet Sharingan rotated slightly, and his chakra stirred faintly, brimming with vigilance. He had already harbored doubts about this suddenly appearing sister from another world, and now that Feijian had exposed her flaw, he directly classified her as a suspicious person, his gaze piercing, as if trying to see through her. Yuzhibo Chuenai also immediately cast aside his earlier shyness and closeness, quickly retreating to Ban's side. He silently gathered chakra in his hands, his eyes coldly fixed on Qingxue. Even though a trace of inexplicable closeness remained in his heart in moments concerning the clan and his brother's safety, he would show no mercy. Qianshou Zhujian also dropped his usual simple smile, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression serious. Though he had a pure heart, he understood that this matter was no trivial affair, and his gaze toward Qingxue now held more scrutiny and concern. For pairs of eyes fell heavily upon her, each carrying an overwhelming pressure. Qingxue felt her whole body go numb, cold sweat beating on her back, her legs growing weak. She desperately tried to maintain composure, her mind racing to fabricate a plausible excuse. But when faced with Qianshou Fujian's all-seeing eyes, every lie stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word. This man was terrifying. He hadn't asked anything, yet he seemed to have seen through all her thoughts, everything she had deliberately concealed. That icy gaze, that blunt interrogation carried an overwhelming momentum, leaving her no room for excuses. A wave of immense panic instantly engulfed Qingxue, and she knew deep down that she could not withstand such pressure. Every person present was a top-tier ninja in the world. Even Zhujian, who usually seemed simple, was far beyond her ability to handle once he became serious. Under such all-around vigilance and relentless pressure, she had no escape except to confess. And the only secret she could never let anyone know was that in another world she had secretly written explicit romantic stories about Qianshou Zhujian and Yuzhibo-ban. Those indecent plots and intimate words, if the subjects themselves found out, she dared not imagine the consequences. Ban's fury, Zhujian's embarrassment, Quanai's shock, just thinking about it made her wish she could vanish on the spot. Though that world already knew about it, what did that have to do with this world? But now Fijian's pressure grew heavier, everyone's stares sharper, and she could barely hold on. In her panic, only one thought remained: she had to reveal this secret completely. Perhaps then she could barely escape the current predicament. Panic and fear surged within her, mixed with a flicker of absurd hope. She couldn't help but desperately call for help in her heart, hoping that the Qianshou Feijian from that other world who was with her would sense her danger and quickly follow the spatio-temporal ninjutsu trail to find her and rescue her. If he were here, he would never allow others to interrogate her like this, nor let her fall into such helpless isolation. I didn't. Qingxue forced out a few words, but her voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to convince even herself, sounding utterly feeble in the tense atmosphere. Qianshou Feijian pressed forward, taking a step closer, his pressure intensifying, his gaze as sharp as a blade. It had better be so. Don't even think about lying. Your eyes, your panic, they've already betrayed you. Qingxue was forced back step by step, her face pale, filled with despair and helplessness. She knew she could no longer hide it. That shameful secret was about to be exposed before everyone. The tense atmosphere was almost suffocating. Uchiha Qingxue tightly clutched her sleeves, the cold sweat in her palms having already soaked the cuffs, wishing she could completely hide the shameful items in her hands. But the more she tried to conceal, the sharper Senju Tobarama's gaze became like a knife. In the next moment, Tobarama's eyes suddenly fixed on the tightly gripped cuff, his brow furrowing as he coldly asked, "What are you hiding in your sleeve?" Kinx's heart sank, her face turning pale as paper. She subconsciously hid her arm behind her back, shaking her head in panic, and nothing. Just some unimportant scraps of paper. Her flustered attempts at concealment only served to solidify Tobarama's suspicions. Before Qingxue could make any further moves, Senju Tobarama suddenly sprang into action, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Utilizing the exquisite spatial ninjutsu, he swiftly reached out to her in an instant. Qingxue barely saw his movement, as she only felt a jolt in her wrist as her tightly gripped sleeve was forcefully pulled away, and a stack of handwritten manuscripts hidden within was instantly snatched by Tobarama. "Give it back. That's mine." Qingxue screamed as she tried to reclaim it, her face pale and her eyes filled with despair and panic, but Tobarama had already retreated a few steps, holding the manuscript steadily and evading her grasp. Unimportant scraps of paper. Tobarama looked down at the manuscript in his hand, his fingertips pinching the yellowed pages, with a cold questioning tone as his gaze landed first on the writing at the top. The paper bore elegant yet scrawled handwriting, beginning with the two names clearly written. As his gaze traveled downward, the explicit, intimate, and entirely inappropriate words filled his vision. Tobarama's originally stern expression froze upon realizing the content. His eyes, which had always been calm and perceptive, suddenly widened, and the usually unperturbed face displayed a crack for the first time. His fingertips trembled slightly, nearly causing the manuscript to slip from his grip as his ears reddened visibly. The blush spread from his cheeks to his neck, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind blanking out completely. He could hardly believe that this so-called secret contained such shameful words, and that the protagonists within the text were none other than his brother Senju Hashirama and his mortal enemy Uchiha Madara. The other three in the room were also drawn in by this sudden turn of events, instinctively glancing towards the manuscript in Tobarama's hand. The first to react was Senju Hashirama, who leaned in, initially puzzled. But upon seeing the content of the manuscript, his innocent face instantly froze, his mouth opening slightly as his expression turned dazed, standing completely still in shock. Those straightforward and intimate words hit him like a hammer, instantly making him understand their meaning. His ears turned bright red as he stood there at a loss for words, his brain completely malfunctioning, overwhelmed by embarrassment and shock. Uchiha Madara, who had been on guard and angry, scanned the words, and when he realized the protagonists were himself and Senju Hashirama, his scarlet Sharingan suddenly shrank and his chakra became chaotic. He froze, his face shifting from ashen to crimson, then to pale, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak, unable to utter a single word. The normally rebellious and arrogant leader of the Uchiha clan was now trembling with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear on the spot. The scenes described in the text made his scalp tingle, and he could hardly believe that these things were penned by the hands of this strange sister before him. Uchiha Izuna, standing beside him, also looked over in confusion. At first, he didn't understand, but as he gradually grasped the meaning of the text, his cheeks turned bright red, and he averted his eyes in panic, standing frozen in place, his ears completely flushed. He looked at the names of his brother and Senju Hashirama, written on the manuscript, then at the unseemly words, and his whole being went blank, his mind a chaotic mess, as he stood there blushing, utterly at a loss for what to do. Qingxue stood aside, watching the four of them collectively dazed and speechless, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This was social death, a complete social death. The secret she had hidden for so long, the yellow manuscript she most feared being discovered, was publicly revealed by Senju Tobarama, and the four main characters saw it all clearly. The room fell into a terrifying silence, filled only with the hurried and awkward breaths of the crowd. There were no scoldings, no questions, no sound at all. Everyone was immersed in extreme shock and embarrassment, their minds completely malfunctioning, utterly unable to process the absurd and shameful scene before them. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, an awkward atmosphere pervading every corner, plunging everyone present into unprecedented embarrassment and speechlessness. In the dead silence, only the disordered breathing of the people reverberated through the room. Every gaze was fixed on the manuscript in Tobarama's hands, as if even the wind dared not intrude into this awkward minefield. Senju Tobarama was the first to snap out of his stupor, yet he remained frozen in his previous posture, his fingertips trembling slightly as they clutched the stack of papers, the edges crumpled from his grip. Lowering his eyes, he scanned the explicit words on the paper, those unabashedly bold and intimate phrases that seared his vision like hot branding irons. He jerked his face away, the tips of his ears flushing crimson at a visible speed, the blush spreading from his cheeks down to his neck, even staining his usually stern jawline with an unnatural shade of red. He clenched the manuscript suddenly, as if intending to crush those shameful words into his palm. His Adam's apple bobbed violently several times before he forced out a few words, his voice trembling with excessive panic, the final syllables quivering. What is this? This sentence seemed to break some invisible restraint, yet it made the atmosphere in the room even more delicate. Uchiha Madara was the first to regain his senses, but he was even more mortified than before. He abruptly sat up straight from the bed, his crimson Sharingan glaring at the manuscript in Tobarama's hands, then shooting a venomous glance at Qingxue, whose face had turned pale. His chest heaved violently, yet he was so flustered he couldn't utter a word. Merely recalling the scenes described in those words made his entire body tingle with numbness. He wished he could tear off the roof and flee, but the very stack of papers was held by his greatest rival, leaving him unable to vent his indignation without feeling awkward. Why, you actually wrote something like this? Madara finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, his voice both angry and shy, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint pink. Senju Tobarama, why are you reading something like this? Senju Hashirama also finally snapped out of it, but his face was full of bewilderment and embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head, his simple face flushed with awkwardness, his gaze darting between the manuscript and Madara. He opened his mouth, closed it, and finally blurted out, Qingxue, how could you write this? This is too weird. Before he finished speaking, he blushed himself, turned his head away, and dared not look into Madara's eyes, afraid to meet those mortified and angry pupils. Uchiha Izuna was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the words on the manuscript, then at his brother's flushed face, then at the awkward Senju Hashirama, his mind a complete blank. Although he didn't fully grasp the meaning of all the words, he understood that this was something that should not be easily mentioned. He could only stand frozen, his ears reddening as if about to bleed. He tugged at Madara's sleeve at a loss and whispered, brother, what is going on? Qingxue stood in place, her head bowed so low she wished she could bury her face in her collar. Seeing the varied expressions of the four key figures, she was so embarrassed, she felt like digging a hole into the ground. She wailed internally, it's over, it's completely over. The ultimate social death. How could they have found out? She steeled herself and explained in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, I was just writing for fun. In my world you're like this. Before she could finish, she blushed herself and dared not lift her head to face the others. Senju Tobarama raised his head sharply at these words, his sharp eyes full of disbelief and a hint of indescribable shame. He looked at Qingxue, then down at the manuscript in his hands. His fingertips trembled slightly and his voice still carried panic, writing for fun. You can casually write about something like this. In all his life, he had seen countless ninjutsu scrolls and tactical documents, but never such explicit private words, and about his own elder brother, and Uchiha Madara at that. How could he not panic? How could he not be embarrassed? And Tobirama paused, his gaze falling on the manuscript before quickly looking away, as if afraid to see those words again. What you wrote. What does it mean? At this, the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. Uchiha Madara suddenly turned his head, unable to answer. A Senju Hashirama scratched his head, stammering without forming words. Izuna hid behind Madara, his face red, not even daring to raise his head. Qingxue was even more mortified, unable to lift her head, cursing herself 1,000 times in her mind. How had she exposed this secret? What should she do now? Seeing everyone's reactions, Senju Tobirama gradually understood. His face reddened even more as he abruptly shoved the manuscript back into Qingxue's hands, his voice carrying a hint of angry embarrassment. Don't ever write this kind of thing again. And don't let anyone else see it. After saying this, he turned around, his back to the others, his shoulders trembling slightly. Clearly, he had not yet recovered from the embarrassment and shock of the moment. Qingxue hastily took the manuscript, folded it carefully, and tucked it into her bosom, responding in a small voice, "I understand. I won't write anymore." The room fell into silence, once more broken only by the varied breathing sounds and the occasional awkward cough. The turmoil triggered by the exposure of the secret manuscript continued to ferment. Everyone was immersed in extreme awkwardness and shame, unable to calm down for a long time. And Qingxue knew in her heart that this farce of social death would likely persist for a very, very long time. Qianshou Feijian roughly shoved the stack of scandalous papers back into Yuzhibo Kingsu's embrace, the blush still lingering on his ears. He turned on his heel, presenting his back to the group, struggling to quell the turbulent shock and indignation within him. He who was usually composed and self-contained found his fingertips trembling slightly, the explicit and lingering words on the pages echoing relentlessly in his mind. Each sentence assaulted his sensibilities, tangling his normally clear thoughts into a chaotic knot. Yuzhibo Ban sat rigid on the bed, his chest heaving violently, even his crimson Sharingan eyes turning faintly red from excessive embarrassment and fury. He gripped the bedding so hard his knuckles turned white, itching to unleash a ninjutsu on the spot and utterly annihilate this pile of documents that tarnished his honor. As the prideful patriarch of the Uchiha clan, to have such intimate and degrading words written about him, and to have them seen by his arch-rival Qianshou Feijian, his best friend Zhu Jian, and even his younger brother Chuanai, was a humiliation and awkwardness he had never experienced. He lacked even the courage to lift his head and face the others, forced to maintain a gloomy face while emitting an oppressive aura. Qianshou Zhujian scratched the back of his head, utterly at a loss, his simple face flushed crimson. His gaze darted nervously, not daring to look in Ban's direction, let alone mention the content of that paper. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but all that escaped was an awkward cough. The ideals and bonds he normally spoke of endlessly now eluded him completely. He could only stand stupidly at a loss. Yuzhibo Kwanai's face was entirely red. He hid behind Ban, revealing only half his face, his eyes flustered and bashful, completely unable to look at the paper or listen to the conversation. His mind was a whirl of confusion, shame, mixed with a deep bafflement about his elder brother's relationship with Qianshou Zhujian. He could only cling tightly to Ban's clothing, remaining utterly silent. Qingxue clutched the paper tightly to her chest, her head bowed so low that her cheeks felt hot enough to fry an egg. She wished she could sink into the ground. She could clearly feel 4 pairs of eyes on her, some indignant, some awkward, some analytical, making her extremely uncomfortable. Hearing Qianshou Feijian's cold yet embarrassed admonition, she nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice, her voice barely a whisper, "I understand. I won't bring it out again." As her words faded, the room fell into a dead silence, broken only by the disordered breathing of the others. An awkward atmosphere pervaded every corner, oppressive and suffocating. Qingxue looked at the crumpled paper in her arms and recalled her experiences in another world. She couldn't help muttering under her breath, a voice so soft only she could hear, yet in the silent room it reached every ear. "But in my world this kind of story is already known to everyone." This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, instantly reigniting the barely calm tension to a peak of excruciating awkwardness. Qianshou Feijian, who had been facing away, froze, then slowly turned around. His eyes widened in disbelief, locked onto Qingxue. The blush that had been confined to the tips of his ears now spread across his entire face, even tinting his neck a faint rose. He stared at Qingxue, his voice filled with shock, indignation, and a trace of breakdown. Even his speech became stuttering. What did you say? Everyone knows. He could hardly believe his ears, such private scandalous writing being known by everyone in her world. Did that mean that his elder brother and Yuzhibo-ban in such a light were already seen by the entire ninja world? That wave of shame crashed down upon him twofold, shattering his usual calm expression, leaving his gaze chaotic. Yuzhibo-ban, who had been sitting stiffly, shuddered violently at these words. He raised his head abruptly, his scarlet Sharingan eyes bulging, fixed on Qingxue. The humiliation on his face reached its peak, his whole body trembled with fury and his voice shook. Yuzhibo Qingxue. Say that again. Everyone knows. His pride, the dignity of the Uchiha clan, had shattered into pieces at that moment. If it were only these few people in this world who knew, he could barely accept it. But the thought that in another world, the entire ninja world and all its people were reading these words, seeing him and Qianshou Zhujian in such a manner, made him feel utterly mortified, as if he wanted to vanish on the spot. Qianshou Zhujian, who had been awkward and at a loss, was completely stunned. His mouth hung open wide enough to hold an egg, his face flushed crimson, his eyes filled with confusion and shame. His hand, which had been scratching his head, froze midway as he stammered, Everyone knows. Then, everyone knows about me and Ban. He couldn't finish. He wished he could find a crack to crawl into. His usual simple expression was replaced by sheer embarrassment. Yuzhibo Chuenai, still hiding behind Ban, was utterly stunned. The blush on his face deepened to an extreme, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He never imagined that such private matters concerning his elder brother would be known to everyone in another world. The impact left him frozen, his very breaths becoming cautious. Qingxue herself hadn't expected her offhand mutter to be heard so clearly by everyone. She jerked her head up, panic evident in her eyes, and quickly waved her hands to explain, didn't mean to. In my world you were already married. Everyone loved reading about it, I just wrote it down. But this explanation, far from easing the mood, only deepened everyone's embarrassment. Qianshou Feijian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were filled with helplessness and indignation, yet he couldn't find an outlet to vent. Yuzhibo-ban was so enraged his chest heaved violently, but shame choked off his words. Qianshou Zhujian could only grin foolishly to cover his awkwardness, while Chuenai lowered his head, completely refusing to look up. The awkwardness in the room reached its zenith. The revelation that everyone knows had left everyone's minds blank, and for a long time no one could recover. Qingxue stood there on the verge of tears, knowing that this time her social death was truly irreversible. The feelings of Senju Hashirama for Uchiha Madara have always been straightforward and fervent, impossible to conceal and unwilling to hide. He genuinely adores Uchiha Madara to the extent that it is etched into his very bones, filling his heart and eyes with nothing but this one person. This affection is unrelated to family feuds or conflicts in the ninja world. It simply stems from a pure desire to keep this person by his side, to see him at all times, to have him securely within reach, and nothing more. From the moment they met by the river in their youth, the bond that transcended family hatred had long taken root, evolving from adversaries at odds to comrades fighting side by side, and ultimately to cherished ones holding infinite tenderness in their hearts. Hashirama has always been greedy. He is not satisfied with merely building Konoha alongside Madara. He is not content with just being by his side as the leader of their clan. He desires to bind Madara tightly to himself, ensuring that Madara's gaze rests solely upon him. After the founding of Konoha, with affairs becoming increasingly complex, though the Uchiha and Senju clans had formed an alliance, clan matters and village construction inevitably required Madara to negotiate with other clan members, and even those from different families. During these times a profound sourness would swell in Hashirama's heart, the jealousy he could not contain surging forth, causing even his bright smile to dim slightly. He would feign nonchalance as he approached Madara, subtly leaning closer, using his own body to gently separate Madara from the person he was speaking to. His large hand would rest casually on Madara's shoulder, exuding an intimacy that could not be rejected, asserting his presence. What was evidently a perfectly normal conversation became a threat that required vigilance in Hashirama's eyes. He could not bear to see Madara's gentle expression directed at others, nor could he tolerate Madara patiently engaging with others, let alone anyone getting too close to him. Once when a member of the Uchiha clan came to discuss clan affairs with Madara, they stood beneath a tree conversing. Madara slightly lowered his gaze, listening calmly as the clan member reported, his usual cold eyebrows softening considerably. Not far away, Hashirama was originally discussing construction plans with Tobirama. As soon as his gaze fell upon this scene, he found it impossible to look away, his heart's jealousy completely spilling over. He hastily concluded his conversation and strode over, decisively standing directly beside Madara and casually wrapping his arm around Madara's waist, pulling him closer. His eyes held a subtle sense of pressure as he looked at the Uchiha clan member, yet his tone remained cheerfully feigned. Madara, you need to decide on the construction matters here. Come with me first. Without waiting for Madara's response, he half-pulled, half-led Madara away. His footsteps hurried until they reached a secluded corner, where he finally stopped. Madara frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Hashirama, what's so urgent? The clan member is still speaking. Seeing the slightly dissatisfied expression on Madara's face, Hashirama's jealousy intensified, yet he couldn't bring himself to be angry with Madara. He could only look at him pitifully, like a large dog robbed of its food, his tone laden with unmistakable possessiveness. I don't want you to talk to others for so long, I want you to stay with me. Madara was momentarily taken aback by these words. Looking at the usually imposing and spirited leader of the Senju, who now exhibited such a pitiful and possessive demeanor, his heart inexplicably softened and his cold expression eased. Hashirama took a step forward, gently embracing Madara, burying his face in Madara's neck, his voice muffled and filled with dependency. Madara, I just want you to stay by my side, not go anywhere, don't get too close to others, and don't be so kind to them. Whenever I see you talking to others, I feel uncomfortable, I get very jealous. He is terrified of losing the chaos of their youth, the repeated opposition that took so long to transform into their current companionship. He exerted all his effort to establish Konoha, his greatest wish being to remain with Madara forever. In his heart, Madara is irreplaceable, someone he wishes to protect with all his might, and someone he desires to possess entirely. He has grown accustomed to Madara's presence, to the comfort of having him around. Even a moment's separation, or just a few more words exchanged between Madara and others, would plunge him into a sense of inexplicable unease, resulting in an overwhelming surge of jealousy. You are my one and only Madara, destined to be with me. Hashirama tightened his arms, holding him closer with a tone that was resolute and persistent, filled with the unique obsession and deep affection of youth. We will build Konoha together. In every future day, you must be by my side, never leaving, never allowing your gaze to rest on anyone else. Madara leaned against him, feeling the warmth of his embrace, listening to his straightforward, yet clumsy expression of feelings, swallowing back the words he originally wanted to refute. He was inherently cold and unskilled in expressing tenderness, yet faced with Hashirama's unreserved affection and possessiveness, he felt no inclination to resist. He gently lifted his hand, returning the embrace to Hashirama, tacitly permitting this possessive sentiment. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm and tranquil glow over the two entwined figures. Senju Hashirama was filled with joy, as long as his Madara remained by his side, and as long as Madara's gaze held him. Nothing in this world could compare to this unique tenderness that belonged solely to him. In this lifetime, his greatest obsession is to guard Uchiha Madara, to keep this person firmly by his side, monopolizing all of his attention and tenderness, never letting go. The morning chill seeped in through the gaps in the paper door. Uchiha Madara's black robes were disheveled, and his waist, which had been restrained until the small hours of the night, still ached with a dull soreness. His mind was entirely consumed with fury, too irritated to bother with trivialities. As he hurried out of bed, his steps were so rushed that he completely forgot his footwear, and his bare feet trod on the cool wooden floor. Last night Hashirama had baselessly become jealous again, simply because Madara had spoken a little more with the clan members about official matters. That man was drowned in jealousy, pestering him relentlessly, tormenting him in every possible way. His obsessive and domineering possessiveness made it hard for Madara to breathe. The more Madara thought about it, the more furious he became. Suppressing a belly full of anger, he couldn't wait to confront Senju Hashirama to quarrel with him properly. He strode quickly out of his residence, his bare feet touching the ground. The cool sensation crept up from the soles, yet it could not quell the agitation in his heart. Madara softened his footsteps, quietly detouring to the depths of the courtyard. From afar he saw Senju Hashirama standing alone under a tree, his broad back turned, seemingly lost in thought. Madara's original intention was to approach stealthily first to see what this man was doing so leisurely, then suddenly shout and rebuke him, picking a fight to vent the grievances and anger accumulated from being targeted by jealousy over the past days. Holding his breath, he moved closer, his gaze fixed intently on Hashirama's back, his mind filled with the words he would use for the quarrel. But just as he took a half-step closer, a warm shadow silently enveloped him from behind. Senju Hashirama had somehow turned around and deliberately moved silently to circle behind him. In the next instant, a pair of strong and warm arms suddenly tightened, firmly encircling his slender waist, locking him into an embrace. The sudden closeness and the embrace, along with the warm breath that fell upon his ear, startled Uchiha Madara. His entire body trembled violently and his heart leaped in shock, caught completely off guard. His taut nerves snapped in an instant and instinctive panic surged up together with the pent-up anger of the past few days. He had no time to react. Feeling the familiar warm chest against his back and his waist held immobile, a mixture of shock and shame overwhelmed him. Without thinking, he swung his hand back and landed a sharp slap directly across the face. The crisp sound of the slap abruptly rang through the quiet courtyard. Uchiha Madara came to his senses. The tips of his ears flushed faintly red, angry and flustered. His waist was still firmly encircled by the other, and his bare toes unconsciously curled slightly. He looked up, glaring at Senju Hashirama, before him, his eyes sharp with fury. "Senju Hashirama, can you stop being so jumpy all the time?" Hashirama, who had just been slapped, was not the least bit angry. Instead, his eyes darkened as he looked down at Madara's bare feet, his disheveled appearance clearly having rushed to find him right after getting out of bed. The smile in his eyes slowly faded. Intense jealousy and possessiveness surged up again. His fingers gently traced the waist of the man in his arms, and he spoke in a low voice thick with obsession and grievance. "Madara, you didn't even put on shoes, and you rushed over to see me so early, just to pick a fight. Or are you deliberately trying to make me jealous again to make me punish you?" Uchiha Madara's face felt like it was on fire at those words. "Senju Hashirama, you're shameless, you're despicable, you're unreasonable." Hashirama rubbed Madara's waist and said, "What would happen if Tobirama and Izuna saw this?" "You." Hashirama chuckled softly. "How could I dare?" "What do I not dare? You clearly have the strength to resist me, yet you didn't. My guide, do you perhaps also have feelings for me?" Madara awkwardly turned his face away. Hashirama then turned his face back. "Look into my eyes when you answer, Madara." Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed veiled with mist as he watched Hashirama kiss him one kiss after another. The window lattice was half-shielded, the twilight seeping through the paper window and diffusing into a hazy warm glow. On the windowsill still lingered two overlapping shadows that had not dissipated for a long time. The heavy plain-colored folding screen blocked most of the view, but could not muffle the subtle movements behind it. Warm breaths intertwined, carrying an indescribable tenderness and loss of control. The two had long been deeply immersed, utterly forgetting themselves, abandoning even the cycle of day and night and all worldly matters. In their eyes and hearts, only each other remained, utterly unaware of everything around them. Uchiha Izuna had traced his elder brother's presence here, his mind fully occupied with seeking Uchiha Madara to discuss important clan matters. He strode quickly into the courtyard and headed straight for the house. Without overthinking, he pushed open the ajar door. But as soon as he lifted his gaze, his eyes fell directly upon that screen. The screen was thin, and in the dimness, it clearly outlined the two intertwined figures behind it. Even without seeing their faces, he could instantly recognize one as his elder brother Madara and the other as Senju Hashirama. The lingering shadows outside the window had not yet faded, and the movements behind the screen were clearly audible. That intimate and unreserved sight stung Izuna's eyes painfully. His heart was filled with resentment that his brother had been taken away by a member of the Senju clan. From childhood to adulthood, his brother had been his only support and the pride of the Uchiha clan. Yet now he was so close and intimate with their archenemy Senju Hashirama, utterly disregarding Izuna's feelings and the past grievances between the two clans. Sourness and fury surged within him in an instant. His already tense face flushed deep red as blood rushed to his head. He stood frozen on the spot, completely shattered. His fingers clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His lips pressed into a cold, rigid line. Grievance, anger, and resentment churned in his eyes. His eye sockets uncontrollably reddened and his breathing grew rapid. Yet he could not move, forced to watch the silhouettes behind the screen, his heart filled with an unbearable suffocation. Just as Izuna stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, a clear voice tinged with mockery suddenly came from beside him. Senju Tobirama stood there, unaware of when he had arrived. His posture was upright, his expression still as indifferent and distant as ever. But when he looked at Izuna, there was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement in his eyes. He too had seen the scene behind the screen, yet showed no surprise. Instead, his gaze fell upon Izuna, whose face was flushed and body tense. He spoke slowly, his voice crisp and deliberately teasing. "Why are you red again?" Senju Tobirama stepped forward, bending slightly, his eyes locking onto Izuna's reddened eyes and burning cheeks. Watching him, flustered, both angry and embarrassed, Tobirama's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone even more languid and mocking. "Your face is so red. Could it be that you want a kiss from me too?" These words struck Izuna like a thunderbolt. Already thrown into emotional chaos by the scene behind the screen, his heart in ruins, he was now directly teased by Senju Tobirama. Shame and fury reached their peak. His cheeks flushed as if they would bleed. Originally flustered, his eyes darted away, then stubbornly and angrily glared at Tobirama, yet he could not utter a single complete sentence. "Senju Tobirama, what nonsense are you spouting?" Izuna yelled, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Shame intertwined with a strange panic, leaving him even more at a loss. He wanted to turn and leave, unwilling to see the scene behind the screen or hear Tobirama's mockery. But his feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Looking at Tobirama, whose eyes held a smile, and who pressed closer step by step, and thinking of the two people behind the screen lost in their own world, Izuna felt his heart both chaotic and swollen. The feeling of being broken intensified. He resented his brother's favoritism and was embarrassed by Tobirama's blunt teasing, plunging him into extreme awkwardness. Senju Tobirama watched him bristle and panic, the smile in his eyes deepening. He reached out and lightly touched Izuna's burning cheek. The coolness of his fingertips met the scorching skin, causing Izuna to tremble. "Whether I'm talking nonsense, you know in your heart," Tobirama said, his voice softer, now carrying a hint of allure. "The way you looked at the screen just now was not as contrary as your words suggest." Outside, the twilight grew heavier. The shadows on the windowsill still overlapped, and the movements behind the screen had not ceased. But inside the room, the two had entered a different kind of standoff. Izuna, with reddened eyes, both angry and ashamed, could not escape Tobirama's gaze. His heart, shattered and panicked, completely lost its composure under Tobirama's teasing and closeness. Even the original important matter of finding his brother was utterly forgotten. Meanwhile, the two behind the screen remained immersed in their own world, unaware of the turmoil outside. Only the lingering tenderness within the room and the two agitated figures before the screen and outside the window formed this twilight scene, an extreme of tension and ambiguous entanglement. On the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, smoke filled the air as shouts and cries rose one after another. The allied shinobi forces confronted the undead enemies summoned by impure world reincarnation, the tense situation on the verge of erupting. At this tense moment, a soft golden light suddenly radiated from midair and a massive screen slowly unfurled. Streaks of light carrying an eerie power instantly suppressed the clamor of the battlefield. All eyes were drawn to it involuntarily. Even Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, summoned to the living world by impure world reincarnation, along with Uchiha Madara standing proudly on the battlefield, all looked up at this sudden anomaly. The image on the screen became clear, revealing a forest clearing far from conflict. Two familiar figures came into view, causing both Hashirama and Madara to freeze. In the image, Hashirama Senju was crouched low, treading with extreme stealth. He crept silently behind Uchiha Madara, his head darting around, his eyes full of cunning amusement. He secretly raised his fingers and inched them toward Madara, holding his breath throughout, afraid of startling the person in front. Ahead, Uchiha Madara stood as straight as a pine, his dark hair flowing gently in the wind. A cold and aloof aura enveloped him as he gazed into the distance alone. But as the pinnacle powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, his perception was extremely sharp. Even though the movement behind him was barely perceptible, he instantly sensed something amiss whirled around and swept his crimson Sharingan around. Yet there was nothing, not even a shadow. What the hell? Madara muttered with a frown, his chakra silently stirring. Just as he was about to spread his sensory net to thoroughly investigate the anomaly, a subtle tickling sensation suddenly spread from his waist across his entire body, causing him to stiffen abruptly. This rogue yet familiar presence could only be Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Madara's cheeks flushed crimson, instantly spreading from his cheekbones to the tips of his ears. A thin layer of moisture welled up in his originally fierce eyes due to the sudden tickling, yet he still held his back straight, his dignity undiminished, but with a trace of undeniable embarrassment. He gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring at Hashirama, who had appeared from nowhere. With suppressed anger, he said, "Hashirama Senju, do you want a beating?" Hashirama Senju grinned as he withdrew his hand, scratched the back of his head, and spoke innocently yet matter-of-factly, "I just wanted to see if Madara is still ticklish like when we were kids." These blunt words and intimate tone, paired with the image of Madara's angry and embarrassed expression, plunged the present battlefield into an eerie silence. The impure world reincarnated Hashirama Senju stood still, his eyes glued to the screen. His previous concerns about the war instantly vanished, and his pupils shone brilliantly. Although he was in an impure world body, his consciousness was fully that of himself, awakened from the pure land. Watching the actions of his alternate world self, scenes of his interactions with Madara from childhood swiftly flashed through his mind. His fingers unconsciously twitched, and a sudden realization dawned. So Madara had such a weakness. He was ticklish. The more he thought, the more delighted he became. His gaze fell directly on Uchiha Madara beside him, his eyes full of eagerness to try. He completely forgot he was in the middle of the Fourth Great Ninja War, his mind full of the image from the screen, plotting whether this method could be used to restrain the determined Madara from starting the war. Hashirama Senju, this alternate universe me is such a pro. He actually found Madara's weakness. How adorable. The light blue text directly appeared below the screen, revealing Hashirama's thoughts without reservation. Hearing this, the ninjas present looked at the first Hokage with extremely complicated expressions. Who would have thought that the god of shinobi, renowned across the ninja world, would completely ignore the war and focus solely on how to tease Uchiha Madara? Beside him, Tobirama Senju furrowed his brows deeply, his expression extremely grave. He too was an impure world reincarnated body with a coherent and clear consciousness. Watching his elder brother acting this way, regardless of the occasion, he immediately spoke coldly, and his thoughts transformed into text full of helplessness and vigilance. Tobirama Senju, big brother. Snap out of it. This is the critical moment of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and you still have the mind to care about such trivialities. More importantly, this mysterious screen can pry into another world and even read our thoughts. What is the origin of this power? Is it a blessing or a curse for the ninja world? Have you thought about that at all? Tobirama always maintained extreme rationality. From the moment the screen appeared, he sensed that this power far exceeded the ninja world's understanding. It could cross time and space to show scenes from another world and could directly read their inner thoughts. This was an extremely dangerous sign. He warily glanced around, circulating his chakra, secretly always on guard against unknown threats. He was both helpless and annoyed at his brother's complete disregard for the overall situation. Called out, Hashirama finally snapped back a little sheepishly, withdrawing his gaze from Madara. But he couldn't hide the smile on his lips, clearly still hung up on the previous image, and completely ignored Tobirama's warning. On one side of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze watched the first Hokage like this, then looked at Uchiha Madara beside him, whose pressure had plummeted and face was red. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, only left with helplessness and shock. His inner sight turned into a string of silent ellipses. Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Madara stood still, his face alternating between red and black, his aura terrifyingly low. He narrowed his Sharingan slightly and glared at Hashirama Senju beside him with intense killing intent. All his life he had been proud and had swept through the ninja world without defeat, never having such an embarrassing moment. Now his secret weakness was exposed by his alternate universe self and seen by the entire ninja world. Especially with Hashirama beside him still savoring the moment, he felt even more humiliated and angry, his clenched fists cracking. "Hashirama Senju, just try it," Madara warned coldly, his tone full of menace. Hashirama quickly waved his hands, but his face still held a smile, and the probing look in his eyes didn't diminish at all. "Don't be angry, Madara. I just think this is nice." The screen still flickered in midair. The warm and playful scene from another world stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the current war. The originally taut battlefield situation actually relaxed a bit inexplicably due to the scene. Tobirama Senju, watching his completely carefree elder brother and then staring at the mysterious screen, felt his doubts and wariness deepen. He kept pondering the truth behind this unknown power, fearing that it might conceal a crisis capable of overturning the ninja world. The earlier scene of the otherworldly Hashirama teasing the ticklish Madara left everyone unsettled when suddenly the light curtain flickered and the scene shifted completely. No longer the unfamiliar woods of another world, but a brand new village of wooden houses. The smooth stone path extended into the distance, and at the village entrance stood a freshly carved stone tablet bearing the words Konoha, clearly depicting the moment of the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. The familiar architecture, the new village, and the figures of Senju and Uchiha clansmen, still bearing the scars of war, instantly shocked all the elder ninjas present. The reincarnated Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the Madara Uchiha standing in the center of the battlefield all locked their gazes onto the light curtain with intensity. This was the initial moment when they established the village with their own hands, the beginning of a rewritten landscape in the ninja world and a time when hatred had not yet severed their bonds. In the scene, Hashirama Senju stood at the village entrance, spiritedly discussing the plans for the village with his clansmen, while Madara Uchiha stood beside him. Although still aloof, he lacked the definitive malice of later days, his demeanor reflecting the steadiness of a companion. But in the next moment, an astonishing scene appeared without warning. The camera of the light curtain shifted to a corner of the village under a cherry blossom tree where two figures stood facing each other, the young Tobirama Senju and the still-living Izuna Uchiha. Izuna wore the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, his black hair tied back, with an expression bearing a striking resemblance to Madara's defiance. He held a half-rolled ninjutsu scroll in his hand, an enemy who should have been locked in a death struggle. Yet at this moment he did not activate his Sharingan and bore no trace of murderous intent, only a frown as he looked at Tobirama. Tobirama, dressed in light blue, held a stack of village planning documents in his arms. His usually calm and guarded gaze towards the Uchiha was tinged with a hint of helplessness, along with a barely detectable acquiescence. The two stood extremely close, completely unlike the adversaries known to the world. Tobirama Senju, the stipulations you drafted for the clan rules are rather excessive. Izuna Uchiha spoke first, his voice clear and imbued with youthful vigor. He pointed at the corner of the document in Tobirama's arms, saying, "The Uchiha clan has its own ways of doing things. There is no need to follow the Senju's customs in every matter." Tobirama frowned slightly, his golden eyes fixed on Izuna, his tone still calm, but lacking the sharpness of his usual demeanor. "Now it is Konoha, no longer a battlefield belonging to two clans. The rules must consider both clans to ensure the village's stability. I am not favoring the Senju. You might deceive your brother, but not me." Izuna scoffed, taking a half step forward, nearly closing the gap with Tobirama, his crimson Sharingan slightly opening. Yet there was no intent to attack, only a stubborn seriousness. "This clause regarding the inheritance of ninjutsu clearly targets my Uchiha bloodline limit. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming." As Izuna suddenly drew closer, Tobirama's ears flushed a subtle red, instinctively taking half a step back, causing the documents in his arms to crumple at the corner. Known for his sharp tongue and quick rebuttals, he now hesitated before responding in a deep voice, "I am only considering the village's safety. The Uchiha's power is too great, and without restrictions it may lead to future calamities, and this is not personal." Personal. Izuna raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile creeping to his lips as he directly grasped Tobirama's sleeve. Tobirama Senju, are you afraid that the Uchiha strength might overshadow the Senju? This time not only did Tobirama freeze in place, but the battlefield itself erupted in chaos. All the ninjas widened their eyes, disbelief plastered on their faces as whispers filled the air. Who did not know that Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha were sworn enemies in the Great Ninja War? Izuna ultimately perished under Tobirama's flying thunder god slash, and it was this hatred that drove Madara down a path of opposition against Konoha. But in the light curtain, how could the two show any semblance of enmity? They were merely comrades quarreling over the village's regulations during its founding, even displaying the unique competitiveness and intimacy of youth. Izuna's grip on Tobirama's sleeve bore no murderous intent, while Tobirama's confusion and unease had never been displayed before the world. The reincarnated Tobirama Senju's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the light curtain, his chakra radiating subtle fluctuations. Within his heart, turbulent waves surged. Memories of a time long buried in another world, the early days of Konoha, when he and Izuna had not yet completely turned against each other, resurfaced as this mysterious light curtain laid them bare before the entire ninja world. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling a mix of shock and anger, but more so an indescribable complexity. He would always remember that Izuna was the enemy he must slay, the hidden danger obstructing Konoha's stability. Yet the peaceful past displayed in the light curtain was a side he had never imagined would be seen by others. It was also a moment he had deliberately forgotten, a time before the two clans had thoroughly turned against each other. Tobirama Senju, shut up. Stop this playback immediately. The cold and angry words floated at the bottom of the light curtain, revealing Tobirama's loss of composure at this moment. It was the first time everyone saw the calm and rational second Hokage display such emotion. Beside him, Hashirama Senju watched the scene of his younger brother and Izuna in the light curtain, his smile gradually fading, filled with sighs. He knew better than anyone that the flames of war and hatred that had driven Tobirama and Izuna apart ultimately led to their tragic separation. And Madara Uchiha, upon seeing Izuna's figure, felt the atmospheric pressure around him plummet to freezing point, his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly. His eyes swirled with grief and malice, his fingers tightening. That was his dearest younger brother, the person he cared about most in this world, his eternal Achilles. Watching the vibrant and spirited Izuna in the light curtain, Madara's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped past memories and the pain of losing his brother crashing over him. Then he looked at Tobirama, who was arguing with Izuna, but bore no intent to kill, and then at the current reincarnated Tobirama, and the murderous intent in his eyes nearly overflowed. If it weren't for the light curtain still being present, if not for a trace of reason remaining in his heart, he would have already made a move against Tobirama. Izuna's death was a hatred he could never let go of in this lifetime, while the brief peace shown in the light curtain felt like a knife ruthlessly stabbing into his heart, reminding him of the pain of ultimately losing everything. Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, I will kill you. The furious words, accompanied by the terrifying chakra erupting from Madara, caused the entire battlefield to tremble, and the Ninja Alliance retreated in fear. They had never seen Madara so out of control, and finally deeply understood how devastating Izuna's death was for him. On one side of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze watched the sudden turn of events, with a solemn expression, quickly stepping forward to try to stabilize the situation, but was hindered by Madara's overwhelming chakra. Looking back at the light curtain where the young Tobirama and Izuna were still arguing, he felt a deep sense of emotion. It turned out that beneath the history obscured by war there were such unknown pasts that so-called sworn enemies once shared moments of building a village side by side. In the scene, Izuna looked at Tobirama's flustered demeanor, a deeper smile tugging at his lips. He still held onto Tobirama's sleeve, applying gentle pressure. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Tobirama Senju, you are always so thoughtful. Don't think I can't see through you. Tobirama took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the confusion within him as he reached out to shake off Izuna's hand, but Izuna deftly dodged their back and forth, reflecting the youthful rivalry between them. There were no ninjutsu clashes, no murderous intent lingering, only the unique tender disputes that belonged to the early days of Konoha. Yet to the spectators of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the scene was far more astonishing than any ninjutsu duel. They had witnessed the blood-soaked enmity between the two clans, seen the opposition between Madara and the Senju clan, and observed Tobirama's hatred culminating in the slaying of Izuna, but they had never imagined that the two had once shared such peaceful moments. The consciousness in the Pure Land fully merged with their reincarnated body in the current world. Tobirama gazed at the images in the light curtain and felt Madara's overwhelming murderous intent, leaving only boundless complexity in his heart. He had never regretted slaying Izuna, as it was for the future of Konoha, but he could not deny that in the early days of Konoha, he and Izuna had shared more than just hatred. The light curtain remained bright, vividly showcasing that sealed past, intertwining Madara's fury, Tobirama's loss of composure, Hashirama's sighs, and the astonishment of the crowd across the battlefield. The previously tense situation on the battlefield fell into a more complex state due to this sudden revealing scene from the early days of Konoha. The youthful time obscured by hatred was ultimately uncovered, laid bare before everyone's eyes. Under the cherry blossom tree, Senju Tobirama stood facing Uchiha Izuna, the tension between them reaching its peak as they argued over clan rules. Senju Tobirama was relentlessly pressured by Uchiha Izuna, and as he heard the sharp questions posed to him, the emotions that had long been suppressed within him could no longer be contained. Typically calm and composed, his mind was now clouded with anger and frustration, swirling with complex emotions in his crimson eyes, leading him to burst out in laughter, his voice carrying a candidness that reached Izuna's ears. "Uchiha Izuna, do you know? I've actually always liked you." This light-hearted confession, lacking any preparation, struck like thunder beneath the cherry blossom tree, resonating in the hearts of all the spectators outside the curtain of light. In the light curtain, Uchiha Izuna froze in place, his previously provocative and sharp demeanor instantly solidified. He released his grip on Tobirama's sleeve, forgetting to conceal his blood-red Sharingan, his cheeks flushing visibly, the warmth spreading from his face to his ears and neck as he stood there dazed, opening his mouth but unable to utter a single word. He had envisioned countless responses from Tobirama, whether sharp retorts or physical confrontations, but he had never anticipated hearing such a straightforward and bold confession. Always at odds with Senju Tobirama, viewing him as a rival, Izuna's mind went blank, filled entirely with the phrase, "I've always liked you." Unsure of where to direct his gaze, his usual arrogance completely vanished. What was even more shocking was that this sudden confession was not only clearly heard by the two of them, but even the Senju and Uchiha clansmen nearby, busy tidying up the village and setting up their homes, halted their actions, staring wide-eyed at the cherry blossom tree, faces filled with disbelief. Not far away, Senju Hashirama, who was discussing the future construction of the village with Uchiha Madara, had also caught every word of that confession. Senju Hashirama, who had been smiling just moments ago, found his smile frozen in place, while Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Tobirama's confession, felt the air around him freeze, his blood-red Sharingan widening in shock as an overwhelming fury erupted from his heart. That was his beloved younger brother Uchiha Izuna, whom he cherished dearly, and Senju Tobirama had dared to openly confess his feelings, shamelessly treating his brother so lightly. Uchiha Madara trembled with rage, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and immediately shouted, his voice filled with anger and disdain, "Senju Tobirama, you shameless fool." As soon as he finished speaking, chakra erupted beneath his feet, and he dashed toward the cherry blossom tree, clearly intent on confronting Tobirama and teaching this audacious man a lesson for coveting his brother. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama's expression changed in fear, no longer surprised by his brother's bold confession, and hurriedly stepped forward, quickly embracing Uchiha Madara from behind, trying to restrain him tightly, fearing that he might truly engage in a brawl, as the newly established Konoha could not withstand such chaos. Hashirama rested his chin on Madara's shoulder, his tone urgent yet gentle, filled with appeasement. "My dear, please don't be angry. Let's talk this out." Tobirama might just be confused and misspoke. The term "my dear" caused the onlooking clansmen to collectively gasp, lowering their heads, desperately stifling their laughter, their eyes starting between Hashirama and Madara. Uchiha Madara, trapped in Hashirama's embrace, felt his face turning a deep shade of anger as he heard the endearing yet embarrassing term, glaring fiercely at Hashirama, his eyes blazing with rage, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Senju Hashirama, if you dare to stop me today, then for the next week you can forget about getting close to me." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama stiffened his hands, instinctively loosening their grip around Madara's waist. He feared nothing more than Madara genuinely being upset with him, denying him affection for a week, which would be the harshest punishment for him. Faced with his younger brother on one side and his beloved on the other, he couldn't abandon either, so he tightened his hold on Madara, frowning as he continued to plead, "Please, Madara, I won't stop you. Just don't hurt yourself over that guy. It's not worth it. Let's talk it out." The chaos in the light curtain escalated while Izuna remained frozen in place, his face flushed, unable to articulate a single word, his usual sharpness completely diminished. Tobirama observed the chaotic aftermath of his confession, noticing Izuna's blushing cheeks, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, yet he stood his ground unwavering. Madara struggled in Hashirama's embrace, engulfed in fury, yet was tightly held back, their tug-of-war filled with the bickering and entanglements of youthful lovers. The surrounding clansmen fell silent, unable to resist the urge to eavesdrop, their faces brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Meanwhile, outside the light curtain, the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War had descended into a deathly silence, only to erupt into chaos moments later. All the ninjas widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. Whispers and murmurs began to rise uncontrollably, their gazes toward the reanimated Hashirama Tobirama and the furious Uchiha Madara transforming completely. Who could have imagined that the legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama would refer to Uchiha Madara as "my dear" and so humbly appease him? Even more surprising was that the normally calm and taciturn second Hokage Senju Tobirama would harbor feelings for Uchiha Izuna, boldly confessing in public, and that Uchiha Madara, the protective older brother, would display such an enraged demeanor, contrasting sharply with his usual ruthless image. The reanimated Senju Tobirama's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, his aura plummeting to an extreme low, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The black history of that impulsive confession from his youth was being publicly scrutinized, and at this moment all his rationality and dignity vanished completely, his gaze toward the light curtain filled with fury yet helplessness. Uchiha Madara, held tightly in Hashirama's embrace, gazed at his furious reflection in the light curtain, hearing Hashirama's "my dear" and his own harsh words, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as his anger shifted from Tobirama to the light curtain, wishing he could destroy it and erase this embarrassing scene. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, watching his own eager attempts to please Madara in the light curtain, a goofy smile on his face, feeling no shame at all, but instead radiating contentment, his gaze toward Madara, still full of affection, completely indifferent to the surrounding ninjas' stares. "Madara, look how wonderful we are in that world," Hashirama said softly, entirely unaware of Madara's increasingly dark expression. Standing nearby, Namake's Minato observed the chaotic scene before him, glancing at the farcical display in the light curtain, his mouth twitching in exasperation, utterly unsure of how to react. The entire battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi War, once tense and serious, was now completely entangled by this private confession and banter from the early days of Konoha, revealing an unknown side of these legendary figures who were usually aloof and powerful, leaving all the ninjas shocked yet unable to look away. The light curtain continued to shine unabashedly, revealing that youthful bold time of passion, the thrill of confession, the fury of brotherly protection, and the playful bickering of lovers intertwining to create the most astonishing and unforgettable scene on the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi War. Several lines of hot-pressed golden characters slowly emerged in the center of the light curtain, crooked like a child's scribble, yet carrying an indisputable proclamation: Uchiha Madara is mother, and Senju Hashirama is father, right? Today, let's talk about mom and dad's love story. Boom! The Shinobi Allied Forces camp erupted into complete chaos. The Shinobi forgot to dodge the tailed beast ball, staring dumbfounded with their necks craned upward. The resurrected Hokages, through the reanimation jutsu, crowded together, Raikage, as jaw nearly dropped and Gaara's forehead fringe even popped up in shock. Mother. Father. Kinkaku and Genkaku, holding their gourd of sake, exchanged glances. Then Uchiha Madara would be. Before they could finish, Tobirama's murderous glare pinned them to the spot. The white-haired Hokage's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, his gaze frantically darting between his older brother and that sworn enemy, finally landing on Madara's face, which instantly turned crimson from the root of his ears to his neck, even the tips of his ears flushed with a suspicious shade as if dipped in molten lava. Nonsense. Madara's roar shattered a few clouds as his Sharingan stared dead at the sky, but the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his panic. Which bastard dares to? The sky suddenly lit up, cutting off his roar. The scene showed the Valley of the End in their youth. A black-haired boy splashed through puddles toward the opposite bank, his red armor gleaming like blazing fire under the moonlight. Madara, we promised to build a village. Hashirama's voice came through the sky, carrying the unique clarity of youth. In the frame, Madara stood with his back to the camera, his shoulders heaving slightly. After a long moment, he turned around, his eyes red-rimmed, yet stubbornly refusing to shed tears. The Senju and Uchiha, how could they ever? The next second, Hashirama suddenly rushed over and embraced him. The two young boys held each other tightly amid the roaring waterfall. The splashing water drenched their hair, but could not extinguish the light in each other's eyes. Pfft! Tobirama nearly spat blood in disbelief as he stared at the Hashirama beside him. Big brother. You actually did that to Madara. Hashirama was completely dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, fingers unconsciously scratching his hair, causing the wood release technique to activate, uncontrollably sprouting a few tufts of fresh green leaves atop his head. I was just trying to comfort him at that time. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Madara, meeting the other's glare. Madara's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. He abruptly turned away, but the back of his ears remained flushed to the point of bleeding. The images on the sky continued to flow. From their secret meetings during the Warring States period to planning the village blueprint together to the first argument over the village's philosophy. Every frame was terrifyingly detailed, even capturing the small daisy Hashirama gave to Madara and the detail of Madara secretly watering it while claiming to dislike it. So the first Hokage and Madara. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes wide. They had such a close relationship. Kakashi pushed up his slipping mask, his Sharingan switching between the sky and the two present parties, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems a lot of history has been hidden. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. A few seconds later, a spotlight focused on the center of the frame. It was the Hokage's office in the early days of Konoha's founding. A young Hashirama wearing the Hokage's Haori stared blankly at a map. Madara pushed open the door and entered, a document in hand, his face carrying his usual impatience. Here's the Uchiha clan's roster. Look for yourself. Madara tossed the file onto the desk and turned to leave. Hashirama suddenly stood up and embraced him from behind. Madara, don't go. Hashirama's voice was low and gentle. Let's build the village together, okay? Madara's body stiffened. After a long while, he softly hummed an agreement, so quiet it was almost inaudible. The next second, Hashirama turned Madara around and slowly leaned in. Their lips gently touched like two petals meeting in a breeze. At that moment, the image froze with Konoha's panoramic view as the background. Sunlight bathed them, enveloping them in a golden halo. The shinobi allied forces turned to stone. Even the Ten-Tails stopped roaring, tilting its head to stare at the sky, seemingly stunned by this earth-shattering scene. Madara's face was now so red it seemed ready to bleed. He abruptly raised his hand as if to shatter the sky, but his fingers stopped midair and finally fell limply. He could feel gazes from all directions, shock, curiosity, and Tobirama's eyes that were practically flaying him alive. Be big brother. Tobirama's voice trembled as he looked at Hashirama, his eyes filled with the despair of, you actually did that with an Uchiha. Hashirama was utterly lost. He stood there, mind a blank, muttering repeatedly, a kiss. Me and Madara. When did it happen? Why don't I remember? He instinctively looked at Madara, just meeting Madara's gaze of shame and anger. Their eyes met in the air and then quickly parted as if shocked by electricity. The images on the sky gradually faded, leaving only a line, next episode, Mom and Dad's married life. Stay tuned. The battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the slowly disappearing sky, then at the two legendary shinobi, with their vastly different expressions, their minds completely blank. No one knew how this war would unfold next, but everyone remembered one fact. Uchiha Madara is the mother and Senju Hashirama is the father. At least that's what the sky said. The battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War was still immersed in the earth-shattering shock of the kiss scene that had just unfolded. A dead silence fell over the entire field, every gaze fixed upon the reanimated Hashirama and Madara, the air thick with an awkward yet intimate tension. Uchiha Madara's face flushed crimson to the point of steaming, his Sharingan's pattern subtly distorted. His chakra surged with such ferocity it threatened to upheave the surrounding dust, yet bound by the countless prying eyes he could only clench his jaw and desperately suppress the shame and panic boiling within him, yearning to tear apart the meddlesome sky panel that had caused all this. Senju Hashirama remained dazed and bewildered, tugging at his hair and muttering to himself, utterly unable to recall when he and Madara had ever shared such an intimate moment. He kept stealing glances at Madara beside him, and each time their eyes met he would hastily look away, flustered, as leaves sprouted from his head in clusters due to his wood release. Senju Tobirama stood frozen, his face livid to an extreme. His eyes reflected a shattered worldview as he stared at his elder brother, then at the thoroughly embarrassed Uchiha Madara, a tempest of disbelief churning in his heart. The rest of the shinobi, the former Kage, and the allied shinobi forces dared not even breathe. Their eyes wide, they held their breath, still reeling from the assumption that Hashirama was the father and Madara the mother. Just as the suffocating silence reached its peak, the dim sky panel suddenly flared to life again, light and shadow surging as new golden text slowly materialized. Next episode, a small daily episode of the parents, a major misunderstanding scene between the two outside the door. The moment the words appeared, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone instantly sat up straight, their attention riveted. Even the Ten-Tails calmed down and gazed up at the panel in stillness. The scene shifted to a quiet courtyard corridor in the early days of Konoha's founding. Gentle sunlight spilled over dappled tree shadows, dancing beneath the eaves. A young Senju Tobirama, dressed in a cold, refined kimono with sharp features, strode swiftly, with a thick stack of administrative documents in his hand, intending to discuss clan affairs with his elder brother Hashirama. At the other end of the corridor, Uchiha Izuna, clad in his clan attire, his expression taut, and his eyes carrying their usual keenness, had also come specifically to see his elder brother Madara regarding Uchiha clan matters. The two met precisely in front of Hashirama's door, their eyes locking with an air of cold detachment. Already wary and disdainful of each other, standing side by side at the door, the atmosphere instantly became rigid and awkward. Neither spoke first, but with tacit understanding they raised their hands simultaneously to push open the slightly ajar door to find their respective elder brothers. Yet before their fingertips even touched the wooden panel, two distinct sounds drifted clearly from within the room, landing unmistakably in their ears. First came Uchiha Madara's voice, tinged with restraint, soft and breathy, carrying a pain tremor. "Ah, no more, it hurts." Immediately followed by Senju Hashirama's gentle coaxing tone full of indulgence, "You can't, honey. Just hold on a little longer. You don't want to stay like this forever, do you?" The moment these two lines landed, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna at the door were as if struck by a binding spell. Their movements froze abruptly, their suspended hands halted midair, and the blood in their veins seemed to congeal instantly. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. For the first time his ever-calm, composed, and expressionless face showed a look of utter shock and collapse. His ears turned crimson, then quickly flushed with a sullen blue. The documents in his hand nearly slipped his knuckles, whitening from the grip. In his mind 1,000 scandalous images flashed, leaving only disbelief and shock. Beside him, Uchiha Izuna reacted even more intensely. His whole body jolted, his face in an instant turning bright red, then deathly pale. In his eyes swirled shame, fury, and an indescribable sense of betrayal. It was his proud, never-weak elder brother Madara who could make such a soft, aggrieved sound in Senju Hashirama's room and be coaxed with such a familiar term of endearment. The two stood outside the door, bodies rigidly straight, cheeks burning, hearts pounding in utter chaos. They exchanged a quick glance and saw in each other's eyes the same panic, embarrassment, and the alarming images their imaginations had conjured. Though both were shocked and anxious, one wanting to protect his elder brother's reputation, the other wanting to drag his own elder brother away, neither dared to push open that thin door. Deep down they feared that if they stepped inside they would witness something unbearable, an embarrassment so profound it would leave them utterly mortified. So they remained frozen, trapped between advance and retreat, neither possessing the courage to cross that threshold. Outside the sky panel, the Fourth War crowd watched with wide eyes, instantly erupting. "My God, That voice, it's so suggestive. No wonder Tobirama and Izuna froze. Anyone would misinterpret that. Honey. The first Hokage actually called Madara that. Kakashi's smile deepened beneath his mask, his Sharingan, watching the scene with mischievous delight. Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others blushed furiously, averting their eyes, but unable to tear them away from the sky panel. The former Kage exchanged subtle glances, expressions flickering with a spectrum of emotions. The reanimated Madara, witnessing this, flushed from his face to the nape of his neck, so mortified, he wished he could sink into the ground. But under the gaze of thousands, he could only forcibly maintain a cold composure, though the tips of his ears burned bright red. Hashirama was momentarily dazed, then smacked his forehead in sudden realization and stupidly explained, "Oh, I remember now. At that time Madara had a pulled lumbar muscle and I was massaging him for it. I just applied too much pressure and hurt him a little." But no one paid any attention to his words. The scene on the sky panel remained frozen on Tobirama and Izuna standing rigidly at the door, hesitant to push it open. Their bodies were tense, their eyes averted, their minds filled with the misinterpreted romance they had conjured. From start to finish, they never found the courage to open that door and discover the simple truth that inside was just a harmless massage. On the battlefield, everyone gazed at the sky panel, then looked at the shamefaced, mortified Madara, the bewildered, innocent-looking Hashirama, and the utterly black-faced Tobirama. In their hearts, the bond of parents was carved deeper than ever, and they grew even more eager to see what unknown secrets from the past the sky panel would reveal next. The scenes of the previous misunderstanding slowly faded away, and the sky screen in the air shimmered with a faint flowing light as if loading a new picture. Tiny specks of light swirled across the screen, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The Rinnegan, who had been chattering incessantly, and the past ancestors, revived by Huitu Wanqing, all fell silent at once. They raised their heads again to look at the sky, even their breaths becoming gentle, their hearts full of curiosity about the upcoming scenes. The lingering ambiguity of the misunderstanding was still fresh in their minds, and no one wished to miss a single detail now. Uzibo-ban's aura was at its lowest ebb, his crimson Xialunian half closed as he feigned a cold and fierce expression. Yet his clenched jaw and the faint reddening tips of his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. He stared fixedly at the sky screen, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart, as if the following images would plunge him into even greater embarrassment. Qianzhou Zhujian, on the other hand, had fewer concerns. He simply scratched his head, his eyes carrying a hint of naive anticipation, eager to see what past fragments the sky screen would reveal. His peripheral vision occasionally glanced at Ban beside him, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Qianzhou Feijian, however, wore a grave expression. Before long, the flowing light on the sky screen converged, and the clear image fully unfolded. The scene remained the courtyard of the Qianzhou residence in the early days of Mai, with perfect sunlight and cherry blossom petals falling with the wind. In the picture, Uzibo-ban stood in the courtyard discussing clan training matters with several Uzibo clan members. His brows were earnest, his tone calm as he gave instructions, his fingertips gently tapping the scroll before him, a perfect image of a clan leader's composure. But not far away under the corridor, Qianzhou Zhujian holding a teacup, his gaze fixed on Ban, his expression growing increasingly dark. His once gentle eyes were now filled with undisguised jealousy. He watched Ban chatting cheerfully with the clan members, even if it was just ordinary clan affairs. Jealousy surged wildly in his heart. His fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly, his knuckles turning white. Even though the two clans had long since formed an alliance, he simply couldn't bear to see Ban directing his attention to others, not even to the Uzibo clan members. When several Uzibo clan members bowed and retreated, Ban had just turned around when Zhujian, approaching, quickly grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the house without giving him a chance to resist. Ban frowned, a hint of impatience in his eyes, and struggled as he spoke. "Qianzhou Zhujian, what are you doing?" "Let go." Zhujian remained silent, his expression still gloomy, and pulled the person directly into the room, closing the door behind him, shutting out all sounds from the outside. He turned around, pressing Ban against the wall, his arms planted on either side of Ban, trapping him firmly in his embrace. He looked down at Ban, the jealousy in his eyes completely unconcealed. "Ban, you talked with them for so long just now." Zhujian's tone carried a hint of grievance, yet also an undeniable assertiveness. Can't your eyes be only on me? It was just clan business. Why are you being so unreasonable again? Ban frowned and turned his face away, unwilling to see him in this jealous state, yet feeling inexplicably flustered inside. These words completely ignited Zujian's jealousy. He lowered his head, leaning close to Ban's ear, his tone deliberately low. With a coddling punishment unique to lovers, it seems that without a proper punishment you always forget that your attention should only be on me. As the words fell, Zujian's actions carried a forceful relentlessness. His fingertips gently grasped Ban's chin, forcing him to look at himself. His entire aura enveloped Ban, full of obsessive possessiveness. Ban was instantly panicked, his cheeks flushing bright red. He struggled to push him away, but was firmly trapped by Zujian. He could only grit his teeth and glare at him, his eyes full of shame and anger. He wanted to scold, to resist, but within Zujian's jealous yet gentle confinement, he ultimately lost his usual sharpness. His whole body exuded unconcealed embarrassment, the tips of his ears red enough to bleed. Zujian watched him like this, his jealousy gradually dissipating, replaced by overwhelming adoration. His punishing movements turned gentle, yet he still refused to release him, determined to make him firmly remember that he was his only focus. Outside the sky screen, a dead silence fell over the entire scene. All the ninjas widened their eyes, faces flushed red, their gazes darting in panic, yet unable to resist sneaking glances at the screen, not daring to breathe. In the Ranlianjuan camp, everyone's cheeks burned. The shock in their hearts had long turned into the usual gossipy excitement, yet they were still struck by the straightforward jealousy punishment. The First Lord is way too jealous. This is the legendary punishment. The Huetu Yuzibo Ban saw this scene, his entire face turning crimson. His chakra surged violently as he wished to destroy the sky screen instantly. He glared through gritted teeth at Zujian in the image, overwhelmed with shame and fury. Qianshou Zujian, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded, then scratched his head and chuckled, showing no guilt at all. Instead, his face was filled with openness and his gaze at Ban grew even gentler. Qianshou Feijian closed his eyes, completely looking as if he couldn't bear to watch his face ashen. His worldview was once again shaken, yet he was helpless. Yuzibo Chuenai, on the other hand, broke down again, clenching his fists, his face full of anger at his elder brother being bullied, yet understanding that this was the sentiment between the two, he could only turn away in grievance. The sky screen's image gradually softened, freezing the figures of the two leaning together. The courtyard full of cherry blossoms seemed to become just a backdrop. The entire screen was filled with the obsessive yet tender bond uniquely belonging to Qianshou Zujian and Yuzibo Ban. Meanwhile, the entire audience had long fully accepted the parental bond concept, and their eyes toward the two were all filled with understanding and amusement. The bustling street was filled with people coming and going as the evening breeze swept through the lights of the shops, scattering them onto the shoulders of passers-by. Uchiha Obito leaned against the mottled wall, one hand tucked into his sleeve, his long black hair tousled by the evening wind, exuding a cool and noble aura that made passers-by glance back repeatedly. Suddenly, a casually dressed girl mustered her courage to approach, her cheeks flushed, her tone hesitant yet hopeful. Mr. Uchiha Obito, can I add you on WeChat? I'd like to chat with you more in the future. The moment her words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow, his narrow crimson eyes glancing at her faintly, and before he could respond, his wrist was abruptly seized by a warm and forceful grip. The grip was powerful and unyielding, pulling him forward unexpectedly, and in the next moment, he was being dragged ahead without any chance to resist. Obito stumbled slightly, instinctively looking up, only to collide with the stubborn and cold gaze of Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's expression was terrifyingly somber, his normally gentle eyes now taut, radiating a low pressure that screamed "do not approach," while his fingers gripped Obito's wrist with a force that felt like they could embed into his flesh. All the way, Uchiha Obito was half dragged and half pulled forward, the scenery by the street rapidly retreating behind him. Obito furrowed his brow, an inexplicable anger rising within him along with a vague sense of awkwardness. He struggled with his wrist twice, but Hashirama's strength remained unyielding, giving him no chance to break free as he forcefully brought him back to the residence they both shared. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off all external noise and lights, plunging the room into silence, leaving only the slightly fluctuating breaths of the two. Uchiha Obito suddenly shook off Hashirama's hand, taking a step back, his crimson eyes tinged with anger, his brow tightly knitted, his voice filled with suppressed rage, as he lowly exclaimed, "Senju Hashirama, are you out of your mind?" It was just a stranger asking for a contact, and before he even had a chance to respond, Hashirama had rudely and forcibly dragged him away. This was simply too much. Senju Hashirama stood firm, staring intently at him, his eyes, usually warm, now swirling with intense possessiveness, like entwining vines wishing to bind this person before him firmly by his side, never to part. He showed no sign of retreat, instead stepping forward, inching closer to Uchiha Obito, his deep voice laden with a madness taken to the extreme, responding plainly, "Yes, I am mad." He continued to advance until he had Uchiha Obito cornered with no escape. His tall figure loomed over, forming an impenetrable shackle that enclosed Obito between himself and the wall, leaving no room for escape. Hashirama lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on Obito's pale, slender neck, his throat slightly rolling as the jealousy and possessiveness within him surged uncontrollably. He fixed his gaze on that delicate skin, his tone domineering and unyielding, every word heavy and serious. "Uchiha Obito, you can only belong to me alone. No one else is allowed to approach, not even a sliver of opportunity." As his words fell, he slightly lowered his head, unhesitatingly biting down on Uchiha Obito's slender neck. Warm breath cascaded over the skin, and in the next moment a slight sting spread along the neck, carrying the unique scent of Senju Hashirama, forcefully and dominantly invading his senses. Uchiha Obito froze as if all his strength had been instantly siphoned away, his back pressed tightly against the cold wall, subconsciously tensing his body. The sensation at his neck was both strange and ambiguous, stirring an indescribable thrill that sent a wave of panic through him. His eyes, once filled with anger, suddenly misted over with a thin layer of tears, his usual aloof and cold presence dissipating, leaving only traces of helplessness and confusion. He instinctively raised his hand to push against Hashirama's chest, trying to create distance from the person before him, but his strength was feeble, having no effect at all. Fragmented breaths escaped his lips, Obito's voice tinged with a barely noticeable tremor, carrying a hint of pleading. "Don't do this, Hashirama. Let me go." He was unaccustomed to such intimate and domineering touches, even less so to Hashirama's straightforward and possessive nature. The warm sensation at his neck continued to spread, disrupting his thoughts, leaving him with a growing sense of restlessness and an inexplicable thrill. But Senju Hashirama was already consumed by the obsession in his heart, unwilling to let go so easily. He gently nibbled on that piece of skin, his actions careful yet possessive, unwilling to relent. He was fully aware that his possessiveness had seeped into his bones, unable to bear anyone showing favor to Obito, unable to tolerate even the slightest possibility of Obito belonging to another. In his heart, Uchiha Obito could only ever completely belong to him. No one else could covet him, no one else could come close. The room was softly lit, casting the intertwined shadows of the two as the air thickened with intense and possessive feelings wrapping around each other, making it impossible to separate. Uchiha Obito's pleas gently floated in the air, yet only evoked deeper affection and possessiveness from Hashirama, firmly imprinting this stubborn sentiment in each other's hearts. The space trembled violently as a colossal screen of light materialized out of thin air, forcibly drawing everyone's gaze. It was a vision from another world, one none could resist, forced to watch. What kind of technique is this? Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, his chakra taut, yet he sensed no hostility, only the eerie fluctuation emanating from the screen. Madara Uchiha hovered midair, his crimson Sharingan fixed on the screen, the skeletal frame of Susanoo faintly materializing around him. His tone was icy and dismissive, a tedious, worthless trick. Beside him, Hashirama Senju scratched his head, wearing his usual guileless expression, though a glimmer of curiosity hid deep in his eyes. The screen brightened and the image abruptly cut to an ancient, elegant chamber. Crimson candles flickered, warm light suffused the room, a stark contrast to the bloodshed of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The next moment, the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. In the image, Madara Uchiha was bound to the bed with red ropes, his hands tied behind his back, a red cloth blindfolding his eyes. His proud figure appeared, unusually disheveled, robes slightly awry, revealing a faint blush on his neck. Before him, Hashirama Senju leaned in his tall frame, casting a complete shadow over Madara, his expression burning with an obsession the shinobi world had never seen. No trace of the dignified, kind-hearted god of shinobi remained. Madara, for 2 lifetimes I have guarded you. I will never let go again. Hashirama's voice was low and scorching, each word striking the silent room. Konoha was built for you, peace was sought for you. I care nothing for identity, standing, or criticism. I want only you. The moment those words were spoken, the Fourth War battlefield erupted. What? Naruto's eyes went wide, his sage chakra nearly dissipating. The first Hokage said that to Madara Uchiha. Sasuke's Sharingan contracted sharply, his pupils trembling violently, his chakra in disarray. Impossible. This is not the version of them I know. Tobirama Senju's face turned ashen, his brow furrowed, so deeply it could crush a fly, a surge of cold aura erupting from him. His voice was ice. Brother, harboring such indecent feelings for Madara Uchiha. He had always believed the Uchiha were inherently evil, and seeing his brother's obsession with Madara now struck him as both absurd and infuriating. The reanimated second Mizukage Genjutsu Hozuki let out a whistle, his expression one of amused spectacle. Woe, the parallel world is this intense. The god of shinobi and the Uchiha clan head going at it so wildly. On the screen the scene continued. Madara's entire body stiffened beneath the red ropes, his ear tips burning red. Though blindfolded, his agitation was unmistakable. He barked out a reprimand, yet his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. You dare. I am the Uchiha clan head, and you are the leader of Konoha. How can you harbor such outrageous thoughts? If Izuna and Tobirama learn of this, the 2 clans will surely clash. But Hashirama remained entirely unmoved. He chuckled softly, then leaned in and kissed Madara without further ado, a kiss both tender and domineering, carrying the obsession of 2 suppressed lifetimes. Madara shuddered, his bound wrists tightening, yet he did not truly struggle. Only a faint, barely audible gasp escaped him, the surrender of a broken pride. Boom! The entire allied shinobi forces erupted, waves of shock, disbelief, and shattered worldviews washing over every individual. The first Hokage forcibly kissed Madara Uchiha. Is this still the gentle, magnanimous god of shinobi who cared for the entire ninja world? And Madara Uchiha didn't counterattack in fury. He seems flustered. The 5 Kage's expressions varied. Mei Terumi gasped with her hand over her mouth, Inoki's old eyes bulged, the 4th Raikage's fists clenched audibly, and Gaara remained silent, shock deep in his eyes. The past Hokage were collectively petrified. Minato Namake's twitched at the corners of his mouth, his face a mask of, I think my cognition is collapsing. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen was dumbfounded, muttering after a long pause, the first Hokage was a man like this. As for the reanimated Madara Uchiha himself, his face was black as ink. His crimson Sharingan locked onto the screen, which showed himself tied with red ropes, ear tips bright red. His chakra seethed out of control, the skeletal Susanoo creaking, clearly enraged to the extreme, preposterous. What kind of ridiculous parallel world is this? How could I ever be so undignified? Beside him, Hashirama Senju, far from being embarrassed by the screen's content, rubbed his chin and broke into a radiant grin, even a hint of envy in his eyes. Wow, the parallel world version of me is so brave. He actually said it out loud and kissed him. He turned to the furious Madara, his gaze sincere yet tinged with grievance. Madara, actually, I really want to say that to you too. Shut up. Hashirama Senju. Madara cut him off with a sharp roar, but his earlobes uncontrollably flushed a faint red, a trace of hidden panic beneath his rage. Keep blabbering and I'll kill you right now. On the screen the image continued to play, Madara's inner voice, clearly reaching every corner of the battlefield. In this reincarnated life I have schemed step by step, seeking only stability, yet I never accounted for the deep love Hashirama has concealed for 2 lifetimes. I fear Izuna's pain, I fear Tobirama's attack, I fear the village's turmoil, but I fear even more, sinking into his tenderness, never able to escape. Tobirama Senju's face was horrifyingly dark, his eyes glued to the screen, then darting to his completely oblivious elder brother. He gritted his teeth. Brother, you truly are beyond redemption. In his eyes his brother had cast aside the dignity of the Senju and the stability of Konoha for Madara Uchiha. The screen froze on a final image, Hashirama holding Madara tightly whispering in his ear, "In this life, I will only be with you." Then the white light slowly dissipated and the sky returned to normal. But the atmosphere of the Fourth War battlefield had completely shifted. The allied shinobi no longer looked at Hashirama and Madara with reverence and wariness, but with shocked curiosity and an unmistakable thirst for gossip. Naruto scratched his head, a look of sudden realization. So, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha had that kind of relationship. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze toward Madara now more complex. Perhaps he finally understood why at the final valley Madara had left with such a complicated look. The reanimated Madara trembled with fury yet could not refute. He could only glare at the innocent-faced Hashirama and grind out between clenched teeth, "Hashirama Senju, remember this. This is not over." But Hashirama beamed with his usual naive smile, leaning in to whisper, "Madara, how about we give it a try? Get lost." A furious roar resounded across the battlefield, mingled with the stifled gasps and murmurs of the crowd. A parallel world's profound love had utterly shattered everyone's worldview, making the Fourth War's atmosphere grow ever more bizarre. The lantern at the alley's entrance swayed in the evening breeze, casting fragmented light that elongated Uchiha Izuna's shadow. He supported the unsteady person beside him, his knuckles whitening from the pressure gritting his teeth as he cursed Senju Tobirama. "How much did you drink?" The man, half draped in his arms, let out a low laugh, the breath laced with alcohol brushing against his ear, causing an involuntary shiver. Tobirama's hand restlessly settled on his shoulder, fingertips grazing his neck, his voice husky, as if soaked in warm water. "Not much. Just a few cups." "A few cups?" Izuna was almost laughing in anger. "What few cups could leave you unable to stand? Did Hashirama and Madara drown you?" He tried to pull the man closer, but Tobirama took control, pressing his entire weight onto him. Hot breath fanned against his nape, carrying an undeniable aggression. Izuna struggled for a moment, yet Tobirama held him tighter, nearly embedding him in his embrace. "Don't move," Tobirama's voice whispered in his ear, slightly slurred from drunkenness. "Let me lean for a while." Izuna froze in his movements. The alley was filled only with the swaying shadows of the lantern and the distant chirping of insects. He could distinctly feel the strong heartbeat of the person behind him, along with the warmth seeping through the fabric. He gritted his teeth, ultimately not pushing him away, only muttering fiercely, "You're heavy, you smelly white-haired fool." After much difficulty reaching his doorstep, Izuna freed one hand to open the door. Just as he touched the doorknob, a wave of warmth pressed against his lower back. Startled, he turned around, only to find himself enveloped in Tobirama's shadow. Those usually calm and sharp eyes were now clouded with a glaze of moisture, revealing a hint of bewildered aggression fixed firmly on him. "Tobirama." Izuna's voice unconsciously softened. "What are you doing?" Tobirama remained silent, merely staring at his lips as he slowly leaned in. Izuna's heart raced uncontrollably. He instinctively shrank back, but was caught by Tobirama's hand gripping the back of his neck, rendering him immobile. As the warm breath drew closer, just as their lips were about to meet, Izuna abruptly turned his head, pressing against Tobirama's shoulder as he gasped, "Senju Tobirama, you're drunk." "Yeah, drunk." Tobirama's voice was laced with amusement, yet he did not release his grip. "So Izuna, stay with me." Izuna's face instantly flushed. He could distinctly feel Tobirama's gaze resting on the side of his neck, hot like fire. Gritting his teeth, he reached out to push Tobirama's face away, but his wrist was caught, and with a gentle tug, he found himself crashing into Tobirama's embrace. "Let go." Izuna was both angry and anxious, struggling to rise, but was pinned against the door, unable to move. Tobirama's chin rested on his shoulder, warm breath wafting against his nape, causing him to shudder. "I won't let go." Tobirama's voice was low, carrying a hint of playful stubbornness. "Unless you kiss me." Izuna's face turned beet red. He turned away, grimly stating, "Senju Tobirama, don't push your luck." However, Tobirama seemed not to hear, merely laughing softly, his hand sliding slowly up his waist. Izuna's whole body tensed. He pressed his hand against Tobirama's, his voice trembling, "Don't move." "I will." Tobirama's fingertips lightly grazed his side, watching as Izuna's body tensed further, laughing even more. "Izuna, you're so soft." Izuna's eyes turned red with anger, yet he couldn't break free. He looked into Tobirama's watery eyes, feeling both anger and softness in his heart, and finally had to soften his tone. "Stop it, let's go inside, okay?" Tobirama paused momentarily, then slowly released his hold, but still didn't let him go, merely holding his wrist as he followed him inside. Izuna closed the door and turned around to see Tobirama leaning against the doorframe, his gaze glued to him like a large dog begging for food. Izuna walked over with annoyance and poked his chest. "Stand still, I'll find you some clothes to change into." He turned to rummage through the wardrobe for clean clothes, and just as he stood on his tiptoes, a wave of warmth pressed against him from behind. Tobirama wrapped his arms around his waist, resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice hoarse. "Izuna, you smell so good." Izuna's movements halted, nearly dropping the clothes in his hands. He took a deep breath to force himself to calm down and reached back to push him away. "Stop it, change clothes first, or you'll catch a cold." "I'm not changing." Tobirama acted spoiled, nuzzling against his neck. "Unless you help me change." Izuna's face burned again. He gritted his teeth and turned to glare at him. "Senju." "Tobirama, don't go too far." Tobirama only looked at him with a smile, reaching out to grasp his chin, forcing him to look up. The usually calm eyes now brimmed with unmasked possessiveness, piercing straight into his. Izuna's heart raced, instinctively turning his head away, but Tobirama held his chin and turned him back. "Look at me." Tobirama's voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. "Izuna, look at me." Izuna's breath hitched, forced to gaze at him. He watched as Tobirama slowly leaned down, his lips brushing against the corner of Izuna's mouth, a kiss laden with the scent of alcohol, gentle yet undeniably aggressive. Izuna's mind went blank, forgetting to struggle. It was only when Tobirama's hand ventured beneath his clothing that he snapped back to reality, shoving him away with force, breathlessly scolding, "Senju." "Tobirama, are you out of your mind?" Tobirama stumbled back 2 steps from the push, but didn't get angry, merely chuckling softly, his eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. "I'm not crazy, Izuna, I just want you." Izuna's heart raced, rapidly looking at Tobirama, both angry and flustered, finally having to growl, "If you keep this up, I'll throw you out." "Would you dare?" Tobirama stepped forward, cornering him against the wall, wrapping his arm around him. "Izuna, you wouldn't dare." Izuna's face flushed red and pale, staring at Tobirama's face that was so close, and those eyes filled with moisture, feeling the defenses in his heart crumbling bit by bit. Gritting his teeth, he seized Tobirama's collar, pulling him down and biting fiercely onto his lips, then grimly stating, "Senju." "Tobirama, don't you dare regret this." Tobirama's eyes instantly lit up, a low chuckle escaping him as he grasped the back of Izuna's neck, deepening the kiss. The lanterns outside continued to sway, casting their shadows, intertwined, melding into an ambiguous warm yellow. Izuna had no idea how he had been led to the couch, only knowing that Tobirama's kiss was filled with scorching heat trailing from his lips down, provoking shivers within him. He gripped the bedding on the couch, his nails almost digging into the fabric, yet still unable to resist curling up into Tobirama's embrace. "Izuna, call me." Tobirama's voice brushed against his ear, laced with a seductive undertone, "Call my name." Izuna bit his lip, unwilling to voice his thoughts, yet was met with a light bite on his collarbone from Tobirama, making him sharply inhale, unable to help but let out a low whimper. Tobirama chuckled softly, as if rewarded, his movements growing gentler yet more aggressive. "Senju." "Tobirama." Izuna's voice was tinged with tears, a blend of anger and shame. "You bastard." "Yeah, I'm a bastard." Tobirama kissed the corner of his eye, licking away his tears. "Only a bastard to you." Izuna turned his face away, not wanting him to see his reddened eyes, but was caught by Tobirama's chin, turning him back. Tobirama gazed into his wet eyes, his expression softening, gently kissing his forehead, his voice hoarse, "Izuna, I like you." Izuna froze in his actions, staring into Tobirama's eyes, seeing the unmasked affection and possessiveness that filled those usually sharp and calm eyes, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was silenced by Tobirama's kiss. Outside, the sky gradually brightened, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the window, falling upon the two embraced on the couch. Izuna woke up to the sun's rays. He stirred, feeling sore all over, especially his sides, as if they had been crushed. Just as he attempted to move, he was pulled tighter by the person beside him, a sleepy voice brushing against his ear. "Awake." Izuna's face instantly turned crimson, recalling the events of last night. Both embarrassed and angry, he reached out and punched Tobirama's chest. "Senju." "Tobirama, you bastard." Tobirama chuckled softly, catching his hand and pressing it against his chest, amusement in his gaze. "What? Only now you're cursing. You weren't saying that last night." Izuna's face reddened further. He turned away, unwilling to engage, but Tobirama turned him back, kissing the corner of his lips, his voice impossibly gentle. Izuna, I like you, not just drunken words. Izuna's heart skipped a beat as he looked into Tobirama's eyes, those usually calm and sharp eyes now filled with sincerity devoid of any hint of jest. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Tobirama spoke first. I know you might not believe it, but I will prove it to you. Izuna watched him, feeling the defenses in his heart crumbling away. He bit his teeth and hugged Tobirama's neck, burying his face in his neck, mumbling, Got it, you smelly white-haired fool. Tobirama chuckled softly, tightening his embrace, pulling him into his arms, as if to meld him into his very being. The sunlight outside grew warmer, merging their shadows together, inseparable. Izuna leaned in Tobirama's embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling a mix of anger and softness within. He knew that since that drunken night some things had already changed. The embers of battle still smoldered on the screen, the scent of gunpowder and blood pressing heavily over the grove. Shattered timber lay askew, cracks spiderwebbing across the hard rock. The earth-shattering clash had gradually subsided, leaving only the evening wind rustling through tattered cloth. Qianshou Zhujian stood rooted, his broad shoulders stiff and taut. The immense chakra around him slowly receded, but could not conceal the weariness and bewilderment etched into his brow. He dropped his gaze to the chaotic earth and stone beneath his feet, reluctant to lift his eyes and look at the person standing before him. Yuzhibo Ban stood not far away, his crimson Sharingan locked onto him. The three tomo swirled with a cold yet scorching light, brimming with grievance, anger, and an unshakable melancholy. His battle robe was stained with dust and blood, his jet-black hair blown wild by the wind. The unique chakra of the Yuzhibo clan surged darkly around him, carrying a piercing chill. He stepped forward, each footfall slow but clear, as if treading on the heart's core. He stopped before Zhujian, close enough to see the latter's long, dense eyelashes and his tightly pressed lips. Ban lowered his voice, the end of each syllable wrapped in suppressed hoarseness. He repeated again and again with stubborn obsession, Qianshou Zhujian, how many times have I told you? When we face each other, when we speak, when you look at me, you must look properly into the eyes of an Uchiha. But why don't you look? Word by word, it was not a quarrel or a scolding, but rather an accusation accumulated over countless days and nights. The softening tone hid all the unmet expectations. Zhujian's form stiffened slightly. His fingers clenched unconsciously, his broad palm contracting, yet he still could not raise his head. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to speak, but 1,000 words lodged in his chest, ending in a heavy sigh. It was not that he dared not fight, not that he feared the battle, not that he was afraid of any enemy before him, but he alone did not dare to truly meet those eyes of the Uchiha. Those Sharingan held the purest obsession, held the pact they made in youth, held the peaceful era they once dreamed of together, and held all the subsequent disagreements, conflicts, estrangement, and pain. If he lifted his gaze, those memories would surge forth, scenes of sparring in the forest as boys' heartfelt talks and vows to create a home together, each one so vivid it wrenched his heart. He feared seeing the disappointment in those eyes, feared the coldness breeding in their depths, feared perceiving the betrayed feelings in Ban's heart. Both were men at the peak of a chaotic era, each other's confidant rival and the one who understood them best, yet they were forced apart by clan stance and fate, step by step toward opposition. Ban gazed at his perpetually lowered eyes. The crimson irises grew more intense, his tone tinged with stubborn grievance. Others dare not look into the eyes of an Uchiha. They fear the power of the Sharingan, the techniques of the Uchiha clan. But you, Qianshou Zhujian, what are you afraid of? You know me best, you understand my heart most clearly. We once had no secrets, we talked about everything. Others fear my eyes, but are you going to avoid them, to dodge, refusing to look at me properly? He leaned forward, deliberately shortening the distance between them, forcing him to confront, to raise his head to meet his eyes. The red light of the Sharingan reflected on Zhujian's robe, burning and real. What I want has never been your concession or your pity. I only want you to look at me. Look seriously into the eyes of Yuzhibo Ban. I've said it so many times, do you simply not remember, or are you unwilling? Zhujian finally moved. Slowly, inch by inch, he raised his eyes. His gaze hesitated, tested, and gradually locked onto those crimson Sharingan. The instant their eyes met, two vast streams of chakra trembled slightly. All the bonds of the past entangled, every contradiction and reluctance condensed in that gaze. He saw the anger, saw the loneliness hidden beneath stubbornness, saw the old affection that had never truly dissipated. Zujian's heart ached bitterly, his voice low and hoarse, filled with helplessness. It's not that I don't want to look, it's that I dare not. I fear seeing in your eyes that we can never go back to how we were. I fear seeing the obsession in your heart that I can no longer fulfill. I fear that with our opposing positions we will ultimately be unable to escape meeting blade to blade. Ban looked at his candid gaze, and the coldness in his Sharingan faded slightly, leaving only a heavy melancholy. But as long as you are willing to look into my eyes, I will still be willing to speak with you properly. As long as you are willing to face me, this bond will not be completely severed. The wind still blew, the embers still burned. A pair of crimson Uchiha eyes and a pair of gentle Senju eyes finally met firmly. No questions of stance, no talks of clan at this moment. They were only the most familiar old friends to each other, making up for the regrets of so many averted gazes. Everyone halted and raised their heads in unison, filled with bewilderment, unable to fathom what secrets of the past this celestial screen was about to unveil. At the top of the celestial screen, a line of gentle and graceful characters slowly emerged, the opening already steeped in an inextricable melancholy, awakened in the dead of night, dreaming of my childhood village. The scene gradually unfolded, shedding the iron-blooded harshness of the battlefield, transforming into the peaceful wooden bedroom of youth. Uchiha Madara jolted awake from his slumber, abruptly sitting up with a thin sheen of sweat on his brow. His long lashes, tangled and drooping, could not conceal the surging moisture in his eyes. The dream just now had been vivid and real, all of it the days of his youth spent with Senju Hashirama, chatting side by the Nanga River, free from control, unbound by clan, facing each other with nothing but honesty. Now awakened from the great dream, he was utterly alone. With drowsy eyes, scalding tears silently streamed down, drenching the pillow. The proud and unbending Uchiha Madara, who had stridden through life with arrogance, was now defenseless, publicly readied and weeping hot tears. The subtitles slowly continued. I only regret that in my youth I was too dull to comprehend destiny. Madara sat still, his fingertips unconsciously clenching the bedding, his heart steeped in endless remorse. In his youthful ignorance, he had taken their constant companionship as mere friendship between kindred spirits, mistaking the fierce obsession surging within him for mutual admiration, unable to distinguish whether it was the bond of camaraderie or a deeply buried affection. He despised his younger self for being too obtuse, unable to recognize the stirring of love, unable to perceive the depth of feeling, foolishly squandering the finest years, allowing fate to slip away in innocence. The scene shifted seamlessly. Breaking the brush, grinding ink, lifting the pen to fold the fan, every stroke was laced with remorse. The camera focused on Senju Hashirama, his brows tightly knit, his eyes filled with helplessness and torment. He knew well the longing in his heart for Madara, yet he could not break free from the shackles of the Senju clan's destiny. Family responsibilities and the grudges between clans bound him layer upon layer. Trapped against his will, he was forced to accept the marriage arranged by fate. Countless thoughts could not be spoken, myriad regrets had to be hidden deep within, turning into sorrow as the brush fell. Next the scene shifted to the stone tablet by the Nanga River. A clear wind blew fiercely, stirring Madara's black hair and robes. He stood alone before the tablet, gazing at the place where the two had once made their promises and talked freely, memories surging back. In a fleeting daze, he recalled the drunken indiscretion that had shattered all barriers between them, the kiss that burned into bone and memory, intoxicating lips and teeth, and trapping the rest of their lives. The tender warmth of the past was still vivid, yet now only the scenery remained while the person was gone, leaving nothing but melancholy. The song rose, emotions thickening. Today drink a cup of sorrow, and not drunk we shall not return. On the celestial screen appeared the image of the two sitting opposite each other, drinking. Casting aside the clan feuds, setting aside the enmity between their families, they simply raised their cups and drank together, drowning their worries in wine. All the grievances, regrets, and lingering affection melted into the wine in their cups. They only wished to indulge in this moment of togetherness, to get thoroughly drunk, and to temporarily escape the reality that was beyond their control. As the next line of subtitles landed, the scene instantly returned to the cruel Warring States era. Tomorrow outside the city gates, whatever comes, mountains of knives or seas of fire. War raged, blades clashed. The Senju and Uchiha were eternal enemies. The two belonged to opposing sides and had no choice but to cross swords and fight with all their might. Those private moments of tenderness seemed insignificant and fragile in the face of clan hatred. When the line, "No matter what the world says about right and wrong, I will not let go of your hand," lit up, every shinobi caught their breath. In the image, Senju Hashirama firmly grasped Uchiha Madara's hand palm to palm with unwavering strength. They only wished to stay together, heedless of right or wrong, clan or kin, indifferent to worldly pressure. But behind them, the Senju clan members were full of reluctance, the Uchiha clan equally opposed. Both sides were enraged, trying every means to obstruct them. The world slandered them, and the times were harsh. Yet none of it could extinguish their original desire to be together. In this life, love once, hate once, right and wrong entangled. If we meet in the next life, I will still be with you, paired as one. The song was tender and mournful, followed by Uchiha Madara's low horse monologue, every word dripping with blood, striking heavily. "If there is a next life, I will surely marry you, Senju Hashirama. This is what you owe me." The obsession had sunk into his bones, love and hate intertwined. The regret of this life could never be fulfilled, so all expectations were entrusted to the faint hope of the next life. The final line of lyrics emerged over the green mountain: "A swallow flies." The celestial screen suddenly darkened, freezing on the battle at the Valley of the End. A fierce wind howled, the mountains and rivers were bleak. The former close friends fought to the death, leaving only a tragic outcome. Senju Hashirama personally dealt a fatal blow to Uchiha Madara, shattering all the bonds of the past. Madara stared at the man before him, his eyes brimming with sorrow and defiance. With a deep, chilling disappointment, he slowly spoke. "Hashirama, you have put the cart before the horse." The light of the celestial screen gradually faded, and the battlefield returned to silence. All the shinobi stood wordless, looking at the two before them. At last they understood this blazing past, a love that spanned a lifetime, torn apart by fate, forbidden, yet desperately longed for, entangled with both love and hatred. After a moment of silence in the sky, a clear, steady, and highly recognizable male voice slowly spread across heaven and earth, falling into everyone's ears. It was unmistakably the voice of Qianshou Feijian, the tone and bearing from the era of Konoha's founding intimately familiar. Yet the lingering tenderness hidden within felt strangely discordant, entirely unlike the state of mind the current Huidi Feijian could possess. Clearly this was Qianshou Feijian from another parallel world during the founding of Konoha. "My name is Qianshou Feijian." As the calm opening speech fell, the Huidi Feijian present was jolted, his brows instantly tightening, his face full of astonishment frozen in place. He never imagined that another version of his own private thoughts would be publicly laid bare between heaven and earth. "I seem to have fallen in love with my own archenemy Yuzebo Chuenai. He always easily stirs up my emotions, turning my heart into a mess, yet after turning around, he shows me a soft, pure smile, leaving me with nowhere to place all my turbulent feelings." As the words spread, the whole scene erupted into commotion. Uchiha Ban's face suddenly turned cold and dark, his Xialunian contracted sharply, and his chakra faintly surged around him, shocked, angry, and bewildered. His most beloved younger brother had long since passed away in this life, yet now hearing Feijian from another world confess feelings for Chuenai, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Qianshou Zhujian also widened his eyes, glancing at his uncomfortable brother beside him, then at Ban's complex expression filled with disbelief. The monologue in the sky continued unhurriedly, slowly recounting past entanglements. "At the very first life or death duel, given the battle situation and my strength at the time, I should have taken the opportunity to slay my archenemy before me. That day I deliberately used a newly developed technique, intending only to intimidate him, to let Chuenai see the power of my moves. From beginning to end, I never truly intended to take his life. But emotion swayed actions, reason could not suppress instinct, and my hand moved uncontrollably, my attack charging straight toward him. One step further, and I would have accidentally killed the archenemy I had fought alongside for years." In everyone's minds, the chaotic Warring States period immediately surfaced, the Qianshou and Yuzebo endlessly at odds, years of relentless conflict. Scenes of Feijian and Chuenai as evenly matched opponents fighting with all their might each time were vividly clear. Everyone had deemed them mortal enemies, never expecting such a different sentiment hidden behind. Fortunately, Uchiha-ban arrived in time, and without hesitation kicked me flying, forcibly stopping the out-of-control attack, thus saving Kwanai's life. Later the war ceased, Konoha was established, and eldest brother Qianshoju Jian and Uchiha-ban came to know and cherish each other, confirming their feelings and getting together. Upon hearing this, Zujian's cheeks flushed, feeling uneasy, while Ban's expression was grave and silent, letting that otherworldly romance slowly unfold across the sky. In that world, Chuenai was alive and well. He often quietly pulled me along to hide in a secluded corner, secretly watching the two of them. At that time the scene was chaotic and awkward. Chuenai was filled with indignation, gnashing his teeth in hatred, almost unable to restrain his temper simply because he had stumbled upon Zhu Jian and Ban intimately embracing in the room, behaving affectionately. Having grown up, I had never witnessed such an extreme scene. It was the worst and most embarrassing moment of my life. Everyone present was deeply shaken, never expecting such a bizarre yet tender entanglement in a parallel world. Ever since eldest brother and Ban established their relationship and stayed together, Kwanai's pent-up anger had nowhere to vent. Fearing Anijia's strength and authority, he was utterly helpless, so he could only take all his anger out on me. Others saw him as being full of hostility and always targeting me, but in my eyes, he was just a tsundere kitty throwing a tantrum. No matter how much he bristled and argued, I never felt the slightest bit of annoyance. After long companionship and entanglement, feelings had long since quietly taken root and sprouted. Day after day of being together, I was completely moved, clearly and unmistakably falling in love with this former archenemy. I often couldn't resist teasing him, bluntly expressing the feelings in my heart. Yuzibochu and I, you know what? You're really cute. I like you. Every time he would instantly bristle, jump up, and argue with me noisily. It seemed to turn my emotions into a mess, but in the end he would always hold back a smile, looking soft and adorable. With such a look, anyone who saw it would find it hard not to be moved. Countless times I felt a greedy desire. I wanted to get close to him, to kiss him properly, to firmly keep him by my side. But I was clear-headed inside. If I actually dared to act on this, given Uchiha-ban's protective nature toward his brother, he would definitely tear me to pieces without mercy. The courtyard lay tranquil, evening breeze rustling through the leaves of the forest, filling the yard with a soft whispering sound. The two, usually inseparable, now found themselves in a stiff and awkward silence, their atmosphere tense with unresolved friction. Uchiha Madara had just finished a border skirmish, weary and travel-worn, returning to his dwelling under the dusk light. Senju Hashirama, brimming with joy, had long prepared hot tea and refreshments, eagerly awaiting his return for a peaceful rest and a heart-to-heart talk. But upon entering, Madara offered not a single word of warmth, completely disregarding Hashirama's long wait, and went straight to bed, falling into a deep slumber until nightfall. When he awoke, instead of a shred of apology, he excitedly pestered Hashirama with relentless pranks and teasing, leaving Hashirama both aggrieved and irritated, his heart filled with pent-up displeasure, truly angered. Hashirama's face darkened. He ignored Madara's antics and ceased to respond, making it clear that he was genuinely upset. Madara, seeing this, took it as merely a minor squabble and continued his usual ways without a second thought, oblivious that he had crossed Hashirama's bottom line. As the night grew deep and the moonlight pale, Madara, having had his fill of fun, surrendered to drowsiness and fell asleep once more, his breathing steady and peaceful, utterly defenseless. Seated beside him, Hashirama gazed at his serene sleeping face, still nursing a smoldering resentment, quietly determined to teach him a lesson, so that henceforth he would remember to consider his feelings and not act so willfully and inconsiderately. He pondered slowly. Madara was battle-hardened, proud, and unyielding. In the midst of war, blood and heavy wounds never made him flinch. He showed no fear in the face of slaughter, so ordinary punishments could not affect him. So, what in his daily life did the indomitable Madara truly fear? As he carefully recalled every shared moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Hashirama's eyes gleamed with understanding, and a sly smile crept to the corner of his lips. I've got it. He moved softly, his movements the epitome of tenderness, careful not to disturb the slumbering man. Slowly approaching the bed, he channeled his chakra and with precision and secrecy placed a seal that firmly locked the flow of chakra within Uchiha Madara's body, rendering him unable to summon any power. Then he fetched supple straps that would not chafe the skin, and with careful hands bound Madara's wrists to the headboard, securing them firmly, neither too tight nor too loose, inflicting no harm, merely restricting movement. Throughout all this, Madara remained fast asleep, oblivious to the trap that had been quietly set around him. Having done all this, Hashirama stepped back, arms crossed, and gazed at the man who now lay bound and helpless. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he secretly chuckled to himself. Madara, oh Madara, now it's my turn to call the shots. Tomorrow you'll surely suffer. Let's see if you dare to ignore me and play your pranks so freely again. The night flowed quietly, moonlight spilling across the window frames, and a peaceful night passed. The next morning the sky was bright, warm sunlight streaming through the paper windows into the room. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, consciousness gradually returning. Just as he tried to stretch and move his limbs, he suddenly found himself unable to budge. His wrists were tightly bound to the headboard, his chakra stagnant and sealed, unable to be channeled at all. His entire body was restrained, completely robbed of freedom of movement. After a momentary shock, Madara's face changed, alarmed and urgent. He instinctively struggled with all his might, but the straps held firm, locking him in place. He shouted angrily, his voice sharp and furious, brimming with shock and indignation. "Ah! Senju Hashirama, what are you doing? Let me go." Hashirama stepped forward slowly, his face no longer showing the grievance of the previous night. Composed and relaxed with a hint of mockery, he fixed his gaze on the flustered and irate man and spoke calmly, "Nothing much, just properly punishing you. After all, you came back only to sleep, and when you woke you teased me relentlessly, completely disregarding my feelings." As he spoke, Hashirama slowly bent down, his eyes falling on Madara's tense form, a mischievous smile blooming at the corners of his eyes. He spoke slowly, each word clear in Madara's ears. "I suddenly wonder, does the Uchiha Madara who fears nothing actually fear being tickled?" As the words fell, Madara's body stiffened, his expression instantly changing. His pride crumbled, replaced by embarrassment and fury. He struggled more violently, his Sharingan flaring to life, but with his chakra sealed it was utterly useless. The once lofty, invincible powerhouse, now trapped and helpless in the face of an unexpected punishment, completely lost his composure. Early in the morning, Hashirama Senju had taken Izuna Uchiha to handle official duties outside the village, and the two departed together. The courtyard fell into stillness, with no other footsteps coming or going. This bedchamber was a private room that Hashirama had carefully selected and meticulously tended, secluded far from the village's main road and rarely visited even on ordinary days. Earlier, Hashirama had deliberately reinforced the walls with extra care, the doors and windows fit perfectly, providing excellent soundproofing. No matter how much commotion arose within, not a sound would reach the outside, and no one would ever barge in to disturb them. The entire house had become a small, isolated world belonging only to the two of them, intimate and secure, with no lingering worries left. A chakra seal firmly locked the meridians running through Madara Uchiha's body, preventing even the slightest flow of chakra. His wrists were securely bound to the headboard with soft straps, unable to break free or move. His limbs were utterly deprived of freedom, leaving him propped upright against the headboard, his face a mixture of fury and panic as he glared at Hashirama Senju before him. The grievances and displeasure accumulated last night still lingered in his heart. Now that his scheme had succeeded, Hashirama's face beamed with composed mischief, and not a trace of his earlier dejection or hurt remained. He paced slowly, completely at ease, his aura gentle, yet his eyes harboring a determined wickedness as he fixed his gaze on the immobilized Madara Uchiha. "Stop wasting your energy struggling, it's useless." Hashirama's voice was unhurried, gentle, yet carrying an irrefutable certainty. "Hashirama and Izuna have both gone out on missions. They won't be back anytime soon. I've carefully considered this place. No one will come, and the soundproofing is excellent. No matter what happens, no one will notice." He stepped closer, leaning in toward Madara, whose expression was taut and gloomy, and his smile deepened. "Madara, remember, a full day of punishment has only just begun. So calmly and obediently await your chastisement. Madara Uchiha's chest heaved, caught between anger and shame. His proud spirit chafed against such bondage. His Sharingan spun repeatedly, yet with his chakra sealed, he could activate neither the simplest ninjutsu nor genjutsu. All his power was imprisoned, leaving only his unyielding pride with nowhere to settle. He gritted his teeth and snapped in cold fury, his tone brimming with indignation. Hashirama Senju. This is utterly absurd. All over a trivial matter you dare to confine me like this. Release me at once. Now. But such fierce scolding fell on Hashirama's ears without a trace of intimidation. Instead, it seemed like a sulking plea, only amusing him further. This is no trivial matter. Hashirama shook his head gently, his tone earnest and stubborn. You return from battle, your eyes filled only with exhaustion. You collapse into sleep without a thought. When you wake, instead of spending time with me properly, you only busy yourself with pranks to torment me, completely disregarding my feelings. Time and again, you've willfully neglected me. Gentle persuasion hasn't worked, so now I must resort to discipline to make you remember. He reached out, his fingertips hovering just above Madara's side, not yet descending. Yet, even this mere gesture made the usually fierce and unyielding Madara Uchiha stiffen abruptly, his spine snapping taut as he instinctively recoiled, a flicker of barely perceptible panic passing through his eyes. The man who had faced thousands of troops and grievous wounds on the battlefield without flinching was only afraid of such delicate soft touches, of the lingering ticklish sensation. It was his carefully hidden weakness, known to very few. You fear nothing under heaven, you are invincible on the battlefield, your nature is proud and unyielding, ordinary methods simply cannot subdue you. Hashirama watched him feign composure, while clearly already tense, his smile growing even richer. Since that's the case, I shall use the method you dread most slowly and thoroughly. After all, we have all the time in the world. The place is deserted, cut off from the world. The long quiet daylight hours are just enough for me to settle accounts with you properly, to reclaim every ounce of your willfulness and neglect one by one. Frantically embarrassed, Madara struggled repeatedly, but the bindings remained firm, the seal unyielding. All his resistance was futile. He knew full well that inside the soundproof, secluded room with his chakra sealed, he had fallen entirely into the other's grasp. No escape, no breaking free. The long punishment had only just begun. In the warm sunlight and silent chamber, undisturbed by anyone, the indomitable Madara Uchiha could only resign himself to stillness, quietly awaiting this gentle yet tormenting discipline designed solely for him as it slowly descended. And the scheming Hashirama Senju's mind made up, intended to use the entire day to wear down Madara's pride, ensuring that he would never again dare to neglect him. Uchiha Madara's wrists were tightly bound to the headboard, the chakra seal motionless. His formidable strength could not be mobilized at all, and even his most piercing dojutsu lost its usefulness. His whole body was taut, his back ramrod straight. The once arrogant and aloof demeanor that looked down on all beings could no longer be maintained. His brows and eyes were filled with shame and panic, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Senju Hashirama stood by the bed, his expression gentle, yet his eyes brimming with mischievous amusement. His movements were unhurried, with perfect precision. He never used excessive force, but deliberately probed the most ticklish spots on Madara's body with slow, tender motions. The lingering sensation of ticklishness swept through him layer by layer, spreading along his skin to every limb and bone, tormenting his mind into chaos and his body into weakness. At first, Madara clung to his pride, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to endure. He scolded in a low voice, his tone full of resentment and anger, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. But this soft torment was far more unbearable than physical blows. There was no pain, only an unrelenting itch that clouded his consciousness, causing his defenses to crumble bit by bit until all his stubbornness was worn away. Before long, Madara could no longer hold on. The rims of his eyes reddened, his breath became ragged, his struggles gradually weakened, and his tense body slowly relaxed, clearly unable to endure any longer. He moved his lips about to lower his posture and admit fault, to utter words of submission and apology, just begging Hashirama to stop. But every time at this crucial moment, Senju Hashirama could precisely predict his actions, as if he had long understood all his reaction patterns and deliberately intended it. Before the apology could be spoken, Hashirama immediately leaned forward, raised his hand to gently cover his lips, firmly blocking the words he was about to utter. The movement was gentle yet carried an irresistible force. With his lips sealed, all of Uchiha Madara's words were trapped in his throat, complete apologies, aggrieved complaints, and bashful pleas, all unable to emerge, only squeezed out between his lips as faint soft whimpers, muffled and indistinct, sounding both pitiful and embarrassing. He frowned, shook his head incessantly, his shoulders trembling lightly. The sharpness of his Sharingan faded, replaced by grievance and helplessness. His eyes were moist, completely devoid of the commanding aura befitting the enemy of the Hokage. The more he wanted to admit fault, the more secure the restraint on his mouth became. He could only let the faint whimpers swirl in his throat, echoing softly in the sealed, quiet room. Watching him like this, Hashirama's heart softened into a mess, yet the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. His hands continued their gentle rhythm, unhurried, steady. He had deliberately done this, waiting until Madara was completely overwhelmed and genuinely submitted, yet also blocking his apology, not allowing the words to escape easily. In his view, if he allowed Madara to utter his admission of guilt so easily, the punishment would lose its effect. Madara would surely forget it the moment it ended and would still continue to neglect him and play mischievous pranks as before. Only by wearing down his pride in this way, sealing his speech, and leaving him helplessly whimpering soft sounds, could he firmly remember this taste and henceforth restrain his temper properly, considering Hashirama's feelings. Madara struggled in vain. His chakra was sealed, his hands and feet bound, and his mouth tightly covered. Trapped and unable to resist, he could only passively endure this prolonged and torturous punishment. All his shame and rage had nowhere to go, transformed into soft, indistinct whimpers. The haughty pride that once towered high was ground down completely by such a gentle method. Hashirama looked at his reddened ears and disordered breath, felt the warmth and softness of the lips beneath his hand, and slowed his movements, yet still refused to release his grip or his hand. The long day was still not half over, and the punishment was far from finished. He wanted this man to remember well the consequences of neglecting him, to engrave this intimate bond, belonging only to the two of them, deep into the bottom of his heart. In the confined private chamber, no one knew the scene within. Only the rising and falling muffled sobs, accompanied by the warmth and playfulness of the room, made this deliberate punishment linger on, stretching slowly and tenderly. In the enclosed Hokage's office, warm light filtered through the window lattice, falling upon Qianshouju Jian as he leaned over his desk. Yuzhibo Ban knelt before the desk, his long hair messily clinging to his sweat-damp neck. The tips of his ears burned crimson, even the skin behind them flushed with a thin red. He hung his head, black-gloved hand rubbing his forehead. Beneath the strands of hair slipping through his fingers, the glow of a Sharingan had long since faded completely, leaving only a watery sheen. He looked disheveled, unlike the commanding Uchiha clan leader of usual days. Lord Hokage. He gritted his teeth, his voice very low, but the tail end trembled uncontrollably, carrying remnants of breathlessness. I was wrong. Behind the desk, Qianshouju Jian lifted his eyes slightly, his fingertips still holding half of an unread document. There was no turbulence in his gaze, only a soft his tone as flat as if listening to a subordinate's report with no intention of stopping. Ban's shoulder line trembled almost imperceptibly. Just now Zhu Jian had gripped his wrist, his fingertips brushing over the old scar on his wrist, then sliding to his waist. Ban could barely restrain himself from pulling away, but his chakra was sealed, his whole body limp and powerless. He could only let Zhu Jian's fingertips circle the spots where he was most ticklish, tormenting him until tears nearly spilled. Where were you wrong? Zhu Jian finally set down his brush, leaning forward slightly. His wide robe swept the floor, producing a rustling sound. His gaze fell on Ban's reddened eye corners, his tone still gentle yet carrying an inescapable pressure. Was it wrong to fall asleep right after a fight, or to play tricks after waking up? Ban's face grew hotter, and he almost buried it into his chest. He knew he was in the wrong. That day the border battle had just ended, he was exhausted and only wanted to collapse into sleep. When he woke, seeing Zhu Jian still frowning over documents, he had a sudden whim, hid his seal, and added something to his tea. He thought it was just a prank, never expecting Zhu Jian to actually get angry, trapping him in the office and settling accounts with this method. All wrong. He said in a low voice, his words muffled as if holding something. I shouldn't have neglected you nor played tricks. Lord Hokage, don't. Before he finished, Zujian's fingertip suddenly tapped lightly on his knee. Ban flinched as if burned, but didn't dare actually dodge, only stiffly straightening his back. Tears finally welled up in his eyes. He was never one to show weakness, but at this moment, being manipulated by Zujian in this way, all his pride shattered into nothing, leaving only a heart full of shame and thoughts of begging for mercy. Don't what? Zujian raised an eyebrow, moving his fingers forward about to touch his waist. Ban, I haven't heard enough yet. Don't touch there. Ban blurted out, his voice carrying a panicked sob. He looked up, glaring at Zujian, his eyes read the patterns of his Sharingan, completely disordered. I really know I was wrong. I'll never do it again, Lord Hokage. Stop. I won't dare anymore. Zujian looked at his angry, anxious, ashamed, and frightened expression, and finally couldn't help but laugh. He withdrew his hand, leaning back into his chair, his tone softening. If only you had done this earlier. Why drag it out until now? Ban collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. His back was soaked in cold sweat, and even the knuckles of his clenched fists were pale. He knew Zujian wasn't really angry, but this tormenting punishment was harder to bear than a severe wound on the battlefield. Every time the tickling sensation came, it was as if something tugged at his heart. Even his apology came out haltingly, leaving no trace of Uchiha pride. Will you dare do it again? Zujian handed him a clean cloth, watching him wipe sweat, his eyes full of mirth. Ban took the cloth, wiped his face hastily, his ears still red. But he looked up and glared at him, his tone carrying residual anger, yet lacking its earlier fierceness. I won't dare. He looked down at his reddened wrist from being squeezed, then at Qianshou Zujian smiling behind the desk. Suddenly he felt a bit embarrassed, yet also an indescribable warmth. In the past they fought side by side, equal opponents, each other's only confidant. But now being controlled and teased by him like this was a unique intimacy between them. Lord Hokage, he paused, voice softer with a hint of awkwardness. Next time, don't use this method. Zujian nodded with a smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair, his gesture impossibly gentle. All right then, Ban must behave obediently from now on and stop making me angry. Ban turned his face away, not answering, but the tips of his ears secretly turned red again. Years after the establishment of Konoha, the village elders gathered in a tea house, chatting and becoming increasingly convinced of a secret no one dared to speak openly. That the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, revered across the ninja world as the god of shinobi, was from start to finish utterly obsessed with Uchiha Madara. This seed was planted long ago during the chaotic Warring States period. Back then the Senju and Uchiha were mortal enemies, locked in endless slaughter. Whenever their clansmen met, blades were the only language. Yet no one could have guessed that the strongest prodigy of the Senju clan, Hashirama, would conceal his family identity and secretly sneak to a mountain stream just to meet the young Madara of the Uchiha. In others' eyes, every Uchiha was aloof, cold, and stubborn, formidable foes to be guarded against at all times. But in Hashirama's heart, Madara was the most brilliant, tender, and understanding soulmate in the world. During those days of skipping stones and sharing grand dreams, Hashirama indulged Madara in everything. When Madara complained that his hand seals were too complicated and his jutsu names too lengthy, Hashirama thereafter simplified all his techniques, ceased reciting elaborate names, and performed them exactly the way Madara preferred. If Madara frowned in displeasure, Hashirama would instantly drop his playful grin, straighten up obediently. But when Madara smiled, Hashirama could be happy all day, even the gloom of a clansman's severe injury vanishing without a trace. From childhood, Senju Tobirama had watched all this, grinding his teeth in frustration every time, always complaining that his elder brother's heart and eyes were entirely filled with Uchiha Madara, forgetting the blood feud between their clans. The contrast on the battlefield was even starker. Against any formidable foe, Hashirama was decisive and ruthless, his would release overwhelming, never showing a shred of mercy. Yet when facing Madara alone, he always held back his strength. What appeared to be fierce combat was in truth a series of evasions and protections. He would never truly harm him. Others fought for victory or survival, but Hashirama only wished to steal a few more moments with Madara through their clashes. After each confrontation, he would sidle up to Madara, speaking softly, urging him to set aside conflict and build a peaceful village together, paying no heed to the stunned gazes of his clansmen. Later, when the two clans formed an alliance and Konoha was founded, Hashirama insisted on nominating Madara as the first Hokage. In his eyes, Madara's vision, boldness, and foresight far surpassed his own suitability to lead the village. This favoritism was open and unabashed. Tobirama strongly opposed, and the Elder Council added their dissuasion, yet Hashirama's resolve remained unshaken, and no amount of persuasion could alter his initial intention. Whatever Madara desired or valued, Hashirama wanted to deliver before him with all his might. As long as Madara could be at peace and content, he willingly yielded all glory and power. When Madara was misunderstood by the whole village and wounded by rumors, most turned a cold eye. Only Hashirama stood unwavering before him, defending and supporting him, shielding him from criticism. When the Uchiha clan was suspected and ostracized, Hashirama showed them bias tolerance, doing everything to smooth over every injustice. At a time when everyone rejected and distanced themselves from the Uchiha, only Hashirama accepted everything about Madara from the bottom of his heart. His clan, his obsessions, all his stubbornness that the world could not understand. The world only saw a life-and-death duel at the Valley of the End and their final rupture, but those who truly knew Hashirama understood that he never had the heart to harm Madara. That great battle was a struggle born of utter helplessness, a painful tug-of-war over diverging ideals. Hashirama would rather bear all the torment himself than truly take Madara's life. Even when reduced to crossing blades, what weighed heaviest on his heart was still that Uchiha Madara who had once shared his youthful dreams. After Madara's departure, Hashirama etched this obsession into his very bones. He guarded Konoha, the shared dream of the two of them, longing for him day and night, reminiscing without cease. Others urged him to let go of the past, but he could never forget. His heart was filled only with Madara's figure. The god of shinobi, usually magnanimous and gentle, would instantly darken his expression and defend Madara without a trace of leniency the moment anyone slandered him. The entire shinobi world could see clearly the tenderness and favoritism of Senju. Hashirama had always belonged exclusively to Uchiha Madara. He could embrace all things in the world, could care for every living clan, but only toward Madara did he harbor an indulgence, a longing, and an unwavering devotion that no one else could match. In the end, no repeated testimony from others is needed. From their first meeting by the mountain stream in youth to a lifetime of tangled ties, Senju Hashirama was always the most devoted, most unshakable Uchiha Madara devotee. This sentiment transcended life and death and never changed. The evening breeze in the courtyard was gentle, cherry blossoms drifting lazily onto the bluestone ground. The bonfire burned softly, casting the four figures' elongated shadows against the wall. In the brief respite from chaos and rare leisure, Hashirama Senju on a whim gathered the other three for a round of truth or dare. After setting simple rules, they drew wooden sticks to determine the loser, who had to obey without complaint. After several rounds, the atmosphere was lively and full of laughter. When it was Izuna Uchiha's turn to draw, he flipped the short stick with his fingertips. It read, "Dare." Everyone's gaze converged on him, waiting to see how he would handle the challenge. Tobirama Senju crossed his arms, a glint of mischief in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he slowly proposed the task, his tone assured and deliberately challenging. "My request is simple. Go to your Nizen and sincerely ask him, does it count as growing up if I no longer rely on you, Nizen?" The words precisely struck the heart of the Uchiha brothers' usual dynamics. Izuna stiffened his ears, instantly turning red. Awkwardly, he glanced at Madara Uchiha beside him. Izuna, stubborn and reserved, had always relied on his elder brother in daily matters and never dared to speak such heartfelt words openly. Being put on the spot now filled him with embarrassment and shame. Madara looked at his younger brother, deep eyes filled with tenderness, quietly waiting for him to speak. Izuna shuffled over to Madara, clutching his sleeves, and lowered his voice as he repeated the words Tobirama had given him. Though soft, every word was clear. "Nizen, does it count as growing up if I no longer rely on you?" The others fell silent. Tobirama had expected Madara, known for his fierce protectiveness, to dismiss the question with a bland reply or a teasing joke, never taking such a sentimental and vulnerable question seriously. But the anticipated scene did not unfold. Madara Uchiha looked at his anxious, hesitant younger brother. His expression turned serious, shedding its usual sharpness. He slowed his voice and spoke with earnest care. If you think that way, it means your Rinnegan hasn't loved you enough. He paused, then sighed as if in self-reproach, adding, it's also because your Rinnegan is useless that such thoughts arose in you. Izuna's head snapped up, his eyes instantly warm and moist. His heart ached with sweetness and sorrow, and all his tension dissolved as he silently leaned against Madara's side. Tobirama was stunned, never expecting Madara to give such a gentle answer. He put away his playful mood for the moment. After a few more rounds, it was Tobirama's turn to draw, and fittingly, he also got a dare. Izuna's eyes immediately lit up, eager to return the favor. He repeated the exact same task with a hint of playful revenge. Now it's my turn. Go to your elder brother and ask him the exact same question. No shortcuts, no brushing it off. Tobirama was resigned but willing to honor the game. He walked over to Hashirama Senju, who was watching the fun with a smile. Standing before Hashirama, Tobirama's expression was calm, his tone steady, and without hesitation repeating the words, "Brother, if I no longer rely on you, does that count as growing up?" The moment before, Hashirama had been grinning with ease. Now his smile froze, his expression crumbling into disbelief. Staring wide-eyed at his brother, he blurted out in astonishment and grievance, "Tobirama, when have you ever relied on me?" At his words, the scene went quiet, then rippled with soft laughter. Hashirama looked utterly aggrieved as he gazed at Tobirama, his eyes sincere and helpless. In his mind, his younger brother had always been calm, independent, sharp-minded, and reliable. Since childhood, it had been Tobirama who arranged things methodically, cleaned up his messes, planned and strategized, and protected the entire Senju clan, dependable in every way. If anything, Hashirama was the one who didn't rely on Tobirama. All along, it was Hashirama who had unconsciously relied on Tobirama. He had never seen Tobirama lean on him, let alone imagined his brother would ponder whether not relying on him meant growing up. Tobirama's brows twitched slightly, but he remained silent for a moment. He was never good at expressing vulnerability, accustomed to remaining cool and self-contained, bearing every burden. He had long buried the word reliance deep in his heart, never revealing it. Others saw only his strength and capability, but he alone knew that deep down he was always sustained by the steady warmth of his brother. Izuna, watching the stark contrast between the two pairs of brothers, quietly leaned against Madara and whispered with amusement, "The same question, but heard by different elder brothers, it leads to such completely different reactions." Madara gently patted his shoulder, his eyes full of affection and warmth. The bonfire flickered, the evening breeze gentle. The four, each distinct in personality, sat together without war or clan conflict. All that remained were the hidden bonds of brotherhood revealed through truth or dare, a tender warmth that filled the entire courtyard. The warmth of the courtyard bonfire lingered as the night was bathed in the gentle glow of the pale moonlight, and the earlier excitement of truth or dare gradually settled. Senju Hashirama sat nearby, rolling up his sleeves and laughing, while Uchiha Madara lowered his head to straighten the slightly disheveled collar of Izuna. The tender moment shared by the two brothers still lingered in their hearts, creating a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. During the earlier dare, Izuna had thoroughly dealt with Tobirama, and his question left Hashirama confused and aggrieved, causing laughter to fill the room. Tobirama remained silent, tacitly accepting the loss. At this moment, he stood still for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible cunning hidden in his eyes, before quietly turning to walk towards the wooden table filled with snacks. The table was adorned with exquisite Japanese-style confections, a variety of soft and glutinous treats, sweet rice cakes, and dense pastries, all delightful to behold. Tobirama selected a white porcelain round plate, carefully arranging the treats, stacking them neatly. Their warm, inviting colors made them appear delicious and enticing. Onlookers assumed he was merely lightening the mood by distributing snacks to everyone without giving much thought to his intentions. He walked back towards the group with a full plate of snacks, stopping directly in front of Uchiha Izuna. He raised his hand to steady the porcelain plate, his expression calm, revealing no unusual emotions, and said, in an unremarkable tone, "I caused you trouble earlier. Consider this snack as an apology." Izuna lifted his gaze to the plate, the treats beautifully crafted, a faint aroma lingering at his nose. He then glanced at Tobirama, who appeared serene and composed, devoid of any trace of mischief from earlier. His heart brimmed with suspicion, eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes filled with wariness, as he blurted out in disbelief, "Is the sun rising from the west today? Senju Tobarama, when did you become so kind-hearted?" After their earlier confrontation, Izuna had already developed a guard against him, fully aware of Tobarama's meticulous nature, and that he never acted without purpose. Such sudden goodwill must surely have ulterior motives. While his words were full of doubt, his stomach felt slightly empty. Gazing at the sweet and soft confections, he felt no overwhelming desire to indulge, yet he did not resist. After all, they were just ordinary sweets. Even if there were hidden calculations involved, it would hardly cause a stir. With this in mind, Izuna stopped hesitating and reached for the most appealing piece of dessert, leisurely bringing it to his mouth. Madara observed quietly, assuming it was just a playful joke between the younger ones, and did not intervene. Hashirama watched with a smile, believing the two were mending their earlier slight. But in the next instant, an intense and fiery spiciness exploded in his mouth. The scorching heat surged from his tongue straight down his throat, overwhelming his taste buds completely unprepared. This was not a mild touch of spiciness, but a domineering and fierce heat, burning his throat instantly and making his eyes water. Izuna's body stiffened, his actions halted abruptly, brows tightly knitted, his face suddenly changing color. He instinctively covered his mouth, wanting to spit it out, but held back for the sake of dignity. He had always despised spicy food, unable to tolerate even a hint of heat. Now, with his mouth filled with intense spiciness, choking and burning, the discomfort caused his eyes to instantly well up with tears. No longer able to maintain his composure, nor caring about his brother's presence or any sense of decorum, Izuna angrily yelled at Senju Tobarama, Senju Tobarama, you bastard! You actually tried to trick me on purpose." His anger and grievance surged as he continued to huff to relieve the burning sensation in his mouth, glaring at Tobarama with indignation. His entire face flushed slightly red, his nose tinged with sourness, feeling both spicy and angry, his expression a mix of ire and liveliness. Senju Tobarama looked at him flustered and at a loss, and the suppressed smile on his face finally broke free, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph as he could no longer hide his mischievous intent. In a slow and leisurely tone laced with teasing, he remarked, "It's just a matter of reciprocity. You were quite ruthless when you played with me earlier. It's merely a different flavor of snack, it's not excessive." Uchiha Madara, witnessing the scene, felt both amused and exasperated. He quickly raised his hand to offer Izuna some tea, frowning slightly as he softly reassured his younger brother, then turned to Tobarama, his gaze carrying a warning, but lacking any real anger. Hashirama watched from the side, laughing heartily, repeatedly waving his hands to lighten the atmosphere, saying that both of them were equally matched and no one should hold grudges. Izuna took the tea and gulped down several mouthfuls, finally managing to alleviate the burning spiciness in his mouth. He still glared at Tobarama with lingering resentment, secretly noting this debt in his mind. Having known each other since youth, they had fought side by side through the chaos of war, from the tumultuous times to the founding of my, becoming the most intimate and understanding comrades in the world. They were accustomed to teasing and joking with each other in their daily interactions. On this rare tranquil day, Ban, with nothing better to do, conceived a mischievous plan to tease Jujian. A sly, playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. Turning to Jujian, he drawled in a teasing tone, "Hey brother, it just occurred to me, didn't I owe you 100 yuan before?" As he spoke, Ban deliberately leaned forward, slowly closing the distance between them. The space between them shrank inch by inch, and their warm breaths began to mingle in the intimate air. His eyes shimmered with merriment laced with deliberate provocation. Half joking, half earnest, he continued, "A debt should be repaid, but I'm too lazy to bother, and don't want to transfer funds right now. How about I give you a kiss instead, and we'll call it even for that 100. "A pretty sweet deal," he said as he slowly raised his chin and brought his lips closer to Zujian's. His movements were languid and audacious, clearly intended to see Jujian flustered and panicked. Just as the gap between them shrank to a breath, their noses almost touching, and the next moment seemed destined to fulfill his jest, Ban suddenly stopped. He jerked back half a step, widening the distance. He brushed his nose with a hand, an insouciant smile on his face, as if the person who had leaned in so intimately and offered a kiss in payment was not him at all. In a casual, frank tone, he said, "Just kidding around, don't take it seriously." I've already transferred the 100 yuan to you. Make sure to accept it quickly, don't hold it up. Having said that, Ban feigned nonchalance, averting his gaze and pretending to survey the surroundings. In truth, he was secretly watching Zhujian's every move, waiting for him to accept the money and play along with the joke. But Zhujian remained silent throughout, watching Ban's antics calmly. There was no ripple on his face, no reply, no retort. He simply gazed at Ban's composed facade. When the money arrived, he did not hesitate. He swiftly operated to refund the 100 yuan transfer, his actions clean and decisive, without a moment's pause. Ban, seeing the money returned, was momentarily taken aback. The carefree smile on his face faded. Thinking Zhujian might have missed it, he transferred the amount again. But in an instant the transfer was once again refunded. This repeated 2 or 3 times. Ban grew deeply unsettled. His earlier ease and jesting demeanor vanished, replaced by evident panic. He quickly urged, "Hey Zhujian, just accept it properly. It's such a hassle refunding back and forth." He attempted another transfer, convinced that Zhujian was merely being stubborn and would accept after a few more persuasions. Yet no matter how many times he sent the money, the 100 yuan returned unfailingly. Zhujian remained silent, repeating the refund action, without a single word of explanation, his resolve unwavering. Ban completely lost his composure. He stood rooted to the spot, his usual arrogant and dominant aura dissipating into thin air. His eyes were filled with helplessness. He could not fathom why Zhujian refused so obstinately. Awkwardly, he stared at Zhujian, waiting for him to speak. After a long silence, Zhujian finally spoke. His low, warm voice carried a hint of a smile tinged with a triumphant playfulness. He drawled, "Stop teasing you. I'll accept it." Hearing this, Ban's anxious heart dropped back into place. He let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing as his tense frame loosened. He muttered under his breath, a mixture of relief and pride. After all, it's only 100 yuan. There was no need to use a kiss as payment. That was uncalled for. I knew you weren't serious, you were just trying to scare me. Believing the little prank had ended and the storm had passed, Ban secretly rejoiced that he wouldn't have to fulfill that intimate joke. His demeanor was light and carefree, completely unaware of the deeper meaning hidden in Zhujian's eyes and the words still unspoken. But the moment his words faded, a transfer of a substantial amount suddenly popped up, a clear 1,000 yuan, catching him off guard. The smile on Ban's face froze instantly. He stood stunned, his pupils contracting. He was frozen in place, momentarily unable to react. Bewildered, he looked at Zhujian, his voice filled with shock and confusion. "Hey, what's this 1,000 yuan for? Why give so much all of a sudden?" Before his words faded, Zhujian began to walk slowly toward him. His steps were composed and unhurried, his gaze determined and burning with intensity. Step by step he closed in. Seeing Zhujian approaching, Ban's newly found ease shattered. Panic overwhelmed him, and he instinctively retreated step after step, waving his hands frantically and stammering, Don't come closer. Stay away." He kept backing away, moving further and further, fully on guard and utterly flustered. But before he could steady himself, another transfer came. The figure on the screen jumped directly to 1,500. The sum of 1,500 was starkly visible. Zhujian remained silent, but he did not halt his advance. He continued to move steadily toward Ban, the affection and determination in his eyes now raw and unguarded, no longer concealed even in the slightest. The forest breeze still drifted languidly, interlaced shadows of trees layering upon each other, enshrouding the surroundings in a tender and ambiguous little world. As Hashirama watched Madara retreat in panic, his hands flailing helplessly, his usually gentle eyes brimmed with thick, unabashed affection. All traces of jest had vanished, leaving only unwavering determination. He stepped forward steadily, denying the other any chance to dodge or retreat. In a few strides he closed the distance and with a deft motion gently pressed Madara against the sturdy trunk of a tree. The hard, rough bark pressed against his back, leaving no room to escape. Madara was firmly trapped between Hashirama and the tree, with no way to flee. The next moment, warm, slender fingers gently lifted Madara's chin. The touch was tender yet unyielding, steadying his face in place. The fingertips carrying warmth traced along the delicate line of his jaw, a sensation both real and distinct. Before the flustered lost Madara could pull himself from the turmoil and gather his thoughts, Hashirama leaned in, and in that moment of stunned confusion pressed his lips firmly against Madara's. The kiss came without warning, passionate yet gentle, devoid of any pretense, filled with a long-hidden sincerity. In an instant it was as if brilliant fireworks exploded in Madara's mind, cascading with light and thunderous clamor. Madara froze entirely, his blood seeming to congeal in an instant. His mind went blank, all thoughts, panic, and excuses were swept away by the sudden kiss, leaving only a jumbled haze. In the daze, his peripheral vision caught two familiar figures behind a nearby tree. Uchiha Izuna stood rigid, eyes wide with shock, his usual lively and willful demeanor gone. Senju Tobirama frowned deeply, his stance frozen, face etched with disbelief radiating astonishment. A buzzing filled Madara's head, his composure crumbled completely. A frantic cry rose within him. How dare he? Right in front of Izuna and Tobirama, so openly and without restraint, kiss him. What was happening? Even in his wildest antics, Hashirama had always had limits. How could he be so brazen today? A thousand thoughts tumbled chaotically, flustered, embarrassed, his ears and nape burning red, his entire body tense and at a loss. But Hashirama paid no attention to Madara's myriad reactions, nor to the expressions of the two bystanders. He ignored the panic and shyness in Madara's eyes, indulging instead in this intimacy, kissing slowly and lingeringly, gentle and entwining. One hand firmly held Madara's waist, palm warm and pressure just right, keeping him locked in an embrace. That hand on his waist was especially restless, now lightly stroking, now slowly kneading, movements unhurried and delicate. Madara's waist had always been ticklish, even a light touch would make him flinch. Now under this gentle, continuous caress, in such an intimate and embarrassing situation, his whole body felt numb and soft, both shy and ticklish. His strength seemed to drain away gradually, even the force to resist fading. Time flowed slowly, each second stretching into an eternity of intimacy. Half an hour later, Madara was already breathless, his respiration ragged and rushed. He leaned limply against the tree trunk, utterly exhausted, limbs weak and feeble, barely able to lift his eyes to meet the other's gaze. Yet Hashirama's hand remained steadily on his waist, not moving an inch. Every occasional casual brush sent a subtle shiver through Madara's sensitive body, ticklish by instinct, and suppressed soft groans were swallowed between their lips. Izuna, who had recovered from his initial shock, stood aside with a face full of helplessness and awkwardness, turning his head away. Tobirama frowned, resigned and helpless, knowing that once his older brother had set his heart on something, no one could dissuade him. Trapped in Hashirama's embrace, Madara was both flustered and weak, his mind dazed and body aching. He could only allow himself to be held tightly, to be enveloped completely by this openly revealed deep affection, unable to escape any longer. Hashirama Senju likes me. The lingering warmth in the forest had yet to dissipate, and the air was still infused with the intimate essence of their recent closeness. Uchiha Obito felt utterly drained, leaning weakly against the rough tree trunk, his shoulders faintly rising and falling. His breath remained chaotic and unsteady, his cheeks flushed with a lingering blush, his eyes clouded with a misty haze, and his body felt soft and powerless, as if even the strength to raise his hand had been completely drained. The prolonged intimacy had exhausted all his vigor, leaving behind the warmth of a hand's caress on his waist. The lingering sensation of ticklishness intertwined within his limbs, causing him to tremble slightly with even the smallest movement. He found himself trapped in a state of both shyness and softness, utterly devoid of the former arrogance and defiance of a supreme warrior, now merely appearing gentle and submissive, as if at the mercy of others. Senju Hashirama lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, taking in the sight of him utterly spent, unable to support himself, and a wave of tenderness and affection surged within his heart. No longer wishing to indulge in the proximity of their affection, he was reluctant to let him exert himself any further. His gaze was gentle and affectionate, filled with an unspoken love. He leaned slightly forward, his movement soft and steady, afraid that even a little force might hurt the person in his arms. He securely wrapped his arms around Obito's back and behind his knees, lifting him horizontally in a princess carry. The motion was smooth and steady, without any bumps or jolts, cradling him securely in his Obito was caught off guard as he was lifted into the air, instinctively shivering slightly, and he subconsciously reached out to grasp the collar of Hashirama's clothing, his fingers tightening ever so slightly. His body pressed against the broad, warm chest, clearly feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat, providing a sense of security and calm that gradually settled his previously restless emotions. He tilted his head slightly against Hashirama's neck, his long eyelashes gently falling, obscuring the myriad of emotions in his eyes. He felt too shy to raise his gaze and dared not look at the nearby Uchiha Izuna and Tobirama, who were still lingering. The earlier public display of intimacy had already brought him to the brink of embarrassment, and now being held so solemnly and tenderly in a princess carry made his ears burn. He breathed softly and lightly, quietly nestled in his embrace, no longer struggling or resisting. Hashirama stood firm, holding him, and gently asked, his tone warm and inquiring, full of indulgence, "Would you prefer to rest in your bedroom or sit quietly in the study?" Hearing this, Obito's lips moved slightly, his voice weak and hoarse, lacking energy, as he softly replied, "The study is fine." These simple 2 words were obedient and compliant, devoid of any trace of their usual displeasure. With the response given, Hashirama said no more, tightening his arms firmly around him, ensuring he was held securely as he turned and walked with a calm and unhurried pace towards their residence, each step steady and certain, careful not to disturb the person in his arms. Behind them, Uchiha Izuna watched with a complex expression, a mix of anger and helplessness. Observing the 2 of them leaning into each other as they walked away, he could only pout in resignation, ultimately refraining from interfering. Tobirama's expression was solemn, his brows slightly furrowed, having long perceived his brother's persistent feelings. He understood that no matter what he said at this moment it would be in vain, so he simply stood quietly, silently allowing the 2 to depart. As they passed through the lush courtyard winding around the flower-laden corridors, the surrounding scenery slowly receded. The warm sunlight fell upon them, outlining their gentle silhouettes, creating an atmosphere that was both tranquil and affectionate. Hashirama held Obito warmly, his steps steady and careful, pouring all his tenderness into the person in his arms. Obito lay quietly in the broad, warm embrace, allowing the other to lead him forward, fully relaxed, with all defenses and edges completely withdrawn. The scent of Hashirama's unique cleanliness and steadiness lingered at his nose, providing comfort and assurance. The earlier chaos, shyness, and embarrassment gradually faded, leaving only a deep sense of peace and an unspoken tenderness. His limbs remained weak, and he chose to completely relax, relying entirely on the person in front of him, allowing him to take him to the study. Before long they arrived at the door of the study. Hashirama raised his hand to gently push open the door, revealing a clean and elegant room, sparsely furnished and imbued with the rich scent of books. He stepped carefully into the room, still not letting go of Obito, and walked with him towards the soft couch by the window, his movements gentle and slow, every action filled with care. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room, further enhancing the tranquility and warmth of the study. Hashirama stood before the couch, gazing down at the relaxed and gentle figure in his arms, his eyes filled with burning sincerity and warmth, nearly overflowing. Carrying Obito steadily without causing any disturbances or jolts, he enveloped him in his tender embrace, bringing him into this quiet and elegant study. From then on they would share the remaining time in this serene space, accompanying and cherishing each other, slowly nurturing their bond. "Sleep now. Senju Hashirama planted a gentle kiss on Uchiha Obito. "This time I won't be foolish like in the last life." Hashirama carried Madara away into the depths of the courtyard, their figures melting into the shifting light and shadow. Only Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama remained beneath the corridor. The scenes he had just witnessed were still seared into his eyes, his elder brother being treated with such familiarity, even lifted and carried off publicly. Izuna's heart constricted painfully, his expression souring to an extreme degree. His entire face crumpled in a mixture of awkwardness and indignation, as if he had swallowed a bellyful of grievance, every fiber of his being radiating displeasure. He turned sharply to glare at Senju Tobirama, beside him, his voice thick with resentment and dissatisfaction. Every word was laced with fury as he spoke. "How can your brother be so reckless? In front of so many people to treat my Nizen like that, without the slightest regard for propriety, casting aside all decorum. His tone was filled with righteous indignation on behalf of his elder brother, his brows tightly knit. His eyes blazed with disapproval of Hashirama's actions as he glared at Tobirama, waiting for an explanation. Senju Tobirama stood still, his expression cool and composed. The usual indifference in his eyes showed no fluctuation yet as he observed the fuming Izuna before him. A trace of playful amusement quietly crept into his gaze. Shedding his usual cold sharpness, he took on a lazy, teasing air. He lifted his eyes slightly, his gaze locking firmly onto Izuna, and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone, deliberately provocative. What? Seeing it made you envious? Or do you want to try it yourself? The sudden retort landed blunt and ambiguous, instantly unsettling Izuna's composure. Izuna's ears flushed bright red. Flustered, he quickly turned his face away, flailing his hands in denial, his voice flustered and awkward. Don't tease me with such words. Who would want to try that? Stop talking nonsense. Thin-skinned as he was, he couldn't bear such straightforward teasing. He grew restless, yearning only to escape this ambiguous atmosphere. But before he could step back, Tobirama had already moved his steady strides, carrying him closer and closer. His pace was unhurried, yet his presence radiated an unyielding pressure that left no room for evasion, shrinking the distance between them inch by inch. Izuna's heart tightened, panic surging through him. He stepped back repeatedly, his voice flustered as he cried out, "Hey, wait! Stop, stop! Don't come any closer, stay right there!" His frantic tone trembled slightly, his hands and feet at a loss. The usual spirited arrogance was gone, replaced by nothing but shyness and panic as he retreated, desperate to create distance. Tobirama did not stop, still advancing steadily, his gaze fixed on Izuna's flustered avoidance. The smile in his eyes deepened as he spoke in a low, gentle voice, "Familiar, and knowing we've been together for so long now, and yet you're still this shy." His words were tender and sincere, revealing the truth of their close intimacy, shedding all pretense, filled with the warmth of familiarity. As he spoke, Tobirama had already reached Izuna, gently pinning him between the pillar and himself, leaving no room for escape. He looked down at the flushed eyes of the person in his arms, his expression earnest yet softly possessive, as he whispered, "Don't linger here. Come with me to my lab. It's quiet and private there, no one will disturb us. We'll take our time." Izuna's body was tense, his cheeks burning, his heart pounding chaotically. All words of resistance dissolved at his lips into fragmented breaths, leaving him powerless to refuse. Tears mingled with blood between our lips, as if we loved each other through life and death alone. Senju Fujian's laboratory had long been secluded from the world, far removed from the bustle of the living quarters and the constant flow of clan members. The four walls shut out all external commotion, with windows tightly sealed, leaving only the soft, even daylight within. Various ninja tool blueprints, experimental apparatuses, and technique manuscripts were neatly arranged, every item placed with meticulous order, reflecting Fijian's consistently rigorous, calm, and methodical demeanor. The air carried a faint, clean scent of herbs mingled with paper, peaceful and serene, devoid of any clamor, the perfect setting for quiet conversation and intimate confessions. Steadily guiding Uchiha Chiwenai into the laboratory, Feijian gently closed the door behind them, completely sealing off the outside world. The tender image of Zhu Jian embracing Ban and fading into the distance still lingered vividly in both their minds. Kwanai's emotions had yet to settle, carrying remnants of shyness and awkwardness as he stood quietly surveying the familiar laboratory furnishings. Feijian slowed his usual sharp pace, shedding the focused intensity he displayed while researching techniques. His demeanor turned calm and composed as he turned to look at Chiwenai, beside him, his tone flat and natural, as if casually bringing up a long-buried secret. He spoke slowly, "Have you ever noticed something deeply concealed?" Chiwenai snapped back to attention at the sound, instinctively tilting his head slightly. His dark eyes brimmed with confusion, long lashes fluttering as he stared at Feijian in bewilderment. He asked softly, "What is it? What have you discovered?" In his impression, Qianshou Zhujian and Uchiha Ban had always acted with flamboyance, their interactions straightforward and free-spirited. Arguments and noise were the norm, jokes and banter never held back. They were open and unrestrained, with hardly any secret that needed deliberate concealment. He really couldn't imagine what hidden secrets the two might have. Feijian paced slowly to the desk, sat down with ease, and straightened the scattered technique manuscripts. Lifting his gaze to the bewildered Chiwenai, his expression earnest and resolute, he spoke in a steady, clear tone, revealing the observation and judgment he had long held. I have found that my elder brother and Ban have always possessed a pure and sincere heart from beginning to end. At these words, Chiwenai froze, his confusion deepening. His brows knitted slightly as he pressed with an incredulous look. Why do you say that? In daily life they squabble and jest, acting boisterously and carelessly. How can that be seen as pure love? In Kwanai's eyes, his elder brother was arrogant and strong-willed, always following his own desires without ever pandering to others. Ju Jian was cheerful and rough, warm and easygoing. The two interacted with abandon, laughing and playing without restraint, a far cry from the reserved, intense and pure image of devoted love he found Fujian's claim hard to accept. Fujian, unhurried and clear-headed, began to lay out his meticulous observations from years of careful study, piece by piece. Look, in the chaotic times of youth, our two clans were locked in bitter feuds, generations of warfare with deep-rooted enmity. Everyone else prioritized their positions and fought with killing intent. Only my elder brother and Ban set aside clan barriers and disregard the grudges between their families, treating each other as true bosom friends. They didn't care about bloodline differences, ignored opposing stances, and only valued each other's character and spirit, a connection of hearts. This original intention was pure and untainted, free from any calculation of gain. As they grew up, each bore the heavy responsibility of clan leadership, shouldering the survival of their entire family. At the center of power, they had to consider the clan's honor and maintain their faction's position. Every word and action was watched and constrained by countless eyes. Though they clearly valued each other above all else, their hearts, filled with genuine affection, they could not express it openly or stay together without restraint. Holding high positions and being bound by circumstance, they had to go along with the world's expectations, pretending to be wild and playful, using quarrels and fights as a shell to conceal the tender and sincere feelings within. In daily life, they seemed to tease and mock each other, often bickering and never conceding, but in critical moments, they always protect one another first. Others only see the noisy discord and reckless behavior on the surface, but fail to see that those seemingly casual and audacious acts are their deliberate disguises. They dare not openly reveal deep affection, dare not let others glimpse their soft hearts. Instead, they wrap a focused, unwavering, true heart under an outward show of flamboyance. Just now in the forest you witnessed it yourself. My elder brother treated him with tenderness, step by step, cherishing and accommodating him, his whole mind and eyes fixed on Ban. Ban appeared flustered and evasive, shy and awkward, but in truth he had already given his whole heart. They never use pomp to adorn their feelings, never play tricks. Their love is clean and open, steadfast and exclusive. From beginning to end, it is the purest and most sincere affection, a true and devoted heart. Fujian finished this detailed analysis, every word logically sound and aligned with reality. He had clearly laid out the patterns of their relationship over the years and the disguise of their true nature. Uchiha Chiwenai listened quietly, his expression shifting from initial confusion to gradual emotion and finally to utter shock. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stood frozen, long unable to speak. He repeatedly savored every word Fujian had said, recalling the moments from childhood onward between his brother and Qianshou Jian. The details he had once overlooked now surfaced, weaving into a complete picture. After a long while, Chiwenai slowly came back to himself, pupils dilated, his face full of astonishment. In an incredulous tone he whispered, "So, all these years their wild and noisy behavior, their unrestrained, carefree appearance, seemingly without any caution, has been a deliberate disguise. They hid the most sincere and pure feelings deep inside, never willing to reveal them easily." Fujian nodded slowly, his expression resolute, his gaze calm. In their positions there are always concerns. This pure and true heart can only be carefully treasured, protected with a disguise. The laboratory fell silent, the soft daylight spreading around. The two faced each other quietly, now understanding the genuine heart hidden beneath the flamboyant exterior of the pair who had stood shoulder to shoulder for half a lifetime. Beneath the layers of disguise lay a pure, deep affection, unchanged since their youth. The laboratory lay in tranquil stillness, the windows sealed, filtering out all clamor from without, leaving only the gentle sunlight softly cascading over the wooden desks and scrolls. The faint bitter scent of medicinal herbs and the elegant fragrance of ink and paper lingered in the air, permeating the serene surroundings. The echoes of the discourse on Hashirama and Madara's hidden feelings had just settled their resonance, still drifting through the atmosphere. Uchiha Izuna remained immersed in profound shock, his heart surging without respite. Over and over he recalled his brother's demeanor across the years, those disputes, the playful bickering, the ordinary days of laughter, all of which had been veils concealing deep affection. He stood frozen in place, a dazed and stunned expression lingering on his brows. After a long while he slowly came back to his senses. He turned his head gently, lashes falling, and lifting his clear gaze fixed on Senju Tobirama, beside him, his voice tinged with residual bewilderment as he softly asked, "Why did you specifically explain all this to me, unraveling the secrets they harbored for so many years?" His words were soft and light, carrying a hint of innocent inquiry, quietly awaiting the other. Senju Tobirama stood upright, shedding the cool rationality of analyzing others. The usual sharpness in his eyes and brows gradually softened, the tension in his aura fully relaxing. Gone was the stern aloofness of studying techniques. In its place was a genuine and shy warmth. He no longer circled around the topic of Hashirama and Madara, resolved to abandon all circumlocution and, in harmony with the tranquil atmosphere, reveal his true feelings. His gaze rested steadily on Izuna's face, earnest and sincere, devoid of any mockery or flirtation. His tone was calm and tender, every word heartfelt, stripped of all dominance, leaving only a cautious inquiry. "I tell you this to borrow their hidden feelings, to speak of my own heart." He paused for a moment, then took a half-step forward, closing the distance, his posture humble and gentle, uttering solemnly, "I want to hold your hand. May I?" This straightforward, earnest request fell into the silent laboratory, gentle yet weighty. Caught off guard by these words, Izuna was stunned, the lingering surprise instantly replaced by shyness. The tips of his ears flushed crimson, the color spreading down to his neck. The panic he had felt in the corridor when Tobirama steadily pressed closer quietly resurfaced. His heartbeat suddenly raced, thumping against his chest, leaving him flustered, not knowing where to place his hands or feet. In the past he would have retorted or made a fuss, yet now faced with Tobirama's sincere and solemn inquiry. No jest, no coercion, only heartfelt sincerity. All his words of refusal caught in his throat, and for a moment he could not utter a single syllable. He lightly clutched the edge of his garment, his eyes cast down, unable to meet Tobirama's earnest gaze. In his heart both shyness and warmth intertwined. Knowing that they had long been aware of each other's affections and had shared close companionship in the past, yet this solemn, gentle confession still made him helplessly bashful. When Tobirama saw him lower his head in shy silence, he did not urge or press. He stood quietly in place, patiently awaiting a response. He understood Izuna's reserved and introverted nature and did not wish to force him. He simply wanted to wait calmly for a willing consent. The laboratory was left in a long, peaceful silence, warm light wrapping around them, both the atmosphere tender and affectionate. After a long moment, Izuna slowly lifted his eyes, a thin layer of moisture glistening within them, his cheeks flushed. His gaze toward Tobirama had softened considerably. He gently bit his lip, not uttering a word, but slowly raised his own hand. His fingers stretched out slightly, quietly drifting toward Tobirama's direction. The motion was soft and shy, laden with silent permission and acceptance, the gentlest of replies. A soft, tender smile immediately bloomed in Tobirama's eyes, bright and warm, a rare sight. He slowly extended his hand, his gesture delicate and treasuring, firmly grasping the hand offered to him. Palms pressed together, warmth merged, slowly seeping through every limb, bringing peace and steadiness. No further words were needed. The clasp of hands was the very essence of mutual understanding. In this secluded, empty laboratory, they had seen through the pure love hidden beneath others' disguises. Now they faced each other openly, firmly holding the tenderness meant for them in their hands, peacefully savoring this unbroken moment of serene tranquility. They went to fight. As the battle came to an end, the smoke cleared and the great hall of Mai was brightly lit, the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow throughout the room. This battle against the rebellious forces was led by Uchiha Madara, who strategically planned and charged into the fray, effortlessly breaking through their ranks and achieving a resounding victory with minimal casualties. The clan held a grand celebration banquet with both literary and martial figures gathered toasting and exchanging cups, laughter and chatter filling the air. Everyone praised Uchiha Madara's exceptional combat prowess, declaring him a true war god, invincible on the battlefield. At the head of the banquet sat Senju Hashirama, his expression relaxed and warm, watching the joyous celebration unfold, filled with pride for Madara. Having just returned to the camp, Madara was utterly exhausted from days of battle and could not endure the lively socializing anymore. He leaned against the soft couch, closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep, his breath steady and long, shedding the fierce demeanor from the battlefield, appearing calm and relaxed, completely unaware of the happenings around him. People continuously raised their glasses in praise, admiring Madara's strength and prestige, with compliments echoing in their ears. However, human hearts are diverse, and there are always those who harbor narrow jealousy, unable to bear Madara's rising reputation, wary of the deep bond between him and Hashirama. One of the peripheral clan members, emboldened by drink, approached Hashirama's side, speaking with a deliberately sour tone, attempting to sow discord, lowering his voice to feign casual conversation. "Lord Hokage, forgive my impertinence. Your lover's martial prowess reigns supreme in the ninja world. Everyone calls him the god of war, invincible in battle, while you are revered as the god of the ninja world. Now he wins battle after battle, his prestige growing by the day. Is it not concerning to you knowing he may overshadow you? Don't you mind at all?" Each word dripped with the intent to instigate discord, deliberately amplifying their respective statuses, attempting to create a rift between Hashirama and Madara, subtly implying Madara's ambition and overwhelming success. The moment those words fell, the previously warm and smiling Hashirama's expression darkened abruptly. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. The air around him suddenly turned cold, the aura of the god of the ninja world descending heavily, causing the nearby merriment to fade slightly, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. He raised his gaze to the clan member, stirring up trouble, his eyes sharp and cold, devoid of any warmth. His voice was calm yet powerful, each word resonating with authority, delivering a resolute warning. "You should always remember that Uchiha Madara is first and foremost Uchiha Madara, an independent and irreplaceable individual, and only after that is he my lover, my boyfriend. I will not allow anyone to measure Madara by his fame or power, nor define our relationship with worldly gains, and I will not tolerate any malicious speculation or slander against his true intentions." As he spoke, Hashirama's tone sharpened, his brows furrowing deeper, his expression darkening to near sternness, the pressure around him intensifying. Each word was deliberate, carrying an unmistakable warning. "If you continue to speculate recklessly, sow discord, and spread rumors, I will not hesitate to cut out your tongue." There were no excessive threats, yet his words instilled a profound fear. As Hokage, he had the confidence to protect both the innocent and his beloved. Anyone daring to maliciously harm Madara and incite discord between them would not be spared. The clan member was frozen in fear by this overwhelming authority, his face paling. He hurriedly bowed his head, no longer daring to utter another word, quickly apologizing and retreating to the side, afraid to speak even a fragment of gossip. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, sleeping peacefully on the soft couch, had long lashes gently resting, his face serene and calm, still immersed in his dreams, completely unaware of the undercurrents and verbal clashes happening beside him. Exhausted from 2 days of battle, he focused solely on resting peacefully, entirely oblivious to Hashirama, erecting a strong barrier to shield him from all malicious attacks. However, those present who knew Madara's temperament were well aware that if he were awake at this moment, hearing such slanderous words and sensing someone deliberately trying to drive a wedge between him and Hashirama, he would not waste a breath in argument. The god of war would never resort to idle talk. He would take immediate action, crushing the slanderer into pieces with absolute power, safeguarding both his relationship with Hashirama and his own dignity. One side sleeps undisturbed by the noise, the other stands resolutely protecting their bond with imposing authority. The flickering lights in the hall illuminated their figures as Hashirama, with the authority of Hokage and his genuine feelings, shielded Madara from all rumors and slander, guarding their pure and steadfast bond. It is well known that two strong figures stand side by side, the god and the war god, dependent on each other, for only they are each other's heart's home. No one can sever this profound and steadfast bond regardless of attempts to incite discord. You and I, two intertwining stars in the same galaxy. The Milky Way unfurls, the endless night stretches on, and the vast sky spreads out in an infinite dark blue. Countless stars float and sink, each following its preordained path, moving along their own ways unentangled. Only these two brilliant and evenly matched stars share the same galaxy, basking under the same sky year after year, revolving around each other, entangled since the moment they first met in their youth, bound by fate and unable to be separated. Senju Hashirama is like a warm sun, radiating everlasting light and warmth, embracing mountains and rivers with a broad and genuine heart. His gentle nature can soothe the scars of war, a warm sunbeam trusted by the world, a beacon for many. Uchiha Madara is like a cold star, sharp and fierce, with pride etched into his very bones. His temperament is rebellious and stubborn, capable of crushing chaos, with his fierce spirit a chilling light that commands respect and instills fear. One warm, one cold, a one gentle, one strong, a one compassionate, one assertive. Despite their strikingly different qualities and inherent natures, they were born in the same fateful galaxy, intertwining destinies bound in life and death. From the moment they met in the mountains as youth, these two proud stars broke free from the shackles of ancestral hatred, crossing the chasm of bloodline opposition to draw near to know each other and to share their hearts freely. At that time the world was in turmoil, with the two clans engaged in endless battles, and everyone was swept away by hatred, fighting desperately for the interests of their kin. Only they cast aside their identities and positions, treating each other with sincerity. They watched the dawn and dusk together in the mountains, shared their ideals, and talked about the peaceful home they wished to build. The two lonely stars over the long years slowly drew closer in their orbits, beginning to revolve around each other. They each had their own trajectories with their own unique rotation directions. As the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama had to bear the livelihood of the entire clan, shouldering the hopes of his people, acting with consideration for the greater good. He endured and retreated, tempering his brilliance with kindness and tolerance to uphold a realm. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Madara had to protect the well-being of his people and defend the dignity of his clan with a stubborn and fierce personality, unwilling to bow or show weakness. With his pride and formidable strength, he upheld the glory of the Uchiha. They fulfilled their respective duties, shouldering heavy responsibilities, striving to operate vigorously on their own paths, steadfast in their hearts, becoming the pillars of their own clans. Yet no matter how independent their rotations, they could not escape the ties of fate nor resist the deep-rooted attraction. They would forever revolve around each other, their hearts drawing mutual gravity, their souls pulling each other. In times of trouble, they would always look to each other first. In moments of crisis, they would rush to each other's side without hesitation, needing no excessive words. No extra promises were needed, a mere glance could convey all their thoughts. Arguments and bickering were commonplace, and stubborn confrontations were the norm, as if they were incompatible, unable to coexist. But others did not know that these quarrels were disguises for their care, and that stubbornness was merely the outer garment of their hidden tenderness. Just as stars move according to their own laws, outside interference cannot alter their paths, nor can anyone decipher the bonds they share or the depths of their affection. Others may speculate recklessly, trying to sow discord with power, fame, or position. Yet the two stars in the same galaxy were already tightly intertwined, their orbits merged, their hearts aligned. The external gossip and worldly prejudices were merely a breeze passing through the galaxy, unable to stir any ripples. Their fates were inscribed in the stars, their entanglement was an instinct carved deep within their soul. Year after year, through the changing seasons, having endured the chaos of war and witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the two stars remained tightly bound to each other. You revolve around me, I accompany you forward, each maintaining our own integrity while revolving together in deep affection. There is no need for forced ties or reluctant holds, the bond is innate and fate is intertwined. The world calls them the dual heroes of the shinobi world, rivals of equal standing. They are evenly matched opponents, yet only they understand that each other is the only companion in the vast expanse of the galaxy, a lifelong home. One divine, one demon, a one warm, one cold star residing in the same galaxy, sharing the same fate, revolving, endlessly rotating, continuously entangled through lifetimes, forever bound year after year only for each other. The galaxy remains unchanged, the trajectories unmoved. The two stars standing side by side intertwine in their exclusive galaxy year after year, accompanying each other from dawn to dusk, bound by destiny, committed in deep affection, guarding eternity, never to part. The yellow sands swirled with the smoke of battle, covering the broken battlefield where remnants of walls were stained with layers of blood. The wind swept across the scarred earth, carrying the heat of the clashes of ninjutsu. All around lay the devastation of war, yet within this small space a circle of condensed chakra created a private realm. The cacophony of slaughter was barred outside, leaving only their intertwined breaths and searing emotions. Fei Jian was not nearby. The allied soldiers dared not approach as the raging flames of war became the backdrop for their tender moments. The vast expanse of the heavens and earth became their exclusive haven. Ban firmly restrained the person beneath him, exerting just the right amount of force. He could hold Zhu Jian in place without causing actual harm, embodying a restrained yet assertive possessiveness. His long, strong fingers dug into Zhu Jian's cheek, gently pinching the soft flesh to force Zhu Jian to look him in the eye. His brows held a victorious provocation, and his gaze simmered with pride, each expression radiating confidence in his imminent triumph. After their fierce struggle, Zhu Jian's strength was exhausted. The once unmatched power of the thousand hands found it difficult to break free from the restraints, leaving him to be at Ban's mercy. Ban leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Zhu Jian's reddened ears. His tone was lazy yet arrogant, each word laced with a piercing pride. Your strength is merely this much. As his words fell, the corners of his lips slowly curled upward, revealing a flamboyant smile, one that carried the unique arrogance and obsession of Uchiha Ban. It concealed the thrill of long-standing confrontation and an inescapable depth of affection. After years of conflict and half a lifetime of standoffs, he could finally suppress Zhu Jian without reservations, enclosing him in his control, no longer needing to be at odds or fight for their lives. His fingertips still pinched Zhu Jian's cheek, the gesture exuding an affectionate roughness. He slowly began to voice the thoughts he had concealed for so long, his tone casual yet heavy with meaning, before becoming the Jinchuriki. I still want to spar with Zhu Jian. Pausing for a moment, his eyes grew deeper as he recalled countless entanglements from the past, memories of their separations, and he added a gentle yet probing question reminiscent of a lover who has quarreled and seeks reassurance from their partner. Has it been so long? Have you found someone better than me? Both confessions of feelings, both deeply obsessed, yet the two sentences concealed entirely different mindsets. The former was filled with unquenched passion and unyielding pride, representing a warrior's steadfastness, longing to fiercely compete once more with a rival and beloved. It was a pure desire for a contest between the strong on the battlefield. The latter was devoid of sharpness, relinquishing confrontation, shedding all external identities to become merely a lover who deeply cares for an old acquaintance, seeking exclusive affection and special treatment with unease and longing. One stood at the pinnacle of the battlefield, harboring an obsession with victory, while the other was ensnared in past emotions, entangled in love and loss. The disparity in their mindsets was starkly evident. Zhu Jian, held by the face, could not move, gazed at the face so close at hand. Looking into those proud yet tender eyes, all past disputes and oppositions faded away, leaving only a heart full of softness. After struggling in vain, he chose to relax, willingly falling into Ban's embrace, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resignation and fondness, allowing the other to act as he pleased. With the world as their abode and the mountains and rivers as their tent, the raging fires of war served as a backdrop, and the sounds of slaughter gradually faded into the distance. This pair of entwined lovers, shedding their identities as Hokage and Uchiha clan leader, discarding factions and positions, shed all shackles and embraced one another amidst the chaos of the world. Ban's actions were imbued with a forceful tenderness, every touch laden with affection. There was no fierce conflict, no cold killing intent, only the warmth of a long-awaited reunion and deep attachment. No need to worry about the gaze of others, no burden of national responsibilities. At this moment they were merely lovers, each other's most cherished thoughts. Without the need for companions or external comforts, this mutual dependence and intimate embrace was never a burden for Ban. He felt no exhaustion whatsoever. As long as Zhu Jian was by his side, as long as he could hold him close even amidst the chaos of war and the weight of endless destiny, Ban felt a profound peace and joy. In this moment, all solitude and turmoil found their ultimate solace. In the serene and quiet study of the Qianzhou residence, the warm yellow candlelight flickered, casting a gentle glow on the wooden furnishings. Bookshelves stood tall, neatly filled with ancient texts and scrolls, the scent of ink mingling with a hint of wood enveloping the entire room. The tightly shut windows isolated it from the sounds of the courtyard, creating a private and stable space. Uchiha Madara stood before the desk, initially intending to discuss the future relations between the two clans with Hashirama. His expression was cold and dignified, exuding the usual arrogance and pride. Just moments ago he had been speaking calmly, but suddenly he saw Qianzhou Hashirama approaching, slowly holding a bundle of delicate, smooth, light-colored string in his palm. His movements were leisurely, yet his gaze was no longer the usual frank and passionate look. Instead, it was filled with intense obsession and fervent affection, inching closer. Madara's heart tightened immediately, his whole body tensing up and his brows furrowing in alarm and confusion. He instinctively took half a step back, his voice suddenly rising, filled with evident panic and bewilderment. "Qianzhou Hashirama, what are you doing?" Hashirama did not answer, his eyes filled with deep amusement, his steps unwavering as he steadily approached, his overwhelming aura slowly enveloping the room. Seeing the string clearly meant to bind something in his hand, Madara felt increasingly anxious, his frown deepening. His tone was hurried and perplexed. "No, what do you want that string for?" In the confined study, there was no way to retreat, and Hashirama's tall and broad figure was gradually blocking all his escape routes. Madara panicked, shedding the calm demeanor of a strong individual, his voice taking on a hint of helplessness as he repeatedly tried to evade. Hey. Don't come any closer. You mustn't approach me." Before his words could finish, Hashirama was already in front of him. Without waiting for Madara to voice further resistance, a warm hand gently brushed over his collar, the fingertips carrying a burning warmth, slowly making a move. The fabric of his clothes was slowly stirred, and even through the material he could feel that strong yet gentle touch. Madara trembled all over, freezing in place, then struggled fiercely, his cheeks instantly flushing a faint red, both ashamed and anxious, his voice becoming frantic and pitched. "What are you doing, taking off my clothes? Stop. Quickly stop." He desperately turned his head to evade, wanting to create distance, his mind filled with rejection. Yet Hashirama had made up his mind, leaning in closer, his warm breath brushing past Madara's ear, and in the next moment he was about to land a tender kiss. Madara panicked, feeling at a loss, turning his face away with great effort, the corners of his eyes turning red, both embarrassed and angry, as he shouted, unconsciously raising his voice. "Don't kiss me. You mustn't touch me. Let me go." Hashirama held Madara firmly in front of him, his actions restrained yet resolute, careful not to cause any pain, all just to keep the one he cherished dearly. "You can't just tease me without letting me touch you, huh?" The candlelight cast shadows of the two entangled figures, the two clan leaders who had once been at odds, shedding all identities and armor in this enclosed study, leaving only their undeniable deep affection and tender warmth, allowing their feelings to overflow and intertwine in the tranquil night. The tightly closed study isolated all external sounds, the flickering candlelight casting the two overlapping figures on the wooden wall, their silhouettes intertwined, devoid of the sharpness once associated with the leaders of their clans. Hashirama firmly encircled Madara at the desk, his arms forming an impenetrable wall, cutting off all his struggles and evasions. His fingertips still gently held onto Madara's collar, his movements tender but unyielding, not forcing him in a harsh manner, only stubbornly keeping the one he cherished. The fabric that had been disturbed lay loosely open, revealing a small patch of cool skin, the candlelight falling upon it, casting a layer of warm, soft light. Madara was still desperately trying to turn away, his shoulders and back moving restlessly, his ears and the corners of his eyes already flushed red, both embarrassed and angry, his voice carrying a breathless struggle, still maintaining an air of pride, yet unable to hide the softness in his tone. The earlier protests had failed to deter him, and now he was firmly trapped in Hashirama's embrace, all his strength seemingly drained by the warm aura surrounding him, unable to break free a single inch. Hashirama leaned down, his nose nearly touching Madara's temple, his warm breath layering over Madara's cheek and neck. Looking at Madara's flustered and awkward demeanor, Hashirama's eyes were filled with years of repressed affection, unable to contain the surging desire in his heart. The intimacy that had been evaded slowly returned, the movements gentle and cherished, shedding the roughness of usual interactions, filled with careful affection. Madara's body trembled violently, becoming instantly rigid, the tension in his body gradually relaxing. Though he still refused to relent verbally, he was holding his breath in quiet protest, but his tone lacked the previous firmness, leaving only embarrassment and helplessness. His defiant brows slowly lowered, long lashes fluttering lightly, concealing the chaotic emotions within, and the proud edges in this tender intimacy softened bit by bit. The delicate string was casually set aside by Hashirama on the desk, having long been forgotten. It was never truly meant to bind or trouble, it was merely a pretext to keep the person in front of him who always wished to distance himself, revealing the feelings he had hidden for half a lifetime and could not express due to his status. Hashirama raised his hand, his broad palm gently stroking Madara's back, slowly soothing along his spine. The movements were gentle and intimate, repeatedly easing the tension and unease around him. Gradually easing all forcefulness, leaving only a heart full of sincerity, earnestly responding to this deep affection that belonged solely to each other. Madara's struggles gradually weakened, no longer desperately evading or resisting his stiff body, subtly leaning into the warm embrace. All the clan barriers, opposing stances, and long-standing disputes dissipated into smoke in this enclosed study beneath the flickering candlelight. In this moment there were no defenses from the Qianshu clan, no entanglements from the two clans' disputes, and no worldly rules or constraints. Only two hearts that longed for each other, shedding all armor and identities, allowing their feelings to entwine freely. The candlelight quietly flickered, the room filled with the scent of ink and warmth, securely preserving this love that transcended past grievances within the deep night, steady and enduring, never to part. The snow fell gently like a kiss from Senju Hashirama upon Uchiha Madara's eyelashes. Madara had witnessed countless snowfalls in his life. He had seen the snow of the Valley of the End staining the ground crimson, witnessed the winter nights blanketing the Uchiha clan's homestead, seen the snow fall upon the battlefield where Senju and Uchiha had called a truce, covering the corpses with a shroud, erasing the smoke of war and hatred. But he had never seen snow like this, falling upon Senju Hashirama's eyelashes, resting in his warm palm, landing on the tips of their entwined fingers, carrying the warmth of human life, soft beyond measure. Hashirama's kiss was light, filled with a hint of cautious exploration, like snow landing on skin, cool and quickly warmed by body heat. Madara's fingers gripped his coat tightly, his knuckles turning white, even his breath faltering, and snowflakes landed on Hashirama's hair tips, melting into tiny droplets that slid down his cheek. Instinctively Madara raised his hand to wipe it away, but as his fingertips brushed against Hashirama's skin, they were captured by Hashirama's reverse grip pressed against his neck. Madara, Hashirama's voice was hoarse, carrying a unique nasal tone of snowy days. I've waited for this day for a long time. Madara's heart skipped a beat. He remembered many years ago by the banks of the Southhe River when they were still young, standing against each other across the rushing waters, yet in that moment of looking up they saw the light in each other's eyes. At that time Hashirama had looked at him this way with a gentle softness, tinged with helplessness, saying, "Madara, let's be friends." But back then he could only grip the knife tightly, sneering, "Uchiha and Senju are born enemies." The snow fell heavier, covering their intertwined figures like a layer of soft white gauze. Hashirama's arm wrapped around his waist, the force neither too light nor too heavy, filled with an irresistible tenderness, enclosing him in an embrace. Madara's breath was wholly taken by him, his lips and teeth filled with Hashirama's scent, carrying the fragrance of the trees and grass from the Konoha forest, along with a faint familiar scent that belonged to Senju Hashirama. "Hashirama." Madara's voice was muffled, tinged with the tremor of a kiss. "You." Hashirama chuckled softly, deepening the kiss, as snow fell upon his eyelashes, melting into water that dripped onto Madara's cheek, indistinguishable from melted snow or something else. Madara's hand slowly released its grip on Hashirama's coat, wrapping around his neck, his fingertips unconsciously stroking Hashirama's long hair. He remembered that Hashirama's hair was always so soft, like the willow shoots budding in early spring. Every time he got angry, Hashirama would lean in, brushing his hair against Madara's cheek like an affectionate large dog. Back then he would always impatiently push him away, but now he only wanted to hold him tighter, as if doing so could make up for all the missed time. Snow fell upon the scarf, the red scarf, warmed by Hashirama's body heat brushing against Madara's cheek, bringing a hint of warmth. Madara gazed into Hashirama's eyes so close that they sparkled with laughter, reflecting only him as if filled with starlight. Madara, Hashirama's fingertip gently traced his cheek, the gesture tender beyond belief. Let's never be apart again, alright? Madara's throat tightened, his eyes suddenly growing warm. He recalled the battle at the Valley of the End, lying in the snow watching Hashirama, with red eyes holding him tightly, repeatedly calling his name. At that moment he hated him, despised his naivety, loathed his betrayal, but he hated himself even more for not being able to walk into the future they had promised together. In the many years that followed he had wandered alone, clinging to shattered obsessions, thinking he had long forgotten what warmth felt like. But at this moment, held in Hashirama's embrace, wrapped in his warmth, soothed by his kiss, he realized that he had never truly forgotten. He had never forgotten that Senju Hashirama was the only exception in his life. Madara's voice was low, carrying a hint of barely concealed sobs, as he turned his face away, not wanting Hashirama to see his reddened eyes. Who wants to be apart from you? Don't be so self-important. Hashirama chuckled softly, pulling him closer, resting his chin on Madara's hair, gently rubbing against it. All right, I won't be self-important. As long as you don't leave me, that's enough. The snow continued to fall, layering lightly upon. Hashirama's coat was large, enveloping Madara entirely, like a warm cage, shielding them from the wind and snow. Leaning against his embrace, Madara listened to the strong beat of Hashirama's heart, suddenly realizing that winter could be this warm. He remembered long ago, on a snowy night in the clan's territory, sitting alone on the rooftop, watching the snow fall, thinking about how wonderful it would be if one day there was someone who wouldn't require him to remain vigilant, who wouldn't need him to disguise himself, with the pride of the Uchiha just holding him and saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Back then he thought such a desire was too extravagant, too naive. But now that person was right beside him, holding him, kissing him, saying, "Let's never be apart again." Hashirama, Madara's voice was muffled, buried in his neck. Why did you do that back then? He referred to the events at the Valley of the End, their rupture, the past he believed was irretrievable. Hashirama paused, tightening his hold around Madara, his voice laden with a heavy sigh. I thought that was for your good. I believed that if I died, the village would protect you, protect the Uchiha. But later I realized I was wrong. What I thought was protection had only pushed you into the abyss. He paused, looking down at Madara in his arms, his eyes filled with pain. Madara, I'm sorry. Letting you walk alone for so long. Madara's eyes turned red. He raised his hand and struck Hashirama's chest hard, his voice breaking with a cry. You bastard. Senju Hashirama, you are such a bastard. Yes, I am a bastard, Hashirama replied to him, allowing the blows, holding him tighter. So Madara, punish me. Let me accompany you for a lifetime, alright? Madara's movement stilled. He looked at Hashirama, seeing the tenderness and guilt in his eyes, the way Hashirama reflected only him, and suddenly smiled. It was the first time in a long time that he smiled so freely, so unguarded, like a child who had finally found a place to belong. All right. Madara raised his hand, hooking Hashirama's neck, leaning in to kiss his lips, his voice tinged with laughter. Then you can never think of escaping for a lifetime. Hashirama's eyes lit up, taking the initiative to deepen the kiss as snow fell upon their entwined lips, quickly melting in their warmth. The surrounding wind and snow seemed to vanish, leaving only their breaths, heartbeats, and the gentle sound of falling snow like a tender song. They had missed too much time, endured too many betrayals and separations, but at this moment, amidst the falling snow, they finally came together. Leaning in Hashirama's embrace, Madara gazed at the snow falling all around, suddenly realizing that all the waiting and all the pain had been worth it. As long as the person beside him was Hashirama, as long as Senju Hashirama was still there, it was never too late. Hashirama lowered his head, pressing a gentle kiss on his forehead, softly saying, Madara, it's snowing. Let's go home. Madara replied, tightening his hold on Hashirama, burying his face in Hashirama's neck, feeling his warmth. Let's go home. The snow continued to fall, covering their footprints, soon to be hidden beneath the new snow. Yet their steps remained together, step by step, walking toward their future, heading toward the warm future they had promised each other. In the third autumn since Konoha's founding, the air was soft with warmth, and every fallen leaf carpeted the village in a riot of crimson. The entire village bustled with preparations for the grand wedding of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Elders from both clans took charge of their respective duties, decorating the hall, tallying ritual vessels, arranging the seating, while lively clamor spread through every street and alley. In the secluded ceremony grounds at the rear courtyard, only Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna remained quietly, aligning the red carpet, setting out sacrificial vessels, and tidying up the remaining wedding ornaments. Izuna clutched a roll of bright red ceremonial silk, his face dark and sullen, brows tightly knit. He yanked the fabric taut with a vehemence that betrayed his simmering frustration, his heart tangled in thoughts he could not untangle. With no one else near, he finally voiced his grievance, his tone defiant and stubborn, muttering under his breath, "I truly cannot understand what my brother is thinking." He paused in his work and turned to face Tobirama, beside him, his crimson Sharingan veiling a deep-seated unwillingness. In matters of marriage, it has always been that the other side must submit and ally. No matter how you weigh it, Senju Hashirama should be the one to marry into the Uchiha clan. My brother is the Uchiha clan leader. He has borne the entire clan on his shoulders. In status and merit, how could he be the one to accommodate the Senju? Now they just hold the wedding in such an ordinary way, with no regard for proper etiquette or dignity. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. The thoughts in Izuna's mind were straightforward and stubborn. In his eyes, his elder brother stood above all, deserving of being cherished. Hashirama should set aside the pride of the Senju clan leader and marry into the Uchiha to grant the Uchiha due face and repay his brother's years of devotion. On any other day, before outsiders, he would never have uttered such words. But with Tobirama, one who had shared his days, tangled with him in countless ways, he could shed pretense and simply pour out his heart. Tobirama was carefully placing the ceremonial jade cups, his movements steady and composed, his expression as cool and restrained as ever. He did not look up, but his fingers adjusted each vessel with painstaking precision, unhurried. Only after Izuna had finished his stream of complaints did he slowly raise his eyes, his deep black gaze fixed on Izuna. His tone was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of profound meaning, stripped of the usual sternness of official affairs and touched with a subtle tenderness. "You've been so preoccupied with their wedding you've forgotten one thing." He slowed his steps, walking unhurriedly until he stood before Izuna, closing the space between them. The cold aura around him softened and his voice dropped low, meant for only the two to hear. "Come to think of it, the two of us have yet to formally settle a bond or keep a private vow." Izuna stiffened at his words, the indignation draining from his face as a faint blush crept to the tips of his ears. He instinctively retreated half a step, his fingers tightening around the silk, his heartbeat faltering. He had been entirely absorbed in championing his brother's cause, never sparing a thought for himself. Caught off guard by Tobirama's blunt unveiling of his own feelings, he could not find a reply. Awkwardly, he averted his gaze, unable to meet Tobirama's eyes. Why would you suddenly say that? We're busy with the wedding now, there's no time for such thoughts. Izuna's words were stubborn, his tone flustered as he forced himself to appear calm. Tobirama saw through his pretense. He stepped forward with assurance, bending slightly until his eyes met Izuna's levelly. His gaze was deep and earnest, carrying not a trace of jest. No matter how grand another ceremony, in the end it belongs to others. Now they have found fulfillment. It's our turn. All around them crimson leaves drifted down, blanketing the ground in warm hues, isolating the pair from the clamor of the front courtyard into a private, tranquil world. Tobirama reached out gently to take the crumpled red silk from Izuna's grasp. His fingertips brushed against Izuna's hand in passing, the cool touch sending a slight tremor through Izuna's frame. Without unnecessary preamble or elaborate words, Tobirama made his resolve plain, his tone firm yet tender, leaving no room for refusal. Today is too chaotic and we are surrounded by prying eyes. It is not convenient to speak further. When the night's affairs are done and everyone disperses, meet me at the old place. He paused, looking at Izuna, whose eyes betrayed his unease and bravado, and a faint smile flickered in his own gaze. He added slowly, let's follow our old method and properly carry out that experiment of ours, settling the bond and promise that are owed. Izuna's heart raced with confusion and alarm, yet he stubbornly refused to yield. Still he could form no words of rebuttal. He knew the old place was their secret refuge, the secluded spot where they would escape from others and be alone. The experiment was an intimate pact belonging only to them, unknown to anyone else. He tilted his head, feigning aloofness, but quietly released the tension in his shoulders. A low hum escaped him as acknowledgement, and he ceased to dwell on the dispute over Madara and Hashirama's marriage. The resentment and bitterness in his heart had already been scattered by Tobirama's determined invitation. Seeing his silent agreement, Tobirama said no more and resumed arranging the decorations with methodical precision. Izuna silently moved to join him, his mind turbulent, the heat on his face lingering. The fiery indignation he had felt on his brother's behalf had dissolved into a secret thrill and anticipation deep within his heart. From the front courtyard came distant laughter and cheer. Red silk fluttered in the air, celebrating the impending union of Madara and Hashirama. Yet here in the quiet backyard, Tobirama and Izuna had already sealed their private vow. Only for the night to fall for them to hurry to the old place and complete the bond that belonged solely to them, to settle the feelings that had long entangled them openly and finally. The grand wedding ceremony of Hashirama and Madara was drawing to a close as guests gradually dispersed. The clan stewards busied themselves clearing the remnants of the wedding hall where traces of red silk and incense still lingered. The clamor slowly faded, leaving only the quiet and gentle night. Madara Uchiha was escorted by Hashirama back to the bridal chamber, where everything was comfortable and proper. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju had taken an early leave, heading alone to his exclusive laboratory, where he usually studied techniques and stored numerous secret arts. Tonight he did not arrange any technique formations or count medicine scrolls. Instead, he had tidied up the interior furnishings in advance, making the space quiet and private. He stood silently under the lamp, waiting for the person who had promised to meet. He and Izuna had agreed earlier that day to meet at their usual place after the wedding festivities. During the long wait, Tobirama's expression remained cool and composed, but his eyes held a trace of barely perceptible tender anticipation, entirely unlike the sharp and stern demeanor he displayed in clan affairs or when facing opponents. As night grew deeper, footsteps finally sounded slowly outside the door. Izuna Uchiha hesitated and pushed open the laboratory door. The moment he stepped inside, his whole body suddenly froze. The room's lamplight was soft, and the arrangement was completely different from the usual cold and quiet laboratory. Everywhere were delicate, warm, and carefully placed details filled with an intimate and affectionate atmosphere between lovers, soft, ambiguous, stripped of the laboratory's chill, leaving only an aura of whispered tenderness. Izuna's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, spreading from his face to the tips of his ears, even his neck tinged with red. He stood awkwardly by the door, feeling uneasy whether to step forward or retreat. His hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes, and his eyes darted around in panic, utterly unable to meet Tobirama's gaze. Embarrassment made his voice soft, carrying a gentle breathiness full of shyness. Did you arrive long? Have you been waiting long? After saying this, his gaze swept over the thoughtful and tender arrangements around the room, making his heart burn with even more shame. He muttered softly, revealing his feelings with the pure shyness of a young person. Why did you prepare all this for no reason? It's so embarrassing. In the past on the battlefield, how proud and sharp he was. Once his Sharingan activated, he was decisive in killing, never willing to show weakness. But in front of Tobirama, in this private space full of tenderness, all his sharp edges were sheathed, leaving only a soft and shy demeanor. His heart was in turmoil, nervous and uneasy. He bit his lower lip and asked in a tentative yet flustered whisper, "You arranged everything specially. These toys and clothes, you're not going to use them on me, are you?" As his words fell, Izuna lowered his head even further, his whole face flushed red, his entire body radiating bashfulness. Even his breathing became soft, his heart full of embarrassment, yet hiding a faint anticipation. Tobirama watched him like this, his cool brows and eyes gradually softening. He stepped forward slowly, his gait steady, all the cold aura around him dissipating, leaving only tenderness and tolerance uniquely for him. He did not deliberately tease him, nor did he press step by step. He simply stopped in front of Izuna, his gaze earnest and affectionate. I know you were constrained by social grace and found it awkward to express your feelings openly. Tobirama's voice was low and gentle as he spoke slowly. Their ceremony tonight has concluded perfectly. The time that belongs to us is just beginning. He raised his hand, his movements gentle and restrained, merely straightening Izuna's slightly disheveled color with proper decorum and full of care. There's no other intention. I just want to give you a piece that belongs only to us without worrying about clan conflicts or caring about others' gazes, just being ourselves. Izuna's heart relaxed, though the shyness on his face remained. He was no longer so tense. He looked up at Tobirama, who was so close, and saw the earnestness and cherishment in his eyes. Those flustered feelings slowly dissipated, leaving only warmth in his heart. You didn't have to make it so embarrassing. Izuna still argued stubbornly, but his tone was soft and pliant with none of his former edge. Tobirama nodded slightly, a faint smile rippling in his eyes, a gentle expression only for Izuna. I just want to treat you well. In the past we stood opposed on the battlefield, clashing fiercely. We missed too many peaceful moments. Now that the two clans are at peace and the marriage is settled, I only want to slowly make up for the tenderness I owe you. The warm light in the laboratory flickered the night quiet and prolonged, isolating all the clamor and celebration outside. There were no improper acts, only the tender gaze between them, the mutual commitment to stay together. The flush on Izuna's face had not yet faded, but he no longer avoided. He stood steadily beside Tobirama, allowing this warmth that belonged only to the two of them to quietly envelop him. Remember to be gentle later. The sight of Quan Nai's bashful and flustered demeanor had not escaped Fei Jian's watch. This Uchiha youth, usually so arrogant and fierce on the battlefield, never yielding to defeat, now stood with crimson-tipped ears, his sharp edges softened into nothing but tender shyness. Such a stark contrast struck deep into the recesses of Fei Jian's heart. Fei Jian gazed at him silently, his mind involuntarily weaving a tapestry of scattered thoughts, each one uniquely shaped by Quan Nai's image. He recalled the way Quan Nai put on a cold facade and pretended to be strong in ordinary times, of the pouty furrowed brow when he was in a sulk, the subtle softening of his features after being soothed. Every scene unfurled in his heart. The second head of the Senju clan, ever composed and restrained, rarely letting emotions show, now found his mind surging with turmoil, unable to maintain his usual cool detachment. A warm flush slowly crept up the tips of his ears, spread across his jaw, and even tinged his normally steady and dignified face with a faint rose. He averted his gaze, took a moment to compose his chaotic thoughts, then turned and walked slowly toward the storage cabinet. The cabinet held no extravagant or flashy items, only a maid dress he had privately prepared, soft in texture, cut to Quan Nai's measurements, made of gentle, comfortable fabric, perfect for wearing during quiet moments of rest. Fei Jian retrieved the garment, held it in his palm, turned back to face Quan Nai, and spoke in a tone that shed its usual seriousness, replaced by a gentle tenderness and a cautious hope. Quan Nai, he said in a low, slow voice with a hint of shyness, even he hadn't noticed the blush still lingering on his face, I had this made to your measurements. I always felt that in clothes like these you would look especially gentle and adorable. Quan Nai, whose embarrassment had yet to fade, saw Fei Jian blushing too, the man usually so calm and restrained now showing such a face, and became even more flustered. He froze in place, eyes widening slightly, his scarlet sharingan gently veiled, filled with nothing but bashfulness and unease. He clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, his cheeks burning, too embarrassed to know where to look, and stammered, Why are you blushing too? Usually you act like you care about nothing, just saying a few words. How can this get to you? The proud Uchiha Quan Nai, who only ever showed vulnerability before his elder brother Ban, had always been strong and competitive in front of others. Yet facing Fei Jian, whose flushed face revealed his true feelings, all his hard shells slowly fell away, leaving only the pure shyness and throbbing of youth. Fei Jian took half a step forward, maintaining a proper distance, without pressing too close, and simply presented the dress gently before him, his gaze earnest and sincere, devoid of any teasing or mockery. Others are naturally not worth me doing this. But when it comes to you, too many thoughts can no longer be hidden. In the past on the battlefield, we were mortal enemies, confronting each other at every turn. I never imagined that one day we could stand together in peace, lay down our guard, and quietly share our heart's thoughts. He lowered his eyes, his tone tender and earnest. In my eyes you like this, calm and gentle, are already adorable enough. Quan Nai gazed at his blushing features and the soft fabric of the dress. The turmoil in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm, comforting glow. He knew that Fei Jian was meticulous, always prudent in his actions, never overstepping bounds. All his feelings were held back with restraint and reverence. Yet his mouth still carried a stubborn defiance, unwilling to yield easily. Who wants to be adorable? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I am supposed to be fierce and powerful. What I need is dignity and authority, not some soft and obedient image. Despite his words, his actions were honest. He slowly reached out and took the soft garment. The tips of their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, Fei Jian slightly cool, and both paused at the same time, then each subtly shifted their gaze away, the red on their ears deepening. Only you would have such wild thoughts, Quan Nai muttered softly, his tone gentle, now devoid of any harshness. But since you specially prepared it, I'll accept it for now. Seeing Quan Nai agree, Fei Jian's eyes rippled with faint, gentle smiles. The flush on his face slowly faded, returning to a steady composure, yet still brimming with warmth. Don't force yourself. If you don't like it, you can tell me anytime. I just want to give you all the tenderness I can think of, little by little. The spring sunlight filtered through the cherry blossoms in Konoha Park, casting shadows on Uchiha Madara's face, which was etched with undisguised impatience. Leaning against the tree trunk with his hands in his pockets, his voice was so cold it could almost freeze the air. Hashirama, don't mess around. I don't have time to waste with you. Senju Hashirama gazed at his refusal, his eyes lingering for a moment on the screen-like options before finally choosing summary execution. The next instant he stepped forward, seized Madara's wrist, and pinned him against the rough bark of the cherry tree. Madara's pupils contracted sharply, a faint blush instantly coloring the tips of his ears. For the first time, panic flickered in those proud black eyes. Hey, Senju Hashirama. What do you think you're doing? This is a park. Before he could finish, Hashirama leaned down and silenced him with a kiss. Madara's struggles gradually softened in the other's embrace, and the hand that had been pushing against Hashirama's chest unconsciously turned into a grip on his collar. Cherry blossom petals fluttered down, settling on their intertwined figures. Madara let out a muffled groan, his cheeks burning red all the way to the tips of his ears, his breath ragged. When Hashirama released him, Madara was still dazed. His lips were red from the kiss, and he stared at Hashirama with unfocused eyes, unable to utter a harsh word. All he could do was bite his lower lip fiercely. Are you insane? Hashirama chuckled softly, brushing a finger across his reddened eyes. Madara, when you reject me, this is the only way I can make sure you can't refuse. Madara turned his face away, but Hashirama cupped his chin and turned it back. Those usually cold eyes were now glistening with unshed tears and barely concealed embarrassment. If you do this again, you'll what? Hashirama leaned in deliberately, his voice low and husky. Reject me once more and I'll execute you on the spot again until you say yes. Madara's face was completely flushed, even the tips of his ears burning hot. Finally, he let out a sulky hum, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Fine. The wind carried cherry blossom petals drifting lazily between them before settling to the ground. Madara turned his face away, but didn't pull his wrist from Hashirama's grasp. His fingertips unconsciously traced the lines of Hashirama's palm, and his voice was still hoarse. Senju Hashirama, this is coercion. Hashirama smiled even more tenderly, gently rubbing his thumb over Madara's wrist. I just didn't want to be rejected anymore. Madara paused, his ears growing redder, but finally he no longer looked away. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the cherry tree, casting dappled shadows on his face. Those bright black eyes held a warmth softer than the spring sun. Next time, don't do anything crazy in a place like this. So Madara, you agree to go on a date with me? Hashirama deliberately pressed, lightly tickling his wrist. Madara flinched at the touch, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger, but still nodded, his voice barely a whisper. A breeze blew, sending cherry blossoms cascading down, falling onto their clasped hands and Madara's reddened hair tips. Hashirama held his hand and walked slowly along the park path. The sunlight fell on Madara's lowered eyelashes, sprinkling them with a layer of golden dust. Madara no longer pulled his hand away, only occasionally turning to glare at Hashirama, before quickly averting his gaze, the red on his ears stubbornly refusing to fade. Hashirama, he suddenly spoke, his voice low. We're already married. Why do you still use the word date? Hashirama paused in his steps and turned to look at him, but Madara had already turned away, leaving only the tips of his red ears swaying in the breeze. Hashirama let out a low laugh, tightened his grip on Madara's hand, and together they walked along the cherry blossom-covered path deeper into the spring day. They walked in silence, accompanied only by the soft rustle of petals landing on their shoulders and the warmth from their entwined palms. On the edge of the battlefield, where the smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, Senju Hashirama was bending down to comfort a frightened villager from Konoha, his broad palm gently patting the child's back, his brows and eyes displaying a rare tenderness. He had just concluded a minor skirmish, his garments still stained with dust and faint traces of blood, yet he maintained the unique composure and generosity befitting the first Hokage. As the surrounding murmurs gradually subsided, a sharp and harsh voice abruptly pierced the silence, cutting straight towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. You merely secured the position of Konoha's leader through despicable means. You are utterly hypocritical and completely unworthy of ruling the ninja world. The speaker was a surviving shinobi from the defeated faction, his eyes brimming with venom and resentment. Exploiting the moment of laxity, he lashed out recklessly, every word dripping with slander and contempt toward Hashirama. Believing Hashirama to be mild-tempered and unlikely to strike back even when insulted, he grew bolder, spewing a relentless stream of foul language. Senju Hashirama paused in his movements, his aura faltering slightly, yet he did not give in to anger. He slowly straightened up, furrowed his brows, and a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. He was about to speak, attempting to reason with the man, for he had never wished to incite pointless bloodshed. But before he could utter a single word, a suffocating, terrifying chakra suddenly erupted beside Uchiha. Madara had somehow already stationed himself in front of Hashirama. Black chakra surged around him like a physical force, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spinning at a furious speed, his eyes roiling with unbridled rage and murderous intent. The very air around him seemed frozen by this extreme fury. The nearby shinobi instantly turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their breathing becoming labored. Madara had never tolerated anyone disparaging Senju Hashirama. In his heart, Senju Hashirama was the only rival who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, the close friend with whom he had built Konoha, the unparalleled powerhouse of the ninja world, and his beloved. No one had the right to speak ill of Hashirama, let alone hurl such vicious insults. The ninja who had insulted Hashirama had not yet reacted when a dark figure suddenly closed in. Uchiha Madara's speed was so extreme that it left streaks of afterimages. He did not employ any ninjutsu, nor did he activate Susanoo. He simply gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and with earth-shattering fury slammed it directly into the opponent's face. No thunderous sound echoed, only a dull crack of bone resounded clearly throughout the scene. The ninja did not even have time to scream. His body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a distant rock wall. The wall instantly fractured into countless cracks, and fragments of stone rained down. By the time the dust cleared, the man was already lifeless, lying stiffly amidst the rubble, devoid of any vitality. With a single punch, he was killed instantly. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. Every shinobi was so terrified that they dared not make a sound, fearing they might provoke the demon before them. Uchiha Madara slowly withdrew his fist, his knuckles stained with a trace of blood, yet he paid it no mind. His crimson Sharingan swept across the field, his killing intent still thick, as if warning everyone that this was the consequence of slandering Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama gazed at Madara's back and shook his head helplessly, but there was no reproach in his eyes, only a faint trace of indulgence. He stepped forward, gently patted Madara on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Madara, why lose your temper over someone like him?" Uchiha Madara turned around, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually fading. When he looked at Hashirama, his tone still carried the residual anger. "No one is allowed to curse you." Those 5 simple words revealed his utmost protection of Hashirama. In this world, only Senju Hashirama held a place in his heart. Even a single insult would never be forgiven. He would rather personally eliminate all who dared to offend rather than let Hashirama suffer the slightest grievance. The wind swept across the battlefield, dispersing the lingering killing intent, leaving only Madara standing beside Hashirama. Though his aura remained intimidating, he firmly shielded Hashirama behind him, as if guarding the most precious treasure in his life, allowing no one to encroach upon it. As the night fell, the Konoha residents had long shed the noise of the day, leaving only the gentle sound of the evening breeze rustling through the courtyard. Senju Hashirama tossed and turned for most of the night, unable to close his eyes. The bedding was large and soft, yet it felt empty, lacking the familiar warmth, making him uncomfortable and anxious. Ever since a trivial argument a few days ago, Uchiha Madara had made it clear that he wanted to distance himself from him. Usually sparing with words, he grew cold and distant, and at night he simply moved to the next room with the blankets, insisting on sleeping apart. At first, Hashirama thought Madara was just temporarily upset, and that a few comforting words would mend their relationship overnight. But as days passed, Madara's attitude showed no signs of softening. His gaze was indifferent, lacking the previous warmth and indulgence, and their interactions were filled with distance, polite like strangers. Now Senju Hashirama was thoroughly flustered. He sat up, using the dim moonlight filtering through the window to gaze at the closed door of the next room, feeling both wronged and uneasy. Being married was indeed different. They used to fight side by side, never apart, sleeping together at night and sharing everything. Now, after a small dispute, Madara had chosen to treat him this way. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt, filled with a myriad of anxious thoughts. Was it something he did wrong? Was Madara tired of him? Would their relationship remain this cold in the future? Unable to contain himself any longer, Hashirama quietly lifted the covers, stepping barefoot onto the cool wooden floor, and tiptoed to the door of the next room. He placed his fingertips on the door frame and slowly opened a crack, seeing that the lights inside were out, only the moonlight outlining the long silhouette on the bed. He cautiously slipped into the room, silently approaching the bedside. Uchiha Madara was not in deep sleep. Years of battle had instilled in him a vigilance he never shed. As soon as he heard the slightest movement beside him, he woke up, yet he feigned sleep, wanting to see what the other was up to. In the next moment, a warm body gently pressed against him, skillfully and affectionately burrowing under the covers, with a long arm wrapping tightly around his waist. The person nestled against his back, bringing with them the coolness of the night, yet completely surrendered their reliance. A warm breath brushed against his neck, carrying a hint of grievance in a soft tone as it softly asked, "Wife, do you not love me anymore?" Madara's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence, he simply let out an ellipsis, not responding or refuting, allowing him to hold on. Hashirama, who received no answer, felt even more anxious as his cheek pressed tightly against Madara's back, his tone tinged with deep disappointment and a whiny tone that dragged on. "QWQ, it seems you really don't love me anymore. After getting married, you've completely turned cold towards me." He tightened his arms, holding on even closer, as if afraid the person in front of him would push him away again. His long eyelashes fluttered, full of grievances. "You used to indulge me in everything, always talking with me no matter how busy you were, and you never wanted to sleep apart at night. But now you refuse to speak much with me and insist on sleeping in separate rooms. You always wear a cold face towards me. No matter what I do, you never seem happy. Seeing you cold and indifferent every day makes my heart ache. I can't muster the energy for anything. I've reflected for a long time, but I don't even know what I did wrong. You won't tell me or forgive me, leaving me in this constant coldness." Hashirama rubbed his head against Madara's back, his tone pitiful and full of sorrow. "Is it because we've been together for too long that you find me boring? Will you treat me like this from now on? Without your warmth, I can't sleep at all. Every night I toss and turn, feeling extremely uncomfortable." Every word was filled with his anxiety and affection, pouring out all the grievances accumulated during this marriage. Uchiha Madara finally slowly turned around, using the moonlight to look at the dejected face in his arms with red-rimmed eyes. Seeing his pitiful appearance, he felt both anger and helplessness, and the coldness in his heart gradually softened. He raised his hand, gently stroking the top of Hashirama's head, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, but unable to conceal his tenderness. "What are you thinking about?" Hashirama looked up at him, his moist eyes full of expectation. Then why have you been ignoring me and insisting on sleeping separately? Madara sighed lightly, saying helplessly, it's just to make you reflect on your own shortcomings. Who wants to keep ignoring you? Your impulsive nature leads to trouble every time, and I have to clean up after you. I just want you to temper your temperament. Upon hearing this, the grievance on Hashirama's face instantly dissipated by half, and he quickly snuggled tighter into Madara's embrace, acting cute and clingy. I know I was wrong. I'll definitely correct it from now on and won't make you angry again. Please don't ignore me anymore, and don't sleep in a separate room, okay? I really can't do without you. Seeing his obedient and clingy demeanor, Uchiha Madara completely lost his temper and reluctantly nodded in agreement. With the answer received, Hashirama felt a heavy stone lift from his heart, his brows and eyes lighting up with a smile as he comfortably nestled in Madara's arms, feeling the familiar warmth of the embrace, secure and satisfied. From now on they would never be apart, sleeping in each other's arms every night, accompanying each other through the afternoon. In my village is always lazily warmed by the sun, even the wind carries a hint of weariness. Senju Tobirama stands in Uchiha Izuna's room, his fingertips still stained with the ink from rolling up scrolls. Izuna's outer robe got snagged on the corner of the table while sorting through the documents, pulling at askew. The collars slipped off his shoulders, revealing a small patch of pale skin. Tobirama frowned and reached out to straighten his collar, his movements not exactly gentle, carrying a somewhat businesslike efficiency. Don't move, your clothes are caught. Izuna, surprisingly calm, sat still and allowed him to fuss over him, his voice soft and slightly nasal from just finishing reading a complex scroll. Tobirama, could you adjust it a bit to the right? It tugged a bit painfully over there. All right. Tobirama paused, adjusting the pressure according to his direction. As his fingertip brushed against Izuna's neck, Izuna couldn't help but flinch and let out a soft mm. That very sound happened to be overheard by Uchiha Madara, who had just returned from the training field and was passing by the door. Madara's steps abruptly halted, his knuckles turning white with tension. His younger brother's soft, sweet voice, coupled with the suggestive phrase a bit to the right, combined with the image of Senju Tobirama's face, which was always a bit messy, but was now leaning close to Izuna, made Madara's blood pressure soar. Senju Tobirama. Madara nearly burst through the door, the wooden handle of his fan creaking in his grip as the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dare to touch my brother? The two people in the room were momentarily stunned by the shout. Tobirama's hand was still hovering near Izuna's collar, frozen in midair as he turned his head in confusion. What did I do to your brother? Izuna's face flushed a deep red, both embarrassed and anxious, as he swatted Tobirama's hand away, forgetting to fix his clothes. He hurriedly stood up to block Madara. Brother. You're misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Misunderstanding. Madara's gaze swept over Tobirama's hand, frozen in midair, then landed on Izuna's loose collar, the veins on his forehead throbbing with anger. I saw him pull your clothes, and I heard you tell him to go a bit to the right. You call that a misunderstanding? Izuna nearly choked, seeing the knowing look in his brother's eyes that screamed, I know something's off with you two, wishing he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. He wanted to explain, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't possibly say in front of Tobirama, he was just helping me fix my caught clothes, could he? That would be too embarrassing. Tobirama, however, had grasped the situation, seeing Madara's expression that looked ready to eat him alive, then glancing at Izuna's flushed face, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. That laugh seemed like provocation in Madara's eyes. Senju Tobirama. How dare you laugh? Madara was so furious, he almost activated his Susanoo. Today, I will skin you alive. Izuna quickly grabbed Madara's sleeve, his eyes reddening with urgency. Brother. Don't be impulsive. It's really not what you think. As he blocked Madara, he frantically gestured with his eyes for Tobirama to run, mouthing, You should get out of here, my brother is about to kill you. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, not only not running, but taking a step forward to shield Izuna, lifting his chin at Madara. No, I'm staying with you. Izuna was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. What was he trying to prove? When his brother got angry, he didn't even hesitate to scold their father. He was both anxious and helpless, whispering urgently to Tobirama, Stop fooling around, Tobirama. Hurry and run. My brother will beat you to death. Yet Tobirama acted as if he hadn't heard, instead grasping Izuna's wrist, and said to Madara with a sardonic smile, "Uchiha Madara, mind your own eyes. Don't jump to conclusions based on what you see." Madara trembled with anger at his words, his hand gripping the fan shaking. "What conclusions am I jumping to? It's your own filthy deeds and you fear others talking about it." As he spoke, he shoved Izuna aside and charged towards Tobirama with the fan raised. "Madara, stop." Just as the fan was about to hit Tobirama's face, Senju Hashirama's voice rang out from the doorway. In the next moment, a green vine of wood release suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around Madara's waist and forcefully pulling him back. "Hashirama." Madara was momentarily stunned, turning to see his husband standing at the door with a look of helplessness, still in the pose of forming hand seals. Hashirama walked over a few steps, embracing Madara's waist and pulling him into his arms, whispering into his ear, "All right, Madara, don't be angry. I heard everything from the doorway. It was a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Madara was still furious, struggling to break free from Hashirama's embrace. "Hashirama, don't hold me back. I have to teach that reckless brat a lesson today." Izuna watched as his brother was tightly held by Hashirama, unable to move, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he slumped down on a chair, covering his flushed face, utterly embarrassed. Tobirama watched the spectacle, unable to suppress a smile as he walked over to Izuna, adjusting the collar he hadn't finished fixing earlier, his fingertips gently brushing against Izuna's neck there. "Izuna." Izuna was momentarily taken aback by his sudden tenderness, looking up at him with a mix of wariness and embarrassment in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Tobirama said nothing, merely raised an eyebrow at him before taking hold of his wrist and turning to walk towards the door. "Hey, Senju Tobirama, let go of me." Izuna struggled, but Tobirama was surprisingly strong, and he couldn't break free, only being half dragged out of the room. Behind them, Hashirama was still soothing the fuming Madara. "Madara, listen to my explanation. Just now Izuna's clothes got caught on the table corner. Tobirama was just helping him fix it. There was really nothing more." "Does fixing clothes need to be so close? And why say a bit to the right?" Madara was still sulking, but in Hashirama's embrace his anger had unknowingly dissipated by half. He turned his face away awkwardly. "I don't care anyway. That brat Tobirama is up to no good with my brother." Hashirama chuckled, helplessly tightening his embrace around Madara. "Even if you were, it would be mutual feelings, Madara. Look at Izuna's reaction just now. He doesn't seem to dislike Tobirama." Madara's face darkened instantly. "I absolutely do not want my brother to be with a member of the Senju clan. Especially that sly Tobirama. But Tobirama genuinely cares for Izuna. Look, just now when Izuna told him to run, he didn't. Instead, he protected Izuna, showing he's not that kind of irresponsible person." Madara was left speechless by his words, only letting out a gloomy grunt as he buried his head in Hashirama's neck, inhaling the familiar sense of wood release and sunlight, his anger finally dissipating completely. "Even so, I won't let Tobirama off easily. If he dares to bully Izuna, I'll be the first to let him have it." "All right," Hashirama said, smiling as he kissed the top of Madara's head. "I'll follow your lead." Konoha was being dragged along by Fujian, gripping his wrist tightly. The heat radiating from Fujian's palm was overwhelming, causing Konoha to feel restless as he struggled, but could never break free from that steady grip. It was only when he was pulled into Fujian's solitary room and the door closed behind him that he yanked his hand back, retreating 2 steps, arms crossed, with lingering panic and anger evident in his eyes. "Senju Fujian, have you lost your mind?" Konoha's voice was tinged with urgency. The stray hairs on his forehead were tousled by the wind, making his usually cold and beautiful face appear more vividly angry. "Why didn't you run in that situation?" "When my brother gets angry, he loses all sense of reason. If he truly acts out, no matter how many strategies you have, you won't be able to withstand his full power, Susanoo. I know my brother too well." Uchiha Madara is fiercely protective of his younger brother. The misunderstanding from earlier had already ignited Madara's fury. If Senju Hashirama hadn't arrived just in time to intervene, it would have surely ended in a deadly confrontation. Yet this person in front of him not only didn't evade, but insisted on pulling him away, putting himself in danger. Fujian closed the door behind him, casually locking it, then lazily leaned against the cold door. His gaze fell on the flustered Uchiha boy, watching as his ears turned red and his eyes brimmed with annoyance, unable to suppress a low laugh that filled the quiet room. Run. I did nothing wrong, so why should I escape? He raised an eyebrow, his red eyes sparkling with a playful smile completely devoid of the fierceness he had shown towards Madara, leaving only the warmth and confidence that belonged to Konoha. You're still smiling. Konoha was even more irritated by his nonchalant demeanor. He clenched his fists and marched forward, reaching out to push against his chest, wanting to distance himself from this unsettling atmosphere. However, as soon as his wrist brushed against Fujian's clothing, he was firmly grasped, and with a slight pull he found himself enveloped in a warm, solid embrace. Fujian tightened his arms, holding him securely. As he leaned down, his warm breath brushed against Konoha's ear, and his voice, clear yet tinged with a faint hint of greenery, wrapped around him gently. Konoha. This call was deep and magnetic, infused with an unprecedented seriousness that instantly froze Konoha, making him forget to struggle. When you told me to move a bit to the right earlier, Madara indeed misunderstood. Fujian spoke softly, his tone carrying a sense of helplessness, yet hiding an imperceptible indulgence. Konoha finally snapped back to reality, recalling the scene when his brother had misunderstood. His cheeks instantly flushed red, spreading from his face to his ears, even his neck tinged with a faint blush. He struggled desperately, trying to push Fujian away. With hands and feet he tried to shake free, but he couldn't move him an inch, his tone filled with embarrassment and anger. How can you still say that? If it weren't for your slow movements insisting on helping me adjust my clothes, how would my brother have come to such a misunderstanding? It's all your fault. I was slow. Fujian raised an eyebrow, tightening his arms to bring them even closer. He looked down at Konoha's flushed face, his tone teasing. Clearly it was you who was disheveled, unaware of your clothing snagged on the edge of the table, and a slight touch made you let out a soft cry. In such a scenario anyone would misunderstand. When did I make such a sound? I was just pulled and it hurt. Konoha felt both shy and anxious, his face burning. Seeing Fujian continue to press him, he panicked and raised his hand to cover Fujian's mouth, preventing him from saying anything that would bring him further embarrassment, his eyes filled with flustered annoyance. The warmth of Fujian's soft lips and his gentle breath reached Konoha's palm, causing his fingers to tremble. He instinctively tried to retract his hand, but Fujian seized the opportunity to hold it tightly. Fujian moved his hand away, looking down at the person in his embrace. Observing the red-rimmed eyes and the flustered expression, the teasing in his gaze dissipated, leaving only a seriousness that was deep and unwavering. Konoha in not acting on a whim. These simple 8 words carried significant weight, causing Konoha to freeze in surprise, instinctively looking up at him. As he locked eyes with Fujian's silver-gray gaze, which was usually cold and piercing, he found it now filled with warmth, clearly reflecting his own figure, as if it contained the entire world, leaving no room for anyone else. For a long time during our battles on the battlefield and our arguments during Konoha's establishment, I have never wanted to be just an opponent to you. Fujian's voice was low and serious, each word clearly reaching Konoha's ears. When Madara misunderstood and exploded in anger at you, it wasn't that I wasn't afraid of him, I just couldn't run away. If I ran away leaving you to face his wrath and questioning alone, I couldn't do that. Konoha's heart skipped a beat, then began to race madly, filled with indescribable emotions, panic, excitement, and a hint of long-buried sentiment. Does he really hate Senju Fujian? The answer had long been a resounding no. The mutual respect on the battlefield, the rivalry in daily life, the intricate details of their interactions, and then Fujian's unhesitating act of standing in front of him earlier. All those moments had taken root in his heart, making it difficult for him to discern whether he felt more hostility or concern hidden beneath that hostility. Konoha, Fujian sensed his softening demeanor and spoke even more gently, filled with unwavering determination. I know your brother has always harbored animosity towards the Senju clan and would never easily agree to us being together, but I will not let go. I never will. Konoha's throat tightened and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, whether to refute or resist, but ultimately he couldn't utter a single word as the emotion surging within him had blocked all speech. Fujian watched him in a daze, noticing his flushed cheeks and flustered eyes. His heart softened, and he couldn't help but lean down slightly, gently kissing Konoha's forehead. The kiss was as light as a feather, yet it carried a profound seriousness and preciousness, landing on his brow and his heart. "Don't think too much," Feijian whispered softly, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. "This time you won't be able to run away again." Konoha suddenly snapped back to reality, his cheeks burning even more. He raised his hand and lightly punched Feijian's chest, though the force was as gentle as a tickle, lacking any real strength, filled only with playful annoyance. "Who wants to stay by your side? Don't assume things." Before he could finish his sentence, Feijian had already leaned down, gently silencing his unfinished words with a kiss. At the moment their lips touched, Konoha froze, all words and struggles coming to an abrupt halt. The sunlight outside streamed through the gaps in the leaves, pouring into the room and illuminating their intertwined hands, casting a gentle yet dappled light. The air was filled with a faint scent of greenery, intermingling with the unique coolness of the Uchiha clan, wrapping around them intimately. Though it was the aura of rival clans, it unexpectedly blended harmoniously, creating a gentle ambience that made it hard to part, leaving them unwilling to separate. Within the Hokage's office of Leaf Village, where Senju Hashirama usually sat upright and handled his duties with meticulous care, now the seat was empty, with unfinished documents still spread across the desk, the ink still wet. When Uchiha Madara pushed the door open and entered, this was the sight that greeted him. His profound Sharingan narrowed slightly, and a faint chill immediately emanated from his form, as if the very air had solidified. He knew his beloved too well, outwardly composed and dependable, but the moment gambling was involved he would neglect everything else. He had explicitly forbidden him from squandering at the casino, yet his words always went in one ear and out the other, slipping out the moment Madara's attention wavered. "Senju Hashirama, you'd better not let me catch you," Madara murmured, his voice brimming with suppressed fury, his fingers unconsciously clenching. Without a second thought, he almost immediately concluded that this forgetful fool had, as usual, sneaked off to the gambling den in the corner of the village. The thought of Hashirama losing everything at the tables, then shamelessly coming to him to beg for money to pay off his debts, only fueled Madara's anger further. His usual aloof dignity was completely replaced by fury, and he turned to stride toward the casino, his oppressive aura causing villagers to step aside and hold their breath. At that moment, inside the cacophonous, smoke-filled casino, Senju Hashirama was squeezed in front of a gambling table, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the dice. Having completely forgotten he was the Hokage, forgotten Madara waiting at home muttering wishes for a win with an utterly absorbed expression. Suddenly an inexplicable chill ran down Hashirama's spine. A familiar yet terrifying aura instantly enveloped him, making his hairs stand on end, and the chips in his hand nearly dropped. His heart clenched with a foreboding feeling, just as he began to turn his head to see what was happening. Before he could react, a strong hand fiercely seized his ear. "Ow, that hurts." The sudden pain made Hashirama yelp, ignoring the crowd of onlookers as he wailed, his voice pleading. "Sweetheart, take it easy. It hurts so much. Let go, please. Everyone is watching. This is so embarrassing." The surrounding gamblers had long been drawn by the commotion, craning their necks to watch the spectacle, their eyes filled with amusement at the sight of the dignified Hokage being yanked by the ear and begging for mercy. Embarrassing. Madara's anger flared even hotter at his words, tightening his grip on his ear as he roared. "When you snuck off to the casino, didn't you think about embarrassment? How many times have I told you not to touch gambling? Did you ever listen? Senju Hashirama, you've really gotten bold." Madara's voice was icy and furious, paying no heed to the stares around them as he dragged Hashirama out by the ear, refusing to let go. Hashirama grimaced in pain, but obediently followed Madara's steps, pleading incessantly as he walked. The once commanding first Hokage now looked pathetic and aggrieved, drawing countless glances from passers-by. Dragged all the way back to their residence by Madara, Hashirama hung his head like a child who had done wrong, not daring to meet Madara's gaze, knowing deep down that he had truly angered him and was about to receive a harsh lesson. As soon as they entered, they saw Senju Tobirama sitting in the living room holding a document, as if fully engrossed, though he had clearly heard the commotion at the door. He looked up at his brother, who was being dragged by the ear, with a pained expression, then at the furious, dark-faced Uchiha Madara. At first his face was expressionless, his eyes calm, but within seconds a glint of mischief flickered in his gaze, the corner of his mouth slowly curling into a knowing smirk. When Madara pulled Hashirama into the living room and was about to begin scolding him, Senju Tobirama leisurely put down his document, looked at the irate Madara, and said with a hint of deliberate suggestion, "Uchiha Madara, I know you're angry, but dealing with my brother, just losing your temper and scolding won't work. Why not try gentle persuasion?" Gentle persuasion. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, mulling over those two words, his face full of confusion, clearly hearing the term for the first time, unable to grasp its meaning. He had always been direct and hot-tempered, venting his anger openly, and always criticizing Hashirama's mistakes plainly, never considering a gentle approach. Seeing Madara's confused expression, Senju Tobirama's smile deepened, but he offered no further explanation, merely saying, "Just try it. It works like a charm on my brother." Then he rose, took his documents, and left the living room, closing the door behind him to give Madara space to ponder. Uchiha Madara stood still, repeatedly considering Senju Tobirama's words about gentle persuasion. His gaze inadvertently swept toward the wardrobe, and suddenly he recalled that Hashirama had once casually mentioned that a certain piece of clothing would look great on him. At the time he had dismissed it as mere banter. A thought suddenly struck him. Could this be what gentle persuasion meant? Silently he walked to the wardrobe, rummaged out the stored garment, a soft-toned kimono with a gentle cut that softened one's features, made of supple fabric, the very style Hashirama had specially chosen. Madara looked at the clothes in his hands, the tips of his ears flushing slightly. The usually aloof and proud man revealed a rare moment of hesitation. But recalling Hashirama's incorrigible gambling addiction, he gritted his teeth and changed into the garment. Once dressed, Madara stared at his reflection in the bronze mirror, a wholly transformed self. The fierce aura seemed to be smoothed by the soft fabric, losing much of its usual sharp dominance, replaced by an uncommon gentleness. He deliberately calmed the anger within, walked slowly to the bedside in the bedroom, picked up a book at random, and pretended to read calmly, quietly waiting for Senju Hashirama to enter. Before long the bedroom door creaked open. Senju Hashirama shuffled in with his head down, his heart pounding, still trying to figure out how to apologize and escape a scolding. But when he looked up at the bedside, he froze instantly, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, utterly dumbfounded. His mind went blank, and he forgot even the apology he had prepared. Uchiha Madara, who was always clad in sharp attire and radiated an imposing presence, now wore that soft, light-colored kimono. His long black hair loosely draped over his shoulders, the lines of his profile soft. He leaned quietly against the bed, reading the warm light, casting a glow that stripped away all his sharpness and ferocity, a beauty so captivating that one could not look away. Senju Hashirama was utterly mesmerized. His feet refused to move, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The fear of having done wrong vanished, completely replaced by the sight of the gentle Madara before him. He completely forgot his earlier secret trip to the casino and Madara's previous anger. Uchiha Madara looked up at the stunned Senju Hashirama, put down his book, and spoke, his tone devoid of its usual roar, carrying instead a faint, deliberately slowed gentleness, yet laced with an elusive threat. "Come here." Only then did Hashirama snap out of his trance, moving stupidly to the bedside, step by step, his eyes glued to Madara, his cheeks flushing uncontrollably, his heartbeat nearly bursting from his chest. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Madara asked softly, without a trace of anger, merely. Seeing Madara so gentle, Hashirama's heart filled with guilt and remorse. He nodded quickly, his tone sincere yet flustered. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have snuck off to the casino, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I'll never go again, truly never." In the past, when Madara would rage and scold, he might have tried to wheedle and play tricks to get by. But facing this gentle persuasion, seeing Madara's rare tenderness, he felt nothing but deep regret, wishing he could undo all his mistakes immediately. Uchiha Madara looked at his earnest, repentant expression, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes, though his voice remained gentle. "Remember what you said today. If there's a next time, it won't be such a simple persuasion." Hashirama nodded frantically, his gaze fixed on Madara before him, silently vowing, not just the casino, but everything Madara said from now on he would obey without fail, never to anger him again. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom, Senju Tobirama listened to the calm conversation, inside his smirk growing more pronounced. He shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. When it came to dealing with his hopeless brother, gentle persuasion was indeed the most effective. Uchiha Madara had used the right tactic. The warm lamplight spilled softly inside the room. Uchiha Madara, still clad in a gentle light-colored kimono, leaned against the headboard. His emotions, which had just calmed, stirred again as he looked at the ingratiating Senju Hashirama before him, his brows slightly furrowing. Hashirama had already cast aside the awkwardness of his earlier apology. Spotting the empty spot on the bed, he rubbed his hands together, a foolish yet doting smile spreading across his face. He shuffled closer, his voice syrupy and thick with coaxing affection. "Darling, I've apologized sincerely and promised never to gamble again. So tonight, can I sleep on the bed with you?" As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, locking onto Madara. Every trace of the first Hokage's authority had vanished, leaving him looking like a large eager dog awaiting its master's treat, hoping desperately for Madara's nod. Without waiting for Madara's permission, Hashirama felt a surge of joy, taking it as tacit consent. Delighted, he bent down and attempted to climb onto the bed, his heart brimming with happiness at the thought of sleeping beside his beloved. But the moment his body touched the bedside, Madara's face darkened. Showing no mercy, he unceremoniously lifted his foot, and with a gentle push aimed at Hashirama's waist, kicked the unprepared Hashirama straight off the bed. A dull thud echoed as Hashirama hit the soft carpeted floor, utterly stunned. He looked up at Madara by the bedside, his face a mask of bewilderment. His lips puckered in a petulant pout as he struggled to process what had just happened. Strangely, even after being kicked off the bed, Hashirama's mind didn't dwell on the pain or anger. Instead, he instinctively touched the spot where Madara's foot had connected his nose, catching a faint, delicate, and pleasant fragrance lingering in the air. He paused, a puzzled thought surfacing. How strange. Why does Madara's foot smell so nice? The moment that idea crossed his mind, Hashirama's ears reddened. His gaze drifted toward the person on the bed, and the earlier resentment faded significantly. Instead, he felt that his darling was flawless in every way. Even the act of kicking someone was beyond reproach. Madara watched him sitting on the floor, wearing that foolish, dazed expression. Irritation surged, and the remaining anger flared anew. He spoke coldly, his voice dripping with contempt and fury. "Senju Hashirama, what are you spacing out for? Stop playing dumb." Madara's anger escalated as he recalled his past sleeping ordeals. His brows were etched with impatience as he scolded sharply. "And you have the nerve to ask to sleep together. Every time you sleep, you're restless. You end up pressing your whole body on me like a heavy boulder, smothering me and making it impossible to turn over." Remembering those nights spent in restless oppression, Madara's gaze turned icier. He raised a hand, pointing firmly at the door, his tone resolute and commanding. "I'm telling you, don't even think about it. You made a mistake, and yet you want to sleep comfortably in bed. Get lost right now. Sleep wherever you want, but don't be an eyesore in front of me." Hashirama finally snapped, fully out of his daze. After hearing Madara's tirade, a look of guilt washed over his face. He scratched the back of his head and mumbled in a small voice, "I can't help it when I'm asleep. Next time I'll be careful. I promise I won't crush you. Just forgive me this once, okay?" As he spoke, he reached out, trying to grab the edge of the bedding to scramble back onto the bed, his eyes pleading for forgiveness. But Madara was not swayed. Seeing that Hashirama still refused to leave, he lifted his foot again, threatening another kick, his voice growing even harsher. "Don't try that with me. You said the same thing last time, and look what happened. Senju Hashirama, are you leaving or not?" "Don't be like that, darling." Hashirama resorted to coaxing, refusing to get up from the floor. He looked up at Madara with pleading eyes. "I promise, tonight it'll be good. I won't move a muscle. I'll just silently hold you and sleep. No crushing, no mischief." He knew Madara responded better to softness than force. Whenever he shamelessly begged, Madara would relent. But today was different. Madara was deeply riled up over the gambling incident, combined with the memory of their nightly frustrations, and showed no sign of compromise. "I'll say it one last time. Get out." Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold, his Sharingan faintly beginning to spin as a subtle aura of pressure emanated from him. Seeing this, Hashirama knew Madara was truly furious. He dared not persist in his cajoling. Dejectedly, he rose to his feet, taking one last lingering look at Madara on the bed, his face written with reluctance and grievance. Under his breath he muttered, "Why so fierce? I really have changed. Even a foot that smells this nice doesn't deserve such harshness." His final words were too soft for Madara to catch, but the first Hokage's unwilling posture only made Madara's frown deepen. "Hurry up and leave." Hashirama shuddered, not daring to delay any longer. He shuffled step by step toward the door, pausing at the threshold to flash Madara a placating smile. "I'll sleep in the next room, darling. Don't be angry. I'll redeem myself tomorrow." With that, he reluctantly closed the door, and the room finally fell silent. Uchiha Madara stared at the closed door, his expression still carrying a trace of irritation. Yet for some reason the image of Hashirama's dumbfounded look after being kicked off the bed and that murmured remark flickered through his mind. The tips of his ears inexplicably flushed. He let out a cold snort, pulled the bedding over himself, and silently vowed that if his partner erred again, he would not let him off so easily. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Senju Hashirama lay on his futon, his mind replaying the scene of Madara lifting his foot and that faint pleasant scent. He tossed and turned, sleepless, caught in a bittersweet tangle of grievances and sweetness. He made a solemn resolution: not only would he quit gambling, but he would also correct his habit of crushing Madara while sleeping. He was determined to return to the bed soon, to nestle beside his beloved and sleep soundly. Rain tapping on the window lattice, a summer night in Mai. Chinsho Jujian sat on the porch, a tea bowl pinched between his fingers. Amid the rising steam, Yuzhibo Ban's shadow stepped over from the moonlight. He wore a new purple combat suit, a gift from a merchant in the city, reportedly called divine armor. The shoulder armor bore spikes, but the fabric at his waist was deliberately slit open, revealing a sliver of his waistline that gleamed faintly cold white in the lamplight. Ban raised a hand to touch the horn ornament on his forehead, a hint of barely detectable pride in his tone. "Well, Jujian, doesn't this look pretty sharp?" Zujian's tea bowl clattered onto the table, spilling a few drops of tea onto his hand, the heat making his fingers recoil. Feijian sat at the desk, not far behind him, tapping on a keyboard without lifting his head. The corner of his eye caught the flash of that dazzling purple. He silently picked up the mug beside him. Printed on it was a small, bristling Yuzhibo Ban. "Ban." Zujian's voice tightened, the tips of his ears reddening as if about to bleed. He swallowed, his gaze uncontrollably drifting to that exposed sliver of waistline. "You. Why are you dressed like this?" "What do you mean dressed like this?" Ban frowned, reaching down to pull at the fabric at his waist. When his fingertip brushed against his skin, Zujian's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. "They said it looks good, so I wore it," he said, stepping forward until he stood before Zujian, looking down at him. The corners of his eyes tilted upward with a seductive curve. "What, don't you think it looks good?" Zujian's face grew even redder. He abruptly looked away, yet couldn't help stealing glances at Ban, especially the lines of his shoulders and waist cinched by the suit and his hands, bone-defined, wrapped in gloves. His mind was a chaotic blur, with only one thought spinning: holy shit, he's seducing me. "No, it's not that." Zujian's voice came out hoarse. He cleared his throat, trying to conceal his composure. "It looks great, just a bit too flashy." "Flashy is good." Ban snorted, leaning in closer until he was almost pressed against Zujian. He raised his hand, using the gloved fingertip to lightly hook under Zujian's chin, his tone carrying a lazy flirtation. Zujian's breath stopped for a half-beat. He could smell the faint pheromones of Yuzhibo's cedar scent mingled with the damp rain and the warm breath emanating from Ban's neck. He instinctively recoiled, but Ban reached out and pressed his shoulder, holding him still. "What?" Ban's voice dropped low, laced with a smile. His thumb brushed over Zujian's lips, soft and warm, making his fingertip pause momentarily before he casually slid it down along his neck, stopping at his collarbone and pressing gently. "Zujian, do you want it?" The words struck Zujian like an electric shock. He jerked his head up, meeting Ban's crimson eyes smiling at him. In those eyes, he clearly saw his own flustered and yearning reflection, like a rabbit caught by its tail. "Two don't." Zujian's protest was weak and futile. His hand involuntarily grabbed Ban's wrist, fingers trembling, but unable to push him away. "You don't." Ban raised an eyebrow, his other hand sliding down Zujian's collar, fingertips tracing his chest, eliciting a light shiver. "Then why are you blushing? Your heart's beating so fast. What are you thinking about?" Zujian's breathing grew more ragged. He stared at Ban's face so close at his reddened ears, and the mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly realized this guy was doing it on purpose. Ban. Zhujian gritted his teeth, turned the tables by grabbing Ban's wandering hand, pulled him into his arms, and with a flip pinned him onto the tatami under the porch. Caught off guard, Ban let out a soft gasp. He lay on his back on the tatami, the purple combat suit rumpled shoulder armor skewed, revealing large patches of fair skin. He looked up at Zhujian, pressing over him, those usually gentle eyes now stained with a deep darkness, like surging seas, clearly reflecting his image. "Qianshou Zhujian, what are you doing?" Ban's voice carried a hint of panic, but not real anger. He raised a hand to press against Zujian's chest, but without much force, almost like an invitation. "What do you think?" Zujian's voice was gravelly and thick. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against Ban's neck, inhaling the intoxicating cedar scent. "You dress like this and come seduce me. Ban, do you think I can hold back?" With that, he dipped his head and kissed Ban's lips. Unlike his usual gentleness, this kiss had a hint of punishment, heavy and urgent, as if trying to devour him whole. Ban's lips were soft, carrying a faint minty taste, the flavor of the candy he usually ate. Zhujian sucked greedily, his tongue prying open Ban's teeth and tangling with his tongue. Ban's hands involuntarily tightened, clutching Zujian's collar, letting out faint whimpers. His waist was pressed by Zujian's knee, the fabric beneath letting off waves of heat that made his whole body go limp. Zujian's hand slid down along Ban's waist, and when his fingers touched the slit fabric they paused, then mischievously slipped inside to feel the warm skin. Zhujian. Ban's body shuddered violently. He bit into Zujian's shoulder to stifle his voice, but still faint moans escaped through his fingers. Zhujian paused, looking down at the man in his arms. Ban's face was as red as a ripe apple, the corners of his eyes flushed, long lashes, wet like rain-drenched butterfly wings. His breathing was rapid, his chest rising and falling with each pant, the veins on his neck visibly pulsing. "Ban," Zujian's voice softened. He bent down, kissing Ban's reddened eye corner. "You did it on purpose, right?" Ban looked away, but Zhujian caught his chin with his hand, forcing him to meet his gaze. His eyes darted, the tips of his ears red to the point of bleeding. After a long moment, he let out a muffled Zhujian let out a low laugh, tightening his arms to hold Ban closer, kissing his forehead. "Idiot." Ban's face grew even redder. He raised a hand to pound Zujian's chest, but Zhujian caught his hand, interlacing their fingers and pressing them onto the tatami. "Still causing trouble." Zhujian raised an eyebrow, leaning in to whisper something in Ban's ear. Ban's face instantly turned crimson as he averted his gaze, but Zhujian kissed his lips. The lamplight under the porch was dim, and the rain was still falling, tapping against the window lattice with a rustling sound. Feijian at the nearby desk was expressionlessly typing on his keyboard, but when he heard the low laughter of his elder brother coming from under the porch, he silently turned up the computer's volume and raised his mug to hide his face. The Yuzhibo band printed on the mug also seemed to be blushing. After an unknown length of time, the rain stopped. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting clear light over the porch. Zhujian held Ban in his arms, leaning against the porch pillar. He helped straighten Ban's disheveled collar, his fingertip grazing the fabric at Ban's waist as he said softly, "Don't wear this kind of clothes again." "Why?" Ban leaned against him, his voice a little hoarse from crying. He looked up at Zhujian with dissatisfaction. "Doesn't it look good?" "It looks good." Zhujian bent down to kiss the top of his head, his tone laced with helplessness. "Too good. I don't want others to see." Ban was stunned for a moment, then turned away, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He snuggled deeper into Zhujian's arms, listening to his steady heartbeat, and whispered then, "Only you can see it." Zhujian smiled, tightening his arms to hold him even closer. Moonlight fell upon the two of them, gentle beyond words, as the shadow of the porch held them tightly together, inseparable. Feijian's computer screen dimmed. He stood up, glanced at the pair under the porch, silently turned around, went back to his room, and closed the door. On the desk, the Yuzhibo ban on the mug seemed to have curved its lips as well. The night was still long, the moonlight perfect. Their story continued to unfold. The wind in the Valley of the End still carried the lingering scent of gunpowder, with shattered stones and broken wood scattered across the ground. The two who once stood side by side ultimately carved the deepest rift on this land. Yet deep within Uchiha Madara there lay a stubbornness unknown to anyone, a unique obsession with Senju Hashirama that even he was reluctant to admit. Recently Madara inadvertently comprehended a soul technique never before learned by anyone, known as the bewitching technique. This technique, unlike ninjutsu with its earth-shattering power, could silently stir the most hidden emotions within the heart, evoking the tremors buried deep within one's very being. The more one cared for the person, the harder it became to resist this allure. He stood before Hashirama devoid of any fierce chakra fluctuations, stripped of his usual aloofness and brutality. The crimson glow unique to the Uchiha clan surged in his eyes, yet there was no icy killing intent from the Sharingan, only a faint enigmatic smile that seemed to embody laziness. Senju Hashirama had just finished a fierce battle with beads of sweat clinging to his forehead, his vibrant red armor tainted with dust outlining his broad and sturdy figure. His long hair was disheveled against his neck, adding a touch of wildness to his otherwise composed demeanor. He looked at Madara, whose sharpness had suddenly retracted, a sense of unease inexplicably rising in his heart. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden ninja tool, swallowing hard. Madara, what are you planning this time? In the past Madara would either respond coldly or attack directly, but today he was too unusual. Madara did not answer, merely taking slow, deliberate steps closer to Hashirama. The distance between them continued to shorten, their breaths gradually intertwining. Hashirama could even distinctly smell the faint cold fragrance unique to the Uchiha clan, mixed with the sense of grass and gunpowder, inexplicably causing his heart to race. He instinctively wanted to retreat, yet his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. It was not the binding of ninjutsu, but rather Madara's deep-set gaze that held him captive. Within those eyes there was no hatred or battle intent, only a thick, unbreakable tenderness that had a fatal allure, making it impossible for him to look away. Just as Hashirama's mind was drifting, Madara raised his right hand. That hand, which had wielded swords, formed seals, and stirred countless bloodshed, now extended gently towards Hashirama. Fingertips lightly brushed against the skin of Hashirama's neck, the cool touch instantly causing Hashirama to stiffen all over. Goosebumps broke out on the skin of his neck, and his previously steady breath suddenly grew rapid. His skin, already warm from battle, felt that slight coolness from Madara's fingertips, sending a shiver down his spine, leaving him rigid. Madara's movements were slow, purposely teasing and alluring, his right hand gliding smoothly along Hashirama's neck, slowly sliding down. His fingertips traced over the collarbone, glided across the warm chest, then slowly descended, finally resting lightly at Hashirama's waist. Even through the thick red armor, he could still feel the taut, muscular lines beneath. Throughout the entire process, Madara did not utter a single word. He merely lowered his gaze, his eyes heavily fixed on Hashirama, the allure within them growing ever more intense, embodying a unique blend of Uchiha Madara's dominance and laziness, injecting the power of the bewitching technique silently into every fiber of Hashirama's being. There was no fierce assault, no direct words, yet this silent touch stirred Hashirama more than any. Senju Hashirama had traversed battlefields his entire life, having faced countless dangers, remaining unflinching even against the strongest foes. Yet at this moment, being touched so closely by Madara, being stared at in such silence, left his mind blank, all thoughts drained away. Blood rushed to his face, and his sun-kissed skin turned visibly crimson, spreading from his cheeks all the way to his ears and neck, even the veins on his neck slightly heating up. He widened his eyes, staring at the Madara so near, his lips moving as if to say something, but no sound escaped. His heart raced wildly in his chest, as if it were about to burst, the thudding echoing clearly in the still air coupled with his heavy breathing. Madara. You. Hashirama managed to squeeze out two words, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable, filled with an unacknowledged panic and confusion. He could clearly feel the warmth of Madara's fingertips, the cool sensation filtering through the red armor, still exuding an overwhelming allure, causing all his nerves to tighten. The deepest emotions within him were thoroughly stirred, those feelings of concern and reluctance towards Madara that he had intentionally suppressed now erupted, entirely intertwining with the power of the bewitching technique, instantly drowning out all his rationality. Madara observed him in this state, the smile in his eyes deepening as his fingertips gently brushed against Hashirama's waist, still refraining from speaking. He intended to do just this in the most silent way, to watch this person who had been intertwined with him throughout his life become flustered, lose his composure. He understood Hashirama too well, knowing that this seemingly carefree and pure-hearted man, though appearing extraordinarily strong, was utterly defenseless when faced with him. Even clad in heavy red armor, he could not hide the emotions surging within. Hashirama felt a heat rising within his mind, clouded his heartbeat, quickening to the point of almost suffocation. All his strength seemed drained, and if it weren't for his strong willpower holding him up, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. He could sense the allure in Madara's gaze, the kind that struck straight to his heart, yet he had no desire to resist, nor could he. Before him stood Madara, his lifelong rival, yet also his only true friend in existence, etched into his very bones, impossible to shake off. The blush on his cheeks deepened almost to the point of bleeding, and he dared not meet Madara's gaze any longer, yet his sight was firmly locked, unable to shift away. He could distinctly feel his heartbeat racing faster, his breaths growing heavier, and the blood coursing through him wildly, causing even his chakra to become chaotic. That intense thrill and panic nearly suffocated him, with only one thought remaining in his mind: if Madara continued to look at him like this, continued to treat him this way, he feared he would willingly surrender everything, even his life, to the person before him. Seeing him on the verge of breaking, Madara finally spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, filled with allure, each word striking at Hashirama's heart. "Hashirama, this is a new soul technique. I learned the bewitching technique." A simple sentence, yet it caused Hashirama to tremble all over, his already chaotic mind completely collapsing. He finally understood that Madara's unusual behavior today, his touch, his silence, were all due to this soul technique. Yet he would rather remain ignorant, for he understood that even without this bewitching technique, he had never possessed any resistance against Madara. You bastard." Hashirama's voice trembled, his cheeks red enough to bleed, his eyes filled with panic, yet also a hint of undeniable indulgence. He wanted to push Madara away to regain his former calm, yet his body would not obey, growing even stiffer under Madara's touch. The thrill from deep within intensified, almost threatening to consume him. He looked at Madara's face, so near, at those crimson eyes that sparkled with mirth, and felt as though his heartbeat, breath, and even his heart had been completely seized by the person before him. The wind in the Valley of the End continued to blow, swirling their long hair together, as if recounting the bond they could never sever throughout their lives. Madara's right hand remained at Hashirama's waist, not advancing further nor withdrawing, simply gazing at him quietly, the allure and obsession in his eyes intermingling, imbued with an unwavering certainty. Hashirama leaned against the shattered stone behind him, feeling weak all over, his face flushed, even his breath radiating a searing warmth. He looked at Madara before him, the person who made him feel both love and hatred, someone he could never let go of, leaving only endless thrill and resignation in his heart. He had lost thoroughly and completely lost. No need for Madara to do anything further, just this silent touch, this gaze filled with allure, had already left him in disarray. Let alone resisting this bewitching technique, he would willingly sink into it, offering everything he had, including his life, at Madara's feet. Madara looked at him completely ensnared, a triumphant smile playing at his lips. He tightened his grip gently around Hashirama's waist, palm pressed against the firm texture of the red armor, bringing their proximity even closer. "Hashirama, you can never escape." His deep words echoed in the air as Hashirama closed his eyes, exhaling a long, heavy breath. The blush on his cheeks had yet to fade, yet deep down he had already resigned himself to fate. Indeed, from the moment he met Madara, he had never considered escape, nor could he ever escape. Even if this bewitching technique took all his thoughts away, even if he had to give everything for it, he would gladly do so. Uchiha Madara had simply changed into a plain white cotton undergarment. The fabric was soft as clouds, hanging loosely over his shoulders and neck. The collar slipped half an inch down, revealing a small patch of pale icy collarbone, along with a faint, almost invisible red mark on the side of his neck, the imprint left by Hashirama's bite last night. Under the moonlight it shimmered with a delicate gleam. He was adjusting the hem of his garment, his long hair cascading down, obscuring most of his profile. Only the sharp line of his jaw and his tightly pressed thin lips were visible. The usually arrogant and cold contours of his face were unexpectedly softened by the gentle fabric, giving him an air of ethereal beauty. Senju Hashirama had just returned from the courtyard. From afar, he spotted the figure under the corridor. His steps abruptly halted as if an invisible thread had tripped him, and even his breath slowed for a beat. The lanterns under the corridor had not yet been lit. Moonlight filtered through the wisteria blossoms at the eaves, scattering in fragments upon Madara. The white fabric billowed gently in the wind, clinging to his waist, outlining the taut and smooth lines of his body. Hashirama's gaze seemed seared, yet it stubbornly clung on, refusing to look away. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and even his fingertips trembled slightly. A surge of thoughts churned fiercely within him, burning hot, drilling through his veins into every limb, so seductive. I love it too much. He had never imagined that something as ordinary as an undergarment, when worn by Madara, could set his blood ablaze. Madara always favored dark, tight-fitting battle robes, stiff fabrics that wrapped around his sharp edge like a drawn blade, cold and intimidating. But now this white fabric was like a soft mist enveloping his rigid bones, revealing the warmth hidden beneath his usual arrogance, the warmth that belonged to a human. If only Madara could be mine forever. As soon as the thought emerged, Hashirama couldn't help but curve his eyes, a predatory heat spreading in his gaze, the smile at the corners of his lips tinged with a sweet sense of victory. Oh no, he already belonged to me. He was my legally wedded wife, the one I won with the peace of the entire ninja world, mine alone. He took 2 steps forward, his footsteps extremely light, afraid to startle the figure under the corner. Madara hadn't noticed his approach yet. He raised a hand to tuck his falling hair behind his ear, revealing the clean curve of his ear and the reddened cartilage Hashirama had kissed. Hashirama's gaze fell on that red mark, his breathing growing heavier, his heartbeat quickening. Madara's skin was very fair, cold white like eternal snow, yet it flushed easily. All the places Hashirama had kissed last night left faint red imprints from the side of his neck down into the hidden depths of the fabric. A breeze now brushed against him, and Madara seemed to feel an itch. He shifted his shoulders slightly, and the fabric slipped down a little more, revealing the outline of his shoulder socket. Hashirama's gaze was nailed to that patch of skin. His mind uncontrollably replayed the scenes of last night. Madara pinned beneath him on the bed, the corners of his eyes red, biting his lip to suppress his voice, yet trembling all over from Hashirama's kisses, even his fingertips quaking. The hands that could normally unleash a great fire annihilation were now clutching Hashirama's robe, the fabric crumpled and wrinkled like Madara's chaotic heartbeat. Hashirama. Madara finally sensed the gaze behind him. He turned his head to look, a hint of doubt in his eyes. His voice was still hoarse from sleep, low and feathery, tickling Hashirama's heart. His eyelashes were long, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. The moonlight rested in his gaze as if holding scattered starlight, yet also carrying a chill, contrasting sharply with the soft fabric he now wore. Hashirama's throat tightened. He stepped forward again, almost pressing against Madara, and reached out to gently grasp his wrist. Madara's wrist was slender with prominent bones. The hand that usually wielded the fan was now in Hashirama's palm, warm and slightly damp. What are you looking at? Madara frowned, trying to pull his hand back, but Hashirama held it tighter. Hashirama said nothing, just looked down at him, his gaze moving from Madara's collar to his lips and finally settling in his eyes. His look was too hot, like blazing fire. Madara felt uncomfortable under his stare and turned his face away, but Hashirama reached out and gripped his chin, forcing him to turn back and meet his eyes. Hashirama's voice was low with a hint of hoarseness and undisguised amusement. You look beautiful in this. Madara's ears instantly turned red. He tried to frown, but Hashirama's fingertips gently brushed the corner of his mouth, a gesture of delicate tenderness mixed with an inescapable possessiveness. Stop it! He turned his face away, but Hashirama kissed the corner of his lips, biting softly, leaving a faint red mark. I mean it! Hashirama's kiss traced down from the corner of his mouth to his neck, gently nibbling at the marks from last night. I love you so much. Madara's breath hitched instantly. He raised a hand to push Hashirama away, but Hashirama caught his wrist, pinned it above his head, and pressed it against the column under the corridor. The white fabric was tugged out of shape, the collar slipping further down, revealing more skin that grew hot under Hashirama's gaze. Hashirama were under the corridor. Madara's voice carried a hint of panic and a softness he himself didn't notice. He tried to look away, but Hashirama held his chin, forcing him to meet his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Hashirama's nose rubbed against Madara's ear, his breath scorching. It's just us here. His hand slid up Madara's waist fingertips, lightly tracing the skin beneath the fabric. Madara's body tensed instantly as if struck by an electric current of faint flush spreading over his entire body. He bit his lip, refusing to make a sound, but Hashirama's kisses made him go weak all over, unable to stand. He could only lean against the column, letting Hashirama's hand roam over him. Madara Hashirama's voice was low, seductive, laced with a triumphant smile. You're mine, aren't you? Madara's eyelashes fluttered. He looked at the heat in Hashirama's eyes and the undeniable possessiveness. His throat moved, but no sound came out. Hashirama's kiss landed on his collarbone, biting gently, leaving deeper marks, as if proclaiming ownership. Answer me. Hashirama's hand stopped at his waist and gave a gentle squeeze. Aren't you? Madara's breathing was completely erratic. He stared into Hashirama's eyes. Those eyes, usually brimming with laughter, were now like burning fire, ready to devour him whole. He looked away, but Hashirama held his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze, leaving no room for evasion. Yes. His voice was very soft, trembling, carrying a dependence he didn't even notice. I'm yours. Hashirama's eyes lit up instantly like a child given candy, joy almost overflowing from his gaze. He leaned in and kissed Madara's lips with burning warmth and uncontainable affection, kissing him until Madara's whole body softened, his fingertips trembling. The breeze under the corridor blew gently, the fragrance of wisteria blossoms falling upon them. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, entwined together, inseparable forever. Hashirama's hand slid down the fabric, gently pinching his waist. Madara's body shuddered, biting his lip, letting out a muffled whimper. Hashirama's kiss landed on his neck over and over again, as if to carve his mark into Madara's bones and blood, making him remember forever that he was Senju Hashirama's, his legally wedded wife, the only one he would ever want. Madara Hashirama's voice was hoarse with undisguised greed. Tonight, no sleeping. Madara's ears flushed crimson. He looked at the heat in Hashirama's eyes and the confident smile. He turned his face away, but Hashirama kissed his ear, biting gently, his breath carrying scorching heat. The moonlight under the corridor remained gentle, the fragrance of wisteria drifting in the wind. The white fabric was rumpled like Madara's chaotic heart. Hashirama's arms wrapped tightly around him as if to press him into his very bones, never to let go. He looked at Madara's reddened eyes and swollen lips from kissing, his thoughts surging fiercely. So seductive, I love it so much. If only Madara could always be this way, belonging only to me forever. But the next second he couldn't help but smile, a tender warmth spreading in his eyes. He already belongs to me, my wife alone, one with the peace of the entire ninja world, and will never leave me. He lowered his head and kissed Madara's lips with tenderness and possessiveness that couldn't be dissolved. He kissed until Madara went limp, unable to stand, leaning in his arms as Hashirama guided him toward the inner chamber. Tonight's moonlight was beautiful, the fragrance of wisteria was soft, and his Madara was soft. Senju Hashirama looked down at the person in his arms, a gentle smile almost overflowing from his eyes. His mind calculated silently. Tonight, I must make him remember clearly who can hold him in bone and blood, who is his only husband. The person in his arms let out a soft hum, burrowing deeper into his embrace like a docile cat. All the usual arrogance faded away, leaving only a tender warmth held securely in his arms, never to escape. Today is the wedding day of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Since the chaos of the world has ended in the Hidden Leaf Village, these two former rivals have crossed the generational grievances, enduring countless days and nights of mutual testing and pulling, ultimately deciding to be together for a lifetime. When the news spread, the entire village stirred with excitement. Some marveled at the wonders of fate, while others lamented that the century-long conflict between the two clans would end with such a gentle wedding. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara stood quietly under the corridor, his fingers unconsciously stroking the fire fan at his waist. The autumn wind tousled his black hair, and his brow still bore the usual cold and noble demeanor, exuding a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Not far away, Izuna was wearing a meticulously crafted wedding robe. The traditional Uchiha dark patterned brocade made his features appear even more gentle, shedding the sharpness of his youth with a hint of shyness and tenderness gracing his eyes. He occasionally glanced towards the village entrance, his eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for Senju Tobirama to arrive to take him away. Madara gazed at his brother's appearance, feeling a mix of emotions within. To be honest, he felt somewhat displeased. From childhood, Izuna had always followed him, being his beloved younger brother and the brightest genius of the Uchiha clan, who should have lived freely and contentedly without having to accommodate anyone. But unfortunately, the one he fell in love with was Senju Tobirama. After all, Tobirama is the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, the second-in-command of the Senju clan, who was meticulous, decisive, and had fought countless times against the Uchiha on the battlefield, both being opponents who had seen blood on the edge of their blades. Even though they have established peace in the Hidden Leaf, the rivalry imprinted in their bones is not so easily erased. Madara genuinely felt that Tobirama was too cold and rigid, with a deep mind, always weighing pros and cons, not as approachable as he appeared. He couldn't help but worry, fearing that Izuna would suffer in the future, that Tobirama would not understand tenderness, and that the grudges between the two clans would become an invisible barrier in their relationship. Thinking of his younger brother, who had been protected by him since childhood, now belonging to another person, leaving the Uchiha clan to spend the rest of his life with Senju Tobirama, made Madara feel a lump in his heart, heavy with a mix of awkwardness and reluctance. He instinctively furrowed his brow, the pressure around him dimming a bit. "Why do you look so unhappy standing here? Today is Izuna's joyful day." A warm and familiar voice came from behind as Senju Hashirama walked over, dressed in formal attire, his expression carrying a gentle smile. Having married Madara long ago, the two had set aside their years of conflict, guarding the Hidden Leaf and each other, living a stable and content life. Hashirama could naturally see the subtle awkwardness and displeasure in Madara's eyes and stepped closer, following his gaze to Izuna in the distance. Madara glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. "There's nothing to be happy about." Hashirama chuckled softly, lightly patting his shoulders, speaking gently and patiently. "I know what you're thinking. You're reluctant to let Izuna go, and you have grievances against Tobirama, right?" Faced with the truth, Madara did not deny it, merely pursed his lips and remained silent. "I understand your feelings," Hashirama said, gazing at the falling red maple leaves, his tone softening. "If it were me, if a close relative were to marry a former rival, I too would feel awkward. But you must understand that feelings are never determined by clan grudges." Madara lowered his gaze, his fingers tightening slightly. "Tobirama's temperament may be cold, and he is rigid in action, not skilled in sweet words, but his heart is not bad. He is responsible and serious towards those he cares about. Over the years, I've watched him interact with Izuna. Though they seem to bicker, they actually care for each other and keep each other in mind. The joy in Izuna's eyes is unmistakable." Madara looked up, glancing at Izuna, who was smiling and filled with anticipation nearby. Indeed, he could see it. In the past, Izuna's eyes were always filled with sharpness and pride, intent only on following him and revitalizing the Uchiha. But since being with Tobirama, he has become softer, more human, and the joy in his eyes is more genuine than ever. That undeniable heart flutter and happiness were clearly written on his face. As an older brother, all Madara ever wished for was that Izuna could live a safe and smooth life, filled with happiness, free from the chaos of war, and able to live with the one he loves. Even if there were lingering displeasures and awkwardness in his heart, as long as Izuna was truly happy, all his reluctance seemed to fade away gradually. At that moment, the joyous sounds of celebration echoed from the village entrance. Senju Tobirama, dressed in formal attire of the Senju clan, stood tall, his face cold, shedding the usual seriousness, and a rare hint of softness softened his expression. Leading the procession of the wedding party, he walked step by step towards the Uchiha clan, his gaze scanning the crowd, landing on Izuna at the first moment. At the moment their eyes met, Izuna's ears turned slightly red, and he lowered his head gently, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Tobirama approached him, his tone still calm, but filled with great seriousness. "Izuna, I have come to take you away." Izuna nodded lightly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Madara watched the two standing side by side, their talents complementing each other, and the frustration in his heart gradually dissipated. He sighed softly, the tension in his brow easing. "Forget it. The past grievances and the chaos of the times have already turned over with the establishment of the Hidden Leaf. Now that the two clans coexist harmoniously, the family as well, and his brother has found a true partner, what else is there to hold on to?" Hashirama turned to look at Madara, whose expression had softened, smiling, as he said, "Come on, let's go and bless them properly." Madara nodded, slightly suppressing the last bit of awkwardness in his heart, and walked forward with Hashirama. As two already married elders and clan leaders, they stood before everyone, their gaze falling on Tobirama and Izuna. Madara spoke first, his voice steady, shedding the earlier gloom, carrying the seriousness and expectations of an older brother. Tobirama, I entrust my only brother to you. From now on, if you dare to let him suffer the slightest grievance, even though the two clans are at peace now, I will never spare you. His tone held a sense of deterrence, yet was filled with a brother's protection and care for his sibling. Tobirama's expression was solemn as he nodded slightly. Rest assured, Madara, I will protect Izuna throughout my life, never leaving his side, not failing my original intentions or our vows. Beside them, Hashirama also smiled and offered his blessings. Congratulations to both of you on becoming a couple. May you live together in the Hidden Leaf year after year, safely and happily, never parting. May the friendship between the two clans also grow stronger and more enduring because of your marriage. Izuna looked up at his brother, meeting the warmth and reassurance hidden in Madara's eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart as he softly said, Brother, I will be well. Madara, seeing the genuine happiness in his brother's eyes, couldn't help but smile faintly, the displeasure in his heart completely dissipating. As long as his brother could remain this happy, crossing the chasm between clans and keeping the one he loved, all his worries and reluctance seemed trivial. The autumn wind brushed by red maples, danced in the air, and joyous sounds of celebration echoed above the courtyard. Madara and Hashirama stood side by side, quietly watching the two accept the blessings of the crowd, their eyes filled with peace. They had long since walked the path of stability together, and now they were witnesses to the younger generation crossing the chasm of rivalry, embarking on a gentle marriage. The stability of the Hidden Leaf, the well-being of the clansmen, the loved ones at their side, and the happiness of family is perhaps the most complete homecoming after the chaos. Hello everyone, this book ends here.